talking about how it works in space, allegedly, I think. But
That
basically,
word
you
you
have
said,
to.
electrolysis, that's electrolysis. I think.
Electrolysis.
Yeah.
I think that, yeah, I think
You
both
said
would
it
work.
crazy. I never heard it said the other way. That's all I was just wondering.
I didn't add any like letters or
Yeah, I know.
sounds or anything in my pronunciation. It just, I think it'd probably be like, oh, anyway, yeah. Like instead of saying liquefaction, you could technically say liquefaction. Like, I mean, you're still technically saying all of the letters. It's just how you pronounce it, maybe. You know what I mean? In fact, oh no, not liquefaction. Liqua. Anyway, you could possibly say it different, maybe not. Okay. So anyway, like
Dude, I paid
basically,
$25.
they're saying
Good.
if you have both the hydrogen and the oxygen, um, apparently allegedly the way they do it is they store them as liquids, and then they pump them into like the combustion chamber or whatever it is, for the rocket. I don't know how much of that you would be able to adjust, because if you're not working in an environment that's supposed to be, a vacuum of space, maybe you don't need to store one of them. Maybe you just need the hydrogen. Maybe there's a way to like split off the hydrogen from the water and not have to get it into a liquid state. I don't know.
Well, I know that it takes, when you do electrolysis, it takes more electricity than hydrogen that you get back. Or see, I don't know. They say it takes more energy to get to split the H from the O than you get when you use it. You know what I'm saying?
Right, but we're not planning on just using the energy straight up. We would be using the energy to then run this engine that you're talking about to generate energy. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I know, but they're saying it takes more energy to make it than you get using it. So like if we use this thing to get energy, we wouldn't get as much as it takes to run the machine because it takes more to run the machine.
But I see what
Maybe.
Bob's saying though. What Bob is saying is, yeah, that's like you never get more out than you put in. But the thing is it kind of doesn't apply to that rule because it's not really free energy. You're spending water. But no, that's what I was trying to do with my generator,
Yeah.
trying to run it off, trying to run my generator with the messed up motor off of hydrogen, and I got it running for a few seconds. But I found out that one of my fucking hoses was clogged. I haven't redone it yet, but I got it running for a few seconds off the pickle jar generator, the HHO generator. But I need to redo it and make sure both hoses are clear because one of them was clogged. I had two jars, a splitter, like a combiner, not a splitter, but a combiner, getting the gas off of two jars going into the motor, and there's like two plugs on the motor. So if you get enough, if you use one plug to get the energy it takes to DC output, or that's what I'm saying. I just take the DC output to use the pickle jars, even if I needed 10 of them, and then I'd have two free plugs. That's the idea of it anyway. I feel like if I could get the bitch running for a few seconds with a fucking pickle jar, they've already got this shit probably.
Yeah, see, Jeremy, like what I'm talking about wouldn't really be. It's not like you're using the rocket to then try and power the rocket, and so it would take more to power it than you get out of it, so it wouldn't work. Really, what I'm talking about is trying to convert water into energy. So it wouldn't be perpetual energy, it wouldn't be infinite energy. It would be basically the idea would be highly efficient energy with like low cost because water is so abundant. So you'd be putting in water as the thing that's actually being burned up and used, and you would be getting energy out of it. And if you use this engine that you're talking about, you might be able to get significant energy out of water instead of using something like gasoline or oil or whatever. Instead of burning those things, if we could figure out a way to basically burn water as the energy source instead of burning one of those other more expensive fuels. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's dope. I hear you now. Yeah. That's a good idea. Yeah, I mean, he's only going to be burning wood, but yeah, it'd be better to use water, obviously.
Right. I mean, you might be able to, if you can figure out how to rig it up, you might be able to actually like run your water hose outside to the thing, burn the water as fuel, and make enough back to pay for your water bill and your electric bill or whatever. Like, I mean, it could.
Yeah, like if you got to run your water
to
for
rig it
10,
up, it might actually work that way.
Run a garden hose for 10 minutes a day. That's nothing. Plus, like I said, you could catch that much water. I'm sure Leaky's got all kinds of fucking garages and sheds and shit, and his house. You know what I'm saying? You set a few rain barrels up in some key spots.
Right.
You know, under the gutters and shit. You can collect a lot of fucking water. I don't know how much rain you get in Florida. Probably a lot. Probably get
Seems
a
like it
decent
might
amount.
be kind of a rainy place there, Florida. Maybe.
You probably get a decent amount of water.
Yeah. It rains a lot, dude, and it rains all the time. And I do collect. I got one big ass barrel that I collect water with.
55 gallon
Yeah.
or bigger, one of the bigger ones.
It's pretty big, man. It's not quite as big as like the burn barrels, but damn near. It's plastic, so it's a little bit smaller.
Oh, like one of those 50-gallon ones, yeah. 40, we got 45, 40. I never heard of nothing smaller than that.
It's probably about 50 gallons or so. That sounds about right. It's you know, it's a little bit higher than my waist. It's probably about a fucking, let's see, it's about the size of of one of them regular garbage cans, like the gray ones.
Yeah, no doubt. That's pretty big. That holds a decent amount of water. That's good to have though, because that's fucking. What do you do with it? Use it for your garden or something?
Yeah, I water my plants and shit, my fruit trees and the chickens and all that. But man, it fills up so quick, dude. You wouldn't believe how fast it fills up in just one spot of my house where I have it sitting under. But yeah.
Or is it? What's it just falling off the roof?
Collect
Or do you have
unlimited water, bro. Around here, you collect unlimited water.
Do you have a gutter system it drops into, or is it just like you're just catching it off the corner of a roof somewhere?
I had a gutter, but now, yeah, it's just a corner right now where
it's just you're just getting lucky and it's just filling up. Yeah. If you put it under like
that's just one spot, right at a valley, valley in my roof.
No doubt. Yeah. So I mean, you got like unlimited water. Water is not even a fucking real thing that we should have to. Do you live in one of those states where it's like they only let you catch a certain amount of water?
I think there might be some law, but I mean,
ain't nobody checking for that.
There ain't no water police around here checking on stuff.
Ain't no one checking. Yeah, ain't no one coming around. If they ever did catch you, just be like, all right, this is the amount I caught, and I won't catch any more for the rest of the year. Is that cool? I'll let it all fall into the ground. I don't think they're worried about it in Florida.
Okay.
Maybe somewhere like Cali or something, but
you can just buy hydrogen reactor, like it's for science projects, I think, or whatever. But you can buy one online, it looks like, to basically do this electrolysis of water into hydrogen and oxygen, and it looks like it has it says it is a watertight and airtight container that holds the reactor core wired to the power source, the water, and the created H2 and O2 gases, and feeds these gases to your hydrogen science project. So if you got one of these pre-made things, you could at least do a test and see if you can basically run the water through there, get it split, and then use the hydrogen, figure out a way to dispose of the oxygen, which you might be able to just release that into the air or whatever, but then run the hydrogen into like some sort of
I don't understand. Isn't oxygen flammable? Isn't there supposed to be like no smoking because there's oxygen?
It's not combustible. It's
well, how come there's always signs where it says no smoking, oxygen tanks in use and shit?
Because if
those are under pressure,
then it accelerates. It's an accelerator, right? Basically. So
maybe not. Well, yeah, maybe you wouldn't want to just dump the oxygen. Maybe you'd want to try and figure out how to use that with the hydrogen after it's been split.
It's like an accelerator, right? It's not really combustible. I mean, it accelerates the fire that's already there. So, I mean, I don't see what the damn difference would be. It sounds flammable to me. But they say it ain't. You know, you need the fire. I mean, fuck, what's the difference? I don't know. To me, it's flammable.
I feel like just letting that go in the air kind of sucks. Like, there's nothing you could do. There's nothing you could do with that.
Dude,
I don't know.
did
I mean,
one
it might be
trap.
something to work on to see if there's a way to, still use that rather than just throw it up into the air and waste it. There might
That's
be
like
something.
a third. Yeah, that's
So-
like a third of what you're getting out of the thing. So yeah.
So
I made a contraption, dude, to catch the gas off the anode and off the cathode, and they did this. They behaved similar, unless I might have did it wrong. I was kind of impatient, just slapping it together, but I might have somehow mixed them unknowingly. But I had a cut 2-liter over the anode, collecting the gas out of that, and then cut 2-liter over the cathode, catching that gas, and they were basically the same shit, dude. But I guess if you did it right, you would get 2 different kinds of gas, but I didn't. They were both flammable and both lighter than air.
maybe not.
The thing is, it just doesn't take
You're using the hydrogen.
much power to split the water. It doesn't take much at all to do it for electrolysis.
What are you using it for?
I just experimenting, I made some balloons, and was just testing it different ways. I seen it, and what I was trying to do ultimately was to run my generator. And I was trying to get more, to use I made it in a pickle jar. I took the stainless steel plates and put them, and I just alternated them, positive, negative, and that's basically how you make it in a nutshell. And then I was collecting the gas because it's flammable, and I seen a thing where a guy ran his lawnmower off just gas vapor. So I got the idea to collect the gas from the pickle jar to run my generator, my electrical generator. So the pickle jar generator, well, I got it running for a few seconds. The gas coming out of the pickle jar, I just let it build up for a second and got it started, but then it cut right off. So I had the idea to make 2 of them and join them together, because what it seemed to me is it just needed more. And I did all that, and cleaned the plates off real good of the existing one, made a new one, did all that shit, and it never ran for more than a couple seconds, the original. Then when it was all said and done, a few weeks later, after I took it apart and everything, one of the hoses I used was freaking clogged. So I was only using the gas coming out of the one jar like original. So I was like pissed off, and I still, as of yet, haven't redone it. But by my calculation, it's going to take a few jars, but you only need a few volts. You're only talking a few volts. There's supposed to be a sweet spot too, according to Stanley Myers, but he didn't ever tell me. But you could probably figure it out. But I need to really get focused into to doing that, because let's say I made 5 little pickle jar generators and joined them all together and through a bubbler, and then going into the generator. So I ran them off of my DC output. I'd need a little bit to get it going at first. So I'd just take a car battery, get them going, and then enough to get the generator running for a few seconds so then I could use my DC output on the electrical generator to power the pickle jars. So then I'd have 2 free plugs. You see what I'm saying?
Wouldn't it be just cheaper to buy gasoline?
No, it'd be free. So it don't get much cheaper than that. Well, whatever you want to save water costs.
And electricity.
No, it's an electrical generator, so that's what's making the power, right? And it's a concept. Like I would, if I were to get it to work, I know that I'd never be able to fucking patent like turn the fucking electrical grid upside down, but I could sell it as like a apparatus for emergency situations, where if you couldn't get to gas or you couldn't get to propane or such, you'd have a limited supply of energy. Let's say a week or two's worth.
Wouldn't it harm a 2-cycle engine? Because a 2-cycle engine needs oil in the fuel, right?
Well, I be honest, that sounds yeah, I don't think it'd work for it with a 2-cycle engine, but I've never seen a 2-cycle generator. I mean, sure they probably have them, but
You got to mix some oil in with the gasoline when you use a 2-cycle, don't you? I mean, I
yeah,
don't
but
know.
the electrical generators, they're all 4-strokes, to my knowledge anyway.
No, I mean for like your lawnmower, for your lawnmower.
Yeah, you'd need gas, but you don't. But in a 4-stroke, you don't mix it in with it. That's it's separate, you know. So you still need to add oil.
You know, because maybe if there's not enough lubrication, it might run, but then it might wear the cylinders a lot.
Yeah, you definitely need oil to keep the pistons lubricated. Yeah, I'm not trying to get around that. But you know, you don't have to change the oil freaking every couple months, you know, every couple thousand hours or whatever.
I'm just guessing. I'm just going. I don't know. You probably know more than I do.
That's a fair question. I mean, it's experimental anyway. I'm just pissed off that I did all that, man. And in hindsight, after the fact, I was only getting the gas generated off of one of the jars. All that to combine them. I still have the little combiners and all the hoses and stuff. I need to redo it, but I think I'm gonna need like about at least 4 jars, maybe 5.
Don't people usually use like methane? Because I've heard that
Yeah,
farmers.
propane. Some people they have inverters for propane.
Yeah, I've heard farmers, for instance, will use their pig shit and gather the methane from the pig manure, cow manure, and put that in a tank and use it to run stuff. That's what I've heard. I don't know. You got pigs?
Did you say pig shit? You've been watching too much Game of Thrones.
I don't know. No, farmers have these big pools of either cow manure or pig manure, right? You get the methane from that.
Right, right. I'm just joking with you anyway. But I believe that.
Stuff with that, right? Can't you? I thought so. I don't know.
I put a muffler on all my chickens, man, and I'll make some ass mufflers for all my kids. They can catch all their farts.
Chicken shit is pretty potent stuff there, dude. That's strong stuff. I mean, you get some chicken shit into a small building, that stuff will knock you out.
It just seems like if I could get this thing in my garage out of a damn pickle jar running for a few seconds. I mean, I made a video out of it. You'll see it doesn't run for long. The first one I got it to, the first time I got it to run probably about 3 or 4 seconds. Second time was about 2 or 3 seconds. But if I could get it to do that, it seems like they've probably already mastered this shit because Stanley Myers was serious into this shit. He was an engineer, you know, and he was pretty high up in the military, and he was working for the military, you know, basically on the side. He said that we were real close to running out of oil. We were like the population didn't know, but we were like 1 or 2 days crucial during, you know, right before the Gulf, the war in the Gulf or whatever, the Gulf freaking operation. And yeah, he was trying to make it where we weren't dependent on oil so much. And he come up with this stuff, and he drove across America on water in a little, I'm saying dune buggy, but just kind of like a little car, like a dune buggy car type of car. And he drove across from California to New York on a show called PM Magazine. It's like a news entertainment show, and he did it on national TV. You know, and they inspected it and all that shit. And he's deadly serious. And then he was dead. Some oil investors, you know, he was out to dinner with them, and he claimed right there on the spot. You know, he didn't even make it to the hospital, but claimed they fucking poisoned him. He turned down their offer, like $1 gajillion or something, like $1 billion to sell them the patent, but he wanted to keep it in the country. he was he was patriotic, but I think supposedly the military they got all of his information and stuff, but the way he was patenting it, he was doing it in steps, and but I think the military, like I said, they had access to all his shit, but they couldn't release something like that because it would turn the world upside down. I understand. I don't like the way they go about it, like murdering and doing shit to conceal technology, but you know, but I do understand it would flip the world upside down. But what they need to do is the oil industries, for technology like that, they need to just take control of it. Whoever invented the shit, just pay them off and take control of it. You'll still get your money. And I don't know.
A pickle jar isn't very big.
Well, I mean, the pickle jar is just for sake of simplicity. Something I had around non-conductive. To for the electrolysis. Yeah, that's what Stingray's talking about. He's like, if you get it working, man, it'll help me market it and all that. It was me, Rumpus, and Stingray. He's talking about calling it pickle jar technology. Pickle jar technologies. But I can't put enough emphasis, man. If I got this thing to run at all, and what they could do 1,000 times better. That's my whole point. Like the distances that the PCB or whatever the train that runs through Australia and all that, and checking the times and the speeds they're claiming. And I seen a guy who drove across Australia, and it was during the lockup. He was having trouble crossing one of the borders or whatever. But if I'm not mistaken, I seen a gas price of like $1.30 something or $1.50 something. And I was like, what? And then I was watching Robert Murray Smith, the guy who does a lot of home tech. Just it shows you how to do a lot of chemical reactions and make batteries and generators and shit like that. And he was talking about the boards, like the PVC boards. It's like a plastic. It's like they have 1x4s and they're plastic, right? They're expensive as shit here. They're starting to use them for like decks and everything because they're invincible. They last way longer. But he's talking about in America, he's saying where he's at. I think in the UK, the shit's dirt cheap. Them boards are dirt cheap. It's like a plastic type of board. But here in America, they're expensive as shit. A little 1x4 is like $20, like a 10-footer. It's weird how
Talking
things
about
are
ABS?
such different prices, man. We're based on location.
Are you talking about ABS plastic? The stuff they use for like 3D printing?
Yeah.
Probably because we invented it and we're charging a huge inflation for the patent.
Is anybody in Australia? Because if I'm not mistaken, I see the gas under $2. Is that right? Or like barely over $1?
I think Australia is expensive.
Yeah, Australia's more expensive than the US. US is one of the cheaper places to get petrol.
And
I mean,
their
here
petrol,
it's
their gas is
Maybe they're charging
dirty,
by
I
the
think.
liter. Is it possible that it was a price per liter?
yeah, it's price per liter that they're going to be paying. So here it's about 140, 145 per liter. So I did a nice conversion to tell you that it's $7.42 42 cents in US. But I think that's a UK gallon, which is a bit bigger than yours.
In California, it's about $5 a gallon. Texas,
I wish it was $5 a gallon.
here in Texas, it's $2.55.
Yeah.
Florida, it's right at $3, give or take 5 or 10 cents.
And you get hurricanes too.
What?
And you get hurricanes too.
Yeah, they show all this crazy shit on radar. They ain't really much of nothing when they get here. Just a windy ass storm. And anytime you have windy ass storms, you're gonna have a couple. They show like uprooted trees and all that, but you'll have a lot of debris around your neighborhood and everything, but nothing crazy. You'll have a lot of neighborhoods with no down trees, and then you'll have like they focus on the destruction. I mean, they make it out worse than it actually is. But I mean, there's some bad storms and all that. But I think the only destruction is the fact that tornadoes spring from them. So if you don't get a tornado, you just get limbs and shit blowing around. Nothing too severe.
Unless you live in New Orleans, obviously they had a bit of damage.
Yeah, you get your entire town just wiped off the face of the earth.
Well, the main thing, to be honest, is the storm surge. It's the flooding that wipes shit out. That does the most monetary destruction. Like there'll be a big storm surge, like 15-foot fucking storm surge. Some places they have to evacuate and whatnot. Depends on your drainage and your height above sea level. I guess your distance to the coast and whatnot.
Yeah.
What is the highest point above sea level in Florida? It's only like it's nothing big. It's like 30, 40 feet, isn't it?
Yeah,
I don't think it's that much. Naturally, I don't think it's very high. It might be a little higher than that, but I don't think it's that high.
Yeah, it's not much.
I like being 350 feet above sea level.
Plus, Florida's bedrock is basically Swiss cheese, isn't it?
Well, I know they found some really interesting archaeology down there. And you're right, yeah, it was limestone. Because they found lots of post holes that have been dug into it, basically.
That's because 80% of the foundations have to be dredged in, drill holes and posted and cemented in, and you have to do it into bedrock.
This is ancient stuff. So this is sort of.
I thought you were talking about how they build stuff now.
Sort of late Clovis period.
Far down to keep it. You ain't got to dig far down to keep a trailer from fucking tipping over in a hurricane.
Yeah. In North Florida, they have this stuff we call devil dirt, and it's like concrete, dude. I've seen shovels spark trying to get in this shit, but it's dirt. But it's like must have some clay or something mixed into it or limestone. But we call it devil dirt, man. You need a pickaxe to dig a simple little bearing, footer. You need a pickaxe to chop through the shit before you can even dig. It's crazy.
Going to be an igneous type of rock like flint. We've got some flint down there. And also, Jeremy, who really wants to live in a trailer?
I love the trailer park. What I really want to live in is a concrete dome. I'm having serious issues right now with cold air leaking into my house. Because what they do is they build a house as fast and as cheap as fucking humanly possible. Because all it really matters is you get the house built. It doesn't matter if there's a few leaks or cracks here or there, you know, whatever. You got the house built, you got paid. What I'd really love to live in would be a solid concrete dome with tons of thermal mass and very few places for the air to leak out. You know what I'm saying?
I live in a 3D printed home. They're starting to print homes.
I know that's going to be the move right there.
I'd live in that.
They should be making them dome shaped though to especially in somewhere like Florida where you got like hurricanes and shit. You know, if you got a dome shaped structure, it's going to hold up a lot better in a hurricane situation.
Yeah, I mean, I live in quite a modern house in the UK. It was built, I think, in 1901.
You said pretty modern, built in
My house is post
1901.
World War. It's built right, dude. It's a block, but it's solid. They poured all the blocks. They poured the cells solid with steel in them. But it's post World War, dude. I remember taking off one little piece of roof, and it's like the 2x6s up there they're actually 6 inches. They ain't like nowadays. There's get 1.5 by 5 1/4. But dude, trying to get one of them boards off was like, God, dog, dude. I had to get a freaking pry bar to get. I mean, even the nails. Like this house was built freaking right, dude. It's post World War II, so it's kind of old, but it's blocked. So it's not like it's gonna rot. And just the walls are sheetrock. I mean, they're I don't know what you call it, but it's like a type of concrete.
Plaster?
It's not individual pieces. It's like poured some type of.
Yeah, it's going to be slab concrete. That was the kind of thing they were putting up because it was pretty quick to build those houses after the war. We got quite a few of them here. A lot of military housings built like that. I mean, my house is technically it's what's called a railway cottage, so it was built sort of turn of the 20th century. But I've got ridiculously thick walls, which means it stays quite warm in winter and it stays quite cool in summer, which is quite nice.
Dude, I had the FLIR camera out earlier. You should see. It looked like just everywhere an exterior wall touches the floor, there's just a massive amount of cold air getting in. Like some of the places, like I got patio doors. Some of the patio doors are in like 30 degrees. Inside, this is inside the house, mind you.
I'm assuming you're talking Fahrenheit and not Celsius.
Yeah, I don't even know what that means. You guys would be using weird shit over there. American units.
Yeah. The American units versus the rest of the world. And
freedom.
even though it annoys me because it's a French standard, but
They're freedom degrees.
That's how you know they're the best degrees, because America is using them.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, it's fucking freezing in here, man. I mean, me and my wife had I took the baseboards off earlier and was going around with the window and door foam. You know, that foam shit in a can that expands. I went and did all along. It helped a little bit, but like, I don't know, man. They just make houses like shit. It's all about money. They just want to slap it together as fast as fucking possible.
Dude, the houses we built around here, like, 10, 20 years ago, yeah, they're fucking built. Like, I'm waiting on a big storm to come through because we used hurricane clips and these wood framed houses with like T111, that shit rots after, if you're around any moisture. But and then the stucco houses, like if you had a baseball and you're playing catch, you made a bad throw, you put a dent in your fucking house. Like, man, these houses, and they're expensive, dude. These rich neighborhoods. Like they're paying all this money, like $400,000 or $500,000 for a fucking house that you could dent with a fucking baseball, dude. I'd pick my house any day, dude. Just a solid block, man.
One of my mates, he's a bit of a hippie. He built his own house. He built a cob house, which is basically, like my brick and hay bales. But it's amazing. It's so warm, but it's also solid.
Look at the pyramid. They got the. Oh, my bad, Josh. Go ahead.
No, go on, mate.
They got the Great Pyramid. Obviously, that's way more extravagant than you would even need. But they got the Great Pyramid to stand for what, thousands of years. We're always going to need homes. There's never going to be a time where it's like, okay, I think we're done with homes.
Wasn't
Don't
exactly
need homes. You know what I mean? Like, just make that shit the best possible.
It wasn't a home, though. The pyramids.
It wasn't really a very efficient use of interior space either.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It wouldn't need to be that. It wouldn't have to be like that diesel, but you know, it could be. You could make a home out of something that would last that long.
Yeah, I mean, the house I grew up in was, well, the newer bits of it were sort of 300 years old, and the older bits were about 500.
Did you say you have a relatively modern house and it was built in 1901 earlier?
Yeah, I mean, old house. We don't call, and a house here really isn't old unless it's over 200 years old.
Yeah, no doubt.
I'm
My
I'm
house is
from
kind of
Europe.
old. My house was built in the 2001, I think, and it's considered like, you know, moderately, medium aged or something. That's what I mean. They're building these houses now to where they're like throwaway houses. It's like buying a Hyundai or some shit.
But I mean, American housing as kind of, depending where you are, it's not true everywhere because you got things like the brownstones in New York. But American housing in most towns was cheap, cheerful, and stick it up as quickly as you can type stuff. And that's been quite a tradition. It was always kind of a bit of a joke. We build our houses out of fucking proper materials, and you build it out of like plywood and nails and chewing gum.
Seriously, man. I got this one spot in my patio sliding door is a straight up direct line outside. Like, what the fuck is going on? It's brick over here.
My brother's buddy, he does houses like tilt walls. They pour slabs down the ground, and then tilt them up, and they're concrete. They're like bunker houses. He charges a fortune for them, but they're for the people who want to live in storm safe houses. Tornado safe houses. Basically, they're like little mini bomb shelters, man. They're like 8 inches thick.
Yeah, that's how we
Steel
should be
concrete.
making houses, dude. Like, just some. I'm telling you, not just like the pyramid, but similar construction as like the pyramid was made. Like, if the pyramid had constant maintenance going on it the whole time, the exterior of it would probably be mint condition. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you have some concrete dome structure and you just once every 5 years go around and put the sealant or whatever the fuck on it, that's probably good. And then your house is never going to burn down, never going to fucking, never going to get fucked up.
You
That's
do
what, dude,
realize
man.
that concrete rots, don't you?
Yeah,
No, that's why we got to use that shit the Romans.
Submerged. If you have good concrete, it won't rot unless it's steadily is submerged. Constantly saturated. But good concrete won't. Will
But
withstand
you're
that.
also talking about where Jeremy lives, which gets quite hot summers, very cold winters. So you're going to get the contraction, expansion of concrete, and that kind of fucks it up.
No, that's why you got to use what the ancient Romans were using, right? They used to build these domes that, to this day, are still standing.
Yeah, in countries that don't get particularly cold winters.
Rome, they get cold winters.
Rome, yeah, Rome does not get cold winters, mate.
No.
They get the same kind of winter as, say, North Carolina.
Yeah,
they're surrounded by they're surrounded by a nice warm sea called the Mediterranean, which never gets that cold, which is kind of like a blanket.
No doubt.
Dude, all the concrete I've sent back, God, I wish I could go back in time for many reasons, but just one, like I got to thinking, and as much concrete as I sent back to the plant on all my jobs, if I just made like 5 blocks. Sorry, I had a phone call, but if I just had made 5 solid blocks, and with little keyholes in them, keyways, made males and females. There's a bunch of different ways I could do it, but I was thinking if I just made them like a foot wide, maybe 10 inches wide, and maybe 18 inches long and about 6 inches high. Just made a bunch of them, man. I could have made some hella sturdy structures off of these solid blocks. Just put little pieces of rebar in each piece, man. Just little rods. I could make something invincible, man. It wouldn't hardly cost nothing, man. But that's looking back, accumulation over years and multiple jobs. But I guess it's never too late to start. But I don't know. my will to do something like that is shrinking.
I'd love to have my third cousin's house. He lives up in Portland, and he's got the most amazing house. It's kind of up in the mountains, just sort of, I think, west Portland. And it's like set into a mountain. You know, the whole front of it is like, you know, just is glass, and it's just he lives in a cave basically with a glass front.
I mean, those Earth ships where they were making those were a good start. If you have a lot of thermal mass, all you really need is good. I saw one time they took a shed. They lived in a climate like mine where you get a really cold winter and a really hot summer. They took a shed. I think they put, I don't know if it was 4 feet or 7 feet of insulation around the whole shed. Then it was wintertime, so they filled it with ice. They cut out a side of the shed. They cut it out and stuck a fridge in it so you could just open the door from the outside. And in the wintertime, they just filled up 5-gallon buckets with ice, stacked it inside the whole shed. So it was just a fridge sticking out in a shed full of ice. And it managed to keep the fridge cool all summer.
It's what the Victorians used to do. They used to have what's called ice houses.
For what, air conditioning?
Well, it's basically like a brick structure built underground that they used to fill with ice. And it just used to keep cold. So that's where they used to store stuff. So it was like a rich person's fridge. Poor people didn't have it, only rich people did.
Yeah.
Them Victorians were damn clever. I could live in Oregon.
They made all drugs legal in Oregon, I heard.
I could definitely live in Oregon.
I mean, does that sweeten the pot? If that wasn't what was first, your first thought was, it sweetens the deal right there.
Well, I just like a really good forest. One of the things you guys are very lucky about, you still got quite a lot of natural forestry.
Oh yeah, this place is huge over here. Well, the EPA makes sure that we don't. These forests are sitting on top of a lot of oil, right? And they don't want a lot of oil to get out or lower the price. So what they do is they make sure that they say, "Oh, the birds and the squirrels and the trees don't drill here for oil."
Yeah, you gotta make sure you don't harm the penguins. The forest penguins.
Well, didn't Trump
Maybe
get rid
not.
of the EPA pretty much?
Maybe not.
I mean,
I don't know.
it's one of the things, you know. If you've got forest that is hundreds or thousands of years old, once it's gone, it's gone. I mean, that's the thing. And you know, you're lucky that you still have tracts of actual fairly wild land. You know, and it is kind of important. Yeah, especially the West Coast, you know, the Northwest Coast.
Do you not know how trees work?
Yeah.
It's super not once they're gone, they're gone. You can totally make more.
Oh,
Like,
I realize
forever,
that.
for
But
infinite.
no, well that's
as
the
long as
problem.
time goes.
When you deforest an area, you fuck up the soil. Yeah, trust me. I mean, we've got the all the sort of moors and downs in the UK is when the forests were cut down in Neolithic times. It's not farmland, but the forest didn't come back because the soil is not good enough. It would take a very long time for that to naturally form. If there were no humans about, yeah, you know, give it 500-600 years, you'd have an awful lot of forestry back in the UK.
They could have, if they were replanting trees, though, they could have, it would have been fine. They did have a lot of erosion and shit, yeah, but if they know what we know now and they were replanting the trees, they would have been fine.
You tend to find that what you get is you get moorland and peat. So you get sort of heather growth, and heather growth will stop trees growing. Trees don't like peat.
They make everything sound so cluttered and populated. When I took a flight to Vegas, and I'm glued to the window, you know, just looking out. And one time I went, it was nighttime, and you could see the city lights. So you just dark for like 10-15 minutes, just black,
Yeah.
just flying over pitch black, and then you'll see like a little spot of lights up in the distance, and you'll pass it, and then you just go over black, and then another patch of light. You'll see each patch of city lights. You know how it just gets dimmer and dimmer toward the outskirts, and then you have maybe a little patch outside of that city. Then you're just going through black, just, you know, sometimes 10-20 minutes worth of just black the whole way. It's just black with little patches of light, man. It just seemed like a lot of empty, you know, a lot of natural land.
If you fly from, say, you know, sort of New Orleans up to Dallas, Washington, you don't see that much black. You know, there is quite still more than you find in Europe. But then again, if you fly over, say, from, you know, the UK out to the south of Germany, mostly light, apart from the Black Forest and a few other bits in the Bavarian Mountains. So basically where it's difficult to build houses. You know, it's the level of sort of population over here is quite a lot denser than the US. You know, the Netherlands is just like one big fucking light.
I think my city is like second biggest in the world as far as land size. I think it was at one point anyway. But it's like you have neighborhoods, and then you have patches of woods in between all the neighborhoods and shit. Then you have another neighborhood, and then another patch of land. Like behind my house is a section. I think they reserved a lot of these sections. Like I have a little lake right behind my house.
What are you in Jacksonville?
Yeah, and then
yeah, you got the
it's
largest
reserved,
state in
so they
America.
could never build on. So I don't have to worry about any neighborhoods going up behind my house. It's a patch of woods, and if you cut through, you know, there used to be a little waterfall and shit back there, and man, we had rope swings and all that shit, but it's still there for any kids. It's just not quite as big, but basically it's a patch of woods I never have to worry about them building on because it's a little mini reserve. My son just caught.
I've not been to Florida, so yeah, not a place I've kind of visited.
My son stocked his pond. He caught some bass. He caught a big bass, dude, in like a retention pond behind Walmart. I mean, they stocked them ponds, and he caught, dude, it's probably about a 4-pounder. Man, it's fucking big, dude. probably about, I don't know, 18 inches maybe. And then he caught a regular little 1 pounder, maybe a pound and a half. But he's caught a few other ones. He's stocked in a little pond by my house.
Yeah, I think the furthest south I've been is probably Galveston. So that's further south than San Diego, isn't it?
That's a good question, man. California, the way it's separated and all that, I don't know. It's weird. The climate here is weird too. If you buy a pack of seeds, like the planting schedule is the same in Washington as it is here in Florida, and this is supposed to be the top left part of the planet. They have the same weather we do, a lot of rain and shit, and like Oregon, I think, or Washington, and along the West Coast. You know, it makes me question the layout, because I don't know.
I'll tell you what, it's a darn sight fucking colder up in Washington State and Oregon than it is down in, Atlanta and Louisiana. Tell you that for sure. And North Carolina, fucking hell, North Carolina in the summer is hell. I mean, Atlanta's bad enough because it's just so fucking humid all the time. I would definitely say it's different. I mean, San Diego was about the most predictable weather I've ever seen anywhere in the US. You could literally say, "Oh, it's going to be this temperature."
But don't it sound weird that they have the same planting schedule in Washington? So if you look at a pack of seeds, it's got a country on it, right? I don't know if y'all heard this or not, but so it's got like 4 different times of when you start planting these seeds. So it's got one for the South, one for like a little bit above the South, one for like central, and then one section for northern United States. And the schedule for the South, it wraps up and around the left. It makes me question the layout of the country, because don't it seem weird that here in Florida we're supposed to start our crop at the same time as the very top left-hand part of the country? It just doesn't make sense. Like I said, it makes me question the layout, because just looking at it, it makes me think that the way they have it tilted is not accurate, because there's no way that we should have the same planting schedule at the bottom right-hand corner of your country as you do the top left-hand side. That's exactly catty corner. So all you have to do is tilt it. If you tilted it a little bit, it would kind of make up for the way they claim the magnetic declination, how the magnetic north is off. It's like about 400 or 500 miles to the left of the North Pole or whatever. I've seen conflicting information on this, but if you tilted the United States to the left a little bit, it'd make better sense looking at the climate, the way they work, in my opinion.
Or it could be another factor, like, you've got warm sea currents around Washington and you've got warm sea currents around Florida. Both are coastal areas, both have sort of interesting terrain around them, and also you're on the wet side of the Rockies, aren't you?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. A fair argument. But then you have time jumps, though, man. Like when you get up to Washington and in that area, and then it gets weirder and weirder. You start heading the same direction. Like if you take and you draw an angle from Florida toward Washington, if you keep going past Washington and through the edge of Canada and up towards Alaska and shit, you get like 3-4 hour time jumps in the fucking time zones that don't make sense. In my opinion, like why would Alaska jump 3 or 4 hours from lands that are a few hundred miles away? It doesn't. I don't know. Have you looked into that ever?
Alaska's more than a few hundred miles away, mate. I've never been to Alaska, but I've been to British Columbia, and that's a fuck side south of, yeah.
I'm
Sorry, go
talking
on.
about within a few hundred miles of the lands around it. It seems to make jumps. Like, have you ever looked into this? I mean, be honest. Have you ever looked into the time zones around that area?
Yeah, because you've got the little islands in between, sort of on the Bering Strait, haven't you? Where you have the international,
Okay,
is it the international date lines there, isn't it?
how far do you think Alaska is from Russia or USSR? Whatever.
At the closest point, not that far. It's about what, 40 miles, something ridiculous. I'm not exactly sure.
And I wonder if that's like a tip of Russia or if that's
Yeah,
a
it's the very tip of Russia.
so Russia kind of has okay. That would help. That would help. But
And then you got
I
the
want to
international.
look back
Yeah.
into it so I could get my argument a little more concise. But it just seemed like the time zones were a little off, man. But I'll like I said, I'll look into it and try to get my argument a little bit more concise. But as of right now, it just didn't seem to add up the way it jumped.
Well, West
a few
Coast's
hours.
8. Canada is sort of the British Columbia side of Canada's 9, and then Alaska's 10 and 11. So Alaska spans 2 time zones.
Okay, so Alaska. All right. So how many times? There's 24 time zones, correct? And as far as lines of longitude, there are 24 lines of longitude, correct?
It doesn't really follow the lines of longitude. It's kind of a bit more arbitrary than that.
That's what I
I
was
would
gonna
like,
say.
as a British person, I'd like to apologise because we kind of did it for you.
Okay, good. Because I'm sitting here looking at the globe, and I'm looking at California here. I'm looking at Washington, and they're one time zone over. Or they're when I said a few hundred miles, I meant like longitudinally. I know they're further north, but if you go over, if you went from the westerly most coast of part of California, it's halfway through it's almost halfway through the longitude, and that longitude is right where Alaska
look at the shape of mountain time. Look at the shape of the time zone for mountain time in America and Canada.
Yeah.
That's I mean, it's an arbitrary kind of standard. It's not a definitive one. It was kind of done that. You kind of decided that yourself, and there were certain states you wanted in the same time zone.
Well, my whole point was that just going over 15 degrees from the coast of California put you smack dab in the center of Alaska. Okay, if you, I know that California doesn't end right at a line of longitude; it ends like closer to almost the middle. But if you just took the size of a longitude line from that point, and just drew an arbitrary line of longitude, the distance between each other, then your next line would be not quite smack in the middle, but pretty close to the center. And that's a little further north, so it's not that big of a distance, man. So when you're just laughing at the few 300-400 miles, it's not really that funny, man. It's if you just jolt west and then go straight north.
Well, actually, no, I got that wrong. Alaska's 9. So Fairbanks, Anchorage, all the way out to the island. So only actually, they've put the whole of Alaska in one time zone, even though technically you could say it kind of spans 2. That was me looking at the time zone map wrong.
Okay, so the whole of Alaska is in
one time zone, and it's 1 hour difference to California.
Okay. But all right, and what is it from Russia?
And it is 9, 10, 11. So it's 3 time zones from Russia. 2 time zones from Russia.
See what I'm saying? That's the jump.
But then again, look,
everybody claims that Russia is right there by,
Yeah, it is.
Alaska. When you say 40 miles, you're pretty much That's almost connected, man. When you're looking at a
I'm
map.
not sure if it's that. Maybe more than that. That was me guessing. So let's go and measure it. Let's go and have a look.
Anyway, I'm gonna need you to get that shit straight, man. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, probably somewhere between sort of 40 and 60 miles. But they've artificially put the whole of Alaska in a time zone, the same way as the whole of the Northwest Territories in Canada is in one time zone, and it's the same as Mountain Time.
Australia gets real crazy with the time zones. In Australia, you ever seen them? They got things on the same longitude lines and different time zones. Like, it's crazy.
Yep. Yeah, they're quite fucked up. And there are also some half-hour time zones as well. Out in the Pacific somewhere. You know, technically, the whole of Europe should be in the same time zone as the UK, but, you know, the French got pissed off, so they decided to take a different one. That's why we call it Greenwich Mean Time, because we're being mean to them. Right, it's 11:45. I should go to bed. I'll catch you guys later.
We'll see you later, man. And I'm looking at the Australia thing, and I'm looking at this globe. I look at this shit, you know, once or twice a week. How they talk about how the sunrise in Australia works on a globe, and I just, you know, I look at it, I model it, I make a sun using a laser. You know, I look at the ecliptic and where we never see the sun outside of certain areas. It just doesn't come from the south, man. I mean, I understand that's what it does in reality. Just don't work on a globe, dude. It like they try and say the tilt of the earth. So I'm like, I was about to make a video saying, okay, so if I just keep tilting it more and more, and I tilt it down another 20 degrees, like east is gonna fucking tilt right along with it. I mean, what don't they understand about that? The more I tilt the globe, the more I'm tilting east. If your ecliptic's going to be in the same place, that ecliptic, the Capricorn and Cancer represent where we see the sun in the sky. In other words, you can't try and use distance and angles and all that. Look, this is as far as we see it in the sky. The analemma, or the, what do you call it? The analemma, that represents where we see the sun in the sky. So Capricorn is the farthest south we ever see the sun in our sky. I realize it's on the globe. It's just like a figure eight, awkward figure eight, but it represents where we see the sun in the sky. And it never goes south of the ecliptic. And to get the sun coming in from the south of Australia, from a southeast, you know, and I'm not talking about just 1 or 2 degrees south. That works in North Australia, but I'm talking about like the 10, 11 degrees they're talking about. The sun has to go outside the ecliptic, no matter how you tilt the globe. You could tilt it another 20 degrees. You're just tilting east right along with it. I don't see how they think the tilt could do anything. You tilt the globe, you tilt east, you tilt west, you tilt everything right along with it. And it's, like I said, as long as the sun never appears south of Capricorn, then that's, you know, the sun would have to, for you to see it from the south at all, it'd have to shine through the earth. And it still wouldn't be quite as much as we see in reality. But it could get a few more degrees, you know, probably about another 5, 8 degrees. But they somehow imagine the sun far away with the earth tilt, so they kind of imagine the sun venturing outside of Capricorn, which it does not ever from anywhere. You never see the sun outside of Capricorn and Cancer. It's always going to appear in between the two. Also drives me nuts when I'm trying to get like when you're on Google Maps and you're trying to draw straight lines. I'm like, okay, call it a fucking great circle, call it whatever you want, but draw me a fucking line from here, Australia, over to wherever. It automatically bends the line up and around. Like, so what you're telling me is I can't go this direction? Like, your program won't let me go this direction. You know, like I said, call it a great circle. I'm trying to draw a straight line, a great circle, whatever the fuck you want to call it, from A to B, and it flat out won't fucking let me. That's horse shit, dude. That's not reality.
Hey Brian, you there?
Say what?
Oh, I asked if you were there. I'll take that as a yes.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here.
I mean, I will take a no as a yes as well. So yeah, I was taking a look into the picture, the picture of a paper with your calculations, and
Yeah.
I saw like
Hey, I can listen. Hey, let me say something real quick. I can listen, but I need about 5 more minutes before I can talk. But I'm all ears.
Alright, so I saw two columns. One was the triangulated distance to the GP of the star using trigonometry, and the other column was the value we get by multiplying the angle we get from the vertical to by 69 miles. And there was, of course, there was a difference between them, which was the difference I was showing that day, I mean not that day, yesterday, on the live stream. And I saw that you used like a subtraction to give you the correct value, but I don't see where the subtraction came from. It appears to me that that was just the number that you have to subtract to get from the trigonometry triangulation to the sextant distance calculation. So it seemed to be like just an arbitrary subtraction to make the formula fit. Get what I'm saying?
Yeah. All right. Well, let me ask you a question first. What would you call 7/6R? What would you call that?
7/6R?
Yes, standard refraction. I mean, I know that ain't doesn't have fuck all to do with my celestial refraction, but as far as models and being fair, what would you call 7/6R? Ain't that kind of a arbitrary amount of refraction?
Well, that's not the arbitrary. It's not that hard to get to a value like that. For example, you can just time the sun, so you get the direction of the sun in the sky, and it moves in the sky in a pretty consistent speed. It moves like I think 2 degrees a minute, something like this. I don't remember. And no, not 2 degrees, 2 arc minutes. No, never mind. Anyway, so it moves in a sort of a constant rate in the sky, and as it approaches the horizon, it starts to slow down. Just like every star, actually every celestial body do the same slowing down when they get close to the horizon, which means that their actual position is actually lower than what you're seeing. It's being slowed down by refraction. So you can just you can just use the previous speed to guess where the actual position of the sun should be, and that difference is going to be exactly the refraction you're measuring.
So you wouldn't agree that 7/6R is an arbitrary number? 7/6.
I think I'm not sure exactly how they get to this number, but I would say it's probably the average radius you can use to get to this difference on the Earth, the sun's actual position.
Right. It's a number to make it like an ad hoc, right? Arbitrary number to make it match what we see, right?
Yeah, you could say so.
Well, so what I'm doing is just taking a ratio. I haven't really defined terms on how exactly it works. I give some examples in the video of light refraction, but it also has to do with perspective. But it's basically based on here's what I'm basing it on: the celestial apparent dome, like the dome we see, like just based on what we see. So it's not really, it's no more arbitrary than 7/6R, but it's not using arbitrary numbers. It's using numbers that we observe in reality. And I want to say, as far as the 69 miles, like calculate. I put that on there. I put that on there to show where my model ain't quite 69 miles. I'll admit that it's a little bit off. Not much, but I put that on there to show where the globe radius came from. It came from triangulating 1 degree over 69.1 miles. You get the exact globe radius on a flat triangle. That's why I couldn't get paid That's Shield to acknowledge that, but anybody can do it. Anybody can do the math, and with a baseline triangle, that's what you get, right? So I just kind of made this model to reflect what we see, and the end amount is the refracted amount applied. It's just a way to apply that ratio to the distance. So the end amount is the refracted amount put in distance, converted to distance. So then you subtract that value to get your true distance. That's all it really is, man. You could say it's
but you agree that whichever formula you would use in the first column would give the same result, because you can just subtract the true distance from the value that any random formula gives you, and say that difference was the refraction. So you can make any formula work, right?
So you think but it's not really linear. So I don't think that works perfectly.
Not sure if you got what I'm saying. Like, what I'm saying is, there's the formula that does the triangulation, right? The triangulation using a rectangle triangle, right? So there's that formula. And the formula gives you a certain distance. And then there's the sextant formula, which is you get the vertical, you subtract 90 by, you get the elevation angle, you subtract 90 from it, or subtract it from 90, and you multiply that by 69 miles. That's the sextant way to do it. And there's the way you presented us how to do it, and they give different values. And what you're saying is the difference between the values is what refraction is doing, right?
Well, the difference in the distance. Here, you got to follow. I need you to follow me here for a second. Not trying to debate, but follow me in my thinking for a minute. Okay, we know for starters, we know that flatter globe, whatever. And as far as one measurement goes, we'll have a circle of equal altitude on a flat plane. But here's the thing. Okay, so the distances start deviating as far as multiple points. So I'm trying to show. I'm showing mathematically how to correct that. Basically, you follow me this? So if the sun or a star, if the Earth is a flat plane, then there's got to be a reason why the sun sets, and why things appear to go down. Wouldn't you agree that there's got to be an explanation of
Yeah,
how
sure.
them things would work? Well,
Mhm.
so that's what I'm trying to do is show it mathematically as best as I can, and I believe that it has to do with our the way we see. So I'm just converting the angles, and you can call it I call it a refraction model, but it's kind of like a parent. It kind of has to do with refraction and perspective, kind of all tied into one. And that's the closer you get
Actually,
down to the horizon, the more refraction there is, the more drop there is. A flat Earth would necessitate that. Is my point.
the correction isn't perspective and refraction corrected, because your triangulation formula is already accounting for perspective, because as the star gets further, the angle to the star gets lower and lower and lower. That's perspective right there. So you wouldn't need to correct for perspective, because
Say that, but how come a cloud that's between 1 and 2 miles up in the sky drops down toward the horizon between 10 and 15 miles. Math doesn't explain that, dude.
What do you mean? Don't get it.
Do you think the clouds around you, like your apparent atmospheric dome, for lack of better terms, what you see around you, do you think them clouds off the distance, you think they're like hundreds of miles away or something, the way the math would dictate? Or do you think it's perspective of how that works? Or do you...
Well, actually, the math would dictate exactly what perspective tells you, because the triangulation that you're referring to is exactly what explains perspective. There's no...
I know that. I understand that, but it breaks down. The further you go, the less accurate it is. And like I said, my example would be the clouds. And before you knock it, I would recommend that you at least try it. Focus next time you go on a fairly straight drive. Focus in on a cloud and just get average height. Doesn't even have to be perfect. And see how far you have to go away from it or towards it before it drops down to the horizon. And it does not fit the math, bro. I promise you. The reality is not fitting the mathematical perspective, man. I'm not exactly sure why.
How am I going to know how the cloud is moving in the sky? Because if the cloud is also moving toward or against me, I'm not sure exactly how to know how fast this is happening. And also, I mean, the clouds can be sinking or rising as well. I also don't know how to measure the distance between me and the cloud.
I agree, man. I mean, that's why I said just get average. It's off by so much that any of the factors you just specified, you're still gonna have problems. I do understand that the cloud could be moving away, it could be moving towards you. Just pick a day where it's big ass fluffy clouds. And they're obvious. You know how they look from the ground? They looks like a dome. But when you get up there, you see a cloud deck. It's a layer, and it's flat. It's the bottom of it will be pretty damn flat, dude. The top of it's fluffy and bubbling all over the place, but the bottom of the cloud layer, when you get up there in an airplane, is a pretty flat, straight line. Not perfect, but it's not what we see on the ground. And I don't think perspective quite demonstrates that. But before I could explain it, I'd need you to at least test it out a little bit, just with averages, because the math would dictate that some of these storm clouds would be seen like 350 to 400 miles away. That's ridiculous.
Well, actually, not sure what your point is. So you're saying, what was your last sentence? That is, the standard clouds, according to the math, should what?
Well, let's do this. You tell me the average height of a rain cloud. It's average. It ain't. It's not a test. It's not a test. Just a guess.
All right. Well, I had no idea how that is. Just I don't know. I'll guess like 8 kilometers. I don't know.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Let's just say, what would you say about 4 or 5 miles? Just pick one of them.
I don't visualize miles very well, actually. Not used to it.
I think it says the rain clouds average about 5 miles. Let's just call it 4 miles. Do the math real quick, man. You're good. You're good on the spot, man. So to see how far 4 miles high would have to go to disappear to a regular 6-foot observer. Just take your time and tell me the distance.
That depends also on the height of the cloud, right? Or you mean how far it should?
Yeah, let's just go. Let's just average it. It says 5 miles average, I think, in Google. Just say 4.
I mean, not how high it is from the ground. I mean, how high the cloud itself is. Because if...
Yeah. The cloud, we'll call the cloud 4 miles high, and we'll call the observer just around 6 foot or whatever you want first. Just make it simple as you want.
Okay, 1 sec. So apparently, let's see, average clouds are usually between 2 and 6 kilometers. but some are very low and are like 2 kilometers from the surface. So yeah, if we would use a flat surface, well, actually, it doesn't matter how far they are; they would never touch the horizon. We would need a curved surface for them to touch the horizon, right? At this perspective.
Well, look, we're not on a perfectly flat world, so I'm judging like the tree line, you know, to any natural horizon you have, not necessarily over water. Just say a tree line, say before it gets down, you know, close
I
to
don't know
a
how that
distant tree
helps you.
line. That's pretty much where the clouds disappear. I'm just get an average. It doesn't have to be even perfect. Just give me just do the math and roughly.
Yeah, but
About
I'm not sure how to do the math considering like trees and things like that. Should I just consider that there are some objects like the size of a tree in the horizon? Is that what you're saying?
Well, just do it on a globe. How far would it have to go if it was call it 5 miles high since we're doing the globe. Let's do what it tells us. Rain cloud 5 miles high. How far would it have to go to disappear on a globe to a 6-foot observer?
All right. Let me just pick a pen and paper. I'll be right back. E é bom se tu dizer. Era bom. Caralho, é bom mesmo.
Bem melhor que
Mano, muito bom.
Muito melhor que original.
E é ardidinho.
É bem pouquinho.
Alright, I'm back. Okay, so we have a sphere, which is the Earth, and we have another radius around the sphere, which is the height of the bottom of the cloud, right? So if I get a tangent line above the inner sphere, which is the Earth, this touches the second sphere, where the cloud would touch the horizon.
Yeah.
Oh, but I need to consider the observer height. Well, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just.
Yeah, no, just call it about 6 foot. You know, you could just go to the curve calculator, man. I know you like doing the math, but you could go to a curve calculator and see what it says to double check your work after you get done.
I'm not sure how the curve calculator works. But it's not that hard. I just have a rectangle triangle. One side is the radius of the Earth, the other is the radius plus the height of the cloud, which is, let's say 4 kilometers, right? So 4 kilometers. Okay, so
I always do it backwards, man. I just intend the object is the thing viewing it, and to see how far away the horizon is from a 5-mile observer. You know, you get similar results.
do you want the surface angle, like the angle over the ground?
No,
I mean,
I want
sorry, the
the
distance.
I want the base.
Yeah,
I want the baseline to to the
the ground
clouds going
distance.
over the horizon.
The ground distance, like the straight line distance.
Yeah, the ground distance, straight line
All right.
distance, basically, or
So,
whatever on your globe.
all right. So, I'm just gonna use. Okay, so it's r divided by r plus 4 kilometers. That's going to give. How big is? Oh, this line is bigger than this one.
Wait. Where you get 4 kilometers from, real quick?
Well, that's what I'm estimating from the height of the cloud.
Nah, 4 miles, man, or really 5 miles. But yeah, call it 4 miles, not kilometers. Because Google says about 5 miles. I do believe.
Let me see.
Or we could even do both.
Oh, that's about 8 kilometers. Well, I know the values from the top of my head in kilometers, so I prefer to use kilometers, so I can do less conversions.
Kilometers is superior.
Yeah, it's metric. Actually, miles is also metric. You know that?
No.
Yeah, because the metric system. The metric system is defined using constants of nature, right? So we have a definition of time using the cycles of. I don't remember exactly what it is. It's something subatomic, and that's the definition of a second. And then a meter is defined as the distance light travels in 1 second divided by like 299 and the big number. That's the definition.
Didn't they kind of force the definition of the meter? I mean, they forced the miles metric because they're kind of defining the meter by the But yeah, I'm starting to get more and more acclimated to kilometers and things like that. You know, I'm trying to like Celsius and shit like that. It's just a whole lifetime of doing it one way. I got a decent understanding, but when I'm doing, I could do the equations either way.
Right. Yeah, I use the metric system because, well, that's how we use in my country. And that's what I can visualize. So I can't visualize things using like imperial system. Yeah, but the thing I was gonna say is that the definition for the imperial units is using the metric system. So, for example, what's the definition of a mile? It defines a mile as like an amount of meters. So, in that sense, the imperial system is also a metric system because it's defined using the metric system, which is, well, metric. So, okay, let me stop. Let me use like 8 kilometers. This is the cosine. This is the inverse of the cosine. If I time that by multiply that by the radius of the Earth. So it's about let me see. If I did everything correct, I get 200 miles. Yeah, I think it's 200 miles, Brian.
It's more than that. I'll double check your work real quick, and let me run my numbers again.
Oh, okay. So we're using 8 miles, right? Oh, 5 miles, right?
Yeah, correct.
I'm looking for proof for
Yeah,
trying.
it's about 250 miles, man. It's about I think between 240 and 250 miles roughly. But my point being is, have you ever seen? Do you believe for 1 second that the clouds often, the clouds that are on the horizon, you believe for 1 second that's 200 something miles away? I mean, the point is we see clouds, on the horizon, even if it's a little above the horizon, on the tree lines, whatever. Every day that we have clouds, we see clouds that low, and we know we can't see that far. If you look on the news, the visibility for a day usually never exceeds 30 miles, right?
How many miles is that?
About 240. We'll call it 240.
Like 240?
Wait. That's fucking kilometer. Hold on a second. Hold on.
About 200 mile.
Yeah. Because I was looking at 40,000 feet as being, I got confused thinking about kilometers. That would be 8 miles. So, yeah, it's a couple hundred miles. The point being is we always see clouds. We always see clouds on the horizon every day. Every day we see clouds on the horizon. No days do we see 200 miles. And you could drive towards one of them clouds and measure it. I know you're not going to get anything exact, even near exact. But from driving it, my experience, I've done it a few times. I recorded it one time, but I never posted it because it's such a boring fucking video. Just me driving toward the cloud. But it was like 11 miles to get to the clouds that were above the tree line, off in the distance, like 10 miles away. It was like about 11 miles, really. So that doesn't equate with reality, with the math being true perspective. That's just not the way it works, man. And, in my opinion, that negates Earth curve on its face, in my opinion, man. But you'd have to try it to be able to relate with me.
I think using clouds, it doesn't strike me as a good idea. Like, they move, so they could very well just be going towards you. I don't know. And also, I don't know much about clouds.
I agree, it is crude. I do agree. In all honesty, it is crude. But I could also say there's always clouds on there. Anytime there's clouds, there are clouds on the horizon. Would you give me that?
Yeah, that's very often the case, yeah.
So, just even judging by a couple miles up, it way over extends our reality. Like I said, you're gonna have to do this for yourself a few times to get a rough idea before you'll be able to relate with me. And you may never, but you'll at least understand more of what I'm talking about. These clouds that are down toward the horizon are just not that far away, dude.
Oh, right. Well, that also depends on your topography, right? Because if, for example, you're looking above trees, depending on how high are those trees, that can really decrease your angle of, your field of vision of the sky. So if that's some degrees above the horizon, that could just rapidly bring closer to you the bottom of what you can see.
Yeah, I agree, man. Like I said, it is kind of crude, but in your world, you've got to come up with explanations. You got to say, well, the trees, and plus, we don't know the exact height of the cloud. We don't know exactly which way it's moving. In your world, you've got to come up with explanations because it doesn't match a globe, and you've got to make it match your globe. And that's what I've kind of done. Let me finish. That's what I've kind of done with my world being a flat world. I'm just kind of making it match, and coming up with reasons, explanations, and factors on why the sun would set in what I would call like about close to 6,000 miles, because mathematically it only drops it down to about 20 degrees. Still the sun wouldn't set mathematically, but there are factors, So I'm trying to pinpoint them factors because if the Earth is flat, then something's happening to make the sun set. So I'm just kind of putting it mathematically, trying to make a mathematical way of explaining it for lack of better terms, man.
Sure. Yeah, well, you're trying to model it, right?
Yeah, basically.
So that's good because that this makes it more testable. So you can, if you have a model that you created from observation, you can now then compare it to observations you didn't do yet. So, like, if this model is true, then I should also be able to do X, Y, and Z. So you can try do X, Y, and Z, see if that works.
Yeah, another thing I had in mind was I figured if I put this out there, there's some fine tuning to be done, but I figured I could get people in different professions jumping in and helping me. If I just put this out there as something as a baseline formula to open up some people's minds, other flat earthers and whatnot, then we could work together and come up with and narrow it down and give a little more specificity to it and just a starting point, basically, if you will.
Right. Well,
The problem is it's really hard when you start talking distances that are associated with the sextant. It's going to be hard to prove them. You could prove locally, but when you start getting, that's another thing, man. I'm sidetracking a little bit, but another thing, like when you test a straight line or a line on a globe, over 69 miles. Let's say this, between two lines of longitude, 690 miles. I think the difference is only like 3/4 of a mile. So, you know how hard that would be to test 3/4 of a mile difference between 690 miles. It'd be damn near impossible to find a area straight enough to pull chains or whatever you want to call it, man. It'd be very, very difficult. I think the margin of error would be bigger than that. But I know we're starting to get better with the GPS and whatnot. But GPS has to be based on a model. It's got to. I know it's coordinates, absolute coordinates, but they still have to be applied to something, a model. They have to be applied to a model. In other words, especially if they're in motion, then are they going straight overhead? Are they curving over our head? Are they arcing? Are they going straight? There's factors. So you can't use a model to prove a model, in my opinion.
well, do you know how GPS receivers work?
Not exactly.
Sorry.
Not exactly. I got a decent understanding of how the receivers work, as far as pretty much plotting out the timestamp, of the time of the satellites or the towers that it's locked into, right?
Yeah. Well, the good thing about GPS, how it works, is that you have some open source devices. So there are some devices that you can even read the source code, and you can compile it and run yourself, see if that actually works. Which is not that easy to do. It's, of course, you have to buy some things, and it's a bit tricky to get it working. But the way GPS works doesn't help a lot with any flat model, because it gives you a XYZ position in space, right? And there's a conversion you can make to get from XYZ to latitude and longitude. And if you do the opposite, if you get, well, that's my latitude, longitude, and this is my height, altitude, you can also do it backwards. You can work out what's your X, Y, and Z for your GPS. And all those XYZs, they form a sphere. So, either I'm not sure how could that possibly work on a flat surface, actually.
Yeah, so you're talking about over 690 miles. You have not even a mile of deviation. So over 69 miles, you have less than 10 feet. So you know, they're constantly having to correct these. Everything about these satellites points to bullshit, in my opinion. They have to correct them like twice a day, or every day. They have to make corrections to these things. Why would that be? If it's a model that's known perfectly, why would they have to run through? Why would they have to link them with other satellites? So each satellite has a link to another satellite, and in case one of them's wrong, it'll give you the correct. Because they call it because of anomalies. They say it's because of anomalies that are everywhere on Earth, like predominantly like in the and on the east coast and west coast of South America. But you know, then they have the Pacific anomaly. It's all these places in the fucking southern hemisphere. They call them anomalies, man, and their explanations are weak, man, at best. But I mean, I'm deviating a little bit, but in my opinion, if you have a straight line distance that's less than 10 foot of difference on a flat Earth and a globe Earth, you'd never be able to distinguish that between the elevations. How far do you think the satellites are their range is as far as, or how far do you know they are as far as their range, their ground range? What's their radius of being able to see the receiver as far as ground radius?
I don't remember exactly what degrees they're. I mean, because they're just like light. The signals of satellites are subject to fraction of the atmosphere. So when you're triangulating your position, you would give preference to the ones that are higher. So let's
And you say that oh, go ahead, sorry.
no problem. So let's say you need like 20 degrees to get a precise triangulation. Well, yeah, we can work the number to see how much surface they cover. But I'll need to know exactly how high they are.
But I just don't think that 10 feet over 69 miles would, you know, it could go down as an elevation change as far as
What do you mean 10
the way we
feet over
measure it on the
69
ground.
miles? Because
The globe distance, do the math for globe distance, 69 miles, and flat distance, 69 miles, and it's less than 10-foot difference, man. It's shocking.
well, what do you mean? You mean the distance between the surface and a chord line? Is that what you're referring to?
On a curve, on a globe with a radius 3959, the straight line distance.
Because it's
for
1 degree of
for 69 miles, it only deviates by like less than 10 feet. It's crazy.
but the hump you would get it like almost 800 feet.
So that's a lot of discrepancy. That's a lot of area to work with. And here's another question. Another question is the damn let's say this is, you know, if you're going by orbit, if you have artificially ascribed an orbit to this satellite that's moving, and if it's not orbiting, then it's floating around flat over our heads. So you've ascribed from one here it is, from one satellite to another. Okay, if you're mapping that out on a globe. Now, if we could use just one satellite, that'd be hunky dory. But if we're having to use three, then they have to be. You have to map them with the coordinates of each other. In other words, they have to. In other words, if one's an elevation, and you have it mapped on a globe instead of straight across, and one just being higher, if one satellite is actually, if there's three satellites in a line, and the one in the middle is just higher, but you have it on a globe, you're going to call it level, and then it's going to show the ground being curved, however you map them satellites. In other words, I understand about the.
Vance, we can hear that maybe.
Yeah,
And it's a bit loud.
distracting. My point is the satellites, okay, have to be plotted themselves. They have to be in a position. You can't get around it. So
Yeah,
if
but
we're
the
just
thing
using one, I'm good with that. But you got to have at least 3 to trilaterate, and so they have to be plotted in a coordinates with each other. So on a globe, if you're mapping it as they're on a globe, the elevations, but they're not, then you're going to map the ground curving. There's no getting around it, bro. I mean, you could try and talk your way out of it, but there's no getting around it.
But it still works for everyone, because if they have fixed positions, or if they aren't orbiting the Earth,
I agree it would work.
Yeah, I don't think so, because the signals that they send has a timestamp for when they were sent, and it sends in all directions.
Right? They have to have a distance, correct?
No, they just send their position in a timestamp.
Right, and how long it took the signal to get back, or the signal to reach it. So there's got to be a distance. You can't do the calculation without.
The satellites don't read signals; they just send. And
The time.
What?
That's what they have to adjust every day. Is the times. The time is
With the satellites, not your algorithm. Your algorithm doesn't have to do anything like that. So.
No, the time. Listen, how are you gonna do any calculation if you're measuring a bounce? Then you're just measuring a bounce. You know, you got to know the speed the signal's going and the time it took to get there, bro. Why are you trying to talk your way around this?
Speed of the signal we use is the speed of light. The constant
speed. Right. So you know the speed. Now all you have to know is how long it took.
Correct. And we can't know it just with one satellite.
Exactly, and that's the problem. If you could just use one, you could prove something. You've got to use more than one. So they have to be in a position relative to one another. They have to be in a position, bro. You can't just have the timestamp without putting them in a spot, because you couldn't get a distance. You didn't know the satellite's location, bro. I mean, look, whether I'm right or wrong, if you at least see what I'm talking about.
Brian, if you would listen to him for a while, he's telling you why you can't use just one.
Yeah, I understand that. I started off telling him, I'm leaving Paige here. Fuck that dude. He's a shill. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, I know. You know, I'm sorry that you left. I was being nice.
Yeah, well, you were nicer today than yesterday, I guess.
Well, yesterday he was full of shit and deserved to be.
Well, actually, I understand.
Where's Brian?
Really?
What happened to Brian?
Can you explain it to me?
Yeah. So
NASA said a couple of words and Brian left.
Yeah, I know.
NASA. Understandable.
Well, so yesterday, I mean, I read, that picture that he sent. So apparently, what he's saying he found was the correction for refraction.
Maybe not.
So he used the same triangulation that we were doing. Instead of using tangent, he was like using a website or something. And then he was getting the values from triangulating using a rectangle triangle. And then he was using the distances that you would get from a sextant, and they don't match. And he knows they don't match. So he just subtracted the value he calculated by the actual value and said that's the refraction. Right. So all he did was...
Is that what I was trying to understand this the other day. So when he gets a discrepancy between what a sextant measures and what a flat Earth should give, he calls that refraction. Right. Exactly. So that means refraction is going to be more extreme depending on your latitude.
Correct. The further away you are, the more refraction you have.
Yeah, and so what he said he found was the formula for correcting the refraction, which is the flat Earth formula minus the actual value. So whatever formula you use as the flat,
did you get his little sheet? Oh, he's back.
Hey, don't put words in my mouth, man.
You actually were using the wrong formula too. You have to divide by the tangent in order to find the. In order to find the
Hold on, y'all talk shit. As soon as I drop, y'all start talking
your
shit.
numbers.
I think it's fair to let Brian defend himself.
Yeah, what I formulated was a way to convert
Oh, maybe
the
he didn't leave.
refraction to.
came back.
Brother. But it found a way to convert the refraction to a distance, to a formula to equate the refracted value to a distance. So that value is the refracted or apparent. You could call it whatever you want to call it. You know, I may need a little help to zero in exactly what's causing it.
We'll call it a
But hold on, let me finish. Like I compared to the clouds, we see the clouds on the horizon every day. We have clouds, but in the math says that they're 100, 200 miles away, but we know better than that. So there's something giving us a personal atmospheric dome. So I call it a refraction model, but you know, basically it's just a formula to transfer the ratio of the angle with the distance. It's a percentage of the ratio, and then to get an amount to subtract from the triangulated amount to get your true distance. That's all it is. Whether there's no right or wrong, it's just a fucking model, bro.
That's exactly what it described. You get your triangulation formula that assumes a flat surface, and then you get the actual values, which is the simple sextant way to getting distance, and then you just subtracted them and said that's refraction. So refraction is whatever makes your formula give a match.
Right, but that's what I asked you when I asked you what 7/6R was. It's basically the same thing. It's just a fucking, you know, except it's an arbitrary number. It's just made up.
We're not talking about 7/6R. 7/6R is not made up.
I know that you say your model can have basically fucking arbitrary ad hoc bullshit. And then I come up with I come up with a model to just reflect what we measure in reality, right?
You made several mistakes in your calculations. First of all, you're multiplying by the tangent instead of dividing by it.
I'm not talking this dipshit, dude. I'm not arguing with a bozo, dude.
No, because you made, and you don't even have the
as soon as I leave, you're gonna start talking shit about me.
You don't even have the correct distance between the pole and the equator. You're off by 200 miles.
He doesn't want to talk to you, so let him
make a video and show me. So I can.
I'm not going to make
a video and show me so I can demolish it.
No, I've already
demolished it. Don't just talk. Don't just show me on paper so I can demolish it. Your words are worthless, right? I showed you on paper, so please. What you're saying, show me on paper, or it's worthless.
Yesterday, I was using your numbers, and you were getting upset that I was using your numbers, and you were not explaining them to me.
Bro, I tried to explain them to you, okay? So what I'm asking you, you seem to have it worked out. So show me on paper where it's wrong or whatever, so I can demolish it, or so I can concede. Your words are nothing, bro. You can have to show me on paper, like I did.
So we don't just fling insults at one another. How do you respond to what Bacon's saying? It sounds like what Bacon's saying is you get the sextant measurement and the flat Earth measurement, and then you subtract one from the other and call that refraction. Would you say it's accurate, inaccurate?
My explanation is it's an apparent. Okay, it's an apparent refraction. It's refraction. It's also like perspective. It's what he agreed. Hold on, he agreed that.
So that is what you're doing. Is all I'm trying to ask here. That is in fact what you're doing.
And he's still
he agreed that for the sun to set on a flat Earth, if my model has the sun setting at 6,000 miles away, then there has to be another variable. It can't just be. You can't just do the math and have the sun set. It'll only get down like 15, 20 degrees or so at that distance. So there has to be something else. And I compared that with clouds. If he wants that linked with reality, I compared it with clouds.
The fact that the sun won't set on the flat Earth doesn't bother you, right? You just have to make up some shit to explain it.
No, why does the sun? I mean, your model has its own problems, bro. What you're trying to do is
let's not get into the sun setting. The question I was asking, it sounds like the answer is a yes. I just want to be kind of clear on it. Is the calculation, what should I see on
Absolutely
flat?
Not.
Okay. So where is Bacon wrong in his assertion about what you're saying?
It's all it is a model to get basically to get a true distance based on an apparent celestial dome. An apparent, whether the dome is actually curving, whether it's apparent, whether it's perspective, whether it's refraction.
Let me ask it a different way.
It's just a model based on an apparent celestial dome. That's all it is.
Because
Okay.
I don't feel like I'm getting the answer to the question, so maybe I'm asking the question poorly.
No, it's
I'll-
the questions have been actually, particularities have been. We tried to identify all of these variables and things like that, and I still don't understand what he's doing.
Okay, well, I
Bacon,
don't know if I
Bacon
can say
gave the
it
best
clearer than
description of it.
Give me
yet,
one
but
more
I feel,
try.
which is why I want to.
If you're admitting you don't understand,
Go for
give
it,
me
Brian.
one more shot at explaining
Go for it,
it.
Brian.
Go for it, Brian.
Y'all all admit that you don't understand, so give me one more try at explaining it. Okay? Now, we have a dome of vision around us, okay? Do you understand that so far?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody? Okay.
Yep.
We have a dome of vision. Whatever creates it, who cares? But we can all observe a 360-degree circle of sight, okay? We all can agree that clouds, on a day with clouds, there will always be clouds on the horizon. Any arguments yet?
Yep.
No.
Yep.
Okay. Now, we did the math. The clouds would have to be a couple hundred miles away, but in reality, when we drive, and you can argue this, but let me finish. When I drive and test these clouds, the last time I did it, they were about 11 miles away, okay? But even if you had to drive 20 or 30 miles, they calculate out to 100 or 200 miles, and they don't match with reality. So I'm comparing that with, so what I did is come up with a model to equate, to calculate, nothing more. There doesn't have to be an explanation. It's just a model to describe this mathematically, to convert, to get a value. I come up with a formula to get a value, to convert it to the distance, from the angle to the distance, to get a value to subtract from the triangulated distance to get a true distance. That's it, bro. It doesn't have to be right or wrong. It's just a model, dude.
Brian, can I ask a quick question? Can I ask a quick question, Brian? When you say the clouds are a couple of hundred miles away, like if I look at clouds directly above my head and say the clouds are around 30,000 feet, that's about 5.5 miles directly above my head, right? And if my apparent horizon is from a 6-foot observer about 3.5 miles away to the horizon, how do you get the 200-mile distance for the clouds? Can you explain that to me, mate?
Yeah, that was the math that Bacon just did, and that's what the curve calculator. The stuff higher than that are supposed to be visible as far. If you look it up in Wikipedia, the clouds can be seen according to a globe model up to like 380 miles away. That's horseshit. But even on average day that we discussed, we did the math together, and we all come up with about 200 miles. But we know that them clouds are not 200 miles away. We know that something's causing things in the distance, like way off in the distance, to appear lower. That's my world, whether you agree with it or not. But I don't appreciate right when I drop people lying on me. It's just a fucking model, dude.
I don't fully get the clouds thing, because when I see clouds that are just above the horizon, they're not the clouds that are just above the horizon that I'm seeing. I might be seeing the horizon 3 miles away, but the clouds that are just beyond it, in my view, are like far further than that, right? They're over a far distant bit of land or sea that I'm not able to see from where I'm at. But I don't quite get what I'm trying to understand is this sextant calculation, which I don't think really requires or has anything to do with clouds, does it? It's about celestial observation, not cloud observation.
No, that's just that's a way of describing why the distances aren't matching up in reality. That's the best. That's the easiest way we could all relate to why the trigonometry ain't matching reality.
So can I just dig into the subtraction you're doing? Is it what Bacon's saying, that in order to get this corrected value, you're subtracting the celestial sextant one from what the flat Earth should see, and calling that calling that distance an error, that difference an error bar?
Yeah, it's just it's not an error bar. No, 7/6R is an error bar. This is just a formula based on what we see. If you wanted to, you could call it an error bar, but it's just based on. It's not just based on
Do you see the problem? Do you see the problem with that from our side,
It's based on actual observations. It's based on the angle we measure. It's just a type of conversion, man, to convert the angle to the
do you see
refracted
the
distance
problem with
based on an apparent dome, right? Just based on an apparent dome, bro.
That's like me. That's like me getting a car from a dealership and saying, "How many miles does this get per liter?" And he says 100, and I go, "But I've measured it 10 times. I'm in fact getting 80." And he goes, "Oh, but if you do this difficult calculation and you subtract 80 from 20, that 20 is actually, an error bar in this different calculation."
No,
I would stand there
like
and go,
I
would just stand there and go, this dealer's just trying to have me on. He's just subtracted my value from his value and called the difference something magical.
That's more like you trying to sell your car and saying, it shows 100,000 miles, but I've been driving around on a globe, so really there's only like 90,000 miles, man. So it's not out of warranty yet, man. I've been driving around on a globe. But the point is,
here's the thing. Here's the thing that split the difference, Brian.
That
this calculation
the trigonometry does not match reality.
Globe maps.
So you tell me why the trigonometry ain't matching reality. You say it's a globe. You say it's the ground bending.
It does.
I say it's fucking bending, right?
It does. It's not matching your model. You have to add this error bar to it to make it match. That's the bit that I'm saying is fishy. If you just do it with celestial observation,
not only that, he figures out his
Hold on, dude. So you can have 7/6R, and I can't have a refraction model. You can, but I can't. Is that the new rules now?
I'm not saying what one can but one can't. What I'm saying is,
well, no, wait. 7/6. You're not listening to me, bro. 7/6 is a fucking error bar, bro. It's based on nothing at all. It's based on nothing at all.
Based on observation.
Yeah,
Tell me what 7/6R is based on.
Observation.
Exactly. Observation. So it's just based on reality, right? So my model is based on fucking reality and triangulation. Why does it? I want one of y'all to answer this.
Is your model based on observation?
I want one of y'all besides Shield to answer this. Why does the triangulation work in reality?
I'll tell you why it doesn't work. Yours doesn't work because you have to add it. What you need is you need to go, what's the correct number?
No, not mine. I'm talking about basic triangulation.
Brian, let other people
why doesn't it work?
Then we'll let you finish.
But you're answering a question I didn't ask, bro. So please answer the question. Why doesn't triangulation work in reality?
Brian,
because you don't know the height of the stars.
I mean, that too. Yeah, there's a bunch
Not talking about for the stars. Talking about everything.
So talking about triangulation and celestial
please let me
navigation.
say this.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go. No, shut up.
Why would your calculation to get the correct distance require that you get the wrong distance, then the right distance, subtract the two, and then add back the difference? What you wouldn't if your
adding back nothing, bro. What are you talking about, dude?
Almost done. If your method worked, why would you need the real distance to do this subtraction?
What are you talking about, bro? Once again, I need to know why triangulation doesn't work in reality. Why, when we triangulate shit in the distance, it doesn't match reality? Not just stars, everything. No, it doesn't.
I think I get Brian's point now. So, I mean, if you get the angle of stars, right? They work very well to make sextant calculations up to 15 degrees above the horizon. As it gets lower than that, you start to have some deviations.
Right.
And we observed what was the value? 7/6? Is that 6/5?
6 hours, yeah, standard refraction.
Right. Yeah. So we found that observation. We found that the observation matches this arc of this bigger circle, and it makes the math matches things below 15 degrees, and it did come from observation. So understand that Brian's looking at it as some reverse engineering of what we're seeing in reality to work out the numbers. And he as far as I understand, he's saying, well, he's just doing the same thing, but instead of assuming things are on a curve, he's using a flat surface, and he's just coming up with whatever formula would correct for that to match observation, just like 6/5 is doing.
He's even made a more basic.
Yeah. So in other words, hold on. In other words, the farther the distance, okay, it's just a percentage based on the triangulated distance. So it's a ratio of the. Hold on, it's a ratio of the angle and the percentage of that. So it's based. It's not. There's nothing arbitrary. It's an angle that we measure, and the farther you get, the more percentage it's going to have, just like in reality. I mean, there's no right or wrong. As far as the numbers go.
On the globe model, you don't need to apply corrections for this until you get to 15 degrees. And yours were 40 degrees above, and you're applying 2,000 miles of correction. For fuck's sake.
The sextant is not valid for anything under 30 degrees on the horizon.
Incorrect.
Look it up.
Even in 30
Incorrect.
degrees.
Nice try.
Even in 30 degrees, it's still. I mean, the way we use the sextant for 30 degrees, there's no issue at all. And when you're using, I think
15 degrees is the rule of thumb.
Yeah, I think.
Will you please get to even a more basic problem that you've done? You've figured out your trigonometry incorrectly. You're taking the opposite, which is the height to the star, which you say is 3958. Then you're multiplying by the tangent of 60 instead of dividing by the tangent of 60.
Yeah, and even above 30 degrees, he's already more than 2,000 miles off, right?
And even after he makes his correction, he's still about 30 miles off, which would get you to hit the rock.
So would y'all all agree? Would y'all all agree that if the Earth is flat, you need a value to correct it?
Celestial Nav proves this. The fact you have to dick dance so hard to get it to work in your model.
Then why doesn't trigonometry work in reality, long distance? You still ain't told me why.
Trigonometry works in long distance.
No, it does not, bro. No, it does not. No.
When you say it doesn't work,
this is how stupid Payne is, bro. This is how stupid he is. Your model has a reason it doesn't work, but his dumbass is just saying it does work. Why doesn't trigonometry work over long distances? Why can't I triangulate?
What are you triangulating?
Can I understand what you mean by that, Brian? When you say why doesn't trigonometry work over long distance, what do you mean?
Well, in his model, in his world, it's because the ground's curving, so it doesn't match reality. But in either model, trigonometry does not work over long distances. Period.
What?
Payne won't acknowledge that because he's unreasonable, dude. But okay, in y'all's world, the ground is bending. In my world, the light is bending.
Light's bending.
In my world, the light's bending.
The light, when you say trigonometry doesn't work, are you saying trigonometry doesn't work because we've got a curved surface, so we're not doing trigonometry on it, and therefore trigonometry
doesn't match reality, bro? Yeah, and it doesn't match reality.
Match reality. Please explain
if
what
I
you
try to triangulate a mountain, bro, it's going to be lower than fucking what it dictates in your world because the ground's curving down, right? But it's not going to match reality.
You can still do trigonometry. It's just one of your imaginary lines is going to go through the curvature of the Earth. It's not trigonometry.
But it's not going to. But the trigonometry is not going to match. If I try and triangulate a mountain 80 miles away, I'm going to have to figure in something, right, to make it work. Correct?
What if we use spherical
trigonometry? There might be.
Wait.
No, the answer is yes. I'm going to have to figure in Earth curve to get it to match. I'm going to have to add in something to make it work because trigonometry does not match reality.
That's
y'all can't even admit
living
that you
on a
have to
curved
apply
surface.
Earth curve.
So
if y'all can't even admit that you have to apply Earth curve to get fucking the trigonometry to work, then why am I talking to y'all?
Brian, what do you mean add Earth curve? In our model, the Earth is curving. We're not adding it. It's there. What do you mean you got to add it in? Like, you're the one that has to subtract it out of your equation.
Dude, I asked the question. Why doesn't the trigonometry work?
Hold on, writing. He doesn't have to subtract it out. He doesn't even factor it in. It doesn't.
Yes, he does. He starts off with a spherical thing, then gets the
No, I don't, bro.
And then subtracts the two and calls the difference.
Hold on, Brian. Hold on. Writing. Brian, correct me if I'm wrong. When Brian does trigonometry, he doesn't begin on a sphere.
Ever. I never
begin. What do you mean begin? He's got calculations in his calculations.
In other words, my baseline is always going to be straight.
I can't talk with him. He just gets too excited and interrupts constantly.
Go ahead, bro. I'll back off. Go ahead.
Well, okay, look. So when I say begin, if he gives himself a point of reference on the Earth, wherever he's standing, right? Let's say he's standing here. He drives a stake down, and he's going to start doing measurements from that stake. That's where he begins. He doesn't begin on a sphere. He just begins from that point and measures.
Well, but you're wrong about that. He gets what is a spherical measurement and then finds that it doesn't.
Okay, so now you're...
Hang on. Are you going to listen or not? Because I don't want to have a conversation with you if you're going to interrupt two words. I'll interrupt you too. No, it's fine. I'll interrupt you too. It'll be great. It'll be a great conversation for everyone to enjoy.
When you start on the...
No, I'm not listening to you either because we're doing this stupid thing again.
I'm not listening to you.
Because you're trying to dictate what Brian does. You're trying to decide that he does this thing with his math,
Right.
and Brian's saying, "No, I don't do this
Right.
thing." So
Right.
you're starting off with a lie if you're going to insist on it. He's saying, "I don't do this," and you're saying, "Yes, you absolutely do," but that's it.
But you won't
That's
let me-
all there
but you
is.
won't
There's
let-
your word versus his, and he's
Let
literally
him
the one
fucking
doing the
finish.
thing. So why would you start there?
Why
Let
would
him
you
finish.
not let me finish and then disprove what I'm saying rather than interrupt and
Why
complain
do
about
I
what I haven't
have
said
to?
yet?
Wait, why do
Why
I
would we
have
listen
to
to the whole
wait,
thing
hold
if you
on.
start with something that's absolutely
Right,
incorrect? He just said
right.
he
Because you've got to
does not
find out
do
what it
that.
is that I'm saying.
Okay, listen. Okay, this is absolutely insane. Writing.
You shouldn't have to listen
Writing.
if I
Listen.
start with "because we know unicorns are real." You should not have to wait
So-
till I finish that sentence or that thought or that
Right.
statement before you
Okay,
say,
fine.
"Wait,
So I'll interrupt
stop."
you too.
You
We'll
can't
play this
start
game.
there.
It'll be great fun. It'll be great
No,
fun.
no,
It'll make
no,
the
no,
VC
no, no.
really
Hold on,
enjoyable.
hold on,
This
just real
is
quick.
going to be great fun. I'm
Hold on,
excited.
just
I'm
real
fully
quick.
turgid. I'm so erect for this conversation. It's not going to
Yeah,
happen now.
hold on, hold
This
on.
is going to be
just real-
great fun. Yeah, no, go for
Yeah,
it, Copernicus. Go for it.
great.
What have you
Yeah.
got to say? Gonna be
Okay.
interesting. Gonna be interesting.
Yeah. Right. So.
Can I
you
just
think- Okay, hold on. Listen, I don't have a problem with interrupting.
Yeah, I'm
me
kind of
if-
interested in what you've got to say, Bacon. What were you going to say?
Hold on, you guys.
Okay, hold on.
Hold on. Let each other finish so we can all listen.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's a great idea, Gio.
Okay, hold on.
I'm fully
If-
excited for Gio's idea.
Yeah, if I start to say something incorrect, by all means interrupt me, please. Okay, look,
I don't agree. I don't agree.
yeah.
I don't think it's a good idea to ever interrupt. I think it's better to let them finish, and then you can fully either correct it or approach it.
Absolutely agree.
Hold
let
on
the
now.
person finish speaking, then
question then?
show why it was wrong. Don't not let them finish and then say what you were about to say was wrong, but I don't know the full context of it.
The problem with the show why that's wrong is the thing you're getting wrong. He can't show you that it's wrong because what you're talking about is literally the action he takes when he does his
was I
math.
talking about?
So he can't show you that he's wrong. All he can do is
You
say,
don't
"I
even know
don't
what
do
he's
that with
talking
my
about.
math." That's
What
it.
was I talking about? Tell me what I was about to say.
All right, let's go back. Let's just go back. Writing, finish what you were saying, and then somebody can respond to it. So just even if it's wrong, everyone just hold your breath for a second, let him finish, and then it can be responded to.
Sounds to me like he uses maths, whether he starts there or otherwise, that relates to a sphere, and then subtracts the difference between that and flat. So it requires a spherical calculation in there
Great.
to then figure out what the difference is.
Okay, great. How does he start out with anything referencing the sphere? You tell us.
The known distance from the pole to the equator.
That's not exclusive to a globe, bro. That's empirical.
And the known altitudes, the known declinations of stars.
How do either
Once again, empirical, not exclusive to a globe.
Because the math
empirical.
fits. So the math fits a globe, and then he
No,
does
the math fits when you start adding your model in and you start giving me stars light years away. You have to make corrections.
Okay,
Okay.
So let's.
Hold
How did you get?
Can I clarify?
How did you get the height of
Clarify,
Polaris?
Can
Where
I
did you get the height of Polaris was just under 4,000 miles?
I just
Tell me what
triangulated 1 degree at 69 miles. My model is slightly under that, like more like 68.5 or whatever. It's close, but I just triangulated flat baseline, not on a
let me
globe.
clarify.
What I did is I triangulated 69.1 miles for a 1 degree change. So if you put in 1 degree or 89 degrees and 69.1 miles, you get 3958.7, the exact globe radius above ground with a flat baseline. That's where your radius came from.
So can I ask a question about that, Brian? Will that declination change giving you a steady relationship between the altitude, between the angle to the star?
Right,
Will that be the same?
Hold on.
No, I'm in the middle of speaking, you child.
Clarify.
Have
What I was going to clarify, please.
Oh my fucking God. Jesus, you're a child.
I was trying to clarify this before you spoke, okay? Because what I have to say relates to what you're bringing up. It's very relevant, please, okay? So, Brian, correct me if I'm wrong. Brian is referring to 69 miles per degree. Brian, are you allowing that to happen in the sky? That degree of change in the sky?
Yeah, above ground.
Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on.
Not
okay,
what I was asking at all.
Right, hold on, please. So, writing, is it possible that the curvature that you attribute to the Earth, that is, for every 69 miles you have 1 degree of declination, is it possible that that declination happens in the sky?
Ding ding
not
ding
on
ding
Earth?
ding. We have a winner.
Irrelevant, and not the question I was asking.
It's not
the question
irrelevant.
I was
It's
asking,
exactly
Brian.
at the heart of it.
So can I please ask the question? Come on, guys. The question is, when you calculated that the altitude to Polaris was 39, whatever, 39.58 or whatever it was, is that the same? Does that give you the same linear relationship of 68.5 miles at degree 1? Like, so when it's at 98 degrees declination, between 90 degrees declination and 89, are you getting that 69-ish miles? And then at the last degree of declination, or like, let's say just beyond the fraction, because sextants.
It's linear.
Please let me finish. Please let me finish.
Oh my God.
Are you getting the same degree of declination at like the difference between 21 and 20 as you were getting at 89 to 90?
No, let me tell you what you are getting. You're getting a radius of equal altitude, 1 degree from any star on Earth. Okay, this is empirical. So my point is why does it start delineating from one single spot the further we go? And that's what my equation is for. Now, what you do in your model is you make a model. Don't kid yourself. You put the stars, light years away.
Yep.
And try and claim the math is all yours. That what we see empirically is exclusive to a globe. It's not exclusive to a globe. The trigonometry does not match reality. 69 miles per degree is empirical. It's not exclusive to a globe, bro. I understand you've made the math work in your model and saying that it has to be like this because our math
has to be in our
model.
I don't feel you've asked the question, so I'm going to butt in and ask it again. Is the first?
I started off by saying no, bro. I said no.
So okay, so it's not a linear relationship. 1 degree per 68.5 miles will give you a different altitude to Polaris if Polaris is closer to the horizon than it is further up in the sky. Is that correct?
But once again, everywhere. No,
is that correct? Is that correct?
Everywhere on Earth, on Earth, if I travel 1 mile from a star, it will be approximately 69 miles. Everywhere on Earth, and also everywhere on Earth, if I go 10 degrees, it'll be the same height, equal around it. There'll be a angle of a circle of equal altitude around it, no matter where I go on Earth, no matter how far I go on Earth. So it's not exclusive to a globe, bro. You made a model. Since the math works on my model, it has to be a globe. That's crazy, bro.
So the simple thing seems to be you've claimed to have done trigonometry. Trigonometry is not a linear relationship. That's why you've got sine, cosine, and tan. They are very complex things to work out the fact that it is not a linear relationship. If it was just 1 degree per side of a triangle, you wouldn't need trigonometry. So it sounds like what you're doing is starting with trigonometry, but ending up with a linear relationship. We're claiming
I've taken a step further than your model, bro.
Please let me finish,
Show me the trigonometry in your model, bro.
Let me finish, Brian. I let you finish, and then you just kind of charge in.
Oh my God, it sounded like you were.
I thought you were done, bro. How many points are you going to make, bro?
So I'm not. So
let me respond to the first 2 points real quick, and then you can make the point 3 and 4. Okay, show me the trigonometry in your model. At least my model has trigonometry.
You don't have trigonometry.
You show me the trigonometry in your model, please.
Not trig, it's trilateralization.
Right. Because your model can't use trig. Mine does.
Correct. We don't have to use trig.
You don't use trig because
just because you can't have a triangle on your globe. Don't get jealous of my model.
Use trig in celestial navigation.
You can't use trig, Paige. You
correct.
can't.
You do not use trig. We agree.
As a angle gets smaller, the change will get smaller. Whereas as it gets closer to 90 degrees, the change will be greater when you're doing trigonometry. When you're doing a celestial observation, it's not. There is a linear relationship, 1 degree per 69 miles. It's the same whether it's high, whether it's low. Let me finish, please, Brian. It's not that way in trig. So you are not doing trig. What you are doing is a calculation to turn this back into trig when it's not.
No, okay. Now let me respond. Now, let me get you thinking a little bit outside the box. Just say, for instance, that there's refraction going on, that we have a personal atmospheric dome that we see, that we can all observe. Okay, that makes shit from that. In your model, the trig fails because of the Earth curve. Okay, so it doesn't match reality because of. Let me finish, bro. Because of Earth curve. In my model, it doesn't work because light's curving, bro. Nothing more, nothing less. Just a formula. to
You're
work
claiming
that
trig
out.
doesn't work in our model. We're not using trig. Like,
think
so
I- like
you're
I'm
trying to do
match
trig
your
in a
model, bro.
model
I'm
that
trying to
doesn't
match
claim it,
what we
then
see
complaining
empirically,
the
bro.
Earth curve is, oh my God, you're like, let me finish. So I stop speaking and let you finish. You're like a child. There's nobody's using trig. It's not trig. When you do celestial observations, it's not trig. You're doing this weird calculation to try and turn what is
Can I
not a
jump
linear relationship back into a linear relationship.
Okay, hold on real
Which
quick.
is going to mean that
Hold
you're
on,
going to
just
get,
real quick,
which
please.
is, and the most interesting thing here is you're going to get different degrees of refraction or light bending or personal dome depending on your latitude in a really steady relationship as if we live on a globe.
Hold on just real quick, please. If I can respond, it'll be quick. In my exchanges with Andrew Thomas Young, the premier astrophysicist, he shut me down when he said, if you do not use trigonometry in this discussion, you will not have a leg to stand on. So I think you're incorrect.
Except
No,
that
we're not-
celestial
What
navigation.
Are you having with him discussion about celestial?
Yeah, we're talking celestial navigation or
Will you
something
have,
else,
yeah.
Copernicus.
So, I mean,
They're pissed
what was
off
your,
because they cannot use trigonometry on a globe.
Brian, hold on, Brian.
Every time I get to respond, I'm
take a
just getting,
breath, Brosephine.
cut off. Go
What
ahead.
was your conversation with Andrew Thomas Young regarding? Was it regarding celestial navigation or was it regarding something else?
It was regarding Mirage.
Okay, fine. So he's not talking about
Something
celestial
totally different
navigation.
on a
No,
different
but
subject.
listen, hold on. Okay, just hold on. In his field, right? Yes, he is an astrophysicist, but he has also spent copious amount of study on Mirage and everything that has to do with making observations above the ground in the air. So it is very relevant. He will
Where do
not
mirages
have it.
occur?
Hold on. Hold on.
Sound even vaguely sensible to you?
Where
This
do
person
mirages
who does a
occur,
different thing
Copernicus?
because it relates to stuff in the sky, you should use all of the things he did. Like if he's doing celestial navigation, sure. If you get an expert in celestial navigation going, well, you need to understand trigonometry to do this, then I'll be listening. But because it's mostly parallel lines, you're not creating any triangles. So sine, cosine, and tan doesn't enter into any of the calculations you do when you're making a celestial observation. It's just not there. And if you had a conversation with Andrew Thomas Young about a different topic, and he said, in this different topic, you need to understand trigonometry, how you think that relates to this topic is just beyond me. It's just the weirdest thing.
Use trigonometry on a globe.
Brian, please hold on, Brian. I'm sorry.
It's stupid to use trigonometry on a globe. The fact that you're going, this thing that shouldn't work doesn't work, and you think that's meaningful is bizarre.
Harry, are you triggered real quick? Because I'm trying to respond to you.
You're
bro.
triggered.
Okay, thanks. I'll try to tone it
Yeah,
down.
I'm frustrated.
Great, thanks. I'll try to tone it down. Okay, listen. Again, in this discussion of refraction, if you read anything Andrew Thomas Young writes, it has to take into account the curvature of the Earth. So when you're talking about, okay, are you interrupting me right now?
No, I'm agreeing with you. Yeah, you've got to take into account the curvature of the Earth, same as in celestial navigation.
Okay,
Not
so
trigonometry.
hold on. Okay. Okay, listen, I'm going to say it again. When discussing refraction, when discussing refraction over the... Okay, just let me know when you don't want to ejaculate in the middle of my sentence.
No, that was me. I think
Lane who spoke.
Okay.
Sorry. Apologize.
Again,
I get triggered though, bro. Don't be interrupting other people and then getting triggered when somebody says in the middle of your statement.
No.
Just finish. Just finish. Just say it. Go on.
You can
hold
do it.
You're a big boy.
No. I'm perfectly fine with being interrupted. You're the one who bitched about being interrupted. So then when it happens to me...
Sound like you're kind of triggered right now. Just say what you want to say, man.
There you go again. Go ahead.
You're okay with being interrupted, so carry on. Here's the thing about celestial observation and refraction, since there appears to be a pause.
Eggshells, that wasn't your cue. Go ahead, Copernicus. Finish your point.
Yeah, I want to hear what you're saying, Travis. If you could finish.
All I'm trying to say is, in discussing observations and measurements in the world of refraction and the shape of the Earth, Andrew Thomas Young absolutely demanded my familiarity with trigonometry. So I would like to know, writing, where you get the prerogative of eliminating trigonometry from this discussion when one of the preeminent PhDs says that it has to be taken into account.
Sure,
when dealing with refraction, maybe one does need to deal with it. You know what you do in celestial observation? You don't take sightings from below 15 or 25 degrees, and that eliminates it, so you don't have to do it. Happy with that?
Yeah, but
That's what
well,
all of the manuals
actually,
say. Don't shoot too
I
high,
think,
don't shoot too low. Generally
yeah,
go between like 25
yeah,
degrees and 75 degrees for your celestial observations.
yeah.
Part of the reason you're doing that is
Actually,
to eliminate the need to calculate
question,
for
quick
refraction.
question.
Jesus,
Or
what,
to
you're
any,
just going to speak through the whole of me speaking
Oh,
after
you
modding me speaking through
crybaby.
Travis doing it? Come on, guys.
Such a crybaby.
Be consistent.
Sorry.
Be
No,
consistent.
I thought you were heard. I didn't really interrupt. Maybe I spoke a little in between, but your point was made. What I would ask to any of the Globers, sorry, I came in late into the discussion. Maybe it's kind of, you might find it irrelevant, but is a sextant a proof of a globe? I mean,
pretty good indication.
Yeah, it's
of it,
pretty
I would
good
say.
evidence there. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's like
yeah,
if you
so what-
watch any
okay.
manual on how to use a sextant, you watch any of the videos online, they just spend the entire time talking about the shape and the revolution of the planet and the distance between us and celestial bodies, and how you do need to correct for parallax when it comes to the moon, but every other observation you make, including the sun, you treat as infinite. Like, yeah, there's lots.
Okay, so how does a sextant prove the shape of the Earth?
A variety
like
of ways.
to-
The simplest explanation I would have is, oh, sorry, Bacon, you go. I've been talking enough.
All right. Well, I mean, one could argue from how the math of the sextant is being used, but I don't think that's a very compelling argument. I think there's an easier way to make that conclusion. Well, of course, that would only work if you agree that the sextant can actually be used to determine your position. Once you agree with that.
Well, yeah, but I mean, in your case of a globe, it only works if you assume a globe, not that the sextant itself proves a globe.
No, I mean, if the sextant, if you agree with the distance the sextant's giving you to the GP of the celestial bodies.
Well,
then,
what
yeah,
is
you
a
can only
sextant?
feed on the sphere.
Yeah, what is a sextant measure? Does it not measure an angle from the horizon?
Yeah,
that's exactly
Yeah.
what it does.
From the horizon or from plumb.
So you have to assume a globe.
No.
Well,
It would work just fine on a.
Listen. Your measurement is of an angle of two straight lines, correct? So the measurement is nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
That's right.
It
Using a
has-
sextant,
Yeah,
using a
yes.
sextant would be totally fine to do on a flat plane. If we lived on a flat plane, sextants as an object would still work. I'm fairly confident.
Yes.
All my
so
argument
so the only way to introduce the shape of the Earth into a sextant argument is if you assume the shape of the Earth.
No, because once you figure out the angles, then you have to plot your position, and that doesn't work on a flat Earth.
But
Hold on.
It does.
No.
You're
Plot
making
your
a statement.
Okay,
Hold on.
so do you want me to? I can walk you through.
No, hold on. I want to ask Pate a question, Harry. Plot your position based on what?
Based on the ground. How do you? What's the next step after you take the angles to 3
Why are
stars?
you asking a question when I asked you a question?
Because I want to know if you know what I'm talking about. What's the next
That's
step?
why I asked you a question.
What's
The
the next
answer is
step?
latitude and
hold on.
longitude.
Okay,
Hey,
yeah.
he's not gonna give you an honest
Hold
answer,
on,
dude.
please. Hold on, please. Yes. Okay, we've taken angle measurements, right? Let's just start there. All we've done is taken angle measurements. Now, Paige says, now you have to take into account your position. What are you talking about now? Why are you bringing that discussion into it?
What do you do next? Do you know?
Okay, hold on.
What?
I asked Paige.
We have a flat Earth now, and using flat Earth trigonometry or whatever.
Hold on.
So now,
No.
What's your next step?
No.
What's
This
your next
is
step?
No, you're not going to wizard.
Interrupts to shout no at people.
You are
What's
not
your
going
next
to
step?
wizard. You're not going to wizard. You're not asking me. This is your scenario.
What's the next step in celestial
This
navigation?
is
Do you know?
your scenario.
It's not trigonometry, Paige. You're 9 seconds.
Harry,
It's not trigonometry. That's correct.
Harry, stop talking, Harry. I'm talking to Paige. Okay,
So
Paige.
what's the next step?
Okay, listen. Almost exactly said we're going to take angle measurements. We've got that step, right?
And then what?
Then you said Now you have to take into account your position. I simply
No, you're trying to calculate for your position.
Okay, now, what are you talking about when you refer to this position?
Position on the Earth in relation to.
Harry, why are you talking?
Because you don't own this fucking room, you child. We're in a public room.
I'm talking.
don't think we should determine.
I'm talking.
Do you know the next step? Do you know the next step?
Okay, listen.
You don't get to decide who can be part of the conversation.
You're not.
Moderator,
if Gio wanted to come in and say Harry's not allowed to speak,
I thought we were supposed to have their conversation.
Gio, can you
Is
step
that not the case?
Gio, can you step in, please? Are you here?
I am here. Yeah.
Yes, Pate a question. Let Pate answer the damn question, guys.
Yeah, let's let Pate and
what's your next step? What's your next
No,
step?
don't ask him a question, Pate. He's asking you.
Moderate how people answer.
What's the next step? Come on.
Okay.
Someone tell me. One of you flat earthers tell me the next step.
Okay, hold on. Listen very carefully, everyone. I'm done asking questions. He is now deflecting back to me.
Sure.
So
I'll answer the question then. I'll answer the question then, NASA.
Up.
I thought you didn't mind getting interrupted. I'll answer the question then, NASA. You
Shut
consult
the fuck
the Nautical
up,
Almanac.
Harry.
You note the
Shut
time
up,
of your
dude.
observation exactly to the second, and then you consult the Nautical Almanac.
That would be a flat earther answer. Just as much. I mean,
what's the Nautical Almanac based on?
Eggshells.
And the Nautical Almanac
we were
is
talking
based
about
on-
the shape of the Earth.
Yeah.
What's the Nautical Almanac based on?
The next answer
How
is
does the
the bit that-
almanac play into the shape of the Earth?
I'll answer
What's
that.
the
Yeah,
Nautical
sure.
Almanac
I'll
based
answer that
on?
for you.
The
Nautical Almanac is based on spherical geometry. Like, let me ask you this:
No,
I
it's
can
not.
walk you. I can
Yes,
walk
it
you
is.
through it to explain why it shows even without
ahead.
the almanac.
Go
I
ahead.
can walk you through it to explain how it
Go
shows that
ahead.
we live on a.
Go
Okay, good.
ahead.
So, if you're in a parking lot and you look up to a lamp and it's nearly at 90 degrees to you, and let's say it's at like 80 degrees to you, so it's
No,
quite
that's not
high.
pointing to the shape of the Earth.
But yeah, I'm going to walk you there through logical inference if you're comfortable.
No. You're not doing that.
Comfortable. You're not comfortable with logical inference.
Not in the sense
Okay.
you're talking. I mean,
Fine. I'll ask Bacon these questions. Bacon, you're standing in a parking lot. There is a light above you.
Use clouds instead of lamps. Use clouds.
Fine. Clouds.
Why
Okay,
clouds?
fine. We'll use clouds instead of lamps. I'll ask you the questions, Brian. There's a cloud. It's shaped like a fluffy puppy dog, and it's almost directly overhead. It's not quite directly overhead. And for the purpose of this exercise, the cloud is totally stationary in the sky. It's a fluffy puppy dog. It's at like 80 degrees elevation. How big a circle? If you wanted to draw a circle of equal altitude to keep that cloud at 80 degrees, I think you would agree you're going to draw a relatively small circle, depending on the height of the cloud, right? But it might be like 10 miles around or something like that, 20 miles around. But if that puppy dog cloud was, let's say, at 30 degrees, so it's like not far off the horizon, it's far lower in the sky, what I think we would all agree, to draw that line of altitude, you would need to draw a huge circle around it, right? You'd need to be going hundreds of kilometers in a loop to keep it at the same height. So what we can tell from this...
You already admitted that you need inference. You need inference in this.
Yeah, inference is inference is a solid way to do logical reasoning.
Yeah,
and you can pick problems with it all the way through.
Okay. Listen. My whole
plane,
I'm almost finished.
Create a circle around it. You just asked a question, dude. Let me respond.
Okay,
on a flat plane, 30 degrees around that cloud would form a circle of equal altitude.
Yes.
Without the trigonometry.
Yes.
Okay. On a flat plane, 30 degrees, or even 50 degrees, or 80 degrees, or 10 degrees, or 11 degrees.
Right.
In reality, a circle, whatever degrees that you maintain around whatever star, will make a circle of equal altitude. So my point is.
But the question is this: you're kind of missing the point. You're missing the main point here, Brian. It is, what is the difference in size? Which circle of equal altitude is going to be bigger? The one that keeps the puppy dog at 80 degrees, or the one that keeps the puppy dog at 30 degrees?
30.
Thank you. The 30 degrees is going to be larger. So, sure, I'll get to my point. So as you go south past the equator, the south celestial pole rises in the sky. At its lowest, we know we would have to draw a very large circle to keep that at an equal altitude of sort of 30 degrees elevation, let's say. As you keep going south, it's going to go higher and higher in the sky. So what do we know based on what we just said? Flat or globe, what we know is we are drawing smaller and smaller circles of equal altitude. Until we get to 90 degrees and it's not a circle at all, it's a point. That's how you know you're living on a globe.
No, that's how you know you're living on a flat Earth, because your measurement is of 2 straight lines.
No.
That's how simple it is.
Well,
That's
2
how
straight lines.
simple
That's
the
correct.
argument.
A straight line to the horizon and a straight line to the star. That's correct. 2 straight lines.
Yes,
That's
exactly.
making a lot of assumptions.
Therefore, your
No.
measurement must be on a flat Earth.
No.
Or if you're going to use it.
You're
Okay.
taking a tangent to the horizon. You have
Well,
to account
yeah.
for that.
That's inference. Again.
No, you can measure. These are measurements. If you agree,
I have a straight line to the horizon on the globe, bro.
Measurement is of
That's
2
why you
straight.
have to. That's why you have to correct for dip angles.
No, dip angle is just your elevation above.
No, yeah, but if
Has
you were on a
nothing to
flat,
do with
if you're on a flat Earth, you would not need to correct for dip angle.
No, yes,
the
you do.
horizon would
No, you wouldn't.
would rise to eye level.
The
It would
elevation.
be a
Horizon rises
vanishing
eye
point.
level, and then
No, no one says that. No.
yes, they do. Everybody says that.
Nobody
Okay,
says
hold
horizon
on.
always
Okay,
rises
hold
to
on,
eye level.
Hold on, please.
Wow, that's news.
Hold on.
I've heard that
Hold on, real
1,000
quick.
times.
Real
Guys,
quick.
please. Let me just make the point. Dip angle only corrects for elevation. Oh, that's all you need. Elevation. Your height above sea level.
Dip,
That's
dip
it.
angles
For
irrelevant.
elevation.
Okay, let me just ask
Dip
you
angle.
here.
I just want to clarify
have
that.
a really
Dip
quick
angle is
question,
irrelevant.
Travis was next. Travis was next. Go ahead, Travis.
Okay, thank you. Any flat Earth proponent in this panel, does anyone say that the horizon rises to eye level? Because I don't.
It rises with you, but it doesn't rise exactly to eye level. But
Okay.
the further,
Listen,
the
hold on.
clearer the
Okay,
day,
so
the further
wait,
we see.
Brian, listen, Brian, I love you, man. I love you. Does anyone here who is a flat earther say the horizon rises to eye level?
It's besides the point.
Okay, so no. My only point is that when the Globers right now are bringing this up, they're fighting a straw man because no one here says that.
Oh fuck! I've heard it
geometrically. Hold
So
on a second.
fine. No. I think that's
real
fine,
quick. I
NASA.
haven't
Like
said
if they say
anything all night.
we
Real
don't
quick.
agree with that, then we can't hold
Real
them to what
quick,
other
I
flat
know.
earthers say.
Fuck! I've heard it
I think
bazillion
it's
times.
I think it's reasonable, but I mean the dip angle and all of that stuff is irrelevant. The fundamental point I'm making is, as that point rises in the sky, if you agree with everything else, that 1 degree per 69 miles, all of the rest of the celestial observations allows you to navigate this Earth. What you were saying is, if I go south and the south celestial pole rises in the sky, what that is describing is decreasing lines of latitude, smaller and smaller circles of equal altitude, leading me towards
let
the
me
south
ask
pole.
Eggshell something.
No, Eggshell.
Okay, so rather than saying so
Wait.
rather than just saying no, tell me what's wrong with that inference.
No, let me ask you a question. There's a clarifying question that's very important. Is that circle of equal altitude, is it parallel to your baseline?
Parallel to my baseline? What do you? I'm not making a triangle.
That line you have to the horizon, that supposed straight line you have on a globe, that's going all the way toward the South Pole, is your angle of equal altitude. I mean, is your circle of equal elevation? Okay, is that parallel to that horizontal?
Once I've done my dip angle correction, it should be, yes.
Okay, so the circles. That's why.
Hang on.
So all them circles. Wait. All them circles you're drawing.
No, it's not. No, sorry, it's not.
Oh, now it's not. Okay.
No, well, it wasn't. I was thinking about it wrong. I was imagining I was standing on
So,
the South Pole.
so
No,
wouldn't it be
if I'm in Australia, looking at the South Pole,
wouldn't it be like a 200 miles up in the air?
In Australia.
Right,
Hold on. Let me say
I'm looking at the South Pole.
Let me say something to what Travis just said real quick. The geometric horizon would rise to eye level. It does rise to eye level. The geometric horizon, however, we never see it actually rising to eye level because you never see the actual geometric horizon on a flat Earth. Of course, it's refraction causing it to dip down.
Well, that's the whole point. That's what I was trying to make. As in essence, what is a measurement and what's an inference? Because Eggshells was kind of getting there. He actually differentiated between both, right? Because my initial question was, does a sextant prove the shape of the Earth? Because if you're going to use a sextant to prove the shape of the Earth, in essence, you're going to prove a flat Earth. Because the measurement is a measurement of flat, straight lines, and that's what the measurement proves.
Wait.
Let me finish my sentence. Your inference can then lead to certain conclusions, but it's basically on inference. But
Hey,
your
can we let-
measurement itself is of a flat
So
fucking
how,
line.
how do you guys,
no.
how do
Can I
you
respond to
flatter-
that?
Elevation
That's,
angles.
that's sort of
That's
that's
because-
at me. I want to respond to it. You're not responding to the substance of what I've said. You're not responding to the inference or the logic I've used. You're just using it to go, well, then you should be finding flat, which is kind of telling. Like, if I should,
No, no, no.
Jesus
Okay,
Christ.
okay.
Oh, God, okay.
Answer.
Don't worry.
I'll
You
answer.
guys just
Can I answer?
so unevenly moderated this room. Like, if you've got a problem with this celestial observation business, then show what the problem is, not just go, well, you should be finding flat. We're not.
Well-
We're looking and we're getting a measurement to a star, and it shows that these lines of equal altitude towards the celestial poles shrink both north and south at the same rate, which is why we've got a coordinate system on a globe that is in degrees.
Yes.
Otherwise, we just do it in a grid.
Yes. I mean, you've put a cause to the effect that you're observing, and you're measuring. You're measuring again an angle, an elevation angle of a celestial body, which you already agreed. As a measurement, you need two flat, straight lines. So your measurement is only proving that of a straight, flat line. As a measurement, that's
no.
Have you
Come
heard
on,
of a
man.
tangent?
Am I gonna finish
Writing,
my
let
sentence?
Howard
Am I gonna
speak.
finish my sentence?
Sure.
Yeah.
And Howard's
So-
next, I think.
Yeah, it's simply about that. My argument is all about that. The measurement itself, when you use a sextant, you're measuring an elevation angle, which requires two straight lines. Now, your logical inference, how you create these lines, is besides the point in a flat Earth versus globe argument when you're using a sextant to prove either or. You get my argument?
So how
Is
do you
it okay?
determine-
Is it clear
It's
enough?
just wrong.
Hold on, you
Yeah, it's
guys.
clear,
Howard,
it's clear,
Howard
but,
is
like,
next. Hold
on
on,
a-
writing. Howard's next. Go ahead, Howard.
Thank you so much, Gio. I've just got 2 points and they're real simple. This curved adjacent business, there's nothing to that. You take a line of sight to the horizon. That's a straight line. I think we can all agree. And then we calculate for the dip and we measure the angle from that. So this curved adjacent bullcrap is just that. Now,
Howard, why do you have to calculate for a dip if all the lines are parallel?
The sextant itself does not necessarily prove flat or curved. It is the process.
Let me ask Howard a question then.
God damn it, would you shut up?
Sorry, go ahead, Howard. I'm
Guys,
sorry,
can you
bro.
let him
I'm sorry.
finish? Can you let him finish?
Yeah, it is the process of determining your position based on your angles is what proves the shape of the surface.
Okay,
Not
now
only
let me
that,
respond.
not only
Howard,
that.
Howard, is the
There's
angle is the circle of equal altitude? Is it parallel to your baseline?
No, it is not.
Yeah.
Okay, then why would you have to make a dip correction at all? Because the horizon is not 0 degrees on a globe. So the guy's right. You got to have a flat baseline. It does not work on a globe, bro.
Can we put the
Because the
dip? I
horizon
want to
is
give you an
below line
option
of
to
sight.
put the dip correction to bed. An easier way to make these observations. The only reason you do any of this stuff with the horizon is because using a bubble sextant is hard on a boat that's swaying. Everybody should agree. I mean, if anybody disagrees, we're going to have a whole different conversation. Everybody should agree.
Well, you didn't let me finish.
Plumb line. Wow, man. Plumb lines
Go
work
ahead, dude.
on both a globe and a flat Earth. Do we agree that plumb lines on a globe should be pointing towards the center of mass, i.e., straight down, and on a flat Earth, something buoyancy, something density, they point straight down? Do we agree with that?
Yeah, it does.
Everybody
But how
No,
are
it
you going to
doesn't
address
always
the
work
point
like
if you
that.
don't let me
Even on
make it, though, bro?
Even on your globe model, it doesn't work like that sometimes.
Plumb lines don't
so-
point straight down? Okay, what about plumb? Do we agree that
Not
plumb
always,
exists?
no.
What?
Do we agree
Yeah,
that plumb
right,
exists?
Guys,
God
no, they
damn.
don't. So what the fuck?
Jeremy,
Yeah, they-
wait a minute.
No,
Plumb
they
lines,
don't.
Plumb lines don't point down now?
Plumb lines don't
Guys, he
point down.
said that
Whole
the
different
angle. He
problem
said
now.
that the circle of equal altitude is not parallel to the baseline. So if it's not
not.
parallel to the baseline, then how
What
high in the
baseline?
air is it?
Which
How high
baseline?
in the air is that circle of equal altitude? How high is it?
Can I just
It's
point
on
out,
the
Brian,
ground.
you asking that question demonstrates you don't actually understand how
No,
these work.
you just said
There's
that it
one
is
place-
parallel. Then you changed it to, oh no, it's not. You're telling
It's not
me I don't
parallel.
understand when you just fucking couldn't even
What
answer the
baseline are we
question
talking
right.
So
about?
let me clarify it for you then, Brian. It will be parallel at one point.
You're
and
still not letting me
1.1.
make my point, bro. So you're addressing half of my sentence again. for the second time. If you let me finish, then you can address my point. My point is when I first asked him, was the circle to parallel to the baseline? He said,
Wow,
Brian, you're roboting.
So the altitude would not matter.
So the answer will be it will only ever be parallel
if all of the angles are parallel. Why would you
Brian, you were breaking up that whole time, Brian. You were breaking up that whole time, man.
So here's the thing. What the question you're asking demonstrates you don't actually understand how this works.
He was breaking up, so give him a chance to repeat what he was saying rather than interrupt.
Okay.
Yeah, give him a chance.
Yeah, sorry about that, man.
He was roboting.
All right.
Try
Am
again.
I still roboting?
You're good.
If I'm not roboting now, my point is when I first asked him if the angle of altitude, if the circle of equal elevation was parallel to the baseline, he said yes. But then he was thought about it and was like, oh no, it's not. That's because on a globe. Hold on, let me finish, man. Fuck. On a globe, it would be way up in the air. So why would you need a dip correction to get you down to the ground when your angle of equal elevation is going to be way the fuck up in hundreds of miles in the sky?
Why are people talking over Brian?
Slow down.
What the fuck is he talking about?
So
why are people talking over Brian right now?
Because Brian does
y'all
nothing but talk.
y'all mumbling during his fucking summary, bro.
So I can respond to it. I can respond to why I said the wrong thing initially. The only point at which a line of equal altitude was at me. It was saying I got it wrong, so I'm going to respond.
Guilty as charged.
The only point at which the only point at which the line of equal altitude will be parallel to a baseline would be at the GP. But at the GP, there's not a line of equal altitude. There's just a point. So, but the whole point that like he is obviously not understanding is the line of equal altitude has like only the slightest things to do with the dip angle correction. You could do all of this from plumb. The line of equal altitude will just tell you how far from the GP you are in a circle.
Exactly. So why the dip correction, bro? Why is the dip correction if the elevation doesn't matter? If plumb is the only thing that matters, why the dip correction? On your
Because
model,
you're measuring to the horizon.
all angles are parallel.
Right.
Every angle on Earth to that star is parallel. It's the ground that curves, right?
You're completely different things, Brian. We're talking about measuring to the horizon. You're at an elevation above the horizon. What he was talking about not needing the dip angle is when you use a bubble sextant.
Yeah.
Elevation on a globe, whenever you measure your distance to horizon, you're always above the.
You don't care about the distance to the horizon.
Yes. But a bubble sextant will work in a plane, which is why they use them in planes. It doesn't. The horizon no longer matters when you've got a bubble sextant. Or you're using.
Hold on.
Guys, hold on. There's way too many people talking. I'm gonna have to start muting people if you guys fade.
Please do. Just real quick.
I was talking, but they were talking about bubble sextants.
Everyone relax.
No. Hold on.
No.
Almost exactly. You brought up sextants, right? You brought up sextants. Did you bring up, or did anyone else, as a flat earther, bring up a bubble sextant?
Nope. And that's my whole point.
Bubble sextant proves you don't need the horizon. The horizon is used on the nautical ship because
how do
it's
you correct for dip angle? How do you correct for dip angle?
You don't have to if you have a bubble sextant.
Okay, I was going to try to follow up with a point. Okay, listen. My point was, again, that these globe flakes are bringing up a red herring.
Not a red herring.
Let me finish. Let me finish. You are bringing up a straw. You are bringing up a straw man because no one has referred to a bubble sextant. So don't bring it the fuck up.
Why?
I can explain why not. I can explain why I'm bringing it up. And then you can respond to the substance of why I'm bringing it up. Because we get stuck on this dip angle correction, whereas a dip angle correction is trying to just find level. It's just trying to find flat. And the easiest way to do that at sea is to find the horizon and then correct for your elevation above the horizon. A bubble sextant will find plumb or horizontal. Horizontal is definitionally.
There's no reason to bring up
hey. I'm explaining why I'm doing it. Don't shout me down in the middle of speaking, bro.
There's no reason to bring it up at all, bro.
Yes, there is.
Yes, there is. Because
his argument is because
his argument.
When we measure When we do a triangulation, we do have to.
You're not
My whole
triangulating.
question is, how do you account for dip angle? That's my.
So that's what I'm asking. That's what I'm answering. I'm trying to answer that almost exactly. The answer is this: definitionally, it's like the corollary to this argument would be saying, "I'm trying to find the diameter of Earth."
Elevation.
Somebody bringing
elevation.
Please,
Is it not?
guys, let me finish. Please,
Guys,
let me
please,
finish.
guys,
Please,
hold
fuck,
on,
man,
eggshells.
Jesus.
Eggshells,
Settle
hold
the
on a
fuck
second.
down.
Eggshells. Hold on a second, please. Calm down. Let's let eggshells finish. All right? Come on, guys.
Jesus. So it's like somebody talking about the diameter of a circle and somebody else going, well, what about the radius? And we just double it. And somebody goes, whoa, you're not allowed to bring up the radius. The two are intimately, inextricably related to one another. Plumb is definitionally 90 degrees from horizontal. So if you're taking an angle from horizontal and people get confused or upset about how you do that, and you go, fine, we'll take it from plumb, that's completely rational. There is no reason to object to that, except if you don't like what it does to your argument.
No. Because the whole argument is trying to prove the shape of the Earth. Now you're assuming it in your little whole explanation you did right there. You assumed a globe, and that you have to measure your dip angle according to a globe. But all actual measurement of a dip angle does or takes into account is elevation. Do you agree or not?
Yes. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So it's elevation above sea level. Nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
That's right.
Elevation.
The whole thing about how you take a measurement.
Wait. We're talking about proving the shape of the Earth. Yeah. So you cannot prove it by assuming it. You got to get through your
to clarify,
head,
what we're not doing is saying because there's a dip angle correction, the Earth is round.
That is
some people do say
so
that. So just to be clear, that's not what I'm saying. Some people do say that, and there is some merit to the argument, but I'm not going there at the moment. All I'm doing is saying this idea of you needing a flat line to do something from is bunk because you could take it from plumb, so that we can take the sextant measurement and progress.
I don't care what you can or could not do. It's about what you're doing.
You should, because you're saying.
You know what the next step is? After you figure your angle from horizontal to the star, what's your next step? Do you know?
Subtract from 90.
What I remember Egypt saying.
It from 90 degrees. That's correct. Then you draw. Then you have to go into the almanac, which is, by the way, a globe-based document, and find the ground position of the star.
Listen, hold on, listen.
Why is he asking us questions? He won't answer any of our questions. Hold on, and he asks us questions of shit we've already told him.
Hold on, just real quick. When we're referring to 90 degrees and subtracting the degree of the position of the star, where are we looking?
What do you mean, where are you looking? It's a calculation.
Okay, hold on. Where is the 90 degrees reference?
There's 90 degrees between horizontal and vertical. Do you agree?
Where is the reference of 90 degrees conceptually placed?
Hello, is there 90 degrees between horizontal and vertical?
Does anyone else understand my question?
No.
It's straight over your head. 90 degrees is dead over your head.
Hold on. Okay, thank you. Writing. Thank you very much. Okay. This goes back to my point from before. We are taking measurements of angles above our head. That's how.
Well done.
Right. Hold
Welcome
on
to the conversation.
Hold on, please.
This is becoming annoying.
Hold on. Why? Okay.
You're speaking extremely slowly, and you're saying "hold on" every 2 sentences, every 2 words.
Because I'm getting interrupted, Bacon. I'm getting interrupted. I'm trying to recollect my thoughts. Please,
guys. This is just going to make it take longer every time you guys interrupt. Like, you want this to get over with so someone else can talk, or what?
Okay. My point is, this discussion of angles and degrees happens in the sky. There's no reason to project your curvature that is happening in the sky to the surface of the Earth. That's it.
Yes, there is, because
I can give you a rationale for that.
The calculations we're doing are giving us distances on the surface. They're giving surface distance between points. And if you can map those distances to a sphere, then you can no longer map that to a flat surface.
No,
and you can find latitude and longitude are based upon these observations, and they give you a coordinate system you can test right now, and you can test it like in Google Maps, and you could test it with a sextant yourself, and you can. I thought, okay
great.
fine. You go, Copernicus. You obviously get upset when other
Copernicus.
people interrupt, but then you just sort of charge in all the time.
Come on, guys.
Travis,
After you've done, we're letting eggshells finish. Hold on, we're gonna let eggshells finish. Come on, guys.
It's if you're getting these measurements and they are reliably telling you where you are on the Earth, such that you create a grid system out of them, then obviously it is useful to look in the sky to tell where you're standing on the ground. Because if it wasn't useful to look in the sky to tell where you are on the ground, you wouldn't use it.
Okay, great.
It's that simple.
Okay, hold on. Great. Okay, listen. The coordinate system is simply conceptual. Let me ask you a question. Would I be able to take, let's say I lived in the middle of Nebraska and I wanted to draw a coordinate system on 100 square miles, right?
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to map out 100 square miles, and I simply took the degrees of angle that I took in the sky. Would I be able to conceptually plot them out on the 100 square miles that I have?
Sure, yeah, do it any way you want.
Okay, so it's a concept. Thank you.
No, because
would you?
now there's
So
a
I've got a
Yeah,
question.
so what? It's a concept, but it works. So what?
Could you come up with a coordinate system that was bad? Could you come up with an incorrect coordinate system? Let's say you've got a square, flat plot of land, but you plotted that land like it had two poles, like it was a sphere. Could you do that?
If you want to create a scenario to prove your point, go ahead.
Sure. Okay. So I could create a bad conception. Would that bad conception work? Yes or no?
Yeah.
It would work.
It would work.
Exactly.
A bad conception would work.
In the middle, it would start breaking down toward the edges. So all you'd have to do is keep people away from the edges, like they do in fucking reality.
Bullshit. You can go to the South Pole. You can go to the North Pole.
Wait. If you have a coordinate system that can, it doesn't matter what the values mean. It doesn't matter how you're distributing the coordinates. If you can identify points on the surface, right? And if you can know the distance between those points, then you can, it doesn't matter how your coordinate system works. If you can get the distance between points that are identified, you can make claims about how the surface is. Because, for example, regardless on how your coordinate system is, if you have 4 points that are equidistant from each other, they can't be on a flat surface. They form a tetrahedron. It doesn't matter how your coordinate system works. If they're giving you, why not?
No.
You can't disagree with it. It's basic geometry.
Hold on. Can I respond?
It's like a disco ball, right? It's a bunch of flat surfaces.
Let me see how he's going to deny this. Well,
yeah.
Okay, Bacon. Again, I'm on my 100 square mile plot in Nebraska somewhere. If I plot out a square, it's a square. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but in the square, the points aren't equidistant from each other.
Well, okay, wait. Now then it's not a square.
That's not a square. Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah, so it's not a square.
That's right.
Okay. So, okay, great. So again, right now we're talking conceptually. So the proof that would be in the pudding would be for us to plot out a smaller area of square 90-degree angles. If I could plot out on the Earth 4 different 90-degree angles and create a square, it's a square.
Okay.
Yeah. If you go far enough, you can go three 90-degree angles and make a big triangle.
Yeah,
that's right. That's right. It's a triangle. That's right.
Yeah,
with 3 angles of 90 degrees, 270 degrees in between them.
Oh no! Wait! Hold on! Wait! What? Whoa! No! I just made a triangle of 180 degrees.
Where you made a triangle of 270 degrees.
What? No! Whoa, bro! Slow down, man. Slow down. Where are you getting this concept?
It works. They've done it. I've seen it drawn. You want to see it drawn?
Okay. No. Okay, look. Okay, hold on. Again, if you draw on a piece of paper right now a triangle, it's going to have 180 degrees, my boy.
Yeah, because you're flat and you're not going very far. That's correct.
Okay, so if you make it a bigger triangle, it's going to be 180 degrees, my boy.
On the sphere, you can make it up.
Oh, wait, hold on, where'd you get this sphere from?
That's what we do. We can know. We find this on there.
The conversation. We're getting far from the topic. So we were referring to coordinate system. That was what we're talking about. So the thing is, the when you use a sextant, it gives you distances between you and the GPU of a star, right?
How do you figure that? Do you know? Yeah, you know how. It's usually at 69 degrees per mile.
Why are you interrupting? Why are you interrupting, Paid?
Why? Because you. Well, I mean, I can't interrupt, but you can.
Hey,
I'm sorry,
wait.
I forgot the rules.
Oh, Bacon was in the middle of what he was saying. Go ahead, Bacon.
Well, the thing is, when you go to the almanac, the position of the star is a latitude and longitude position, right? And it gives you there's a formula that you use to get distance between points on the between latitude and longitude. And you might say, well, they are conceptually mapped on a sphere, but if the distances that they give are the same distances you would get on a sphere, then they form a sphere.
Hold on.
It doesn't matter.
You can't prove it. You can't prove they don't match.
Yeah,
Let
I
him
can,
finish,
I can.
guys. Yo.
Jesus.
I can give you, I can give you 4 pairs of latitude and longitude that are all on Earth in not on the sea in the middle of the sea, but on. Let me finish. I'm finished. Hold
Travis,
on.
Travis, hold on a second.
I can give you 4 points, 4 pairs of latitude and longitude that are all on land, that are all equidistant to each other. And I mean, if that's the case, they can't be on a flat surface.
Okay,
They must be.
Okay, great. How far is a mile on your globe?
A mile.
Yeah.
Is 1
How
mile.
far is a mile on the flat Earth?
A mile.
There you go. What's your point? What's your
yeah,
point?
A mile is the point.
So the
is
point
a mile
is,
is. Let me enter. A mile is a distance between 2 points.
Right.
When I'm referring to 4 points, and you have a mile between all pairs of those 4 points, then you can't no longer map them onto a surface.
No, that's incorrect.
Can you?
Okay, listen. All you have is distance. Point A, point B, point C, point D. You've got a square. It's 10 square miles.
No.
I
have 4 points.
What are we talking about? I lost track.
Right. So I have 4 points, right?
I'm talking to Bacon.
Of course
yeah,
not.
I have 4 points. If I had 3 points, I have 3 distances, which is A to B, B to C, and C to A, right?
Whatever.
If I had a 4.
Look.
Wait. Let me finish.
Hold on.
Let him finish, Travis.
Let him finish. I will, Howard. Okay, listen.
Just let him.
Okay, hold on.
Travis.
Hold on. I don't know why you're switching from a square to a triangle. Pick a fucking shape and stick with it.
Yeah, I'm trying to make it more visual for you because this is just geometrically obvious.
Did I
Jesus,
ask
Travis, you're a child.
I'm so close.
Develop some fucking patience.
Harry, shut the fuck up.
All right, let's not. Just finish it up, Bacon. Go ahead.
Yeah, right. So you have 3 points. Okay. You have 3 points. You have 3 distances between A to B, B to C, and A to C, right? So if you had the 4th point, now you have 6 distances because you have all the 3 you already had, and now you have that point to all of those 3. So you have 6 distances. If those 6 distances are the same, we're not just talking about 4 points. We're talking about 6 distances between those 4 points, and that forms a tetrahedron. There's no other shape.
No, it doesn't.
All right, so show me a different shape that has this property.
How come your globe doesn't have any round spots? How come it's a bunch of...
Brian, please. Okay, listen, Bacon. The minute you appeal to a tetrahedron, you are appealing to a concept that you did not get by simply plotting out 4 or 6 different distances.
Yes, I actually do. If you add a point and say, well, let's use a meter, right? So all 4 points are going to have a meter to each other. If you add 1 point in space, now there's a sphere around that point of 1 meter radius.
A sphere? Wait, what?
If you let me finish, you understand. So I add a point in space, and I said all of the points I'm going to add are 1 meter apart from each other. So if I add a single point, there's a sphere of 1 meter radius around this point where the next one can be.
Okay, wait.
So I'm going to
hold on. Okay. When you say space, are you talking about something
Euclidean
up in the
space.
air?
No, I'm talking about Euclidean space. So I have X, Y, and Z. I have 3.
Oh my God! Listen. Okay, earlier we were talking about plotting out 4 to 6 different points. Okay, were those points on the ground?
I'm not sure what you're referring to, actually.
Okay, we were talking about distances. Point A, point B, C, D, whatever, right? Okay. I was following you thinking that we were talking about points on the Earth, correct?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Okay, great. So just this generic description of measuring points on the Earth. Okay. Now you're talking about a point and then a sphere. Like, are you talking about marking out something on the ground, or are you talking about?
That's yeah, I'm explaining you how you get from this starting point in which you want 4 points equidistant to a tetrahedron. The sphere has nothing to do with Earth. It's just to make a visual that 4 points are equidistant.
Okay, a tetrahedron is what? Just for clarity's sake, what do you mean?
It's someone's live stream. Oh, eggshells. Yeah, you can go to eggshells. It's just like a three-dimensional shape composed of 4 equilateral triangles.
A cube. Oh no, triangles. You said triangles. Okay.
Yeah, four.
Three-sided pyramid.
Yeah.
Okay.
4 faces, 4 vertices.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
right. So So we're talking about a triangle, right?
The tetrahedron.
Okay.
A triangle is 2-dimensional. Tetrahedron is 3-dimensional, right?
Okay. So it seems to me I don't know why we are invoking tetrahedrons when we're mapping out an area of space on the surface of the ground.
I'm just exemplifying for you. Yeah, I'm exemplifying why knowing distance between points on the surface of something can tell you how the surface looks like.
Okay. Okay, great. Again, I'm only going to pick 4. I don't need you to simplify anything. I understand 4 points. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so if it turns out that the 4 points that I have mapped are all equidistant to each other, that they can't be on the surface of a...
Who said they? Okay, look. Right. Why are you saying there's no reason to say to me if you plot out 4 equidistant points and they are all equidistant, then you can't be on a sphere. There's no reason to say that. I'm not invoking the language of sphere at all.
No, I said you can't be on a flat surface.
Yeah, you can't be on a flat surface. You could be on a sphere.
Oh my god. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, listen very carefully. Point
You're simultaneously
not
getting it and speaking condescendingly like we're not getting it.
Y'all are full of shit, dude. How could that not work on a flat surface?
Hold on.
Because you need a 3rd degree.
Again.
A 3-dimensional object.
Again. Oh my god.
A little refraction. It never work on any surface. If it were
sorry guys, I really gotta go now.
Brian, please. I'm sorry. Bacon. Listen. Okay.
This is a great description, Bacon.
Point A.
Thank you.
Okay, hold on. Point A. Okay, point A to point B is a mile. I turn 90 degrees, I go a mile. I turn 90 degrees, I go a mile. I turn 90 degrees, I'm back at my starting point. I have a square.
Sure.
Yeah.
Now, can you go from point A to point C, please? And will that still be a mile?
Exactly.
Yes.
No, we won't.
So you're not on a square then. Or you don't get how basic geometry works. Because the diagonal of a square will always be longer than any of its sides. Otherwise, it would be a square.
It's square root of 2, to be more precise.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I gotta have dinner. I'll leave that to you guys. I think you can handle it. See ya.
See you, Bacon.
You didn't say diagonal. You said from A to D. That's
he's gone A, B, C, D. No, A, B, C, D describes.
You just backtracked the line and then told him it wasn't a mile, dude. Then you started adding diagonals.
Okay. So I can clarify it for you if you'd like me to, Brian. What I meant was if you're going 1 mile, turning 90 degrees, 1 mile, turning 90 degrees, 1 mile. Oh, Brian, please let me finish. I'm like 3 words in, man. Take a breath.
Bro, you're talking about us being arrogant, bro, and then look how you act.
Sure.
No, he's just trying to keep interrupting him, Brian. Let him talk, man. Just let him finish.
If you go a mile, turn 90 degrees, go another mile, turn 90 degrees, go another mile, turn 90 degrees and go another mile, and you've described 4 sides of a square, right? If you then travel from A to C, i.e. opposing diagonals on that square, you cannot get a mile. Either that was one of your previous calculations wrong.
Okay. If I go 45 degrees,
Brian,
if I go 1 mile, 45 degrees, what is that?
Hold
it's
on,
a mile.
Brian, hold on. Okay. Eggshells, what point are you trying to make?
I'm trying to help you understand the point that Bacon was making, which is what you've described as a square, what he's described as a tetrahedron. If he finds that every point is a mile from every other point, and he's got 4 points that do that, what he knows he must have described is a 3D object. It cannot be a 2D object. It has to be a tetrahedron. That's the point I'm making.
I see.
From every vertices to every other vertices, it's a mile. If there's 4 of them, it's a tetrahedron. It is not a square.
Okay, wait. Okay, listen. I'm really trying to understand you. Okay, please be patient. So now what you've done basically is you've elevated our points of reference a mile above our heads, and you've made a cube. Correct?
No, not a cube. Because a cube would have the same problem I'm talking about. Here is an image of a tetrahedron. I'm going to post it in the chat. The tetrahedron is defined as something that has 4 vertices. Oh, fucking, where is it? I'll go back there. I'll get it wrong otherwise. 4 vertices, 4 faces, 6 edges. Okay? And every point is equidistant from every other point. Every sort of vertex, whatever that is, point, spiky bit, is equidistant from any other point. So if you've ever in some way traced and found that every point in 4 points is equidistant from one another, you know that you cannot be standing on something flat. It cannot be a square, because otherwise one of those edges will be longer. Does it make sense now?
I disagree with your conclusion.
Okay, so you're disagreeing with basic geometry then?
Okay, basic geometry has straight lines.
That's exactly what a tetrahedron is, a collection of straight lines making vertexes, edges, and faces.
Okay, great. Okay, all I'm going to say right now is that this is classic misdirection. I was talking about measuring. Hold on. Yeah, I was talking. Okay, listen. I was talking about measuring out an area on the ground. Right. Your invocation of tetrahedrons is misdirection.
No, it's not. It's fundamental to the argument. If you don't get how it fits, I can explain for you. But to claim that it's misdirection is just missing it.
What is my claim?
I don't know anymore, to tell you the truth.
In this discussion,
your claim is the Earth is flat, and you have no evidence for it. But other than that, what's your claim?
Hey, shut the fuck up!
That's not a claim. We all know it's not a claim.
Okay, writing. What's my claim right now in this discussion?
It sounds like your claim is, if I stake out 4 points on the ground and create a square, that doesn't tell me anything about the shape I'm in, or it proves I'm on something flat. It doesn't appear. It does. I'm not sure what your point is. It sounds like Bacon spent the last half hour trying to explain to you that knowing distances between things can tell you the shape of what you're standing on. I'm not clear on what your point is, if I'm honest.
Okay, fine. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how large this area of square space is. We can make it 5 miles. We can make it 7 meters. We can make it 7 kilometers. I don't care. As long as you have equidistance between point A to B, B to C, and all the way back around to A, you have a square. That's my only point. That's it.
Sure. But what we're describing is, if you want to test that by drawing a diagonal on it, right, to test if it's a square or whatever, and you find that diagonal is equal distance to the other sides, you must now throw out the conclusion that you've made a square.
It's not going to be that.
Right. It's not going to be that. You're right. That's the whole conversation we're having.
No, listen.
So go back. Let me wind it back then. The conversation.
I don't need
the conversation
to.
started with. Let me do it. Come on. the conversation started with, if you create a coordinate system that can give you distances, can you use those distances to determine the shape of what you're standing on? What we've established with Bacon's very eloquent description of figuring out you've got a tetrahedron is you will find, based on these distances, but most importantly, the diagonals between them, you will be able to work out whether what you're standing on is flat or curved.
What's the point of the Pythagorean theory?
What do you mean? To work out the length of a hypotenuse? What are you talking about?
What's the point?
Whatever you want to use it for. It's an equation. It doesn't have a point. It's not sentient.
A
It doesn't
squared
wander
equals B
around
squared, the whole
desiring
thing,
things.
right? C squared equals ABC, right? You're trying to figure out the hypotenuse. It doesn't change the fact that you've got a 90-degree angle at every corner.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about right now?
Listen, the hypotenuse has
accusing me of misdirection. What are you talking about? Hypotenuses and triangles now. Fine, carry on. Maybe
hold on.
Maybe it's going to make sense in a moment. Sorry, I'm interrupting too soon. Maybe it's going to start making sense in a moment.
Yeah. You brought up point A to point C. That's a hypotenuse, correct?
Sure, yeah, if you wanted to call it a triangle, sure.
You brought up the hypotenuse, correct?
I brought up a diagonal of a square. We were still on a square at that stage, so you could call it a triangle.
Which is the hypotenuse. Okay, hold on. Is the diagonal the hypotenuse?
On a triangle, yes.
On a triangle?
He's dodging, dude. Just say fucking yes, dude.
I'm saying yes. Yes. Carry on. Describe to me how this relates. Except
you brought it up. You're being arrogant again. You're the one who brought it up.
Sure, I brought up the point. But the point I'm making is not about creating a triangle and figuring out a hypotenuse. It's showing that distance just won't be a. But yeah, sure.
You just asked him why he brought up hypotenuses. You're the one who brought it up, dude.
So let's see the point. Let's get to the meat of it.
You're bringing up a point that you're making. I didn't make this point.
So what's your point then? I want to know what you're thinking.
Oh my God!
Tell me how you think this works.
Let's clear it up. Just clear it up. Yeah.
Sure.
Listen. I have already made my point numerous times. Okay. Distance is fucking distance. Point A.
That's correct.
Point A to point B. It could be 3.3 kilometers. Point B to point C, 3.3 all the way around. As long as they are equidistant, it's a square. That's my only point. That's it.
Yeah, nobody's disagreeing with that.
Could be a parallelogram.
You're a long way behind in the conversation if that's the point you're making.
It could be a parallelogram. Can it be?
The question is, if you draw that out with known distances on a globe, or from where we came from.
On a what? On a what? Wait, what?
Do you let me finish? Please.
On a what?
Take a breath, man.
Wait, on a what?
A parallelogram.
If you draw that out on a globe.
Anything about the angle?
On a globe. On a globe. Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
If you draw that, oh my God.
Copernicus,
if you draw that out on a globe, and if you draw that out on something flat, and you try to make that square or any four-sided shape, they don't even need to be equidistant sides to do this. Jeremy did this with Kosho actually. Get any known distance, and you can co-witness these distances knowing 1 degree per 60 nautical miles, and you test them. What you'll find is you can get the four lengths to match, the four distances to match, but when you try to draw that diagonal and see if that distance matches, using your Pythagoras theorem if you want to, what you'll find is it doesn't fit. But if you stretch it over a globe, it does. That's what we're using that's why one of the many ways in which sextants demonstrate that you live on a globe.
Bro, you're full of shit. The straight line distance between a globe and a flat earth over 69 miles is less than 10 feet, dude. You are dishonest, dude.
I'm talking about.
What in the hell?
You could never prove which is accurate just with the distance. The way you're talking, like it's like the distance just proves it, bro. Look, the distances are so close. Even over between two lines of longitude, 690 miles is only like 5/8 of a mile. So you go 690 miles. You pick any spot on Earth and tell me if you could distinguish straight line distance within barely over half a mile. You can't, bro.
If you start
That's why the way the globe figures it. It's a bunch of flat spots. It's like a disco ball the way it's surveyed after curvature corrections. It's not even a globe. It's a disco ball. You look into your own model before you start criticizing what you don't understand.
So you can be off by 5/8 of a mile over. So you'd be what, a mile off, just because your model's wrong.
Yeah, I should have posted this hours ago because this GIF that I think it's Walter Bislin made these describes it really well. Describes exactly the problem really well. You
Well,
get
got
4
away from
distances.
cell nav, and now we're getting about the shape of the Earth again. Huh?
There's no problem writing. There's no problem, dude.
I mean, if you want to wave your hand at it that way, but
It's
noticeably
not
you don't.
listen, it's
Noticeably,
not
each time you
waving,
respond,
it's
you don't respond to the substance of the
I'm
conversation.
not waving
You like
my hand.
shout,
I'm
you
not waving
overtalk,
my
you say no, you say wait up, and then what you say next doesn't actually respond to the substance of what the previous person said. It's noticeable.
No. Your whole
way to prove what I was saying.
Your whole invocation of spherical geometry doesn't belong in this conversation.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't belong in a conversation about whether the Earth is a sphere. We shouldn't talk about spherical geometry. That's a weird claim. Go on, expound on that. Why would it not? Why
Okay.
would, if we're testing whether it's A or B, why wouldn't we talk about B?
Great. Where is your evidence the Earth is a sphere?
That's what we're
Giving you
testing.
several of them
We've
already.
got to
No,
test
you're
both
not.
models.
No, sir. You're assuming it's a sphere,
Where's
and
your-
then you are creating a concept to prove your conclusion.
See what I mean? You're not
Let's
responding to
start-
the substance of what I said. You're just like, this is just noise. This is just rhetoric. Of course, if I'm trying to go, is the Earth flat or is it spherical? We have to go, let's test what it would look like if it's spherical and test what it would look like if it's flat. You wouldn't do that? You wouldn't do that?
No.
So show us the test.
Travis, where's
Go
your
on.
evidence?
Show us the test.
Yeah, let's go to Travis. What's your evidence that it's flat? Go for it.
Oh, it's 2022.
And do it without talking about a globe. Go for it. Go. What's your evidence we live on a flat plane?
I have no evidence there's a globe.
It's not a claim, dude.
That's not.
Flat
That's
Earth
negative
is
evidence.
not a claim.
Hang on,
It is a
you just
reverse.
claimed it. I
burden
shouldn't
of
be
proof
talking about a
fallacy.
globe in the conversation, and then you had to bring up a globe
We're
to
on
prove
a flat
flat.
Earth.
I don't want not
Reversal
globe,
of
Travis. I
burden
want
of proof fallacy.
Travis.
You
I
don't
don't
have
want
the
proof
proof.
not globe. I want proof
Okay,
flat. Go.
okay, all you globe flakes, all you globe flakes. Okay,
That was so
writing,
good. That was so good.
writing. Let me try to re-answer your question satisfactorily.
Sure, without talking about a globe.
Okay. What's your question again?
What's your evidence that we live on something flat? Yeah, why do you think we live on something flat?
Dude,
without
that's
talking about a globe.
a fallacy. It's not a
hold on.
claim.
Hold on, listen very carefully. I live in a world where there is elevation and distance. Okay? So if I plot out my elevation on a certain piece of land, what's my reference point? Oh, let's say I make it the ocean. Okay? So my ocean is 0. Let's say I go up 35 meters and build a home. 35 meters in elevation, and it's 10 miles distance from the ocean. That's all I know, bro.
That proves the Earth is
So
flat.
I asked you for your evidence that the Earth is flat, and you told me a story about building a home.
And I'm telling you, it's not fucking flat. It has elevation. Okay? Listen very carefully. I'm going to say it one more time. If I'm on the
No, we
Earth,
heard it. We don't need to hear your bad story.
Oh my
again.
God!
It's
So
poorly
you're
told bad
completing,
story.
Guys,
you're completing
it's
curve
okay,
and elevation
gentlemen.
again.
Oh, it's okay, gentlemen. Hold on. All I know is my elevation and distance.
No, it's not all you know.
That's all I know.
That's all you know. That's all you know. I'll give you that's all you know. Thank you, Travis.
Yeah.
I'll put that down on my list. That the world is not flat because there's elevation.
Kate, I don't know why you're ejaculating over
because it's
writing in my
2022.
conversation with you. Okay,
Because
writing
it's 2022.
writing
And your best
you-
evidence is,
okay,
is that there's
okay,
elevation.
Stop ejaculating.
I mean, you knew what my question was, and that you chose to answer that way demonstrates that
Do
you have
you
no evidence.
understand?
I'm not
my
done speaking.
answer?
I'm not done speaking. Just
It's a
speaking
yes or
loudly
no,
and
bro.
slowly over the top of
It
me
is
doesn't.
a yes
like, you're
or
not going
no
to intimidate me
answer.
out of the conversation.
It is a yes or
such
no
a
answer.
staggeringly irritating way of talking. But I guess I've got that feedback myself, so maybe we're two peas in a pod. That you gave that answer rather than giving evidence for what you knew very well that I was asking, or I'm going to presume pretty strongly you knew what I was asking.
No. Don't try to psychoanalyze me.
Demonstrates. It was a really good demonstration, really apt demonstration of your utter cowardice.
I answered your question. All I can do is measure distance.
Utter cowardice.
All I can do is measure distance, bro. Look,
why don't my proof? Here's my proof of flat Earth.
Again,
go for it, Brian. I'm curious to hear yours, Brian.
The math does not. The Earth curve does not match the clouds we see in the sky. We did the math earlier. The clouds on the horizon.
Brian,
let me
repeat,
Brian.
Let me repeat the question, Brian. You're meant to be doing it without talking about a globe.
Right.
So, because here's the problem with it, right? If you're saying it doesn't match Earth curve, we could live on an Earth with a different kind of curve.
That's not
it could be a larger Earth, or it could be a tetrahedron-shaped Earth. So what you need to do to adhere to Travis's weird rules about not talking about certain things is you need to talk about why you live on something flat without mentioning a globe.
I don't have any rules.
So evidence for hey, Copernicus.
I just
please stop interrupting.
What are you talking about?
Please stop interrupting.
I didn't make any rules up. You did.
Well, what were you?
You interrupted me to even say any of that, bro.
When I said globe before, you had a near conniption. You lost your shit. Threw your toys out of the pram.
That's because you're bringing up something you haven't proven, bro.
Yeah, you haven't proven even flat. All you've proven is you've got a house.
Okay, listen.
I'm doubtful.
Flat is not a claim.
If I've got any questions about your house, I'll refer to you, but I'm quite comfortable I live on a globe, so I'll keep talking about a globe, but I won't. I'm not interested. So,
can I ask a question? Hold on. It doesn't need to be a house. I'm talking about simply distance. If I measure 100 miles, all I know is I've measured 100 miles. That's all I can tell you about the place in which I live.
Yeah, it's a cowardly answer, and you know it to be.
It's not. Okay, wait. Why is it cowardice if I'm answering your question to the best of my ability?
Because you're deliberately dodging the question.
Okay, great. So great. So you tell me, since you are psychoanalyzing me and telling me and telling everyone that I'm gaslighting everyone and lying to everybody right now. Okay.
No, I don't think you're lying. I don't think you're lying. I think you're being a coward. That's the word I used. A coward.
Okay, a coward by not do. Okay, hold on.
By not answering reasonably. You demand answers from other people. Hold on. Okay,
great.
You shout at people if they don't answer in the way that you want.
Great.
You talk over them. You say no. But then when you're asked a direct question, you tell what's clearly just a ridiculous story to avoid answering the question because you're a coward.
Okay, great. So let's just pretend, because we are in La La Land. Let's pretend that I am an honest person and I'm trying to say, okay, I'm going to answer you to the best of my ability. All I know is that I can measure distance.
Yeah, it's a cowardly answer. I'm not saying it's dishonest. I'm just saying it's cowardly.
Okay.
You know that you can't answer the question, so you just give that answer instead. Okay. And then it's like Bev's games. This is really similar to Bev's.
Like, you are just
a P900. Where'd you get a P900? It's
Let me know when you're done
playing
waffling.
stupid word games rather than having a real conversation.
Are you done waffling yet?
Eggshells.
Curious to hear Brian's answer.
That was actually a pretty good bet.
Okay, hold on. No, guys. No. Egg writing. Why was it cowardice? Why?
Because you knew the question I was asking, but you knew that it would be nigh on impossible to answer. So rather than saying, that's right, actually, by the rule I just established that you shouldn't invoke globes because you haven't proven them, I'm going to be incapable of answering that very simple question except by invoking globes. So perhaps I have an unreasonable, hypocritical standard that I'm holding you to that I'm unable to meet myself. That's what a person with courage and conviction would have done. Instead, you told a silly story about a house on a hill. We all saw through it. Even the flat earthers here who like you saw through that.
You are such a fucking psychopath, man. You are a fucking psychopath.
Let's
I'll second that, Travis.
Cool.
Can I ask you a question?
Can I have a conversation?
Can we kind of shift? Can we shift gears and kind of
let me
put it down and
Right.
get away from the name calling?
Great. Howard, okay? You and I have gone toe-to-toe before, but I like you, okay? So look, did you have any problem with my answer when I said, all I know is that I can measure distance.
Yeah, what I would equate that to, like, restricting yourself to your local area. It's like standing in
How
your
far
backyard
away
and
did I
saying it
say
looks
I
flat.
measured? How far away did I say I measured?
100 yards or 100 miles or
No, I
100.
said 100 miles. Do you want me to go 500 miles, Howard? I'll
I
go.
don't know what that means. What does that mean?
Howard, this is not complicated, gentlemen. If I measure from point A to point B, 723 miles, what do you know more than I do that it is 723 miles?
That's such an odd question. What's the point of that question?
Okay.
But do you know that I don't know?
Hold on.
Exactly.
What? Okay, hold on. What is the point of my answer, 723 miles? What question am I answering?
I have no idea.
Are you?
I'm struggling with that logic. I'm not following.
Howard, did it seem to you like he was answering the question or like he was
I
dodging
didn't
it?
ask for your help, writing. I didn't ask for your help.
I'm not
Okay,
helping
Howard.
you.
Howard,
Well, like I said, in honesty, Travis, I equated your answer to the equivalent of saying standing in my backyard and it looks flat. I mean, it's like undefined. I don't really see what the point of the answer was.
Okay, look.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, hold on, Howard. We all live in a conversation where terms and concepts have already been given to us. I don't know what I would think or how I would describe the world if I didn't already, if I wasn't already given terms like globe or flat earth. But let's pretend that I live in a world where I don't know the term globe and I don't know the concept flat earth. All I know is I live in Nebraska and I have 100 square miles. Okay?
It's
if you're
flat.
okay, hold on. If you now come up to me and say, "Hey, bro, I'm a traveling scientist. Did you know we live on a globe?" And I say, "Well, what do you mean by that?" He's like, "Well, go stand over there." And I go stand over there. And he says, "How far away is your property line?" And I say, "Oh, it's about 150 mile yonder." And you say, "Yeah, the point between you and that property is curving away from you."
So I would want to know the elevation of, say, the Rocky Mountains, because I'm in proximity to the Rocky Mountains, and I would want to know why I can't see them from Nebraska.
Why are you talking about Rocky Mountains when we're in the middle of Nebraska and you're trying to demonstrate based on my property markers that from point A to point B is curvature?
Why are we stuck on such a small area? Why can we only look at your tiny little property in Nebraska?
Okay.
Why can't
Because
we
Travis
look to the
knows.
Rocky Mountains?
Great.
Because
Okay,
Travis
great.
knows that it
Listen,
looks
man,
flat.
Listen, hold on. No, shut up, Paige. Listen. Okay, that's why not just 5 minutes ago I said make it 723 fucking miles. Make it 1,000 miles. How big do you fucking want this area, dude?
I would like to talk about the fact we have accurate maps of the entire surface of the planet.
Yep, that use latitude and longitude, which are degrees, which for
Yeah.
some
That's
reason
changing
degrees
conversations.
give
Go ahead,
us a
gentlemen. Have fun.
linear
Have fun
relationship
with
of
your circle
distances.
jerk. Have fun touching yourselves, gentlemen.
Bye, Travis.
Yeah,
Have
if you're
fun.
going
Run away,
now, that
little
is an
girl.
absolute blessed reprieve because we can
Run
now
away,
start
little
having
girl.
a
Run, run,
reasonable conversation.
Maybe not.
Oh fuck, he's not. Damn. Yeah, I think the best example is as Bacon was saying. If you've got these distances, if you know that the distances are correct, and the distances don't match up on flat, you've got to have a different answer. Or if you've got a sextant works because hey, I thought you were going away. I thought you were going away.
The distance not going to
Bye.
match up on
Bye.
flat? How
You're
is the
leaving.
distance not going to
I was
match
all
up on
sooky.
flat?
I was sad. I was waving a
I've
hanky.
got 100 square miles. That's
Look
all
at
I
the gift
know.
in
So
the chat.
how exactly do the distances not match up? It's 100
It's called
square miles,
spherical
bro.
excess. I don't know if this is new to you, but it's
Wait,
called spherical excess.
I'm sorry. What spherical?
You're
What
forgiven. That's okay. That's okay. Look, I know it's tough for you. But
spherical?
I
What
forgive you. I'll find it within me to forgive you.
spherical? What? Where did you get the sphere, bro? What are you talking about, man?
The sphere that we've all measured and established exists.
Oh, great.
Sorry, go
Measure
live in your
that.
little
Great.
shack in Nebraska so the rest of us can get on with an ordinary
Great.
conversation.
Yeah,
they have
great.
sticks in
Measure.
Nebraska?
Great.
Just
Measure.
consensus.
Great.
Do they have sticks in
Measure
Nebraska?
that. Great.
In the
Measure
meantime,
that sphere
get out
for
of
me.
my
Go ahead.
state because we don't want stupid. We've got enough here. So go ahead and move out
Oh,
of
that was
Nebraska.
a really good answer, Kool-Aid. Thank you.
What year is it? Does he? I bet he's got a GPS on his tractor.
Okay, listen.
I bet
Okay,
he uses GPS on his tractor.
where do you
Well,
measure
what about the satellite
sphere?
track that the satellites that track the cows here in Nebraska?
Yeah.
Okay,
Should
go
we,
ahead.
we talk
Go
about
ahead.
those?
Go
That's
ahead.
quite cool.
Okay, go ahead
Or-
and demonstrate how you
Or
would
the
measure.
satellites that actually can drive the tractors themselves?
Satellites have a computer program that has been programmed into them.
Can somebody mute
if you're
him?
sa-
He's going off the reservation.
That's because you guys are fucking insane.
So combines,
Now it's just name calling now. Is that what we're doing?
combines
Yeah.
half the time do not
That's
have a
what he's been
driver
doing
in
on
them anymore.
shows. Pretty sad.
Yes, I saw a
Combines are
cool.
now remote controlled by satellite imagery.
Oh my
There is
god.
no driver
Yeah.
in combine.
I saw a cool
Wow.
actually. There was a program on ABC the other day, like our
Pretty sure that's as dumb as
broadcaster in
thinking
Australia.
that your Roomba's controlled by satellites, by the way.
No, the Roomba just draws a pattern on the ground, but there's there are ones
Yeah.
that
Like I said, that's just as dumb as thinking your Roomba's controlled by satellites.
well, I mean, I don't think so. Nobody says the
You don't
Roomba's
think that they're
controlled by
you
satellites.
don't think that they're
but-
prearranging that path for
you
that
guys are just
combine to
both
take on
doing
the
it
ground?
now. Nobody says Roomba's controlled by satellites. They do say that these tractors are controlled by satellites. So there is a difference between them, isn't it?
Oh, they do say that.
Yes, they do say that.
Well, I thought what Travis was asking was interesting. If you try to take it down to brass tacks, like if you're not going off of a television or a government issued WGS 84 model or pictures from supposed people that say they're floating in a vacuum and took a picture or something. If you take all that away, where do you actually get to the Earth being a sphere from? That was the main point, and it sounds like it wasn't able to be.
Does the sun set in Nebraska, Travis? Does the sun rise and set in Nebraska or not?
Yeah, sextant will show me right angles, triangulation. That'll show me a planar surface. So where are you getting a sphere from that?
It doesn't though. It's demonstrably not true. It doesn't show right angles in a flat surface. What it shows is a linear relationship between declination of stars and distance on the ground. It just doesn't work. If you're on a flat surface, that would be a logarithmic relationship with the further you get from that, the tighter that angle gets. The further, oh my God, please.
The angles of the stars are above your head, man.
I mean, hold on though, Travis. It's the 2021 was the year of the sextant. The sextant proves the flat Earth. Only it doesn't.
I haven't appealed to the sextant, so there's no reason to bring it in. Okay.
Right, other people in this room. I am appealing to the sextant. You aren't the person who runs this conversation.
That's what we were talking about before you hijacked.
You are right.
Not
you
many
are
of them like you.
Right. You are taking measurements and calculations of angles in the sky.
Yeah, which according to your other flat earthers proves that the Earth is flat. Only it doesn't.
I kind of feel for Travis here though, because that whole "you can't look in the sky" was such a good defense until the Grand Priest started accepting the
blew it away last year.
Okay, hold on, writings. Hold on, everybody.
Travis, you're a year behind the times, sir. You're 2 years behind the times.
Great.
Now.
Yeah, thank you.
Stop over talking, Travis. For fuck's sake, wait for somebody to finish before you make a point. That's the only way you're going to be heard.
He's not capable.
Okay.
If he was, he would.
Okay, great. When did I appeal to and say you can't look to the sky?
Are you saying that the
I
sextant
don't
doesn't
care.
work?
You're not the only person here.
You brought it up, man.
That's what we were talking about before you hijacked the discussion, sir.
Okay, but listen, I'm having the conversation with you. I'm addressing your point, and then you said you can't appeal to the sky. I didn't say that. I'm telling you that your measurements in the sky are exclusively that. They're just measurements in the sky.
They give
They're
us a
measurements
linear
of
relationship
ground
with distances on the
positions.
ground. They are
find
so
Okay.
reliable,
position
we
relative-
created a coordinate system out of it that uses degrees rather than miles for a
So you
specific
okay,
reason.
great. Okay, great. So you've taken an observation where angles that you measure in the sky have simply been projected onto the ground.
Exactly. Yes.
Correct.
Cool.
Yes.
Yeah.
You treat all of the celestial bodies like they have a ground position, and you treat them all, which is another interesting
not.
point, I think. You treat them all that as if they're infinitely far away. If they are
I
a
don't need
uniform
to do
distance
that.
away, hang on, I haven't finished yet. If they're a uniform distance away, then if you have a celestial sphere and you have a ground that is parallel to that, if you have a celestial sphere, you must have a celestial body ground for it to be on, which I think is another
No,
cool
that's
one.
not my
So
conclusion.
anybody who I'm not talking about your conclusion. What I'm saying is anybody who holds to the existence of a celestial sphere and acknowledges its sextants work are also
The
acknowledging
celestial
that
sphere is apparent, bro. What if it's apparent? What if the celestial
it could
sphere
be.
is apparent?
That's possible. It's just
Okay,
that the
wait,
celestial
hold
sphere
on,
would
wait.
be operating in Travis would be operating in such a way to make it look like what we're standing on is spherical as well. Because
No.
everywhere you go, if you want to get an accurate measurement, you treat that star as if it's infinitely far from you.
Okay, look, we don't need to appeal to infinitely distant stars. We can take the same degree of measurements. It's again, you don't you
Have you though?
what you failed to
Have you taken these measurements, or are you just saying I could if I wanted to? Like if
No,
you've
I
taken these
could if I
measurements, then
want-
we can have a better conversation. But so you haven't ever done celestial navigation or
Okay,
sighted a
listen.
star. You're just
Okay,
saying I
hold-
could if I wanted to, but I haven't.
Okay. If you and I were going to have a conversation about refraction and mirage, I could have a conversation with you because I know that you're an intelligent person. I'm not going to disqualify you simply because you haven't spent 4 hours or 4 years on the field making observations like I have. Okay,
No,
simply
I'm not
because-
disqualifying you. I'm not disqualifying you, but I am holding your opinion on this matter in comparison to how much you know about it and have done it.
That's what I'm
And that
saying about you.
sounds like the
bro.
answer is
Listen.
very, very little.
Okay, listen. Again, your argument right now is fallacious because I'm not going to disqualify your ability to have a conversation with me about observations in refraction simply because you haven't made the same hours of observations I have. That's got nothing
Why is that
to
fallacious? So appealing to somebody's expertise is fallacious now.
do. No, that's not what I said.
So what is fallacious about it then? You said it's fallacious. What
It's
was the
okay,
fallacious
look,
bit? What
we're
I'm saying
calling-
is, to clarify what I'm saying is, that you can describe as fallacious then is, I will rate my confidence in what somebody says based upon their expertise with that thing. And you're just that now that you're clear on what I'm saying, are you describing that as fallacious?
Okay, once again for the cheap seats. If I were to say, you know what, I'm going to take writing's challenge. I'm going to go out and learn how to use a sextant, blah, blah, blah. Okay. All I'm going to do is simply measure an angle to a light in the sky. It doesn't have anything to do, right? It doesn't have anything to do with whether or not I call that star 5 billion light years away or 5 miles away. It's got nothing to do
Yes,
with
it
it. It's
does.
all about.
Yes, it does. If you learned how to use it, you would know that what you were saying is wrong. You can sight the moon, but because the moon is closer, it appears in different places in the sky depending on where you are on the Earth. So you have to do extra calculations, which is why most people don't sight the moon. You
That
usually
won't
sight
change the
stars or the
angle
sun,
you get
which are
from the tool he's talking about, though.
Yeah, but
You'll
but
get
I mean,
the angle whether you calculate the distance or not. You'll still get the same angle. If you're standing in the
Right.
spot, you'll get the angle you get from that spot, no matter what. So it doesn't matter how far away it is. Whatever the angle you got is, that's the angle. Period.
Yeah,
Sure.
but then
Sure,
what's the next step?
The very next step is you use that calculation to figure out where the ground position of that star is. Then you know based on the angle of it how big a line of equal altitude you must be on. You must be somewhere on that line. So,
But are you talking about the next step, or are you talking about the current step? It seems really weird for you to make
No,
an
I'm talking
argument
about the
about the
next
next
step.
step
This is-
when you're talking about the first step.
No, I'm talking about using a sextant. Using a sextant isn't just getting the angle. It's then using that angle to figure out your position on the Earth.
But if his point is that all you're doing is measuring the angle for this step, that won't change depending on the distance. Whatever the distance is doesn't matter for getting that angle. The angle is the angle, period.
What is the next
the
step,
angle's
though?
the angle's the angle, but what are you going to do with the angle? If you're using, it's like saying a calculator, I can punch the keys in, but unless you hit the equals button, are you really using a calculator? Like, I mean, maybe you are if you want to do that hyper-specific way. But so to clarify, when I talk about using a sextant, I mean taking a sighting of a star and then figuring out the ground position and your where you are relative to that star in terms of distance from it. That's
the equals. Okay, the equal sign is simply the angle that you're getting.
No, it's not. The equal sign to me in that analogy, since I made the analogy, the equal sign is figuring out where that line of equal altitude is, such that you know that you must be somewhere on that line. That's what I'm saying is about using a sextant, not just taking the angle, but using that angle to do a calculation. That's the important bit.
Okay, so the equal sign to me is just getting the angle.
But
okay, sure, you could do that on a flat Earth.
Damn angle, Travis.
You could, I mean, that's a little bit. I mean, it's a little bit like going. Well, I started the car, but I didn't drive anywhere. But I'm still a car driver. Like, you haven't used a car. If somebody said I've learned how to use a car and I know enough about using a car that I can debate you on how to use a car, and then I said, what did you do with it? And you went, I turned it on. Okay, but did you put it in gear and drive it anywhere? No, that to me is not driving a car. Driving a car is just turning it on. I would say that's dumb. That's
then are you equating the use of a sextant with navigation itself? Are you saying if you use a sextant, you are navigating? You can't use that tool for literally anything else, and if you use it, then you have navigated. Is that what you're claiming?
Not so much navigation, but close to it, Bob. I would say determining your position on Earth. So you don't need to be going anywhere. You could do it from a stationary position just for fun. But if somebody said to me in the street, I've used a sextant before. And I went, oh, cool. Where were you? How did you do the calculations? They went, oh, I didn't do that bit. I just pointed at a star. I would be like, okay, so you kind of held a sextant. You didn't really use a sextant. Okay, but the purpose of a sextant isn't to find your location on Earth. That's not what a sextant does at all. What you're doing is you're taking the tool that you use to help you do a thing, and you're saying that tool is doing the thing, and it's not. The sextant will never, ever in all of history has never done it and never will give you your position on Earth ever. It can't. It's just a piece of material that you use to get piece of an equation to determine where you're located on Earth. I mean, I can't give you your position. I kind of agree with you on that, Bob.
What the tool helps you do with doing the actual thing.
Sure, I kind of agree with you on that.
Like, argument to me.
I kind of agree with you in the sextant's not telling me where I am, but like
it is.
If somebody said I used a sextant, or my dad used to say this. He said in one of my air races, or I'm not sure if all of them, I navigated by sextant. I don't think any reasonable person would go, oh, he obviously just pointed the sextant at the sky and it told him like a GPS where he was on the Earth. All rational people would go, okay, he used the sextant to do the calculations to figure out where he was.
Yes, I agree with that.
That's because the sextant in particular as a tool is usually used for that purpose.
Yeah,
but that's the same as saying if I come up to you in the street and I say, hey, I used a hammer, and then you say, oh, cool, show me the house you built. Well, I didn't build a house. I just used the hammer to do the thing the hammer does and hammer something. That's it.
Right.
It doesn't
if you hammered
build
a nail, that to me would be using a hammer. I get that there is a bit of ambiguity here because
if I said because the sextant is usually used to navigate doesn't mean it is navigating. All it's doing is helping you get an angle. Sure. That's all the tool does. Is get the angle. That's it.
Even if I stipulate to agree with this, do you feel it changes the fundamental thing that we're talking about here? Because I think most people in this debate agree that a sextant would still work on a flat Earth. It's just the calculations would be all different.
The reason I'm pointing it out is because you're saying that the distance matters. He's saying it doesn't, but it seems like either you're missing each other or you're purposely trying to not accept that. If what you're doing is getting the angle with the sextant, the distance literally does not matter. That is an accurate statement.
Travis is trying to evade
the only part where the distance would matter, according to you, actually, is when you do the navigating part, which is not what you do with the sextant. You don't navigate with the sextant. You
not even navigating.
And use that number to then calculate for navigating.
I feel like this is split. It seems to me like what you're saying on a really pedantic sense. I would kind of agree with you, but I think that you're then following that pedanticness to such a point that, like,
What you're doing when you use
the
on a
basic gist
globe.
of a sextant is that when you're on the GP, that thing will be at 90 degrees, and that will be a point. Anything below 90 degrees will give you a line of equal altitude, and the distance between you and that thing will be dependent on the circumference of that circle. So you need to walk the radius to get to the
different analogy, it would help you. Okay, let's say you have a formula, okay, and you use a calculator to do the first part of the formula so you can get your number to put into the rest of it. Okay, let's say you do that part. You use your calculator, you do the first part so you can use that number, but you haven't completed the formula. Have you done the formula?
No, I don't think so. If you haven't completed
No, all you've done is use the tool, the calculator, to get that one part that you can now put in the rest of the formula. You haven't done the formula. So when
Bob,
you
what
use
they're
the
doing,
sextant,
when they use
you
this-
haven't
when they use
navigated.
sextant-
You've gotten a number to
What the
plug
fuck is your
into
point?
the activity
Hold
you're
on, Kay.
navigating. That's it.
Bob, what they're doing when they use a section on a
When
globe,
you use
they're
a
invoking
measuring tape,
a celestial
you got
sphere
you
and a
have the
fucking
measurement
ground
to
sphere.
build with.
It never
You have
worked
not
on a
built
globe,
yet.
bro.
Will you
You have
stop
not
being
cut
fucking
yet.
pedantic?
You haven't
There's two
done
people talking
anything
at once.
else.
This is
You've
getting
just
chaotic.
measured. That's it.
Sure.
So,
So,
Bob,
Let me make
what
a
is-
point.
what
Real
is
quick.
this
Let me make a
point?
point.
So
Give y'all
that I
something
can-
to
Oh,
address.
what is your fucking point? Will someone
That's
please
what
tell me
I'm-
Bob Dole's fucking point? Now,
That's what I'm trying to
Can I
yeah,
make
so
a point?
Bob,
You guys
yeah, go for it.
understand
Go
the
for it almost
difference
exactly.
between a measurement and an inference.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
is
They
Bob
keep talking about
Dole?
GP
What is
and
Bob Dole's
your
fucking
circle
point?
of equal altitude. Your circle of equal
My
altitude.
point is
What-
that
what-
the distance
My,
doesn't
my
matter.
question
And
was
he's right.
to Globers. I want a Glober to answer my question.
If that's
The
what he's saying.
difference between a measurement and an inference.
Oh God.
Measurement, I
This-
would say you're getting a sort of raw information from something. So like,
Yes, correct.
whereas inference, I would say you're using that to build logically to a conclusion.
Yes, like with a calculation, for example, correct?
Kind of yes and no. Like I think
Well, maybe it could be.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I get
in
that
the-
some
in the
people split the
instance-
difference that go, if I measured the circumference of this wheel, I can calculate the radius of the spokes, let's say, and that might be inference or that might be calculation.
Okay,
or,
so
and people would
in
say
the
it's not
same
measurement.
tone that you measured, that you mentioned radius. I mean, with a sextant, can you measure the radius of the Earth with a sextant?
Yes, 1 degree per 69 miles measures the
How do you
radius
measure
of the Earth.
Okay, no, with a sextant. How do you measure the radius of the Earth with a sextant?
So what you could do if you wanted to, you can do it in small parts and then infer from that the curvature
So
continues at a
inference.
standard rate.
So you have a
no,
difference.
both ways. You could calculate.
Do you
You could
do-
calculate.
That was a whole bunch of nothing, man.
So let me finish my answer almost exactly. You could calculate it entirely, or you could calculate a smaller part and infer that small
That's
part
not
is uniform
answering
with the rest
how,
of the-
dude.
Maybe
You're not
not.
even giving an answer. You're not.
No, because you're
no
interrupting before I answer how.
No, not at all, man.
So what I would do if I wanted to measure the radius of the Earth and I wanted to be like, or calculate the radius of the Earth, I would go from Polaris dead overhead at 90 degrees, and I would keep heading south in a dead straight, overland Great Circle route until I got back to Polaris dead overhead, and that would I've been using that to calculate the overall circumference, which I could turn into the radius. What I could do if I wanted to use inference to do that is calculate that I
calculation
get
is the
1
same
degree.
as inference. It's exactly.
To me, inference is a
It's
little
not a
bit
measurement.
more foggy.
No. So I'm differentiating between measurement and actual measurement. Like a sextant, you would agree, measures an angle using the instrument to align 2 points. That's how you use the sextant to align it with the horizon and your celestial body. That there's a mirror that splits your eyepiece, and you align one part of the eyepiece to the horizon and the other to the limb of your celestial body.
Yeah. Well, when
That's the
stars are shooting at
actual
the center,
measurement.
you're only doing
Yes,
the limb
that-
of
that-
the moon
yeah.
or the sun.
Exactly. So that's the measurement part. Now, your calculation would be part of an inference. Would you agree?
I don't know. I guess I might use inference where maybe a little bit differently to you, where I'd say inference is kind of guesswork. Where I would say if I've measured the circumference of something, I can calculate the radius of it. Whereas inference, I would more say is like, okay, I've measured this.
How about
sort of, let's say
assuming
69
the shape of the
mile
Earth?
stretch
Yeah,
of ocean.
assuming exactly, which is assuming the shape of the Earth as being a sphere. Therefore, I use a radius value to triangulate my position. That would be inference.
You can measure the shape. We've measured the Earth.
So how so?
Again,
Where did we get R?
Oh, you know how to get R. I'm not falling down this track.
I know. I don't know. Tell me.
But the 1 degree per 69 miles gives you a pretty good
No, that's an
approximation of
assumption.
R.
That's an assumption, not a measurement.
That's not. What do you mean? That's a measurement, right?
Where's the measurement? Where's the measurement?
You 69 miles and you've gone 1 degree, so it's 360 degrees.
1 degree, and how do you get the 1 degree per 69 miles
You measure
as a measurement?
You measure.
Yeah, how? Walk me through it.
With a wheel. Well, you could walk it. You could get your car and drive it. You know, you could measure with a fucking
No
ruler
shit.
if you wanted to.
No shit. That's inference.
Okay, almost.
That's
Can I
inference, that's
answer your
measuring.
question? Almost. Can I answer your question with you?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So if I mark out the position of a star, and then I travel 69 miles, that star's position will have changed 1 degree.
No.
Yes.
No.
No.
Depend on the star.
No, because the star's GP will be rocketing across the Earth at an extraordinary pace.
Okay, so
this is who cares? Who cares?
It'll have moved 15 degrees per hour.
So
wait,
it won't be in the same place.
Hold on.
Well, not Polaris.
Hold on, please.
Yeah, maybe
Hold
not
on,
Polaris.
please. This goes back to my question earlier. Is it possible that the 15 degrees and the 1 degree happen in the sky?
No.
How did you eliminate that possibility?
I would say it's possible it happens in the sky. It just wouldn't. What I would say is you wouldn't give you an accurate reading of what's happening in the ground. If it does,
Hold on. Okay, wait. All I've done is traveled on the ground 69 miles.
Well done. Yeah. Nobody's missed that. We heard that.
Okay. Okay. Wait. I'm trying to have a conversation with writing now, please. So I've got the. Okay, hold on. There's no reason to go into prayer. Okay. Okay. Look, 3 things. I've gone 69 miles over terrestrial distance, and I've measured 1 degree and 15 degrees of movement. So what's inaccurate about that?
Oh no, that'll be fine. If you're counting as well the moving GP of the star, yeah, you'll find that you've moved.
Okay, and it happens in the sky, bro.
Yeah.
Well, does it? You've moved 69. You've moved 69 miles on the Earth, and this light on the sky has moved a really specific distance. And if you moved west, it would move a different direction in a specific distance. And if you moved east, it would do exactly the opposite thing. So what you find is, although that's happening up in the sky, it gives it. I mean, I've heard flat earthers say this, and I think it's a great saying. The sky is both a map and a clock. And that's what's so cool about celestial navigation, because it's so true that if you know when you are, you know where you are. And conversely, if you knew where you were but not when it was, you could use celestial navigation backwards to figure out exactly what second of the day it was.
Yeah,
that's
welcome to triangulation.
I agree.
No, not
That's what triangulation
not
is.
triangulation.
It's not triangulation.
We
not
don't.
it's trilateralation. Get your things
No, that's not
trilateralation because you're getting 3 different GPs making the circle of equal altitude. Where they intersect is where you are.
So what's the difference between trilateration and triangulation?
Because triangulation requires that you have 3 sides of an object, whereas trilateration, what you do is you treat the celestial objects like they're infinitely far away, and what you're trying to do is get parallel lines.
Wrong.
So you've got parallel.
No, it's totally
if you're using are you initially using an angle?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
So if you're using angles to
one angle,
triangulate your position, it is triangulation.
No,
yes.
You're not trying.
Is it just because they both got the word angle in them?
I'm not finished. Can I finish?
Okay, so triangle means a 3-sided object.
Maybe I finish and then you can disagree.
Okay, go for it.
So triangulation is the use of angles in your
3 angles.
Okay. I'm not going to finish. I'm not going to finish. Triangulation.
You're wrong. To
They're
start
not
off
going to let you finish, bro. They're not going to let you finish.
I do want to let Egypt finish. I'm
with-
sorry.
Okay, fine. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I thought you were asking a question then, Egypt. I didn't mean to tread on you there. Go for it.
That's fine.
What are you talking about?
Triangulation is the use of angles to triangulate your position. Okay. Trilateration is simply the use of distance with no angles involved. I.e., the way satellites work, or allegedly work, they use trilateration. They use the speed of light and distance. That's all they use. No angles involved.
So to answer, I'm very hazy when it comes to satellites. So if I stick with sextants, which I have started learning a little bit about, if you look at the image, the second image I posted at 37 minutes past the hour, what I've got there on that circle, the right arrow is like that. Imagine that's my location. I look sort of at an angle of whatever you call that, 35 degrees, let's say, into the sky. I see a star. What I know is at some point that will have a GP at which will be 90 degrees. And what I know is there will be a linear relationship between those degrees and the miles to me.
Yes,
so if
I know how
that's
the globe frame
35
works
degrees,
with regards, but
so
you're only
just
assuming
let me
a
finish.
globe.
Let me finish the explanation though.
In this instance, you're assuming a globe. You're not measuring one.
No. Well, I'm not assuming a globe. What I'm doing is trying to get from A to B. Let me just finish the explanation. On this angle that I've now marked as red, I know that will tick up that way as I head that way. And what I know, it will tick at a reliable rate. Doesn't even matter what surface I'm on. The light in the sky will move 1 degree per 69 miles.
Assuming
all I
a
need
globe,
to do is
yes.
calculate how many leftover miles there are until that gets to 90 degrees, and I will get there.
Yeah, if you assume a globe.
What you're saying is partly right, but the thing is,
not partly. It is 100% right. This is an assumption.
Okay, fine. It's 100% right. Just so that I can finish, I'll accept that. I'll accept it. Fine. I'm assuming it's a globe. Okay. What is important and interesting though is when I make the assumption that it's a globe, I can find my way from A to B. But you're not proving
the globe with the assumption that's been on.
Can I jump in?
Finally admitted you're assuming the globe, bro.
No, hold on. Shut up. You said one little thing. Now, what you miss off is why did you figure out this angle, and why do you have to know?
He finally admitted he's assuming a globe. That's been our point the whole time.
You're not assuming a globe. The globe is proven.
I think I am.
Can I jump in?
That I'm assuming a globe works. Go for it, sorry, Bacon.
Were they able to navigate correctly when they thought it was a flat Earth back in the day?
In the 1700s? In the 1700s, they thought the Earth was flat? Oh, well, but this is off the point. Let me... so yeah, he might be assuming a globe. He's explaining how it works on a globe, which you could argue it's assuming a globe, but that's not even relevant because if the distances that we are getting to the GPs are correct, so if the distances work and the distances you're getting,
how do you know the distance to the star?
Bacon, my initial question was, my initial question was, can you use a sextant to prove a globe?
Yes.
I.e., your measurement proves that you live on a globe. No, according to you guys, what you've just admitted, that your meament works when you assume a globe.
No,
can I show you?
I can agree with that. Let me explain you. Let me explain you how you can. How you can prove it is a globe without assuming a globe, right? So we are not. I'm not taking. I mean, this picture, this explanation that Axel is giving, is a concept of what's going on behind the math. But of course, that's a model of the spherical Earth conceptualizing what's going on. We don't need that because we only need the distances. If we have the distances and they match the distances from latitude and longitude, from the spherical coordinates of latitude and longitude, then they do form a sphere. It doesn't matter.
No, you measure an
Yes.
angle. You measure an angle between two straight lines. We already established this.
That's not what I'm
You're
saying.
going into
Why
but
do
the
you
unless-
measurement. That's what I'm establishing. The difference
Why-
between a measurement and an assumption. Your
Why did you
measurement
measure the
of
angle?
No, let me answer. Let me
you
answer.
measure an
So-
angle between two straight flat lines.
Okay,
Now,
so
if you assume that it's touching a horizon on a spherical surface,
I'm not
that's
making
your
an assumption.
problem.
I'm not making an
that-
assumption.
well,
So
how
let
are you
me-
measuring it? How are you measuring
Yeah,
it?
let me just exemplify then. Yeah, so I'm measuring the angle, let's say from plumb. So I'm using an octant, right? I'm using a bubble level sextant,
Sextant.
right?
Yeah,
So
how
I
does
get
that
an
prove a
angle.
globe?
If you let me, I'll get there. So I'm measuring an angle, and I'm multiplying that angle by 690 miles, and that's giving me the distance to the GP of the celestial body. If you agree that actually gives me the distance to the GP of the celestial body, then it must be a globe, because
No.
this. Well, I didn't give you my reasoning. Yeah, it does, because it agrees to the distances between spherical coordinates. So if it gives the same distances
So
as
you
spherical
assume
coordinates.
spherical coordinates.
No.
Then it matches, therefore it must be. You
No,
know
you're
what
not
making
getting
the
it. You're not getting it.
That's
Why
not
do
what
we
he's
measure?
saying.
You're not getting it.
I'm asking for
Why-
proof. How do you
Why do we
measure
measure
it?
the angles in celestial navigation?
You're not getting it. I'm
No,
not saying.
I'm getting it perfectly.
Why do we measure the angle in
showing
celestial
it.
navigation? Hello, sir.
Let me-
We measure the angle in celestial navigation. Why?
Yep.
Why?
To triangulate your position.
Incorrect. What do we do? What's the next step after you measure the angle?
You look at the almanac.
Right.
And the time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Almanac and time, and then what? Which, by the way, the almanac is a.
And then you get your circle of equal altitude.
Based on what?
Then what?
Based on what?
Based on the GP. What do you
And?
mean?
Based on GP and?
I mean,
And the angle you just measured.
And the angle, right? And how do you figure the radius of the circle of GP? The circle of equal altitude.
Well, that's your baseline that you measured your fucking angle from. But
Exactly.
you
Wait, hold on a second. No,
fucking
hold on a second. You're missing a step.
Dude, hold on. The way Page's doing it, he's assuming a celestial sphere and a sphere on the ground. It don't work on a globe, bro.
How?
I wish he turns the questions on himself.
It only works
Like-
like what's so you figured the angle. Let's say it's 30 degrees. You know your GP because you went
You
to.
already established that an angle.
Brian, please shut up.
Page real quick.
Brian, please
Let me
shut up.
question Page. Page.
Brian,
Page,
please shut
is
up.
the baseline?
Brian, please shut up. Brian,
let
please
me ask
shut
you a
up.
question. Let me
Wait a
test your
moment,
knowledge, bro.
Brian.
Not talking to you,
Can you
Brian.
wait a moment, Brian? Then
Hold on,
ask
I've
the
been
question.
quiet for all this time. Let me
Not
question
talking
his
to you,
knowledge.
Brian.
Hey, this
30
is directly to you.
in the middle of
Brian,
something else, though.
30 degrees. So say we measured a 30-degree angle off the zenith. So we measured, 60 degrees up, subtracted from 90, get 30. What do you do with that 30? And the ground position. How do you figure the
Hot air. Tell me when you're ready to answer a question, Paige.
Well, I want the answer to my question first.
Dude, he just answered it.
What? No, he didn't.
It's a fucking function of distance, bro. The angle and the distance.
How do
In
you
the
figure
subject.
You
How do
guys
you
Listen,
figure the
answer this
distance?
question, Paige. Paige,
How do you calculate the
circle of equal altitude, is it parallel to your baseline horizontal?
Which baseline horizontal? The one at the GP or the one at you?
Your fucking straight line to the horizon. Is it parallel? Is your angle of equal altitude, your circle of equal altitude that you determined from the GP, is it parallel to your baseline angle? Your line, your
What
baseline.
What
The
baseline?
line to the fucking horizon, bro.
No.
Okay, it's not. So why isn't it?
Why should it be?
I'm just
let
asking
me
you,
get
why
my,
isn't
to
it?
my argument, please.
And just let him answer. There's
Why
got to
should
be
it
a
be?
reason it's not. On a flat Earth, it is, but in your model, it's not. But why not?
Why should it be?
A sphere.
Why wouldn't it be? If it's not
Why should
parallel, what angle is it?
Well, it shouldn't. Why should it be? It's just the angle. It's just you just
No,
went to the right.
what
and measured
angle
the
is it then? Okay, well then how high above me would it be if it's not parallel? If it's parallel, it's going to be equal to the height that I'm doing the measurement. But in your world, okay, I want to know what height is that marker. The marker where the three circles touch. Let's just use one of them circles. How high is it above your head, bro?
It's not.
If it's not parallel,
if you've done it
it's
correctly,
got to
you
be
figured it
parallel to be on the ground.
If you
It's not on the ground.
If you figured it correctly, All three circles will intersect at a point on the surface of the sphere.
Irrelevant.
Just
take one of the circles.
Take
Let's
an
go one
orange.
at a time.
Take an orange and a glass. Take an orange and a glass and a marker. So mark the circle on the orange. Then cut.
So it is parallel then. So it's parallel.
No, it's not parallel. It can be at a
If you're
different angle.
chopping the top of the globe off, then it sure
It's not the
as fuck
top.
is
It doesn't-
parallel.
It could be the top. It could not. If you measure 3 different stars, they're probably at 3
Can you
different
do
angles.
it too?
So is it parallel or not?
So that's what I was actually going to interrupt to say, NASA. You can
They're
do it
white
with 2.
lightning. They're white
You
lightning,
can,
bro.
you can do
Stop
it with
like
2
show.
and then infer.
Especially if you have time and you know where you're traveling. Like
Exactly.
you're not lost
Exactly.
at
So
sea.
you'll have-
You're
you'll
not
have
lost
one
at
circle.
sea. You know where
You'll
you
have one-
started your journey, and you
Exactly.
know your direction.
More
and
so
and
most
the
people
time-
just make two
Why y'all white
observations
knighting for
exactly
Paige?
as
I want
almost
to ask
exactly
him
the
because he just
same.
gave me. Paige just gave me
Is
2
they'll just
separate
take
answers, man. Why are y'all white knighting for him? Paige, is it parallel or not?
What do you mean
You just said
How-
that
how
you're
can a
chopping off
circle
the top.
parallel?
If you're
Parallel
chopping
to
off the
what?
top, then that does make it parallel to
What do you mean
your
parallel to
baseline
what?
measurement, to your horizon, the bottom line of your angle. Okay, the line from your sight to the horizon, your baseline. Okay, whether you use a trig or not, is the circle of equal altitude parallel to that?
No.
You just said it was. You
No,
just said you
no.
chopped off the circle. So you're not chopping off the top of the circle then, right?
You don't have to top of the top. It depends on where the GP of the star is. You drew the circle. You drew the circle of equal altitude based on the GP of the star.
So what angle is it differ then?
What?
Exactly by the angle that you're trying to find.
That's the end.
So it's not. Wait. That wouldn't be a circle of equal altitude, then, would it?
Correct.
Would
The
that
only
be? Wait,
reason-
is it wasn't? Hold
One
on,
second, Brian. Brian, you have a fundamental misunderstanding. You measured the.
bro. You
angle.
just gave me 2 separate answers, so don't
I
tell me
did
what
not.
I'm doing. Just
You have
answer
a
my question,
fundamental
bro.
misunderstanding. You have a fundamental misunderstanding. The only reason you figure out the angle to the
Bro,
star.
I understand every which way we can
No,
do
you
this,
do
but
not,
I'm
sir,
trying.
because you obviously
got
don't,
you
because
pinned
you asked
down and you're
the
trying to
question.
obfuscate. Just
You
will you
got-
please answer my question? If
Do you
it's
wanna
not
join-
parallel,
No. The answer is no. Now,
Brian,
listen-
then how high is it above?
It's not above you, moron. It's not.
What do you mean? If it's how can it not be higher?
What do you
If
mean
it's not
parallel?
parallel, then it's got to be at an angle. Wait
Brian,
a second. If it's not
How can a
parallel,
circle be
it's got to
parallel
be
to
at an
angle?
angle, which would put it above my head.
Brian, do you want to join my stream? I can draw this out for you and explain.
Let me
explain how
just
it works,
hold on.
because you
Can I
clearly don't
clarify
understand.
real quick? Let me
Line of equal
clarify.
altitude is at
If the
zero.
circle of equal altitude is not parallel with the baseline, then if it's at an angle, then it can't be level with me at ground level. If it was parallel, it could intersect me at ground level. But an angle of equal altitude, if it was not parallel, then it would have to be above my head.
Yeah,
I don't
can I
know
put
what-
in
I
other
don't
words?
understand about that.
Can
I'm trying to
I
explain
put
it to you,
eggshells,
and I'm gonna-
eggshells,
Okay,
eggshells.
dude.
I'll just put it to you in other words. The radius of the circle of equal altitude cannot be, in how you put it, the line which is that adjacent line with a sphere or touching the surface of it. Can't be. It has
No,
to be.
it's not an
It has
adjacent.
to
Adjacent's a triangle.
Yeah, it has to intersect the sphere.
Just join. Anybody who
Correct?
wants to know about this,
Correct?
join my stream.
Answer
for a
my
second.
question.
No, you're
Right,
incorrect.
that was
You're
my spirit.
incorrect.
They're gonna
To answer your
obfuscate
question,
every
you're
time.
incorrect.
They'll
You're
obfuscate
incorrect.
every time because
I'm
this
not
is why it doesn't
obfuscating.
work
I'm
on
answering
sphere,
the
dude.
question. I'm answering the question.
Yeah, let him answer.
Totally as clearly as I can. You are totally wrong. Let me explain it to you, please.
So it's okay. It's
Totally
not
wrong.
It's not adjacent.
No,
and
it's not adjacent.
intersecting.
That's not. No, it's not a triangle. So let me. I've got it open here for you. Let me explain it. You're going to take your reading from Plum.
We're here.
Nautical sextants will take
Your
it
live
from
stream.
on live stream.
Okay, I'm watching.
We are at this yellow dot, right?
Brian?
And we cite an object that is up there, but it's also up there for there because we treat that distance as infinite. To make this measurement, we treat that distance
Is
as
this
infinite.
90 degrees?
So
Maybe
for there,
maybe you should
for
wait,
there-
Brian, because he's not seeing it.
Is this the zenith of the position.
I know, dude. There's 5 different ways to do this. I understand every way before you
There's
even
pretty
says it.
much just one way to do it.
Hold on, Brian.
Pretty
Just
much
let him
just one way
speak.
to do it.
He still
Let him-
never answered my
get through
question,
the whole
and I'm
explanation.
putting him down as soon as he's done obfuscating.
Right. So let me get through the whole explanation, and then you can explain what's wrong with it. So at a certain point, I'm going to treat it as Polaris because it's the easiest one to talk about and do. At a certain point on Earth, i.e. the North Pole, the true North Pole, that Polaris, if we call it as bang on the North Pole, North Celestial Pole, even though it's not, we're just going to simplify things. Polaris is there. It's at 90 degrees there. Okay, so I'll draw a little square to show that that's 90 degrees, right? But for me, I don't get it at 90 degrees. I get it if I take it with an octant, I'll get it as a declination from 90 degrees.
So what's your angle? We get all that, bro. What's
Brian,
your
you were meant
fucking
to
angle?
make...
Bro, we get all that. What's your angle, bro? Just tell us your angle.
I'm going to finish the whole explanation, then you can ask questions. If
For
you're not okay with
fuck's
that.
sake, dude. Just tell us your angle to Polaris.
So what I'll get then, as I think you'd agree almost exactly, is I'm going to get an angle that is not 90 degrees. But what I know is for every 60 nautical miles I go that way towards that GP.
Bro, we get all that. What angle are you to Polaris?
Brian, you
Why
promised
are
you were going to let
saying
me
all this
finish and
shit again?
debunk it at the end. But
You've
now you're
already
like
said all this
shouting,
5 times, bro.
shouting over
You've
the
said this-
explanation. Can somebody moderate?
Bro, you've
please?
said this 5 times. Just tell us your angle. Just make up a fucking angle, and then let's talk about it.
Fine, I'll make up an angle. Are you going to promise to not shout and interrupt anymore, Brian? Then I'll give you the angle.
Yeah,
Not
make
gonna
your
make
angle
that
and make your
promise?
point. Yeah, I will.
I'll get the angle. I'll get the angle for you. Whatever I've drawn on this diagram, I'll call it. So that would be 90 degrees. What are we getting there? Like 45 degrees. That's bang on. That's perfect, right? Because what I've got then is 40. That's lucky, isn't it? I've got 45 degrees is there, which I know then the reciprocal angle, the sort of the other angle for the 90 degrees is also 45. So what I've got is 45. So what I now need to know is how far I am from that. And what I know is this angle will tick away at 60 degrees per nautical mile. So what I do is just do a really simple calculation where I go 60 times 45 will be my distance to that star. I can't do that off the top of my head. Can somebody else? Or just hang on, let me just do
you
this.
phrased it
Yeah,
wrong.
so you've got it parallel then. That's fine. You've got it parallel with the baseline.
Right. So not parallel with the baseline, it's 90 degrees.
No, not at 90 degrees. Yeah, 90 degrees.
I wanted to get it to 90 degrees. I don't want to get to the baseline.
Yeah, 2700. 2700.
Sure. Sorry, beg your pardon. Yeah, 2700. Yeah, so now I know I'm 2700 nautical miles away. So I'm not creating a triangle. There's nothing about an adjacent here. I'm not using this bit at all, except to try to figure out what dead straight overhead is. I'm just trying to figure out what plumb is. And I use the nautical celestial navigation will do it with the horizon because it's easier than using an octant on a rocking boat.
That's incorrect. Your measurement depends on the baseline.
Sure. So I can use the baseline and do a dip angle correction, or I can use plumb. Both will work because what I'm trying to figure out is how many degrees off 90 degrees that is. So if I get one off the baseline, my first calculation I'll do is subtract that from 90 to get that angle.
When you assume a globe,
here's where it comes into showing there's a globe. None of that requires a globe yet. What does
that is assuming a globe.
We can quibble over that in a second. I just want to show you why this calculates a globe to me, and that is see how if I line up the protractor,
calculate and assume is the same. Like you're using a synonym to kind of obfuscate the argument.
Would be to establish,
but measurement. Measure.
Fine,
what's
I
the
assume
difference
a globe.
between
Fine,
calculate
I assume a globe.
and
Let
measure?
me finish the explanation. I assume it. Fine. Totally fine. So see how that's 90 degrees? Seeing the Earth as a protractor is a pretty good way of understanding how latitude and longitude work, because for every tick around there, every degree around there will be a nautical mile. Now, if I try and do this same thing with a flat plane, what I will find is there is a non-linear relationship. That even if these angles are all the same, I've tried to eyeball it so that they are, but close enough to it. What you see here is the distance between these two is greater than the distance between these two. So
Yes,
you don't get a
I
linear
agree.
relationship for an angle.
Hold on, now,
So
let me
what?
make my point.
What
now.
does that
That's how
prove?
you can calculate you are on a curved surface.
No, that's how you assume
Hold on,
a
dude.
globe,
Hey, hold on.
and it
Let me
confirms
make
a
my point.
globe according
Let me
to
make
your
my point.
calculation, and does not confer with your flat Earth calculation.
Hold on.
Yet
That's
measurements
irrelevant.
have nothing to
That's
do with it.
irrelevant. Let me
No,
make my
that's the
point
whole
real
God,
quick.
someone's bringing
My
in
point is,
Kiwi's
hold on.
bullshit again.
My point with him is that he just chopped the top of the globe off, which makes his angle circle of equal elevation parallel with his baseline. He doesn't understand
So
that. The whole thing
here's
he's
my
got it drawn
baseline.
on his drawing, but you've got the angle parallel with your baseline, and I've got no problem with that. Yes, you do.
No,
Well,
I
the
don't.
second
Here's my
one's
baseline. I'm the yellow
Just
dot.
because you
Just to
got a
reiterate.
short line drawn on top, just because you got a tiny little line drawn on top, and you got your angle sideways, yeah, you do have it horizontal. You're chopping off the top of the globe. It's an equal circle, right?
No, here's my baseline because I'm the red dot.
Okay,
There's
if it's
my
not
baseline.
if it's not parallel,
there's the
at
line of
what
equal
what
altitude.
angle is it off then, please?
By the same angle as what I'm trying to find. This
Okay,
angle,
then what's
this
equal?
angle.
What's equal?
Let me draw it for you so I can make it super clear. This angle and this angle are going to be the same as this angle.
What's this fixation?
So, the difference
how
between
much
these two is it your
because
elevation,
of the
bro?
way angles work,
Fixation
that
of
is going to be the
parallel.
same as that.
So how much higher is it? If it's not parallel with your baseline, then it's not an equal circle of height, bro. You're missing what my point.
It's not a height.
My
The
point
circle
if
is
it's
not a height.
Parallel,
this is what you don't understand
it's
celestial
gonna be at a
navigation.
different height than your position, bro.
It's at sea level. The circle's always at sea level.
The circles of equal
Then
altitude
it would be
is
parallel, right? Because everywhere, hold on, everywhere around that circle, if you're 45 degrees around Polaris, everywhere, the whole circle around Polaris is going to be parallel with each other if you chop off the top of the globe, right? So on the other side of your northern half of the world is going to be the same elevation. It's still 45 degrees, right?
No. Let me put it
What do you
another way
mean,
to show
bro?
you.
You've
to
got
show
it drawn
you,
on the
to show
board,
you-
dude.
fixation with being
You have no
parallel.
concept
Okay,
what's
okay.
going
Then
on.
let me
You can't
clarify
see
something,
it.
Brian. When you say baseline, what do you mean? Do you mean where I'm standing and how I find the horizon? Is that going to be parallel with this one?
Yeah, after your dip correction, you've got drawn on the screen
So let's say
a circle of equal altitude chopping off the top of your sphere, meaning that your circle of equal altitude is parallel to your baseline. You don't understand that.
Our
You can't
baseline.
think in three dimensions.
No. This
It's
is the
not- it's
baseline over
parallel
here
to
in
the
red.
GP. It's parallel to the
Parallel-
90
exactly.
point of the GP.
So you can't draw a
Parallel
45
to the
degree
GP.
circle.
It's
So
parallel.
I can't cut through the earth. I can't cut a cord through
It's
the earth.
parallel to the
The way you've got
GP.
your line drawn, I can't
Hello,
cut
Brian.
through the earth.
Can you hear me?
I can't cut that exact
Will
circle
you
through
please
the earth
stop
at equal
talking for like
altitude.
3 seconds? It's
Bro,
parallel.
nobody needs your input, Paige.
Will you please stop
Nobody
talking for
needs
3
your input,
seconds?
bro.
Stop talking for 3
He's
seconds.
trying to butt in, dude. Every time I pin him down, you fucking white knight for
Listen
him.
for 3 fucking seconds, you moron. It
doing
is
the same
parallel to the vertical at the GP of the star.
Right, okay, then it's above my fucking head then, right?
No.
Or on the other side of the earth. Hold on, it
So
can't be.
aggressively doesn't understand things.
No,
So
Brian, I just let him know.
Brian,
He just called me a fucking moron,
You
and
are
I'm
a
about to
fucking
slam
moron.
this point home. If it's not level with me at my position, if it's not parallel with my baseline, then across the earth, which would have to be parallel to meet across the earth at 45 degrees.
No, what
You
happens is
understand that, dude?
it cuts
If you
your
were to cross
position.
the earth, if you were to cut that line in through the earth, then it would have to be parallel to maintain that angle, that circle of equal altitude. What don't you understand about that?
So lines of equal altitude will be parallel with one another. They'll be parallel as well with the GP.
Then they're
But
parallel with the
but the point
baseline.
about this, hey, when you say baseline, are you talking about where I'm standing to the horizon?
That line you got, that circle that you have on the top of your sphere, okay, that represents the circle of equal altitude, correct?
The circle
The
of
black
equal
one
distance
here
from
is the circle of
GP
equal
the star.
altitude.
So everywhere around that circle represents a 45-degree angle to Polaris, correct?
Yes.
So it's fucking parallel then, correct?
Parallel to what?
So if I were to, oh my God, dude, I give up.
To my baseline here? No.
Yes. If it's then it's not 45 degrees, you fucking dunce.
You're shouting, but you're wrong, man. The more aggressive you get, the
You
harder
just
it is for you
said
to
it
go.
was 45 degrees, bro. And you said it was 45 degrees on that entire circle. 45
Can I have
degrees
somebody else step
according
in
to
here?
your
Because he's just
baseline
he's just
and
shouting
your
and
angle
wrong.
to Polaris, bro.
Just
No,
aggressively wrong.
somebody's going to white knight for you. Watch. Somebody's going to white knight.
I don't
But you
need
said
to white knight.
45
It's just
degrees.
I'm running out
You
of
said
ways
it's
to explain it to
45
you.
degrees
Somebody should beat some
everywhere
sense into
on
you.
that circle. You
So,
said it's 45
let me
degrees
explain. Let me try and
everywhere on
explain
that
it.
circle. Did you
Yes.
not?
Yes.
Okay.
This is getting.
Well, what is your 45 degrees? What
This
do you
is like
mean by
last
that?
night. Brian is wrong. He knows he's
so
wrong, and
I'll
he can't
explain
back
it.
down.
He doesn't know he's wrong. No, he doesn't know.
What do you
So
mean by 45 degrees? What do you
I'll do
mean
it.
by
I'll
that?
explain
Don't
it to
you
you. If you
mean
let me explain it, I'll totally tell you if you just stop shouting for a moment. That would be a baseline there, and that would give me 45 degrees to thingy. But the baseline would not be, because that would be parallel to this line of equal altitude, right? But it's not. It's going to be out by 45 degrees. Here, it's also not going to be right. Perspective is going to make that look a bit weird, but it's going to be out by 45 degrees, because exactly what you're asking me the question about is that equal to that? You wouldn't be navigating if that was equal to that. You would be on the GP.
Okay,
If
then what's
you
your
ever
baseline
found that they were
angle?
parallel, you would be
Okay,
already
good.
where the star
Good.
is.
Good. What's your baseline angle? Okay. Let's just draw a baseline. Okay. Do your dip
I'm going to do it
correction.
from the equator.
Now. Where
Sure,
does your
I'm going to do it from the
baseline?
equator.
Okay.
Equator's down
Where
here
does
now.
where does your baseline? Okay, you got 45 degrees from your baseline to Polaris, right? That's your angle. Your baseline, then the Polaris, correct?
Yes, the baseline and the angle to Polaris is 45 degrees.
So that whole circle, that whole entire circle,
Draw
you're
that line.
maintaining 45 degrees. So you chop the earth and you chop the top of the earth off, right? And that flat bottom earth that we can call it a chord, right? But that
Yeah, you
flat
mean
bottom
slicing
earth,
it, slicing it through that way.
So that flat bottom earth, everywhere on the edge of that flat bottom earth is 45 degrees, correct? Everywhere on the edge of that flat portion of your sphere, everywhere on the edge of that is 45 degrees, correct?
Correct.
So it's parallel, correct?
Parallel to what?
Parallel with what?
With everywhere else on that circle, with the 45 degrees, with your baseline.
Oh, you've been saying baseline. Yeah, sorry. This is where the
Because you
confusion's
try to
come in.
move your parallel to your GP, then you try to move it back down to your chord.
You're still
You can't
wrong,
have
but
both,
I
bro.
now think
Bro,
I know
you
why
can't
you're
have
wrong.
both, dude. I give up. But listen, people, he's trying to have both, depending on his argument.
I think I know why now you've got it wrong. What you mean is everywhere around this line, that line up here to Polaris, not my baseline. My baseline will be radically different, even around here, because one here won't be parallel to one here, because that circle will go that way. That'll go
So
a
it's
slightly
not a
different way.
circle of equal
But what you-
altitude then, right?
But what you will have is these lines looking up to Polaris at 45 degrees. They'll all be parallel to one another.
Then my original
but
question,
no, the
how high is it
baselines will
above
be
your head?
different. This
So if
baseline
it's
will be
not,
45 degrees
of equal
off.
altitude,
Ryan,
You just don't
stop
get
for a
it.
second.
all he's doing is diverting back to the first problem, which is
Shouting
if it's not
over the explanation
parallel,
that would help you
if it's not
not
parallel, how
misunderstand
high
this
is it
anymore.
above your head? You can't have both, bro. How high is it above your head then? If
We
it's
don't
not
know. We
parallel
don't
around that
care.
entire circle, if it's not parallel around that entire circle, then how high is
Shouting
it
it,
above your
shouting it
head?
again won't make it any less wrong, bro.
Can I ask a
You're
question?
diverting, bro. You don't understand it. I'm
You mean
starting to think you just don't understand.
Are the light
At
rays
first,
from
I
the
thought you were being
parallel?
slick.
Oh, you mean the light rays from the star parallel? Is that what you mean?
No.
Bro, is it parallel to the GP or the observer's point? Which is it?
Brian, can I ask
are
a
the
question?
verticals
Hold on.
parallel?
Hey, no. Can I ask a question real quick, Brian?
Sure.
Okay, so are you looking at writings diagram?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Okay.
They got it twisted. They've
Hold
got it
on.
at the top of the
Okay.
sphere to try and confuse people.
Okay, shush. Okay, so Brian, that center circle that he drew of a point of reference, right? Okay, and then if you go to the circle to the left, which is a different position, okay? Now, if you have two 90-degree angles, like if there's two different people, those are two different people. One is you and one is Harry. You both are at a 90-degree reference point. You both are standing 90 degrees. You're
what?
just to the ground.
Equator line?
No, to the ground.
my point is for it to be an angle of equal.
He's talking about the
circle
personal
of-
zenith.
For it to be a circle of equal altitude, it's got to be either parallel with the GP or that fucking chord he's got, that circle he's got drawn on top. It can't be both.
Hold on, I wasn't.
You don't
finished.
understand what a circle of equal altitude is. It's a circle
I
of equal
wasn't able to
distance from the
finish.
GP.
Go on, Travis.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand Brian's position. I'm listening. Okay, so if you have two people on those two circles, or I mean, one on one, one on the other, they are both perpendicular. They are at 90 degrees. They are parallel to each other in your way of thinking, Brian. Is that correct?
Oh, they wouldn't be.
I'm trying to understand. Brian, is that what you're saying? Those two reference points are parallel to each other?
They can't be even on.
That's a very important point, Travis. He's got them looking toward the center. He's got each person looking toward each other. But in reality, they'd both be looking off to the left if they were looking 45 degrees. This drawing is deceptive.
No. This is how it works.
If the lines are parallel, bro, then they both be looking off to the left. You're saying because they're standing somewhere on Earth that the star's in the fucking middle of them?
The star's in the middle. That's correct. Because the Earth is a sphere. Correct.
Oh my God, dude.
Even if it wasn't a sphere, they wouldn't be parallel. It's a circle of equal altitude. So any point at this circle drawing a line to the GP would not be parallel to the other reference point. Never.
100%.
Neither on a flat Earth.
Exactly. Yeah, almost exactly is right. Which is, if I had that line of equal altitude on something flat,
it's just the radius of that circle. That's what it is.
That angle and that angle would be the same, but those are not parallel.
Exactly.
What it would be the case, though, is my baseline on
the baseline would not be parallel. That's what I'm saying. The baseline is the radius of that circle, i.e., your distance to the GP. That's what a circle of equal altitude is. You're equidistant from the GP.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Exactly.
That's what a equidistant or a circle of equal altitude is. You have the same angle and the same distance to that star or GP. The same angle to the star, same distance to the GP from that.
Yeah, here's my point. My point is it flat out top of the circle.
You're roboting.
If you're on a globe, that's different. If you're standing on a globe, then yeah, it's going to be in between you because the ground curved. But if you chop off the top of that circle, then everywhere on that circle, 45 degrees is going to be pointing toward Polaris, no matter where you're at on that circle. But you've got the GP up above the center, okay? So first you said that parallel is from the GP. Then I asked how high above your head. Then I asked how high above your head. Let me finish the question. Yeah, let me finish. So then I ask you how high above your head, above the observer, is your position, your circle hit. And if you try to bring it down parallel, if you try to bring it down parallel with the baseline, then I ask you, you see what I'm saying?
I think so. Let me ask you this. Is what you mean that if the GP is there, then the line of equal altitude should be there, and so that's like above my head as an observer? Is that the gist of it? So that they are on the same plane? Is that what you're talking about?
First you keep saying it is parallel, then you keep saying it isn't. Which is it? Is it parallel with the baseline?
No,
when you say baseline,
what the fuck are you talking about?
The confusion
the bottom line
I'm
of your
having
angle,
is,
bro.
so if what you mean is where I'm standing, this angle, no. If it was, I would never be able to measure an angle because the angle would already be the same as the other angle.
Yeah, a better way to put it is not parallel, but in the same plane, I would say.
Yeah, so it's not in the same plane. What you'll find is like the way basic geometry works is if we get. I didn't mean that to sound like shade.
That's the difference between spherical geometry, or like assuming a globe and assuming a flat Earth. On a flat Earth, that line that each GP distance or your distance from the GP would be on the same plane. And
right, yes,
with a sphere, it wouldn't. Yeah.
But
I think maybe that's his point.
Yes. So if what he was talking about was flat, yes, they would all be parallel with one another. But you wouldn't. I don't know, and there would be difficulty or confusion with
Well,
measuring angles.
parallel
But
would
like
be the wrong word.
that angle will be the same as that angle. Will be the same as that angle.
Yes.
Like they will be the same because those lines are 90 degrees from one another. These are 90 degrees from those, and they intersect in the same way. So, like, yeah, you're gonna get the same
angle, same
if
distance.
they were parallel, it wouldn't. Yeah,
same angle, same distance. That's why. See that goes back to the whole original argument of the measurement itself. What are you measuring to determine your LOP, your circle of equal altitude?
1 degree per 60 nautical miles is how you calculate.
No, that's not what you're measuring with your sextant.
You're measuring an angle.
You're measuring
an angle.
What do you do? Then what do you do with that angle? What do you do with that angle?
You determine your LOP.
How?
Using an almanac and the time.
Okay, no, that's the GP, and so
yeah,
that's your GP.
to
And
get
then
your
how do you
GP.
figure how big the circle is?
Well, not your.
Because you already measured an angle, therefore the
Right, but how do
distance.
you get a
You have a
distance now?
baseline. Okay, so your baseline is your distance
But
of
how-
which
how-
you
how do you
measure the
calculate
angle.
that distance?
Hey, can I jump in?
No, we're not talking about how you calculate it.
Yes,
how
we
you
are.
measure it. No, that's
No,
the
that's
whole
what
differentiating
trying
I'm
to-
putting forward.
That's what we're trying to figure out. We're trying to figure out where we are on the globe based on with this star.
Exactly my point. Exactly my point. That's what I'm saying. No.
I just want people to get fully turgid.
You
that when I
multiply
freehand
30
drew
times
this-
69
Can
to
I
figure out how big your radius is, and then you make that
when you
circle
assume a
equal
sphere,
out.
yes,
Writing.
yes, I agree.
Can I
I already.
real quick, please?
When you assume a sphere, that's what you would do.
No, you don't have to. But you don't.
Okay, hold
assume
on.
it's here.
Writing.
We know.
So why give that 69 miles to 1 degree relationship if you don't assume a sphere?
Because
that's
we
what
measure
you find. That's what you find. If you travel, that is definitionally how nautical miles are calculated.
How?
So it's
How so?
You measure the light in the sky and you measure your distance, and you go, oh, it moves 1
Distance
degree
to
per
what?
60 of
Distance to what?
Distance
Well,
from
you're
where
not
you
making
are.
any sense.
Different from wherever you started to wherever you finished.
They attribute
measuring.
that to Earth curve. They attribute that to Earth curve. They think it's exclusive to
So
a globe.
you use a sextant to measure how long you've traveled on the Earth.
Oh, how do you tell
much
how far you've
distance?
traveled? I mean, you can do it with dead reckoning.
Not how you can. We're talking about a sextant. Stop
with a tape measure.
obfuscating. We're talking about a
No, hold on a
sextant.
second. You asked
I'm
a
not
question.
trying to
Here you go.
obfuscate.
Oh my
Now,
god!
What are you
Can
trying
I
to understand?
Can I have a conversation with almost exactly? So I was thinking about this earlier. What you're talking about, I was thinking about earlier. Okay, so look, if you're on the ocean and you start plotting your sextant readings of a star, and then you travel a certain distance, you don't know what that distance is yet, and then you measure the angle to the star again, then you can plot the distance you've traveled.
More or
Right?
less, yeah.
Right. Okay. So that's the idea, almost exactly. Is that what you're asking?
Say that again,
Well,
Bill.
Okay, hold on. Let me. Okay, look, guys.
No,
Look.
I got your
Let him
point.
repeat
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm not a mariner, but I think I can get the concept. Okay, so you use a sextant to get the angle of degree to a star. You don't know how far you're going to travel in the next, say, 5 hours. Okay, but 5 hours time has traveled. You now take another reading of the star's position. You now know how far you traveled in 5 hours.
Well, theoretically speaking, I mean,
it's kind of opposite to how it's used, but yes, theoretically, yes.
Well, theoretically speaking, I'll be fine with that. But can anyone show me this being done? I mean, this is.
We're on a globe. All we need to know is far above our head, and we'd know right where we were at.
I mean, it's an assumption.
Pretty much, yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
I mean, if you'd like
go ahead and
examples
show
of
me.
people using it,
No,
like what would be
with that
most compelling
instance-
to you? Because I can come up with thousands of examples. So, like personal
We already
testimony,
came up with the example, right?
So personal
Copernicus
testimony
gave
was
it.
my dad. My dad flew in air races and
He
navigated
just-
by
no,
sextant.
Copernicus
in terms
gave
of
an
engineering,
example. Can you give me-
747s used to have a sextant port, and they would measure the same thing themselves. And another good example is the whole story of the search for longitude and Captain Cook and finding Australia and knowing where you were on the map and being able to map those continents, even though you'd had to cross vast distances of ocean with nothing in between. There's loads of them, loads of different ways you can check this. And nowadays you can just do it on land using the odometer on your car and a sextant you bought off the shelf for $50.
Good. Very important question here. Listen, wait. Let me ask you a question. Very important. Very important. So, if everything we're looking at in the sky is according to the ground, like you say, okay, and not a celestial sphere, then all you need to know is the star that's above your head and what time of year it is. You would not need 3 points if it was cut and dry, like you said. Hold on, let me finish. If it's cut and dry, like you say, then all we need to know is what time of year it is, what time that day, and what month, day, and part of the year it is, and the star right above your head, and then you can map it right on the ground. You wouldn't need 3 points. You wouldn't need a horizon, any of these angles. All you need for your perfect model is the star right above your head. You know right where you're at on the sphere. But it doesn't work like that because that's not reality.
100% right, Brian. But there are some problems with what you're saying. So you are right. If you were standing 100% like 90 degrees directly, perfectly under a star, and you shot it there, you would know, and at that a second, because it's going to go whizzing past you at 900 miles a minute or something like that, and you clocked it, you were right. Yeah, you would know exactly where you are and you wouldn't need to. The problem is shooting stars very high in the sky is really difficult because particularly if you're using a nautical sextant that measures from the horizon, you'll have to be spinning around in circles trying to make sure that it's not actually 1 degree in declination behind you because 90 degrees dead up is so awkward. It's like
no, it's not.
Yes, it
Have
is.
you
You have
used
to
a
measure
sextant?
it.
No, it's not. All you need is a 45-degree mirror with a tube.
How many stars are there?
You're
How
just
many?
wrong.
How many?
Sorry, guys. I wish I could continue this, but I have to go. Thanks for the talking. Later.
Nice talking.
You know how many nautical stars there are, Brian?
Hold on. Before we get into that, NASA, Shells, you were attempting to explain what the line of equal or the circle of equal altitude was. One of the ways. No, you were right. But one of the ways it was explained to me that helped me work it out was to think of it as a transecting plane. And the only part we care about is where it touches the surface of the Earth. But it's an actual plane that cuts through the Earth.
So I have heard that, but in the video I was watching on how to understand it is like, yes, that's a way to think about it, but it will stuff your calculations later. So if what you're talking about is this, like if I kept drawing that line around there and then go like this, wherever you are somewhere on that plane. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, but we know we're on the surface, right?
Yeah.
So
but the reason he said is to not think about it that way is, I forget, but like basically he said, don't think about it in terms of that. Imagine it is, rather than a plane, you are measuring this angle from the center of the Earth. So you know that will be 90 degrees from the center of the Earth, and you'll know that it'll be 45 degrees from the center of the Earth. And I forget why. I'll go back to finding why. But yes, both would look at it the same way. But for some reason, he said that way you're saying causes confusion.
It does when you get to using your third location and monitoring it. But for this level conversation, it works just fine.
Sure. Fair enough. Okay, I'll take your.
I think there's a stronger argument to be made, because if you accept the distances that the sextant gives you, game's over for the flat Earth. It doesn't even matter what model you're using to calculate. If you accepted what you get by using the almanac and the distance to the GP, if that matches GPS, then it's over. GPS cannot be mapped to a flat surface. It can only be mapped to a globe. That should be crystal clear.
Can I mention something though? The thing is with GPS is it doesn't have a complete datum set, right?
Don't have what?
It does not have a complete datum set based on the politics of people.
What do you mean?
It doesn't have a complete layout of the Earth
because of the politics involved to get the measurements.
No, GPS has nothing. Yeah, we're not
GPS
talking about.
doesn't know anything about the borders of the Earth or whether you're on land or sea. It just
Right,
knows
but
where
if
you are and when you are and what your bearing is.
GPS
And
would
your phone overlays that onto a map.
GPS could give a shit if you're inside Russia, inside China,
Yeah,
inside
let me
North
give a
Korea.
shit about what you're saying right now. The point is this: is that first off, that little and it's interesting. I've been doing some work on your that image that you guys are so fond of with the angles and distances that you guys have been showing around lately. From Terry, I think, or somebody. But anyway, the thing is that you're presupposing.
Where is that?
Yeah, it's like the problem is that you're presupposing distances that you can't confirm, and then trying to say that we're wrong because of certain calculations you've made based on a fake distance, on a potential distance. So
That's what I'm saying.
And I'm just saying, just for the matter of record, the GPS doesn't have a complete datum set anyway. So it's
GPS
really
is not
What the
using
fuck
a
do you
map.
mean by that?
Yeah, I don't think you know how GPS works. How do you think GPS works?
I wouldn't want to disabuse a religious believer such as yourself.
How
No, I
does
just want to
GPS
know-
work, sir?
Yeah, when you're talking about the datum set, can you clarify what you mean about GPS? What a full datum set would look like, where it'd be, how GPS.
Okay, WSG84, right? I think is what they use for let's say Google Earth and shit like that. I think.
Sure.
And they can't get a complete reading of all the surface area of the Earth due to the politics involved. That's
So
just
GPS doesn't use
give a shit about
just a point to know.
GPS could give two shits about the surface of the Earth.
Like
GPS uses a fucking flat locator. So does Google Earth.
GPS could give two shits about political boundaries, mountains, water. It doesn't give a fucking flying fuck about any of that. All it does is just tells you where it is.
If you have 3 GPS satellites, you need 3 to get a link, right? So if
No,
you have
need
3
to get a fix, but okay.
Okay, 3 to get a fix. Okay, so if you have all 3 of them, okay. Now, okay, 2 of them you draw a straight line in between, and they're let's say 50 miles apart. But the one in between them is let's say it's half a mile above them 2.
What?
So,
do you understand how GPS works?
Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah,
So you have 3 satellites.
What you just said is pure bullshit. What you just said is
You
pure
have 3
bullshit.
satellites. Listen, dude. I'm asking a question, dude.
But you're
you
asking
have
a
3
bullshit
satellites in a
question.
line. You have 3
They're not in a
satellites
line.
in a line.
That's the thing. They're not in a
Just
line.
put the fucking hypothetical together.
Well, your
For
fucking
God's
hypothetical
sake,
is fucking stupid.
Let him finish now, sir.
If you have 3 satellites in a line, okay, and they're about 50 miles apart from end to end, and you have one in the middle, okay, that one in the middle, I'm doing it like this for simplicity's sake. The one in the middle is about half a mile higher than the other 2. Okay, are they level?
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. You know how
You
GPS
should,
works?
because on a globe. Hold on.
No. Do you know how
should, because
GPS
on a
works,
globe,
sir?
on a
GPS.
globe, they would
Do you
be
know how
level.
Excuse me. Once again, do you know how GPS works? Tell me how GPS works, please.
Hold on. Don't obfuscate, bro. On a globe, then 3 satellites would be level. That one in the middle that's higher up would represent level. Okay, level, the same height above the Earth. But on a flat Earth, so you would need to map out your satellites before you could get any fucking distances. So if you map them out according to a globe, it would give you globe coordinates. If you map them 3 satellites out, hold on. If you map them 3 satellites, hold on, let me finish. I'm almost done. If you map them 3 satellites as being not level, if you map them out as the one in the middle being higher above the ground than the other 2, then you have to use flat Earth coordinates. Okay. So
let me. I just want to go back to Issa's point, and I'll show you here in the window.
I wanted to go before that because, when I said GPS, I was referring to the coordinate system. Not exactly. It doesn't have to be GPS. So it branches into GPS, and I don't think that's even relevant. You can talk about that.
It's not relevant, but it goes back to the coordinate system. I'll copy.
Exactly.
I'll just come back from a trip, and I'll just copy what my GPS outputs. So I record a track, and my GPS records this stuff, and that's all you've got. You've just got numbers. It doesn't say you're in Sydney. These people vote left. Now you're in the country, they vote right, and here are the borders and anything like that. It just gives you longitude, latitude, elevation, and I think also it should be speed, isn't it? No, time. That's it. Longitude, latitude, elevation, and time, and it just pings you back those numbers each time. That's all it's doing.
Well,
So it doesn't need what your phone does, and a whole bunch of different things can do it in different ways, is turn those coordinates into something that fits on WGS84, or you can come up with cool graphs. I've come up with a cool animation to show where we went for the trip, but that's the bit that comes into the politics and the mapping and the whether it uses WGS
Based on Mercator,
or whatever else.
No,
it has nothing
It's not
to
based
do
on
with
Mercator. It's just based on latitude and longitude, which goes
Google
back
Earth
to
is
Bacon's.
based on a fucking Mercator too.
No,
What are you talking about?
Mercator
You want
is
to bet?
on the globe.
You want to bet?
Mercator is a globe
Yeah,
projection.
I want to bet.
Yeah, I know. No, Mercator's a cylinder.
Mercator is a
Yeah.
globe projection.
Mercator's a cylinder.
It's a
Yeah,
globe
it's a cylinder
projection onto a
Yeah, it's a
cylinder.
cylinder projection of a globe because
Mercator is
in
most certainly a fucking cylinder.
Cylinder projection of a globe. Yes.
Yeah. So when you have globe projections, we can have categories. One of those categories are cylinder projections, and Mercator's is one of them. Just like GeoPeters, for example.
But my point is them 3 satellites have to be plotted on whatever model. And it's unbelievable.
No. Listen to me.
Hold on,
Give
dude.
me
You
30
gotta interrupt
seconds.
right when I start speaking every time.
But it's because you're wrong.
It's unbelievable how locked in your model you are. You can't think outside your model. Like, dude, Paige, that's he can't think outside of his model to save his life, dude. It's like none of you guys can.
You can't think to save your life. How about that?
Oh my God.
Bro, I can consider multiple models, not
No,
just
you can't.
one model. That you're locked in your model like it's fucking salvation, bro.
Listen to me.
It's unbelievable, bro. You can't think outside your model, dude. Like you're a fucking drone. Are you a person?
We're talking about GPS here for a second. The only thing that the GPS satellites send you is their location and their time.
Right, but they have to be a certain height above the ground, don't they?
Correct. They're all at the
ground is
a very
curving.
specific height.
If the ground is curving, you miss my whole point because you can't think outside your model. If the satellite in the middle is higher, on a flat Earth, it's going to register as higher. On a globe, it's going to register as level, equidistant from the ground. The question is, what model are you going to fucking put it on? It's not that big of a difference because you wouldn't have a big difference between a globe and a flat Earth as far as GPS went in the first place.
All the GPS. Listen to me one more time.
69 miles is less than 10 foot, bro.
Listen to me one more fucking time. All the GPS is sending to your receiver. Your receiver does not contact the GPS. The satellite
sends distance.
Listen to me again. The satellite sends you its time and its position. You need 4 satellites to calculate yourself in 3D space.
And how is the time based, dipshit? How's the time based?
What do you mean? How
on what? On how far it goes in that time, right?
No. It's based on.
So the distance doesn't matter then, right, Paige?
Listen to me. Hold on a second. You're not listening again.
So the constant speed of light is no
shut the fuck up for 30 seconds.
No, you're talking shit, dude.
Shut the fuck up.
He's saying distance doesn't matter.
Seconds.
He's saying distance doesn't matter when that's half the equation.
Tell me, give me these 2 minutes.
Hold on, just let him answer.
Hold on, distance is half of the equation, dude.
I'm
I'm not going to let this guy get away with saying distance ain't half the fucking equation.
All right, hold on.
If you're going to use the speed of light as a constant, then you all need to know is the distance and the time it takes.
Because it tells you it's time, moron.
All right, hold on.
Time
You
what?
guys are talking. Hold on. You guys are talking past each other. I get you're upset. Let's just stop for a moment. Who was actually speaking? I think it was Paige. Let's let Paige say his whole thing, Brian, and then respond to it, because otherwise you guys just scream and yell and talk past each other. So let's.
All right, my bad.
It's all good. Go ahead.
All
Paige.
the GPS satellite tells you is where it is and the time that it is sending the message. That extends it to your receiver. Your receiver then calculates the time that it is. Then it can know the distance because of the time and the speed of light. That's
so the time
all
is
it knows.
It's based on distance, right? Once again, so it's based on
time.
distance.
No, the time is based on.
Gives you what?
Time gives you distance.
Actually,
Thank you.
Your
For God's
receiver,
sake, man.
Actually, the receiver isn't in sync with the timestamp of the satellites. But there's a way to solve it. But yeah, well, never mind.
It's really more complicated.
Yeah,
so my point was, let me make my point. It's my turn. Let me make my quick point. My point is if the satellite in the middle of the two were higher, then you'd get a different time, which would give you a different distance. It wouldn't be much, because the difference between a flat and a globe is not much. Okay, until you start getting areas over 1,000 miles. Okay, but the point is that little bit of difference on a flat Earth, the one in the middle would be higher. On a globe, it would be level. As y'all say, level is curved. So you have to plot them on a model to begin with, and y'all don't realize that.
Yeah, that's why they don't set orbits in such a way that something like this could happen. Just look at the orbits in a live stream.
Doesn't matter if they're orbiting, bro.
Yes,
they
it
could be
does.
stationary. It doesn't matter. They have relative.
What
They have to have relative positions, bro. Don't they have to have relative positions?
If they're in eccentric orbits, that would be a problem, Brian. But like, here's an image of the GLONASS satellites. I wasn't able to find the ones for GPS, but GLONASS and GPS are basically the same thing. And they're set to be equidistant from Earth. They're set in very circular orbits.
Right. So they're based, so the calculations based relative to each other. The satellites' positions are relative to one another, correct?
Based relative to one another? Relative
No,
to the
no,
Earth, I would
it's
say.
not relative to one another.
I would say relative to the Earth.
Yeah, they send you their XYZ coordinates and their timestamp.
Yeah.
That's what they send on their
And
signals.
the orbital data, the ephemeris data. They send you a lot. They send you. I mean, this can get. I mean, we're trying to tell you something, and you're just ignoring it.
No, dude, you can't think in 3 dimensions, bro. If the satellite in the
three
middle,
dimensions, sir.
if the satellite in the middle is further away from the ground,
so
bro,
what?
if the satellite is further away from the ground,
no, it's the same distance from the
then
ground.
it's not going to match
now
the globe. You have to plot it as being level.
So, Brian, could I ask you this counter question? Brian, could I ask you this counter question?
This is why you can't get a coordinate with just one satellite, dude. You need three.
No one's. Of course, we can't give a coordinate with one satellite, but no one's doing
highly
that.
inaccurate.
So, all right, Brian, if the satellites weren't doing what you're saying, if they weren't randomly higher, or they always knew where it was in its orbit, would that solve the problem that you're describing?
It just depends on how you model it, bro. You're trying to use a model to prove a model. It's fucking insanity, bro. I'm so tired of hearing it.
Let me ask the question in a different way, because I don't feel like that was an answer. It seems like what you're saying is if the satellite were higher than it was meant to be, it would give a longer time reading, which would calculate to more distance. If that wasn't the case, if you did know the exact altitude of the satellite when it gave its reading, that problem would go away. Is that correct?
Yeah, no. At 69 miles, you'd get an extra 10 feet, which would make it work on a flat Earth. You can't prove it one way or another, bro, because it's too close.
But it sounds like your entire argument is maybe the satellites are in the wrong spot, and then the Earth would be flat because the readings would be out anyway.
Let's say this. Let's say I had a string of satellites.
Reason to think that they're in the wrong altitude?
Let's just say satellites 20 miles above the Earth. Once every let's say we got 50 of them encircling the Earth in a straight line around the equator. Okay.
They don't do that though. They get
now let's take them same satellites. Let's take them same satellites and plot them out over a flat plane over the Earth.
Okay? It doesn't work.
Now, so between 3 satellites, you need 3 of them, right, to get a point. Okay. Now, the only difference would be between the 3 satellites is the one in the middle would be a smidge higher. That'd give you about a 10-foot difference every 69 miles. But it would make a difference. However small it is, it would make a small difference.
But is that the case though? Or are you just saying maybe they've got them slightly out of order?
I'm trying to say, however I mapped it out is which one it would match. If I mapped it out flat, it would match a flat model. If I map it out as a globe, it'll match a globe model. They're virtually indistinguishable.
You're just
but you can't use one to prove the other,
how
bro.
do satellites orbit the flat Earth, please?
Yeah, that's a better question. How do they
disappear
north and go south?
How do satellites orbit the flat Earth? How do you get this constellation of satellites on a flat Earth, please? Why can't I see all 24 satellites at any one given time?
Proven orbit, bro. Proven orbit. I've been looking for 5 years. Can't find an orbit. Give me something orbit.
5 years. The space station is orbiting.
Listen, wait, hold on. Can I jump in just real quick? Hold on, just real quick. Paid, based on what you just said, what you can see how many satellites at one time?
Depends. 8,
okay,
at least
how
8.
many did you say? You just gave a number.
You see all 24 if you were to be on the flat Earth.
Hold on. I'm not asking you about models. You just said a moment ago. I'm just asking for clarification here.
If the Earth was flat, you would be able to see all 24 GPS satellites. They would not go over the horizon. They would not disappear.
Who says that?
Well, it's. I mean, it's logical, isn't it? How they'd all be above the horizon at one time.
Okay, listen very carefully. If an airplane is flying above you at 35,000 feet.
Well, these things are a bit higher than 35,000 feet.
Okay. If an airplane is flying at 35,000 feet and it goes away from you, will it at some point go out of your line of sight?
At 35,000 feet on the flat Earth? Probably, yeah. It would get too small.
No. There's no reason to invoke. Just answer the question. The point is, listen, the point is that yes, this object will eventually not be able to be resolved by your eye. That's
correct. However, we're talking about satellites that are sending radio signals to you.
Okay, that's fine. Listen, fine. Hold on.
You don't have to see them. All you have to do is receive the radio signals from them.
Hold on. Okay, now, if you want to talk about a satellite 20 miles up, okay, that one is now even going to not be seen by you at a shorter distance because it's higher up.
Yeah, when it was asked...
Hold on, am I correct? Hold on, am I correct?
I'm muted. I'm unmuted now. You understand how high are the GPS satellites? Do you know?
Paid.
How high are the GPS satellites?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Very high.
Okay, listen. Okay,
7.5 miles.
Okay, listen. This
How high is a ground tower?
Guys, stop talking, please. Paid. I don't give a shit. You tell me. Give me satellite A. Tell me how high it is.
Okay, I'll get it for you. Just a second.
No, I'm talking to Paid, man. What the fuck is wrong with you?
12,000.
I'm sorry that you don't own this room. We can all have a conversation.
12,500.
Not when okay, look.
20,000 kilometers.
Okay,
20,180 kilometers. 12,580 miles.
Okay, on my fucking head. Listen, please. I'm just asking Paid.
Petulant child.
If I'm asking Paid a question, I don't want Brian answering. Okay. I think I'm okay.
Just get on with the conversation.
Okay. Quit it writing. I think.
Stop crying, Travis.
Bacon. Shh. Okay. Paid. Just give me a value.
I told you 12,000. Or what do you want? Kilometers or miles? Do you care?
It doesn't matter, man. Just give me one.
Oh yeah, that's
okay?
I know. You just give you a number so you can just say no. It's at 20 miles, right?
No, fuck, man. Why are you putting words into my mouth? Shut the fuck up.
Because I know your argument ahead of time. Okay.
No, you don't.
Let him
Okay,
finish.
12,540 miles.
12,540 miles.
Which is slightly higher than 35,000 feet, if I can.
Great, awesome. You're right. Slightly. You're right. Okay, look. My point is that there is going to come a point at which, as that satellite is traveling away from me, I will lose resolution. I won't be able to see it forever.
Yeah, it's true. You probably won't see the one that's directly overhead at 12,000 miles either. However, you will be able to receive the radio signals from it.
Hold on. But you just said that in your concept of a flat Earth, you should be able to see them all the time.
Oh, no, you should be able to see them as in get radio signals from them.
Okay. Well, then, when you say see them, I'm thinking, okay, will you stop talking, please? So I'm trying to simply understand the words that are coming out of your mouth.
Fuck. We're talking radios. When you talk about seeing a radio, when radio operators talk about seeing another radio, they're talking about receiving radio signals from them. Don't be so fucking pedantic.
I think it's okay to clarify your position on that, NASA. He said see, but he meant receive signal from. Is that
okay?
Is
Fine.
that, I think
Excuse
that
me.
splits the difference.
Receive radio signals from.
Okay,
is that better?
Look. This is not my field, so I'm not trying. Okay, I'm not trying to be pedantic. I'm trying to simply clarify so that I understand what you're saying.
Fine. Excuse me. Receive radio signals from all 24 satellites if the Earth was flat.
Okay. So, where's your evidence for that?
Well, if the Earth was flat, what would get in the way of radio signals?
Distance.
Distance? Well, they're 12,000 miles high.
Okay, listen. if I have a radio station that only has a certain amount of power and I can only send out radio, say 30 miles, and someone goes 50 miles, are they going to lose the signal?
On the Earth, yeah. Are you 12,000 miles above the Earth? How
It's
come?
the same. It's the
How
same
come I can
fucking
only? How
concept.
come I can receive 7 or 6? How come I can receive 6 or 7 or 8 of them at one time, but not the other?
Okay, hold on.
I think the point Travis is making is somewhat valid, which is if they're further away, you would need, because of the way the radio propagates, the beam is going to be diffuse enough that it could be that you've got.
That's all I'm
Probably
asking.
not
That
for
makes
the
sense to
GPS,
me. That's
but-
all I'm asking.
Probably not.
But it's, I mean, it's debatable, right? And so if that's what somebody infers,
Wait,
I think
what
it's
is?
fair.
Hold on. Now I'm talking to writing now, please. What is debatable? I don't understand.
Whether you'd be receiving signals from all 24 satellites at the same time.
Okay, but if they have like a certain, again, if according to a certain local radio station, right? They're local. Why? Because they don't have the ability to extend their signal farther than say 30 miles.
Plus,
So,
they're 60 degrees of they
Brian,
shoot their signals out 60 degrees.
Why is that?
Okay, okay, guys, this is not helpful. I'm just trying to have a conversation right now with writing. So all I'm saying is if now if you treat a satellite as a local radio station and it only has the ability to propagate its signal a certain amount of distance, you're going to lose the signal.
Why? Why would it do that?
Why would a local radio station not
Because
be
it
able
doesn't
to
have the
propagate?
power. It doesn't
Why
have
are
the.
you talking
It
over
doesn't
me
have.
right
Could you
now?
ask a question?
You just asked me a question, and while I was answering, you started ejaculating all over my
No,
answer.
fuck off. You're an idiot, and you know it. Now listen to me. The radio station is 12,000 miles high. The reason you can't get your local radio station power is because it doesn't have a high enough antenna or enough power. You put the same transmitter 12,000 miles high, and why would you have any problem with it? These things are sent to receive to the Earth. For fuck's sake. Do you think you get more than just 7 or 8 of them at least? Maybe if not all 24, maybe a couple of them are way in the corners or something of the flat Earth. I don't know.
No, bro, with a strong enough signal, we can hear it from the other side of Earth. We can pick up radio signals from Australia and San Francisco, bro. With a strong enough signal.
That's correct.
Where's your globe Earth there, bud? And when we're casting signals across the Atlantic Ocean, where's your globe there, bud?
On certain wavelengths, they bounce off the ionosphere. Yeah, if you're
So you have a fucking excuse then, right? So who's the dumbass?
I get why that gives them. I mean, actually, it's a good point. It's when I say that all of the flat Earth proofs are just observations. That one I think actually is. I get that the answer is ionosphere, but I think that we receive signals from far around an Earth curve. I think is a pretty reasonable point for the flat earthers.
Well, they bounce off the ionosphere. They're only at certain.
Yeah, I get what happens. I'm not saying I'm a flat
they're not
earther.
at the wavelength.
Can I ask you a question? Do you guys think that your cell phone talks to satellites?
No.
I think it receives signals. I think it receives signals from satellites. I think my Garmin InReach talks to satellites.
Hold on.
Yes.
You're saying that your phone is direct, like getting information from a satellite, like directly.
Yeah, GPS.
Yeah, that's how GPS works.
From the right on your telephone, like on your cell phone.
Yes.
On any GPS receiver.
How I record that's the GPS track I was showing you a snippet of before was taken on my phone.
Right, but it doesn't go
I have
through
a reasonable degree of
Check it out.
confidence that's coming from space.
It doesn't go through a cell tower?
No.
Then you obviously don't know what you're talking about.
Why?
Because it doesn't go through anything kind of your phone doesn't talk to a satellite. It talks to a tower from the service provider, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't have to talk to
it does
satellite.
both. It's got multiple chips. It's got multiple chips and receivers and antennas in it.
Does your phone talk to satellites? Is my question.
Receives signals. I'm highly confident that my phone receives signals from GPS satellites.
Yes, that's a very specific thing. Talk to satellites? No. Receive signals from satellite? Yes.
But my Garmin InReach, I've got can send messages to satellites that bounce back, and I can text people, email people. And I recorded my whole track on this when I dropped well out of cell reception, deep down in valleys, all sorts of places over the high country recently, and way out in the desert as well on my last trip. And it was able to keep plotting those points at regular 10-minute intervals throughout the entire trip. So that gives me that's some of the reason I have confidence it's coming from space.
Yeah, but that's not a cell phone.
It's
no, that's right. I'm clarifying it's a Garmin InReach, it's different from a cell phone. But
Right,
my
but
cell phone, even when my cell phone's
Alpha.
outside of right, so even when my phone's outside of reception of cell towers, and to save battery, I even switch off the cell any of the phone stuff, but leave the GPS on. It will still record this track.
Yep.
Right, and you know NASA is the biggest user of helium.
Oh fuck! What's that got? to
Seems
do
like a
with
bit of a left turn.
Yeah,
Is
let's
that
just
related to
talk
the
about something
GPS thing?
completely different now. Fuck.
I mean, if we agree that there's stuff up there, but then we disagree about whether they're satellites or something, that's okay. But I mean, otherwise it just ends up becoming a bit of a scattergun conversation.
Sorry to interrupt, gentlemen. Why don't you look in the live stream voice text? I've posted three images that explains what you're talking
What
about.
the fuck did you do now?
Shut up, you Wally. Now, just pay attention, yeah? Look at the bloody 3 images that I posted. Flogging a dead horse for the past hour. Got nowhere at all. Been listening to you, bloody idiots. One person was making sense, and that was Brian. Everyone else is just talking shit.
Well,
one person
regardless,
you're agreeing with.
Prove this situation wrong. Look
regardless,
at the 3 posts
I'm not
and
going to be able
prove
to
them
prove
wrong.
anything to you. Even when your own quotes have been debunked by the person you're quoting.
Because you've got no proof, that's
you're
why.
impervious to it. So
Evidence stands up by itself. You have no evidence. That's why. Look at it. Look at that's been posted and try and debunk that.
regardless of how we actually get signals from satellites, we're still getting let alone coordinates. And if those coordinates work, those coordinates give you the correct distances, then it can only be a sphere.
Yeah.
There's no getting out of it.
Yeah, that's whether you get it from satellites or sextants or just measuring it on the ground.
Exactly.
If you've got a coordinate system that says sphere that fits and you can reliably get distances from it, there's no 2 other ways to crunch it.
Yeah, and the distance is, for example, if you have 4 known points, every next point, any arbitrary next point, if you get distances from any other 4 points you already know, there can only be one place in Euclidean space that you can fit the point. So
that's right.
Yeah,
that's right. But it's all happening on a flat Earth, though. It's not happening on a sphere.
No, you
That's
can't.
the problem.
You can't have.
It's not happening on a spherical ball. Your signals would be lost. You cannot
can't have
navigate on
four-
a ball with the technology you're talking about. No.
You can't
That's
have 4
wrong.
equidistant points on the flat surface. Sorry.
I'm sorry, on a flat Earth, that's where it's all happening. It's not happening anywhere else. That's your problem. Unless you can
point
show
is-
us your globe that you're working all your calculations on in the real world, it's all happening on a flat Earth by default. I haven't proven it. You've learned about the globe from your school days, but you haven't actually gone to verify that what you learned is actually reality. You haven't done that yet. Yeah. Otherwise, you would you present that here. You say, here's the globe, blah, 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 etc., etc.
We are.
Here we are. Unfortunately, you can't do that. And then you go off into a delusional state of mind, exhibiting the
We're using our guys on
separation, anxiety, disorder. That's what you do. You're lost.
Do you want to make a point?
navigating on it.
Do you want to present an argument, or just want to
I'm just
attack
stating the
generally?
facts. I am stating the facts of your reality, which is a fantasy
It's a theatrical
with
way of speaking.
beyond belief.
Yeah, well, there's no argument to be made there, right?
Or firmly in belief, should I say, really. Firmly in belief. There is nothing factual, nothing substantial. You haven't proven your globe. Okay? It's physically not there. Wasting time
Right, but
on
Jim,
a
we're
sextant
trying to
that
ha-
works
we're
on a
trying
flat
to
Earth
discuss these
for an
things.
hour and a half was rather boring. Say
Right,
the
well,
least.
I mean, with respect, if you're finding our conversation boring, I'm finding your monologue kind of boring. So can we go back to having a conversation?
Go ahead, go.
Thank you.
You know, keep flogging the dead horse that's never going to run. And your heliocentric model is dead in the flat Earth water. Dead in the water, yeah? But carry on, if you must. If it pleases you.
All right, so since we have this little bit of a segue here, can we try to maybe start off with someone making a claim or a point?
Sure. Sextants demonstrate that the most probable shape we live on is a spherical Earth.
That's impossible.
By getting a linear relationship between angles and distances that strongly indicates we live on something that is curved.
It's
you would get a logarithmic relationship between angles and distances if you were on something flat. Unless,
Bullshit.
of course, I guess the
Bullshit.
stars are bullshit. That's a good rebuttal.
You're just
crossed
you're
by
just
that
putting
one.
out rhetoric, bro. We're
problem-
asking for proof, not fucking words.
No. Yo, he's giving. One thing I got to give about Eggshells, man. He gives all these ideas credence, man. I just think you're a little emotionally invested with your father being a pilot and all, which you'll just have to pardon my
Possible.
intrusion there.
It's entirely possible.
Right, but at the same time, you're so not wrong, dude. You're like, you know what I mean. You always bring dude brings sound arguments. I have to big you up, bro. I enjoy the conversations I have with you. I just, something I was kind of referencing is that like a lot of people are under this impression that the fucking, that all the cell phones are like communicate. Like, who was it? Louis C.K. I think did a comedy bit about how like people don't even have the patience to wait for the satellite to talk to their phone. You know what I mean? Like,
Give it a minute. It's talking to fucking satellites. Yeah, I love that bit. It's a great routine.
Like, and this is the thing is that like we're under the impression that we're talking to fucking satellites. And the thing is that what we find intriguing, and for better or for worse or whatever, it's the idea that everything is like run through these fucking underground cables anyway, and everything is just these cell towers that emitting these different things. Now, granted, you know what I mean. I've seen the dudes point their fucking things at satellites. You know what I mean? Like they're up there. Something's up there. But in light of the idea that NASA, with all the fakery and shit that they've done, is that in my opinion, they what do you call it? Like they're also the biggest consumers of helium, which would explain why they might have like satellites up there with helium fucking things attached to them, and they're out of range of our ability to see. Which seems completely plausible, man. And I just think
it is. I mean, it's the thing that would stretch the plausibility for that. Because I think it's a possibility.
Well,
I think the thing that would stretch it or make it. Okay, sorry, go.
Just to say this, in a world of people that think their phone is talking to satellites, it makes sense to me that we would be deceived about how we might be getting our communication. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah, if they're lying about that, and if they're lying
well,
about
no,
space,
it's like it's not that they're lying about it. It's about but it's about the people's misconception about how the technology works in the first place. Because the thing is that your phone isn't talking to a fucking satellite; it's talking to a cell tower, which is connected to underground shit. If those aren't communicating to satellites, then underground shit that they're receiving information is getting it. Which is I mean, think of how fast information travels. I'm blown away by it. It's fucking.
I'm really interested in seeing where are they hiding the cell towers in the middle of the Amazon forest where GPS still works.
The explanation for that is if you have.
We're talking about cell phones, not GPS.
Well, no. If you have, just to clarify, he's bringing it to that conversation. But the idea is, if you have a GPS thing and you have, like, let's say I had a geostationary satellite, right, which isn't fucking moving or anything, it's just sitting there, and I got it, on a balloon with helium that's out of range of your ability to see it. You know what I mean? If you're then that explains your GPS connection.
But I would agree with that. I think the challenge is that the satellites do these orbits that are just, almost perfectly circular around the globe. And whenever you try to map those, particularly to the Gleason map, like
but what's that?
To a flat rectangular Pac-Man map, it just makes a sine wave.
Well, most
where it's
of them
got like
eggshells. Aren't most of them geostationary?
No, geostationary is it's much harder to get into geostationary orbit because it's a lot further away. So I'll open it up. Actually, there's stuff in space.
Balloon and keep it there. You know what I mean?
So I've got it. I don't know if you can see my my stream now, but like you can see that the vast majority of satellites are down here. My understanding is this is geostationary out here.
GPS satellites have to
3
move.
kilometers a sec. Oh no, hang
on. Okay, look like
yeah,
you're
GPS ones
in the confines of that model. Hold on, real quick. If you're looking at it in the confines, I'm saying that let's say 60 miles up, whatever, where the wind doesn't fucking touch. Maybe they've got satellites that you can't see. Let's say. See, now you're putting into this paradigm, and in this paradigm, if you think the satellites are that far away from the Earth, I mean, of course, that's how it's gonna look like. But the point is that. Like if you put it on a flat plane, it also says that they're a lot closer and just right up there. They're not that far away.
One
they can give you the triangulation.
Is the ISS is a good example of a manned satellite, and if you look at where it is current, it does on a rectangular map. It does these sine waves, Base station tracking map. Here we go. So it'll go up and down, which is kind of.
Yeah. Have you seen the
Where is
null
it?
school map with the weather patterns before they fucking got rid of the flat Earth equidistant projection? This is
which
very
one?
much. This is very much what you're kind of referring to in the way that they graph it, because
So like
it's called the null school map. It was
null
used.
school map.
Yeah,
So let me just
man.
get it in a second.
Yep, and it shows the weather patterns, and it's interesting because it's really kind of interesting that after flat earthers went nuts on this, they removed the equidistant projection from their app. It's some app where they would show the weather patterns, and
Okay,
so
yeah, I think I found something similar to it now. But
right,
sorry,
and
go on.
yes,
I didn't expect a globe there.
and they removed one of the maps because flat Earth is such a threat to these limp-wristed dipshits. So, like, what happened? Like, if you look at the weather patterns on the null school map, it looks like it makes so much fucking sense if you look at the weather on a azimuthal equidistant projection versus when you turn it to the globe projection, which shows all this weird, stupid fucking weather pattern shit that doesn't resemble anything logical to the human mind.
I feel like we're kind of skipping from topic to topic, though. If we get to
you're getting
weather,
into the same
weather
kind of
maps.
observation of that pattern, though.
The thing I'm talking about this pattern though is like that looks weird to me on a rectangular map. It looks weird that it's never going straight in its orbit because every change in velocity, either direction or magnitude, is technically acceleration. Acceleration costs energy. So to have something that's doing this path, getting up towards the North Pole, hooking a right turn, and down towards the South Pole and hooking a left turn, that would be costing energy. But then if you map that on a globe, it just becomes this circle. So it suddenly costs very little energy.
How does it do the Pac-Man thing?
Doesn't make it real either. Like, because the ISS is kind of contentious.
How does it do the Pac-Man thing?
It doesn't make it real, but I mean the ISS is a pretty good one where you can track it with this, and I can go out in a couple of hours and maybe that might be too far from me actually, and look south east, and I'll see something go past in the sky. And if in a couple of days' time when it's going much closer over Sydney, I can like check it against the weather pattern. So I can get this live feed from the space station, plus a map on it, plus my own eyes, and I can see it. So it seems there's something.
Right. I mean, I could do the same thing with like a satellite though, and we could put it in two different ranges. You know what I mean? You could put it out in space all far away, and I could put it right up there on a helium balloon. I mean,
what I'm getting at though is if you go to a Gleason map, this curved sine wave thing becomes even worse. Because you're going to have a really tight turn near the North Pole and a really open turn down the bottom. So it's going to be virtually doubling back on itself. It's going to be changing vector repeatedly, right? Because all of those points are closer together. But on the Gleason map, this is far further apart. So you're going to have a really big curve down here and a tight one up there, which is even harder, right? It's now
you mean kind of
sharp
like
right
the
and a lazy left.
Kind of like the analemma.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, kind of like the analemma.
How long does the analemma? What's the analemma? Is the analemma real or is it just?
Well, no, the analemma is like a proof of the fact that the sun is local and just goes around the North
Actually,
Pole.
no, it's not. But that's a nice try. How long does the analemma take to form?
Well, it's a lot better than your bullshit about.
How long does the analemma take to form?
Yeah, that's over the course of a year, isn't it? Of
over the course of a year, right?
Solar moon each day.
Not over the course every 90 minutes.
It's such a death knell to the globe.
No, it's not. If you understood what it was, it would not be a death knell to the globe.
I know for a limited thinker like yourself, it's not. But
for a limited thinker like you who doesn't understand what the analemma actually is.
I know you like to.
Guys, let's try not to have personal attacks, please. So the point that was brought up, it is that what Issa said was it's like the analemma. That's all he said.
Well, the analemma is a bad example of this. I'm sorry.
Okay, listen. Writing brought up the point that the pattern of the ISS apparently had a sine wave pattern, correct?
Well, how's it going to do this Pac-Man thing?
Hold on.
How's it going to do this Pac-Man thing?
Hold on.
Come on, tell me.
Hold on. Okay, let me make my point, please.
Yo, ballers sound like Fauci on the stand right now. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so because as soon as writing said it has a sine wave pattern, I immediately simply thought of the sine wave pattern of the analemma. That's it.
It's just an association.
Analemma is not a sine wave pattern. Sine wave is an equal wave going back and forth, oscillating back and forth. The analemma is like a figure 8 with one side smaller than the other. It's nothing close to a sine wave.
But it also rides up and down parallel over the surface of the ground. It goes up and down, up and down, up and down. Right?
Of course, of a year.
I mean,
right, day and night, right?
I mean, maybe you're not watching my stream, so I'll post what I mean. That's what I'm talking about as a sine wave. And
I want someone to explain to me.
Hey, you know what, Eggs? Can you look up the motion of the sun in the same kind of a graph?
Sure, yeah.
Because I'd like to see, let's see, does the motion of the sun look like the sine wave?
I want one of you flat earthers to explain to me how the space station. How the space station is going to do this little Pac-Man thing?
How the space station? No one gives a fuck about the space station.
I know you don't, because it disapproves the flat Earth. You know, I got it.
So just real quick, Issa,
it's gay and it's for kids, dude. That stuff is for kids.
Issa, hold on, just real quick. So, are you familiar with FPV Angel? Issa. Hello?
So you're being asked if you know FPV Angel. I think he's busy doing something.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know that whole crew. Yeah.
Right. So I'm just wondering if you're making the same connections I am, because that's exactly where I went to in terms of the sun and the ISS.
Oh no, I mean, FPV's a little out to lunch for me. God bless him. And
that's fine.
I mean, but yeah, God bless.
Yeah, this is the analemma. That doesn't. It's not a sine wave.
Forgive me too. I don't
like
mean
a lopsided figure 8.
What does it look like? Yeah, that's the analemma. I'm trying to see it. What does the analemma look like in that graph that you had shown?
Here, but I mean, it's going to look. I can tell you what this one will look like.
Is it going to be a sine wave if it gets put into the same graph that you were looking at the ISS in?
No,
very close to it. Yes. So what it'll be?
So there we go. There's your acceleration. Right.
So this is your southern hemisphere.
So it's a non-sequitur. It's a moot point, really.
Well, I mean, it could be if you're equating the two. If you're saying the sun, and the satellite are the same thing.
You know what? The problem is the riding with eggshells, and I love you, dude. But the thing is, it's like when Fauci is sitting there on the stand today, and he's like, as it's used to the current definition, you know what I mean? Like, it's like this just backpedaling on some of these issues. Like, for instance,
talking about the gain and function
it's
thing?
like a sine wave, I would think, and it's going to follow the pattern. You know what I mean? It's it's
fucking. The difference I would say is this. I don't think the sun might follow. I think on this map. I'm trying to think of actually in my head. I think what it's actually going to do is follow a fairly straight path across there. So where the sun is right there, a fairly straight path across there. But the light dark regions, I think, they'll follow a sine wave, which will be this way round when it's summer down here. And then as it gets to summer up there, that sine wave goes the other way around, which looks super weird on a flat map like this. But then, it's just.
Why would you plant an analemma on a world map? An analemma is like one spot.
Yeah, I don't fully get the analemma, if I'm honest.
Yeah, if you do it in the north, I think if you do it anywhere, it's going to look the same fucking kind of way.
Similar. Depends what time of day and how it points.
Because that's why you can get 3 days of sunshine in the summer in Alaska, but that shit doesn't exist in the Antarctic.
Actually, it does.
Well, there's videos, but people claim that it does.
Fake footage that we only have one fucking shot of, and the fake sun. Dude, that shit's retarded, bro.
I've known several people have overwintered there, and it does work. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I got a brother that lives there. He's my brother's cousin's sister. Fucking.
Would you take my testimony that in Sydney my days get longer in the south?
I can't be.
Well, no, I mean you guys
summer
have
in the south.
You guys have the sun down in your area longer. I don't fucking know. Only God knows.
Yeah, you know what? You know what happens?
Well, we get closer to the sun. It's called the
No.
what is it? That's
actually it has nothing to do with the sun.
And what it is that time of year, the angle of the Earth is so that we're looking.
That's correct. It's the angle of the Earth, exactly. Yeah, it's the angle of the Earth, exactly. Thank you very much.
So you're right. If you're, dude, oh my God, it's so. To me, it's like offensive.
Well, I don't care if it's offensive to you.
And I fucking, you know what I hate is like you guys are actually fucking awesome people, and we get so riled up over this topic. Forgive me. I do it.
That is true. That is.
But
Very
you guys
true.
are fucking awesome, and I hope that we don't lose that. You know, that magic between us, bro. You know. But yeah, forgive. What was the question?
Yeah. So, what's your proof of the flat Earth there? I haven't asked you.
It looks flat.
Oh, it looks flat. Thank you very much. I got that.
Yeah.
Knock. Looks
Yeah,
flat.
it's empirical. It's better than anything you got.
Anything else? Anything else other than it looks flat?
What do you got?
I'm not asking what I got. I'm asking you what you got.
All right, yeah, it looks flat. You know, it feels flat. I don't think I'm spinning. The sun, the moon, and the stars look like they're going around me. And I think I'd have to be delusional to think that I was spinning and they weren't.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll put you down in the it looks flat category.
No, it's just put it down as the second thing that I've taught you this week.
No, it looks flat. That's all you're saying.
That's all. Just call me teacher next time.
I'll call you. It looks flat. You're in the it looks flat category. That's the most popular category.
Well,
I'll call you on the cell phone.
I mean,
I appreciate. It seems like you're taking very extreme measures to control yourself. I appreciate that, Pate. Thank you.
As opposed to what? I'm asking all my. This is the year, the 2022, and by the way, you're also in the. Everyone here is in the it looks flat category.
As opposed to what? What would be a better response?
No,
It looks flat.
that's not my category. No.
Travis was the. Hold on a second.
What are you making?
Elevation. You were the house guy.
Does he actually have a list with all the categories?
The house on the hill. Oh, the house on the hill. That was an interesting one.
Do you got like a Word doc or something on your computer? It's like, okay, this guy's going right here on this
I'm keeping
list.
track.
Oh, boy.
I want
color coded.
This is 2022, the year that the flat earthers proved the Earth is flat.
But at least we have that thing that we could say it looks flat. You can't even say it looks curved anywhere, bro.
Actually, we have evidence there.
I think it looks exactly like it would if it were curved at the rate I'm told.
You can actually measure the curve and measure it several different ways, and it all comes out to approximately the same number. So
you don't feel shame for saying we can actually measure the curve?
No, because
you don't feel shame when you say those kind of things?
We've done it. You can do it too.
And anyone here has measured a curve or found curvature in any measurement attempted? Anyone here?
I have.
Yep.
You could do it too. It's not very tough.
Another thing I've noticed, every time they say you could do it too, it's going to be some other bullshit.
No, he's lying through his teeth, dude. When you measure
you could do it too, it means exactly that.
You don't get
You
fucking
can do it too.
curvature, bro. How could how could you shoot elevations if you're fucking if you have Earth curve also? Whatever's higher than the baseline is lower. Whatever's lower than your target is higher.
Because once again, here we go.
We don't have to,
navigation.
When we're measuring for level, we don't have to distinguish Earth curve. Okay, it's all horizontal. If it's higher than your horizontal, then it's higher in elevation. That's all we get when we measure it in real life. I've done it.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, I've got one of my first videos is me going down Jack's Beach doing it, dumbass.
With what?
Hey, Brian.
With a fucking auto level.
Brian, an auto level, yeah. How far did you go, by the way?
Hold on, Brian. I'm trying to be fair with this. Can you not call names, please?
How far did you go?
I went far enough where I just got to where, dude, how could it start curving? I haven't measured curvature in a mile and a half.
How far did you go?
Not that far, man. About a mile and a half all over.
Mile and a half. So how much curve did you expect to see in a mile and a half?
Dude, I didn't see zero at all. I'm like, how could it just start curving all of a sudden?
How good is your
I just
auto?
measured a mile and a half with 0 centimeters of curvature. I'm wondering how it could just start curving. I just got tired of doing it, dude.
How good is your instrument?
No, hold on. I should have measured 8 inches over the first mile, right? The point is, when we're shooting elevations, every topological map you see, okay, geodetic surveying they don't do that for elevation. They put curvature corrections onto state planar surveys. When you're shooting for elevations, you shoot according to higher than your horizontal or lower than your horizontal. Now, if you want to put it on a ball and apply longitudes and all that, you can apply curvature corrections. But that's not what we measure.
You
the point is, you don't measure curvature, bro. You calculate curvature.
You use an auto level at a mile?
No, not in one shot, dude.
Oh, so you re-leveled
have you ever
the auto level after each time?
Hey, Paid, have you ever used an auto level?
Did you re-level the auto level after each
Hey,
time?
answer my question so I know where to talk with you on.
Oh,
have you ever used an auto level?
Yes.
How many times?
So you re-leveled the auto level after each time?
Hey, how many times have you, I mean, just
I
so I
don't
got
know. A couple dozen.
What, doing what?
Leveling stuff. You know, make stuff
Leveling
fly. Okay.
stuff.
I understand how you use an auto level.
Stuff.
You know?
What kind of auto level you got, Paid?
I don't remember. Wasn't mine.
It wasn't his leveling stuff. You're a fucking lying sack of shit. I'm sorry. I gotta drop for a minute.
Brian, clean it up, man.
I know, but listen to him, dude.
It's such a lopsided, moderation.
Yeah, we leveled.
He turns up and calls people a lying sack of shit and doesn't get moderated
He's
at
call
all.
me moron. Hold on, me and Paid, it goes back and forth. He's already called me moron and other shit. I apologize for the
I don't approve of it when he does it, but he does get muted.
Yeah, no, I get muted for that. You
for
don't.
the comment, dude. I do
I
apologize
get muted
for
for
the
that,
comment.
but you don't. So, I mean, there's a double standard in this server.
What are you talking about, dude? I've done been muted a few times. You're full of crap, dude.
Yeah, right.
Why do you think I was quiet?
No, I'm a bit of a name caller. I may get that stuff started. Forgive me, guys. And I have the mod status, so I feel extra bad about it. Forgive me. I never mod
I
anybody.
love the way you're laughing. Like, you don't feel bad about it at all. Don't lie to me.
What's that?
you're laughing about it.
Well,
we all get hot under the collar. I think that's
right. I mean, dude, you know what's so cool? What's so cool, and I try to never lose my giving thanks for it, is that, like, I can't talk about any of this shit with most people I know, right? And let us never lose sight of that. Like, how cool it is that, like, you guys are into the same shit that we're into, even if it's from a different perspective, because not many people have a fucking clue, an interest, you know what I mean? Any of it.
I'm just
Like,
amused. It amuses me that it's 2022 and people still think the Earth is flat. That just amuses the shit out of me.
You know what, man? Actually, you know what's cool? I got actually sent. Remember, I was talking to you about that John Moore book. I was talking about the book before Bowditch, and I'm reading it as I go through it.
Oh, you found it? That's awesome.
And, like, you know, and I'm over here like, you know, like, where's my flat Earth fucking proof? You know, and I'm like, I'm researching through this fucking book. And it's like every time it's like, you know, and this is where, you know, I got to give it to the boys. You know what I mean? Like, this is where you boys are not, you're not insane to me in a certain sense, like, regardless of my personal beliefs about the shape of the fucking earth and shit like that. Like, and I think a fine grasp on the way that modern, you know, whatever it is, looks at it. And, like, you know, and I'm looking through this book and I'm like, I can't find nothing on flat earth. You know what I mean? I'm like, damn, like, you know, even these little footnotes are about the sphericity and the rotundity. And I'm like, you motherfucker, you know, because I'm over here trying to catch the whatever. But, you know, and, you know, so to your credit, it's like you guys are, you know, you're on an honorable argument, if you will, if history is to be, you know what I mean, like, accepted as it's given to us. You know what I mean?
This John Moore guy, is he the American guy or the British guy?
British guy. And I am kind of intrigued in light of this, the copy that I have, I think it's like, oh God, I don't know why I want to say 1804, 1807 or something like that. I should look it up real quick, but it's something in that time frame. And I wonder if there weren't previous editions, because I just can't get away from the notion that a lot of the literature may have been, like, attacked, you know, in the sense of, like, the flat earth literature. And it may have been attacked because they found out that it was incorrect, you know what I mean? Like, let's say. But, like, at the same time, you know, I wonder if some of the literature, it wasn't adapted and changed. Like, you know, when I read, like, the Practical Navigator from 1980, you know, it verifies the shape of the Earth because of the moon missions in, like, one of the introductions. And that to me is unacceptable. It's just unacceptable.
Why?
Why? Because of Alhazen, who's the father of the scientific method. And he said, be an enemy of all that you read. And, like,
what?
You know, and
no,
even
he didn't mean that it's all false. It's meant to verify it.
Bro, like, you know, when we're in here, it's like, let's say like this. If you were reading Mein Kampf because you wanted to understand history, right? You know, and I caught you reading Mein Kampf, does that make you a Nazi? No.
No.
You know what I mean? It makes you someone interested in history. And the same thing with these subjects is that, like,
Have you read Mein Kampf? I've read the English translation of it.
I have not read it. I haven't read it. But I'm just saying,
it's a pretty boring. It's a pretty boring. The only historical thing interesting about Mein Kampf is he actually said what he was going to do, and he
Dude,
did.
I'm surrounded by enough vegan poets and painters right now.
Imagine him in his slam poetry getting upset that people didn't like his poetry.
Okay, so ridings.
Right.
Ridings. I've got a question. Guys. Question coming up. Bloody hell, going on like.
Incoming.
Are you ready? So riding. How do you explain the CIA documents, the NASA documents from NASA.gov, and the Army, Army Research Laboratory documents that purport that Earth is a leveled flat plane, stationary plane?
Do you want to show me one? Would you like to?
I've
so we
posted
can
it.
have this conversation.
I've actually posted the.
Not a video. The document
you know what?
itself. Could you
The
post
documents
for me the document?
are in the videos. The documents are readable
So
in the video, right at the very
if
beginning.
you'd like to have this
from the word
conversation, I will. Here's my terms for having this conversation with you. I'd like to see the document itself and the one strongest, rather than like a scattergun of like 14 different documents or something.
No,
you pick the strongest evidence and present to me the document. Otherwise, I'm disinterested in having a conversation.
Sorry, I'm not going to be able to do that for you because I've already.
All right, let's not have the conversation. That's okay.
Like I've said, I've asked you the question anyway, and I've said that the documents prove and show to you that the Earth is indeed a leveled, flat, stationary plane because it's in the documents of NASA.gov.
Yeah, how about missile trajectory? Missile trajectory over a flat, stationary plane.
Let's do those.
Yeah, these documents are there. Clearly, you can read the documents for yourself. They're there, and you can reference them if you're already interested. You can actually click. The video is only 30 minutes long.
I wrote to him asking for these documents, and he hasn't given them to me.
So, Jen,
I'm going to post an image that I've got. I'm going to post an image that I've got if you guys will accept this image anyway. Maybe you can verify the document. Hold on one sec. Just what do you think about that image? Because this is allegedly from a NASA document, and it talks about.
I'd love some more Zoom.
So it says this report documents the derivation and definition of a linear aircraft model for a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Sure.
How do you verify? How do you verify anything about that image?
What's that?
Like, how can you like prove that somebody just didn't make that up? Like just create it.
The thing is called NASA.
You can check it for yourself, though.
Yeah, well, that's what I would write on it if I was going to fake one.
No,
you can go and check it.
I can easily see a reason why somebody who's not a flat earther would put that on a document, and that is if they're doing some sort of test for something and they're trying to calculate something, and they're going, in order for us to calculate X not Y. Like here's another example. When they sometimes do crash tests on very expensive cars, they just get a chassis of the car and slam that into a wall. Not because they're saying we plan on selling just a chassis of a car, but because it simplifies the calculations and the things they've got to do such that they can actually do them. So my guess is,
but that's not what they're doing.
My guess is, if I could just finish, I'm very close there.
Yeah, but
my guess is they're simplifying their calculations and they're expressing that. They're saying, here is the simplification we've done to our calculations.
That's not what they're doing. No, that is not what they are doing.
Exactly what they're doing.
That is not what they're doing. And if you actually take the time to actually
the link is right
retrieve the document for yourself,
the link is right there.
I did.
Okay, so how do we verify what they're doing? Which one's true? How do we do that?
Well, you just contact NASA for yourself and ask them to explain.
You think NASA's going to give a shit about a 30-year-old document? Fuck off.
So Dan, in the pursuit of history and facts,
you mean like the moon landing?
And no one doubts that airplanes can fly over a flat, stationary Earth. That's all they cared about for this certain simulation.
Right. So is that language legitimate? Is that language legitimate and accepted?
There's no reason that the rotation of the Earth
is that language from
hold on, listen to me, will affect the flight of an airplane through the air. Everybody
not
can
your
say
opinion.
that. It's a simulation. It makes it a hell of a lot easier. Even back in 1988, when they didn't have the memory necessary to do it on the rotating Earth.
Is that an
So
acceptable document to you?
So it's just not necessary.
Hold on.
Consider.
I just want one fucking question answered. Is that an acceptable document, an acceptable language from NASA for you?
Yeah, for me it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all.
Yeah, for
Can
Flight
I ask-
Dynamics it is.
Can I ask you the flip side of this, Issa? What is it you think they've done here? Do you think that they are well aware that we live on a flat and stationary plane, and they sometimes accidentally or perhaps purposely make public documents that admit that by accident?
I think for patents and for it's like this. It's like if you're gonna sell like a fucking container that is a vacuum seal container or whatever it is, right? They're gonna like it's like they're gonna, or if you're buying something and purchasing something, this is where they're gonna tell you the truth. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, when you get a sextant, it's going to tell you how to get, if you get a sextant, it's going to tell you how you're going to get an angle off of a flat surface. That's what it's going to tell you. It's going to tell you direct, like I used to love, my uncle said, a real man is like Listerine. Says what it does what it says. And so when you're going to purchase something like from fucking JPL or something like that, that shit, and actually what it really does is in the fucking description. It's just like cell phones. People think the cell phone talks to satellites. It fucking doesn't.
It
The
does. It
technicians
receives.
know it doesn't.
Yes, it does. It receives GPS information.
So where does this fall down then?
It gets a reception from satellites, which is not true. That's all.
So if your example is that they'll do what they say and say what they do, how do you then square that with the fact that they will take money from JPL?
It's business.
Or pay money to JPL saying we need a rocket capable of delivering a payload of X kilos into orbit.
How come Barnum Bailey can fucking sell tickets of the same fucking show for the last 20 years? It's just, this is the way I look at it. It's like when it comes to business, the insiders are going to know, and the people that they're selling it to are going to be fucking like try to, befuddled at the best fucking way, because there's no reason for them to know.
Do you see why it looks to me like there is an inconsistency there, where on the one hand, if a NASA document or video or otherwise shows them deploying something into space, that's a lie. But if in a document about a test aircraft, they mention something about a flat Earth, that's true.
Here's the difference. In the document about the flat Earth, it's going to somebody who's going to pay a lot of money for some shit.
Bullshit.
That's why I'm trying to get
simulation. There's no money in simulations,
bro. Let me finish. That's not proper. Like, if you're gonna do something like show the world that you landed on the moon, that's called propaganda. If you're gonna fucking sell somebody something, they're gonna want to know what their bill of goods are, because they could fucking sue you. Because they could say, "Hey, look, you told me that it was gonna be able to fucking handle the curvature of the Earth, but when I calculated that in, it kept running me into the Earth." Kept running me into the ground. Yeah. So it's actually calculated to operate over non-flat, rotating Earth, because that's actually what it's fucking doing.
Yeah, exactly.
And the insurance companies
and
won't
it's not
let you
just
fucking,
it's not just NASA documents.
Jen, hold on.
You guys are idiots.
The insurance company, you're an idiot. The insurance company won't let them get away with that, because they would get sued to no end. So it's legitimate in the business contract. It's propaganda when it's fucking little kids are asking questions to people on the fucking ISS, bro.
So then, to get at some parity, and I don't have a document like this, I'm just asking for the sake of conversation. If I found a document that said that was for a contract for a significant amount of money, delivering a communication satellite into orbit or something like that, and it met those criteria that you're talking about, it's for an inter business memo for an extraordinary amount of cash, would that then satisfy what you're saying here?
You know what? That's an interesting point. Because I've never seen those, like with the documentation that two satellite companies are having and what the specifics are in those original patents, man. Because it's a great point. And actually, I would say, eggs. I mean, shit.
Wouldn't that at best just mean that they're unreliable because they have two different documents saying literally the opposite thing? So, like, at best, that would just make them unreliable and not worth your trust then.
Well, right.
Well, the difference would be this looks like an illusion. It doesn't. The document itself isn't about the shape of the Earth, is it? It's just about an aircraft and the test they're doing.
But it's saying that the aircraft must consider the Earth to be a stationary level plane, motionless. Yeah, that's the point, because the Earth is indeed stationary and motionless. And level flat plane. Sorry.
So what's the derivative? What is it? Derivations and definition of a linear aircraft model. What does that mean? For rigid aircraft, I get that's just a fixed wing plane.
It's not well, dinner. Do you see? First off, is this Eggs? Do you see the implication? Do you see how being pedantic about it feeds into their propaganda? Because now it's like the idea is that they're telling you that they got a machine that fucking flies and it flies over only a non-rotating Earth. That's in their paperwork. If you want to get into the whether or not, well, what is a winged instrument? Like, you know what I mean? Like, dude, come on.
Well, no, that's not what it's about. I was just wondering what it is. So Chronix posted the sort of rebuttal to this in the chat.
There is no rebuttal.
Could you find a similar document for a cruise missile, a long range strike missile, or a global strike missile?
Yes. If you
Fantastic.
look up the Army. What's it? The Army Research Lab.
No, you've got to present it, Jen. I get so tired of please do my homework for me.
It's in the video. It's in the video that I posted. It's in the video that I posted, okay? What you're asking. From the military.
Because it sounds like what this rebuttal is saying is basically the same thing I
did. From Russia. It's in the video I posted. Everything you're asking, the documents you're asking for are in that video. You can pick them out for yourself. That's the point. When I give you stuff, I don't send you to waste time. I say to you, look in there and you will see the documents.
You as a waste of time.
Of course. Well, you're a waste of time. You're always treading on dog shit. That's your problem. Okay? Want to be silly? I can be silly as well, mate. But I'm being serious.
I'm aware of that, my friend.
Yeah, I'm aware of that as well. You know, you're exhibiting cognitive dissonance and an extra one. Separation anxiety disorder. That is your persona. Okay? Can't separate from the truth and the lies and the ball that doesn't exist. Yeah? Just remember that whenever you hear my name, you haven't proven your lunacy ball, okay? Haven't done that once yet. Your dad is a liar like you are, together, okay? Thank you.
Yo, Jim, there's no reason to go there, bro. Come on, bro.
Yeah, man.
What is the linear aircraft model?
That's a good question.
Does anyone know what linear aircraft model is?
Linear aircraft model. It just leads me straight back to the same. Linear aircraft model. It's probably going to start with a definition. Let me just get the vectors, matrices, subscripts, non-linear system equation.
Following a particular direction in acceleration one way. Could it mean that?
I don't know. I would imagine you would already need to know this, Jin. Surprised that you don't.
What does linear mean? Because the rest is just aircraft.
There's several meanings for linear. So it depends on what NASA means by
linear. Typically means travels in a straight line.
Exactly. So this is what I'm saying. So it could be straight up, could be across the Earth, vertically, horizontally.
Oh, I found the actual full
That's
document.
What I mean. You don't know.
So a straight flying aircraft model.
Yeah, it could. I mean, it might mean an aircraft that doesn't have control surfaces, right?
It just goes one straight line.
The main point of the crux of this thing is that it's flying over a stationary level plane that is motionless.
I understand that part. I'm just trying to understand the first part. Like, what's the derivations of what are they endeavoring to do? What's the document endeavoring to say? You know,
Actually,
what I'd guessed at and Chronix posted is that it's just about simplifying it, right? So if you'll need it, and generally I think what's going to be the two factors in this are speed and distance that it travels. Will you treat the Earth like it is spherical, like you might for a cruise missile, long-range missile, or ellipsoid, like you might for something that travels in a medium distance, aerospace plane, three-stage booster, smart bomb, hypersonic cruise missile, or for things that go short distances, like fighter aircraft, air-to-ground missile, air-to-air missile, dual-role missile, and self-defense missile. So those self-defense missiles are just sort of shoot another rocket out of the sky. They only travel, like, I think, a kilometer or two.
I was curious. It takes more than 2 pages to say that.
But I don't think the whole paper, at least the one I've posted, the is nothing like it is virtually nothing. It looks like it's just a jet in this picture. Virtually nothing is about it being over flat, non-rotating Earth, because that's them excluding a part of the calculation. That's them going, we're going to deliberately ignore this while we do the rest of this fairly complex looking math, right? Like this is, I'll give you a snip from some of what I'm seeing in here. The document, which is, let me scroll down to the end, is
you can see the anxiety in
100 pages long. Is, I'm guessing if they had to do both rotating and curving Earth, it would just make it unfeasibly longer, and for the purposes of it, not actually change the calculation.
That's just you assuming again. No, that's just you assuming again.
Yeah, it is an assumption. That is correct.
Because if they're doing maths, if they're rocket scientists and that, they can do the maths for a spherical ball and no problem at all. The fact is, those words are mentioned, and it's not just it's not just NASA. It's also in the Army, in the Navy, in the air pilots. If you want to become an air pilot. It states it in their documents. So if you're going to become a pilot, you will read those words.
No,
that's the point. That's the thing. And
clearly for pilots describes a spherical Earth.
Why don't you watch the video? It's only 30 minutes long.
Documents, we can interrogate documents.
On page 35, down the bottom, it says concluding remarks. This report derives and defines a set of linearized system matrices for a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying in a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. Both generalized and standard linear system equations derived from nonlinear 6 degree of freedom equations of motion and a large collection of nonlinear observation measurement equations.
And that to me makes sense. So take another one that's non-contentious here, of constant mass. That's kind of important because particularly jets burn up a fair bit of fuel pretty quickly, and pilots even lose mass while they fly. Every rocket and bullet you fire is going to lose mass off the aircraft.
Say nothing about mass, dude.
It does. It says
it even goes on to say this derivation of a linear model is general and makes no assumptions on either reference trajectory about which the model is linearized or the symmetry of the vehicle mass and aerodynamic properties.
Yeah, so it's talking about mass and aerodynamic properties, which is like when you fire your Hellfire missile and it's no longer under your wing anymore, I'm going to hazard a fairly safe guess that it's not, that it's, if you could let me finish, Jin.
Listen to him squirm, Jim.
It's going to make, oh, fuck, 2 people now. It's going to make a difference to the drag and the weight of the aircraft. But if you're going to go, right, well, let's say he's fired 45 bullets in one of his Hellfires, but not the other, it's going to make the maths, get more and more like compounding in terms of complexity. So when it comes to the mass, they just go, let's just say we'll average the mass from the flight. It's going to be heavier at the start and lighter at the end. We'll just average that mass and work on that. And that is a simplification for the calculation. I think that the flat and stationary is another simplification for the calculation.
So you change the model. You just change the shape of the end, right? And then everything would change, right? Because if you change the mass,
what would change? That's an important question. That's a good question. What would change about how a plane flies? I mean, I don't understand the first part about this equation I'm about to post.
Shut up and let somebody else answer.
What do you think would change about that calculation?
Bro, why would they classify just common information, bro? I'm telling you why they classified it. Because it says a flat, non-rotating Earth. Use your common sense for once, man.
Because they don't want to give their R&D to their enemies. They don't want to show them how fast their jets fly or how hard they can bank and turn.
They don't even have them damn jets, dude. There's a reason that shit was declassified. I mean, dude, look, you're sitting here saying they come up with a model that doesn't even comport to reality, dude. That's basically what you're telling me to accept. No, I don't accept that.
You don't need to. It's just I've been asked what my opinion. I was asked directly what my opinion was. Go ahead, sorry, left line.
No, I mean, what do you mean it has nothing to do with reality? I don't, what does that even mean?
That's the same thing as freaking the curvature corrections they apply to our to fucking surveys and to
So
set
if you were doing
topological surveys and all the freaking all the maps and shit, they apply curvature corrections. They're doing the same thing. They give you the real facts, like the surveyors did, the planar surveyors, our forefathers who went across the country like 100 feet at a time. The same thing with the model to the. They're giving you the fact. Then you can apply your model to it. That's the option they give you. Here's the facts. The way the shit works for the flat non-rotating Earth. Here's how it works in reality. Now go ahead and apply your model to it, which is what y'all do.
No, that doesn't even make sense, Brian. I mean, if it did make any difference in the analysis to consider whether the Earth was curved or flat, non-rotating, whatever, why would you consider those values if you didn't need to?
Why on God's green Earth would they give you the freaking all the calculations based on a flat non-rotating globe if that's not reality, bro? That's the better question.
Because they don't need to. That's why.
Yeah, same as they're saying stationary atmosphere. That's saying their whole test is assuming there's no wind.
Doesn't say nothing about wind. It says a flat non-rotating Earth.
No,
you're just picking one bit.
Home in on those words, Riding. Home in on those words, Riding.
Right. We're talking about all of the words in the document, and they mention a number of simplifications they do for their
factors. If you're spinning, you'd have to consider
if y'all want to be honest, y'all going to be honest. You have to consider everything.
How would that help, Howard? How would it help giving me information about how something would work on a flat, non-rotating Earth? How on God's green Earth would that help me if it's not a flat, non-rotating Earth? Dude, you've lost common sense somewhere along the way, dude.
If it's not going to help you, why would you consider it?
Exactly.
How are you turning this around on me? Why would the rocket scientists give fucking bullshit math if it's not reality?
Exactly that. Why would you need to consider it if you're spinning? If you're a spinning ball, hang on. If you're a spinning ball in space and you're setting off your missiles, you're going to have to take in the Coriolis effect, the spin of the Earth, the target is moving. You have to consider this. Considering the Earth to be stationary and motionless, leveled plane, is not something that you would need to consider at all. That's an obstacle in my thinking. Right.
But this document is not addressing targeting, is it?
Well, it may as well be, because it would have to be considered if you were flying in the air.
Does it talk about it? So I don't know.
No, but there are documents who talk about that. There are documents that purport that. The same thing, like I said, the Navy, the Air Force, the
I don't know.
CIA, the Army.
We can elaborate on these things and
all
talk
the
about it.
documents say the same thing. All the documents say the same thing. You need to consider Earth stationary level plane or a motionless level plane.
Would it change your view on this? Would it change your view on this if I could find, and I don't have one, but I probably could find one, a document that described the spherical nature of the Earth for a similar kind of test?
Sure, if it was classified.
You're going to have to measure that.
If it was classified, I'd look
so
at
it wouldn't change your mind on it.
So not even one iota, mate.
I'd look at it if you find me a classified document. If you find me a data sheet that's classified and declassified, I'll at least look at it. Don't just pull up some bullshit fucking artillery guide or curvature correction fucking Coriolis bullshit. Show me something declassified with a data sheet with specs. I'll look at it.
Yeah, but you still need to measure the curvature of the Earth anyway. That's the only way I'm going to believe. Okay. Thank you.
And that's why I asked this question, because nothing will convince you. So why would I bother trying?
The basic is to measure the ground. To measure the ground.
Change your mind on this.
To measure the ground under your feet, and then there are documents that are alive on this Earth telling us we must consider Earth to be motionless and leveled plane. Those documents live. They're alive. You're looking at one of them right now. So I'm sorry, unless we measure the ground under our feet to find that curvature, nothing you can bring to me is going to change my mind. Nothing.
Exactly. I know your mind's not going to be changed, which is why it's a moot point.
Exactly, because I'm living on a flat Earth. That's why.
Because you're a zealot.
Flat Earth is the light. Flat Earth is beauty. Flat Earth is everything. The heliocentric model is dead in the water. Flat Earth water, that is. 71%. You ain't going anywhere, son. You're lost. Wasting time talking about your sextant that you don't know how to use. Don't even know how to use a sextant, this man. Woo! Bought a new tool, what a waste of money.
Well, yeah, I'll put it to you. Here's an interesting thought too. Like, in order to use a sextant, like if you were to go to an nautical school, despite all the globes and everything like that, when you bring out the sextant, they're going to tell you, now we know the Earth's a globe, but we're going to think of it as flat. You know, it's quite interesting, like, you know, that they treat like the actual general area that we're in as level. That's huge.
That is huge, man. That is huge.
And now, and every other thing that says it's a globe is based off of the stars, which is not a part of the Earth, and it's just interesting, you know.
With that statement in that document about the flat, non-rotating Earth, it's curious to me why it even is mentioned, because I was thinking to myself, well, what would be the difference between a flat, non-rotating Earth or a spherical one in terms of what they were studying, in terms of what they were researching? Well, why did they even classify it in that way? I'm curious.
Well, because they've been hiding the flat Earth for such a long time that when you start to operate your weapons of mass destruction, you don't want to miss the target now if you're factoring maths that's for spinning Earth and curvature. You see? That's why. That's one reason, don't you think? And then when you want to be a pilot, you want to be a pilot now. Now, the pilot himself now might be thinking the Earth is curved. And he starts to try and follow this imaginary curved line that he's making for himself because he feels he should be curving somewhere, and suddenly he's crashed. So that's another disclaimer to make sure that the individual doesn't make a mistake in the plane. And there's loads of reasons, man. And the main reason is the Earth is a flat, motionless plane. Fuck. Quite obvious.
Well, I agree, Rams. It is strange that they do that they say that, because let's say the Earth is a globe and everything they say is true or something, and the whole thing is spinning, but you can't feel it spinning, and it's all just relative and all this stuff. Even if that's the case, if you were testing some equipment, whatever it is, an airplane, whatever it may be, there would be no reason to say flat, meaning like, why are you removing curvature? There's no reason to remove curvature. Like, if you wanted to say that the local area of the sphere is treated as kind of a general flat area, okay, but it's just interesting that they use, like, for this testing, they have to say flat, so they have to remove curvature, and then they make non-rotating.
Why does it even matter? Why does it even matter?
Yeah, exactly.
How does it have any impact on the airplane that they're testing?
I think the point you're making is like really valid, because if it makes no difference, then it is a reasonable and safe and useful simplification to make your calculation.
You're roboting.
Why you would say something about it?
Right.
Is, what's up?
Something's going on with your mic. It's like roboting.
Oh, hang on. How's that? Oh, my connection's very bad.
Yeah, it's the connection.
Yeah,
like
if you go off the call and then come back in, sometimes it's better, man.
Oh, it looks like it's green now.
Yeah, it's rather damning. That's the problem. It's damning, isn't it? It's damning information to the.
I don't think so. I don't think it is at all. I don't think it's relevant. I don't think it proves anything about the shape of the Earth or even indicates much. I think it. Well, I take that back a little bit. I think it is damning to the point. This is what I would say. There's a part of military and NASA that do use the Earth as a flat, non-rotating plane because they have to, for at that top level, for a lot of the engineering and things that they do, and a lot of those things. So at the highest level, quote unquote highest, but at that kind of level, it's in all their documents because it has to be, because they have to actually do what they're doing in terms of, engineering, in terms of Antarctica, everything else with the land layouts, the United Nations. But so some of that wording, I think, has made its way into the more civilian level of NASA. So in that way, it's damning. But on another way, just because they say it, it doesn't necessarily, reveal one thing or the other.
Well, yeah, because like the testing of a vehicle, a flight vehicle, it travels through the air, And so it's traveling through 3-dimensional space using the gases to fly on. It doesn't matter what the surface is or what objects it's flying on or around. It's the way it handles and the way it flies has nothing to do with that.
Yeah,
and this research didn't seem to be about what the shape of the Earth was.
Yeah, I think you're bang on it, which is the difference it would make is so negligible. The reason I think they put it in there though, is they go, there might be some factor where
You're totally roboting again, bro.
Yeah,
couldn't hear you.
I'm just gonna mute you because I don't think you can hear us. Yeah, it's roboting really bad. I'll unmute you, but yeah, you might have to fix. You might have to wait a little bit or fix it or something. But yeah, I agree with you, Rams. Like, if they're testing whatever equipment, well, first of all, if there is curvature, then you always should be using that. I mean, if you're testing anything, you should always be using the correct thing.
Well,
So
how
why
is
do
it
they have to
relevant?
assume
How
that-
is it relevant to the test? That's what I'm curious about. Like, that's why I asked why do they even mention it? You know, because how does it impact the tests or the of this aircraft, whatever it was testing? Like how
You've got to follow
it?
the curvature of the Earth. That's the thing. If the Earth is a spherical,
That's navigation. That's navigation. That's another thing.
You still got
mic working now?
missiles and planes have to navigate. They have to.
Sounds
okay?
like it, maybe.
Of course you do.
So
Sorry,
I think Rams, you've hit the nail on the head. Rams, you've hit the nail on the head, which is if it makes very little difference, virtually no difference, then it's a really safe calculation to make. But why I think you would make it clear to people why you've made that simplification is because you might be wrong. That's an assumption. You're going to assume that the curvature of Earth or the rotation of Earth doesn't make any difference.
You might suddenly find
And then
curvature.
you might go, all our calculations are out of whack. This doesn't make any sense. So we need to go back to the drawing board and figure out what we got wrong. And that might be one of the things you go to.
If it didn't make a difference, why not?
When I speak, is my mic still not working?
It is working,
Peanut
but
usually
I
just lights up.
I think why I got to be honest, writing. I think it's your tendency to monologue and also to link multiple things together and to get into this mode where it's like you're telling a whole long story. And I think people want to actually keep more of a convo, so they jump in.
I rather enjoy riding with Eggshell's story time. It's quite all right with me.
It's if you're going to come back in 6 months' time and go, our calculations were wrong, you're going to want to look at what assumptions you made and whether you need to test them. One of those is going to be flat and non-rotating. One of those is going to be constant mass. If your calculations are out, you'll change those, factor them in, see if it makes a difference.
So they're removing Coriolis effect?
Yep.
So why are they
Coriolis.
essentially? Yeah. So why are they having to remove Coriolis for all these engineering equipment?
It comes down.
I don't think they have to. I think they're choosing to.
In the first place. What are they?
Relativity, Geo.
But why would they choose? Why would they choose to? Why would they choose to remove Coriolis?
Is the wind going to have zero effect on a house? Absolutely, 100% down to the micrometer, zero effect on a house. The wind. Or is it going to have some tiny effect on a house?
It's definitely going to affect the house.
Right.
Well, if
But
it's
gonna be
real,
tiny.
it should be
So when I'm
factored
building
in.
the house, if I'm in a high wind zone that gets tornadoes, maybe I'll consider the wind. But if I'm most other places in the world, I'm just not going to consider the wind when building the house. That's the kind of simplification I'm talking about.
That makes sense, but it's just the thing is this though. That coupled with the idea that like when you learn how to navigate, they're like, we know the Earth's a ball, but we're going to treat it as it's flat. It's kind of interesting when you tie all these things together, and there's this constant reference to, well, if we're actually going to do it correctly, we're going to measure flatness. You know what I mean? Like it's just weird.
Yeah, I get why it's.
The document wasn't about an investigation into the shape of the Earth. It was about some plane testing of some plane.
And that's why they
Some
couldn't
aircraft.
fuck around. That's why they couldn't fuck around, because no insurance company is going to back any of that bullshit unless it's talking about the facts. And it was made to fly over a non-rotating Earth, because we don't need to take into account any of these things that you guys, or that is claimed to be happening on the grander scale for political purposes, kind of like propaganda. You know what I'm saying?
It is pretty interesting that they treat the ground as flat, and also in the sea. They also tend to measure the sea as flat as well. So that's also
Depending on what
very
they're
interesting.
calculating. Depending on what they're calculating.
How many nautical miles do they treat as flat, Isa?
What was it? 600.
That's a
If you
lot
look
of
up
miles. That's a lot of miles.
plain sailing navigation treats 600 nautical miles from point A to point B as flat. Yep.
I've got like I have like 8 of these saved, so I'm gonna actually upload all of them in the chat. But this is mentioned many times. It's not just like one time. Like this in a lot of engineering documents involved with NASA and various organizations connected through the United Nations and also these other intelligence agencies like the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, which is the intelligence agency that creates the WGS-84. It's in a lot of NASA's as well. So it's thoroughly implanted into their.
Can you find it for any ICBMs? Right, something that I think an ICBM would need to take into account the curvature of Earth, not a jet and how it behaves in aerodynamics. Can you find them saying this about intercontinental ballistic missiles?
Hypersonic missiles, subsonic,
You know what I thought was
supersonic.
an interesting thing?
Whether they're
While you're
sonic or
looking
not
that
doesn't
up,
matter.
because I'm interested. If you could find, that'd be interesting. It's like, you know what's interesting too is like Marconi and like was it like the first one to send a radio signal over to England or like Italy or something like that? Or forgive me, where the fuck did he send it? Germany, maybe? I fucking forget. He sent it from the US to fucking whatever, and I guess he bought the patent, or so it gave him the patent, if I'm not mistaken, on the history of that. And it's like, it was a direct shot of a radio wave, and they did not account for going off the ionosphere or any of that shit. It was a straight shot. And everyone says, oh, the Earth would get in the way and this, that, and it didn't. And, it's kind of another interesting point to, Earth conversations.
As far as like testing and putting this into like a book or into a paper like this and saying that's how they tested it, for Globers, wouldn't that be essentially the equivalent of them saying, hey, we tested this in Middle Earth and Narnia and it works real good there? Because like the flat stationary Earth doesn't exist. It's pretend land to you guys. Isn't it the equivalent of saying we tested it in these places that don't actually exist and it works great there?
No, because of the reasons.
That is a good question.
It's a simplification. Putting it in another world would be making the opposite. It would be making it more complex.
But they're putting it into
our whole argument rests on it getting simpler if they do this.
No, here's the
okay, but you say
why would the flat Earth be the simpler thing though?
No,
so
it
wait a
is,
minute.
because their entire premise is that they're placing the complete model assumption and usage for the equipment. They're placing that into what maybe some people think is not real, a place where you have a planar stationary Earth surface. So, so why would they place it into something that is a complete quote unquote fantasy or something that's
this thing works great in Super Mario Land? Like that's essentially what they're saying.
I don't know how many ways to describe it. It's because it makes it simpler.
No, that's kind of what they're doing. They're saying, assuming Super Mario Land, this equipment works great. In their model, they're saying that. I think they're saying what it really is.
Exactly.
You know what? It sounds insulting to a Glober because it is like Fantasyland, right? How would you be able to place it in Fantasyland? Why would it be easier to have to make it in a fantasy than just do it in what is supposedly in reality?
Well, think about it the other way around. Let's say that everyone knew the Earth was a stationary plane. It was 100%, 1,000%. And let's say there was some organization and they're doing this testing on equipment and they put in their writings, they say, assuming a globe that's spinning and rotating and has curvature of 8 inches per mile squared, et cetera, that has all these different effects, assuming that this equipment works great. It would be completely random for them to do that and make no sense.
Okay, I think I might have a better analogy. If you want to purchase a submarine and they say we've tested this submarine for 1,000 miles down, but it's all of our testing was assuming no pressure whatsoever in the difference between the surface and when you go down under the water. There was no pressure differential. We assumed no pressure difference. in all of our testing. Would you want to take that submarine into the water and use it? I mean, it simplifies the test, sure, but you're still saying in a pretend land that doesn't exist underwater and never will be the case, here's how we tested it.
The only problem with your example is, like, to say it's safe down to 1,000 meters, part of that would mean that it can handle the pressure of 1,000 meters. Otherwise, the first statement's, wrong as well.
In the globe model, whenever you say something can fly through the air, your part of flying through the air would be accounting for things like curvature, Coriolis, and things like that. You would need to do that over a ball, and they've already claimed that they do that over a ball. So that should also be included. So my analogy is spot on. You're taking a thing that you should have to account for in the test, and you're saying, assume that this doesn't exist for our test.
Yeah, that's the reverse of what's going on. Exactly.
The thing is, like, how does that affect the way that this thing flies? Not so much
it could,
how it navigates. Not so much how it navigates or maintains altitude or turns left or right, but like.
Well, if it's a missile, an aircraft, these things, but that's what we're talking about here. An aircraft that's going to fly, or a missile, you need to consider the Earth as a stationary leveled plane. That's because that's what it is. We don't fly over a spinning ball.
The water pressure and the difference between the surface and 1,000 miles below water, that's not going to change how the submarine steers. Oh, so you're still simplifying the test in the exact same way.
Yeah, you're right.
Removing one of the factors, making the test simpler by not considering one of them. But I wouldn't want to take that submarine underwater.
Well, just like in the submarine, like knowing the terrain of the floor of the ocean doesn't matter to how the submarine operates within the water above it.
Actually, I beg to differ, because it's also stated in submarines as well, in that they have to imagine the Earth to be a stationary level plane, because if they didn't, they would accidentally, inadvertently pop out the side of the Earth if they were not taking Earth's curvature into account, if the Earth is a spinning spherical ball. You see?
And like it would have to matter, because the differences underwater are going to determine how deep you are. Like, I mean,
exactly.
So
but the topography of the ocean floor, the topography of the ocean floor, though, has no impact or effect on the submarine's maneuverability or.
But the curvature of the Earth's surface would. The curvature of the Earth's surface would, because it's curving, supposedly. So if you're not watching out for that, you would inadvertently pop out the side, smack into someone who's canoeing, for example, or someone sailing their boat or jet ski.
I don't see why it would, man. I honestly don't see why it would.
It definitely would. Don't let me have to post a video from, what's his name? Richard of Thrive and Survive. Submarines don't prove flat Earth. Submarines prove flat Earth. Do you want to watch that? 15 minutes long. And it shuts you right up. Tells you exactly how submarines work. Do you want to watch it? Do you want to watch it?
Jan, you're being pretty aggressive. I don't think
videos.
Well, I mean, the truth is there. That's what I'm saying.
I think it's just a discussion right now. I mean, there's no. It's like.
Okay. Would you like me to introduce you to a video that will explain to you exactly how submarines work and how they don't take into consideration Earth's curvature? It's from Richard of Thrive and Survive. It is only 15 minutes long, and it will bury the heliocentric model forever.
I think I've seen it, but go ahead. I think I've seen it, but if you'd like to share with it, like if you want to just kind of give us a Cliff's Notes summary, that'd be cool.
Oh, it just Richard of Boston. Richard of Thrive and Survive just shows you how the submarine operates similar to an aircraft. That's basically it. Okay, and it can hold a certain position, a certain depth, okay, and just keep it there using the ballasts and the fins that it's got for its attitude, yeah? But the point he raises is that if the Earth is curving, okay, then it would have to account for that. Otherwise, the submarine would eventually, what's the word? Rise. So it would rise up. It would just come out of the surface of the Earth, of this
Yeah, but it
ocean.
wouldn't. But it wouldn't.
But it's using its
It
balance and
would.
all of
It
that sort
would.
of stuff, like you said, to
Yeah,
maintain
but if the Earth
position.
is curving, yeah, and it holds a certain position, the Earth's curvature would come. The submarine would most certainly pop out the side of the Earth because
But Jim,
submarines. Hang on,
Well, what does that
submarines.
mean? Pop out the side of
I'm
the
going to
Earth?
explain
What
it.
does
I'm
that
explaining
mean?
it.
Because if
I'm
it doesn't
explaining it. You
account
know
for
what
the
it means.
curvature,
You know
it's
what
going
it
to go
means.
straight and it's going to pop out
but
of the
here's the
water.
thing.
Yes, it's going
But
to
Pop
here's
pop
out
the
of
out.
the
thing.
water. Pop out of
Yeah,
the
But
it
water.
will
here's
pop out
the,
of the water.
It
Exactly.
would.
but here's the
Because the,
thing.
You'd have
because
to
The
curve.
submarines don't follow curvature. Submarines do not follow the curvature
So
of
what?
the ocean
Is
at
this the
all.
same
I think
argument
Howard was
that
trying to get in.
is this the same argument that a plane flying level would end up in space if it was on a curved surface?
100%. The same one. The same
Yeah,
one.
same argument, but now it's a flying submarine.
Exactly.
Yeah, but the
It's the
pressure
same thing.
gradient, but the pressure gradient will follow the curvature, and it would not affect the submarine such that it would
The
pop
pressure
out.
gradient. The pressure
It
gradient.
would just
That's
follow the
rubbish.
depth. It would just follow the depth and the pressure at that depth according to
No,
whatever
that's
you set it.
absolute rubbish, sir. Sorry.
Yeah, but
No,
Howard,
it's
Howard.
different.
All right, let me ask you this though, Howard. Okay, so let's say you're down at a particular amount of pressure, particular depth, and you want to hold that depth as you're traveling forward. So you hold it. You do agree that it would just if the Earth was curved and it kept traveling straight, it would come up out of the water. So what is making it curve around the ball?
You would have to constantly readjust to maintain that depth. Just the same way they say planes constantly readjust to maintain their altitude.
No, they don't though. That's the thing. They don't constantly adjust to follow curvature of the Earth. They stay at one fixed altitude, and that's what the submarine.
Yeah, that's how they do it. That's how they say they do it. It just maintains the same altitude, and by doing that, it curves goes around a curve. That's what they say.
No, they do
Yeah,
not.
I actually agree. I could agree with that. I mean, even with the airplane one, when people say that the airplanes would fly off into space and they would have to keep adjusting for curvature, I would agree that the amount of curvature is so minimal that really they're trying to keep that thing floating up against the wind currents and everything else. So they would just make those adjustments. And 8 inches in a mile is not very much.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I mean, exactly as Howard was just saying, you're going to have a density gradient that matches the curve. So, like, we've all tried to bring something buoyant underwater, haven't we? And it's like a little bit hard to get it underwater, but it gets increasingly hard the deeper down you go. It's just going to reach an equilibrium. It's not even going to be adjusting. It's just like that's the way, that's at least my understanding of how submarines work. They pump air from higher pressure to lower pressure, and that gives them more or less buoyancy. And they will always end up at a point where they're neutrally buoyant. They'll just stay at a point where they're neutrally buoyant.
No, but the thing is, they hold a certain depth. They go down to a certain depth. The ballasts are there to keep the obviously the submarine.
Yeah, that's how they do that.
All right, well, let's go with this, Jin. What do you know what the equipment is to how they measure their depth?
Is it sonar? They use sonar, don't they? Sonar.
I think that's to tell where
Or do they use external water pressure around
and then they've got hang on. They've got scales that they have from when they're at surface and when they go down. They've got their scales, haven't they? So they know how deep they're going. So they've got instruments like the reverse of an airplane, if you will.
They'd be measuring the water pressure directly outside of the submarine because that would give them most accurate depth.
They're keeping their depth. Yeah, hang on a second. Sorry about that. That's Richard. That's Richie speaking. I'm about to post it now. Hang on. The thing about the submarine is it flies similar to an aircraft in that, they've got the wings. They've got these little fins on the sides to help them orientate the attitude and that. Then they've got their buoyancy, which holds the depth, as well as at the back, that gives them that linear motion forward. That's all there is to it. It's simple enough. My children have got the toys. They play with them every day in the bathroom. Come on, man. It's not difficult to
Right,
operate.
but the question would be this, Jin. The question would be
nobody's finding it
even
difficult, Jin.
assuming we'll make a document, assuming a globe Earth. Even if you were on a globe Earth with the way they claim it is, like if you were down at depth in a submarine, you'd have.
Yeah.
I haven't researched the details of it recently, but I'm sure there's multiple different systems that they use to measure their depth, and then they would just travel and just keep making adjustments to stay at that pressure. And if the pressure is compared to going to the center of a ball of a sphere, then wouldn't they just make those small adjustments as they travel and really wouldn't be?
Yeah, but the thing is,
exactly.
they're not doing that. That's the thing. They're not doing that.
But that's what flight is. Every moment during a flight, even at perfectly level or going up or down, you're constantly steering it. Constantly, every second.
They're not doing that. They're not doing that. They're not doing that. Yeah.
But how would you know if they are?
Careless.
But Jen, how would you know if they are, like, especially in a submarine that's going so slowly over a whole mile, 8 inches and then 32 inches? I mean, the way it keeps accelerating. But how would you be able to measure for that?
That's a good question. The thing is, the submariners themselves speak. So why don't you watch the video, 15 minutes long, and I can post you one from Mark Sargent talking to several submariners explaining how they operate.
No, you should just be able to explain what the video tells.
Well, I've explained it already.
Shows.
I mean, how much more do I need? I've told you they have sonar to make sure they don't hit the ground. Okay, so they don't hit the bottom of the ocean. They know their depth from their scale on their instruments, yeah? And then they've got the fins on the sides that control the attitude, and you have your propeller, which will control your forward motion, the speed of it, yeah? And that's it. That's all they do. Then if they want to go deeper...
They'll also constantly be hitting currents and they'd constantly be hitting currents and stuff like that as well that they would have to adjust for.
Listen, they submerge with more water coming into the ballast, and if they want it out, they pump the water out. The submarine becomes lighter and it begins to rise up. Simple enough. Okay?
Yeah, I see it like taking a long, slight left-hand turn in a car.
They're not operating for curvature. They're not factoring the Earth's surface curvature. They're not doing that. And that's what this video tells you in the first 5 minutes.
I don't understand how I get done for telling long stories and he just rants for 45 minutes repeating himself and nobody says a thing.
2 minutes.
So confused.
I'm finished. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I'm done. There you go. I'm done.
I'm suggesting to you the answer to that, Jin, is because it doesn't matter.
It does matter. If the Earth is curved, it does matter. Of course it
matters.
matters.
When you're driving around a racetrack and you come up on a long, slight curve to the left, you just make a slight...
your natural environment. You're not understanding.
You don't want to listen.
Your natural environment, one, and you don't understand how aeroplanes and submarines work.
Jen, can we just let someone do a full response and then someone can respond?
All right, yeah, go ahead.
I think Rams was saying something.
But just imagine you're going around a racetrack in a car and you come up on a long sweeping left-hand turn. You make a steering adjustment into the turn, and then your car will follow that turn as you constantly maintain that steering position, and then when it changes, you change. It's the same thing with a plane or a submarine or anything.
Yeah, I mean, Jen, I think it's a good point. I think it's very interesting to look into this and to think about it. But I'm just, from my point of view, I would need to see more data as to whether they actually would have to account for it if the Earth was curving at that rate, which I've heard a lot on it over the years, a lot of analysis. Remember there was that whole thing with
I understand.
Eric Dubay.
He's as wrong as the heliocentric model is wrong. Right? He's as wrong as the heliocentric model is wrong. That's how wrong he is. Okay?
Okay. Let me just ask you this, Jen. Let me ask you this. How do you know yourself, other than this video that you said you watched, but how do you personally know 100% that submarinists are not accounting for curvature and would need to if the Earth was curving the way they say it? Like, how have you come to that conclusion? Because you sound very
because I understand. Yeah, because I understand how air. That's why I understand my natural environment. And then the video that Richard of Boston puts up. Now I knew this before Richard of Boston put the video up, but he put it up back in
No, it's Thrive and
2016.
Survive.
Okay, and he explained it exactly. It confirms my knowledge. Okay, it confirms my knowledge that submarines do not follow the curvature of the Earth. They would have to if the Earth is spinning. They would have to.
Well, if you were piloting a submarine, with like a little steering wheel or whatever, and you're down there and you're piloting it, do you think that you would be able to measure or notice 8 inches per mile is dropping as you're going along? Or do you think you would?
I think you would when you're nearer the
making
surface.
adjustments, or do you think you would just constantly be making adjustments to stay aligned with the equipment?
No, I would not.
Exactly.
You would notice
Exactly.
because you're. Hang on, I haven't finished. I'm saying no, I would notice because you're talking about firing torpedoes and things like this. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, now that's a different story. That I agree with you. Long distance ballistics, you would have to. Yeah, for sure.
That's what I'm saying. Come on, man.
Which is why I asked the question before, can you find this for ICBMs?
Well, that's at the high. Well, that documentation is going to be classified. You're not going to get that just floating around on the internet.
Wouldn't the same principle apply to those things? That they would have to make the adjustments as well. They would just have to do them more rapidly, more to be accurate because of how fast they're going.
Yeah, but I think the difference would be if you fire an ICBM and they're going, thousands of kilometers, the distance in a straight line versus a curved path will make a difference in where your target hits. Whereas if you're traveling, a few hundred kilometers and you're doing it with something with
Don't
control.
be too long about it. Don't be too long about it. Yeah. Because I want to say something as well. Yeah, well, just bear that in mind when you speak. Condense it because you do go on a lot. Now
you're the one telling me I need to condense
it. 15 seconds. I just want 15 seconds. 15 seconds. 15
He's
seconds.
just saying that because you said it to him earlier, so he's trying to get you back.
15 seconds, please. Now,
Jin's the one telling me I need to be more.
Flat Earth.
Right,
Submarines can't work on a globe. I posted it 29 minutes past the hour. It's only 15 minutes long. Watch it at your leisure. It's going to bury any idea that submarines follow curvature. It's just bury it dead. Watch it and weep. 2016 as well. It's a 2016 video.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think I saw this one many years ago when it came out. Yeah,
it's a fucking brilliant video.
I remember it. I remember thinking it was good. Yeah. Although, like I said, to me, it wouldn't be It's not conclusive that.
It's conclusive, man. There's no curvature. There's no curvature, man. That's the conclusive thing. There is no curvature.
Yeah, it's the same idea like the plane just flying off into space by maintaining its altitude. They're just.
We are drowning in documents that tell us we must consider the Earth to be a motionless, flat plane. I mean, what more do you want? How much evidence do you need to know the Earth is not globe, despite the fact that it's never been proven and we've never seen it? Come on.
I just thought of a really great example, okay? Just imagine you're running around an oval, all right? Now, every step you take, you are slightly moving around to the left to maintain your position around that curve. But no particular step is like turning you to the left. It's just a maintaining of a relative position.
Well, I agree with you. I think it's a matter of scale though, because like when I think about running, like a quarter-mile track, the ones they have at schools and stuff, a quarter-mile track, pretty basic track. And as you run on that, you definitely know when you're in the straight sections and when you're in the curve section. There's no doubt, because when you're in the curve section, we all know you have to really put one foot a little bit to the left, as you're going around that curve, and you can't run quite as fast. You can't really sprint as much. You have to kind of, and you have to turn. So I agree with that. However, if you're on like a trail that's going, more or less straight, but it's going a little to the left, little to the right, Anyways, I'm just saying it's scale. Okay, let's take that quarter mile track. Let's make it like instead of I'll say that instead of a quarter mile track, make it like a 10-mile track. At that point, would you really know you're curving?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to put it because it's that scale.
Unfortunately, you're still missing the point. Is that a submarine operates in straight linear lines? Doesn't go around unless it's having to make a navigational movement to turn left or right. It basically similar to an aircraft. Now, if it's in the ocean and you've got the ocean as a ball, yeah, and these submarines don't follow a curvature kind of operation. They fly they operate straight in the ocean, straight as a die, like a laser beam. That's how they operate in the seas, in the oceans. So if they follow, if they're let's for example say they're at the port and now they submerge to 3 feet. Hold that. I guarantee you, with the Earth's curvature, they're going to come out as little as 3 feet.
Well, Jin, let me ask you this: do you think it'd be possible that there could be a coordinate system that is created by people who actually do know the Earth is a stationary plane? They make the coordinate system, they manipulate it to fit on the globe model, and then they make the coordinate systems like the GPS and the equipment to fit their coordinate system. And so that the pilots wouldn't really know one way or the other. They're just adjusting and traveling the paths. Meanwhile, there are actually the deceivers that have altered those coordinate systems and equipment.
Now, I'm with you 100% with what you've said there. Yes, but with submarines, it would be telling because you've got to fly. So you're saying that the instruments are doing that automatically? Yeah.
Well, yeah, because it's all
that's what would have to happen. Yeah. That's what would have to happen. The sonar would have to be reading the Earth's surface, the surface of the motion all the time.
He's saying the whole reference frame. The whole reference frame.
The equipment would be noticeable. You can't hide that equipment. You can't hide it.
But I mean, they're using GPS at the end of the day. That's one of the main systems to keep, So I mean, they use gyro compasses and things like that as well. But even if they're using a gyro compass, they're still following the coordinate systems given to them.
Yes, correct. That's fine, but it's the actual curvature of the ball that we can never find. That's the Achilles heel in the whole story, because it would definitely pop out. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it that submarines cannot work on a spherical ball. You would have to factor in that curvature of the Earth wherever you're going, and account for it and make adjustments. Now, if they've got sensors and machine and equipment that's in the submarine that's doing that then for them automatically, and the pilot is unaware, let's see that equipment. Let's see it. We need to break that down. You see what I mean? We need to get a submarine now and open it up and find the equipment that's doing that, if that's the case. Because without it, it's going to pop out without a doubt. And that's what would happen. And if you watch the video itself, and you said you've watched it already, so you know what I'm talking about. But those who
I can imagine the pilot of the submarine, as he starts getting closer and closer to the surface, he would make an adjustment at some point rather than just pop out.
He would have to make that adjustment. But the thing is, he doesn't make the adjustment because he doesn't come to the surface. That's the point I'm making. Let's not forget
I'm suggesting that he makes that adjustment so slightly and so many times.
No, he doesn't. He does not. Watch the video. Watch the video and you will know. He does not do that. Okay, so don't suggest when you haven't even watching. Assuming suggestions, please don't suggest the globe, yeah? Prove the globe. Let's have it measured out once and for all. So watch the video. Suggestions do not reality make. Suggestions do not reality make, okay? So you may suggest, you may put it forward, you may offer.
That's all you've done.
But
right?
let's look at the video.
That's what this video is doing. That's what this video is doing.
Why don't you watch the video and see what the experts tell you? The ones who are in the submarine.
Because I understand what it's trying to say already. You've communicated that.
You do not understand, sir. Go and watch the video and listen to the experts.
Once it starts getting closer to the surface on flat or spherical, it won't be neutrally buoyant anymore. It will be too heavy for the amount of ballast it's got, so it will want to sink. It will.
That's
flat
all
or
crap.
You wouldn't even have to.
Submersion
yeah, it's not. You're not trimming and sending it up and making it go down. You're getting to a basic equilibrium and staying there.
It's rubbish. It's not taking away from the fact is that they do not account for curvature when they're in their operations, right? To watch the video, which is only 15 minutes long, go and
yeah, because they don't have to, Jen. That's the point. They don't have to.
They don't make a correction for it because there's no correction needing to be made.
No, because it's a leveled plane. That's why it's leveled. That's why. But if the Earth was indeed a curved surface, they would have to do that. But they don't do that. Watch the video.
Not even a flat Earth.
Listen to the experts.
So let's just move
Listen
on
to the experts, and they show you how the submarine actually works. Listen to the experts.
Sure. I mean, if it was coming from somebody who operated submarines themselves, that would be interesting to me. But a flat earther saying what he thinks he knows about submarines is like listening to you. It's just not that interesting.
I don't need to watch this video to already understand what it's going to say.
No, you don't understand. You're offering up suggestions without evidence, and I'm giving you the evidence.
You're doing the same thing, Jim.
I'm not doing the same thing. The experts are there. You're telling me you know. You don't know.
What's the expert? What's the expert? What's their expertise?
Submarines.
What gives you your expertise?
They're submariners.
I don't understand.
They are submariners. Why don't you watch the
you're a
video and
submariner?
learn? Why don't you watch the submarine video and watch? Why don't you?
Because I'm sick of every time we talk, you give me another 45-minute video to watch, and I can't be bothered.
All the time.
They're always dull videos that say the same thing you're saying.
I
make mistakes, and I'm not.
I am fed up with your stories, and I'm fed up with your sextant one.
I think we're just better off if we just move on. I think we've exhausted this.
Well, that's
Does it make you think, Rams? Because I've heard you a number of times express like skepticism, like even just in this conversation today, skepticism towards what the flat earthers are saying. Does it change your perception or thoughts about your reasons for believing in flat Earth? If that's how you'd put it, or maybe
not really. No, not really.
No, because you are what's known as exhibiting separation anxiety disorder and cognitive dissonance, because you're not able to prove
Rams is arguing with you, but he's a flat
you are not able to prove your globe in the simple sense of just measure the Earth's surface for the curvature. It cannot be found, you see.
What are you talking about, Jim?
He just does this rant. This is like his holding.
You know what I'm talking about? The lack of curvature of the Earth. So these guys who said that they're not being persuaded that the Earth is flat, that's fine, because they're exhibiting cognitive dissonance and separation anxiety disorder.
No, Jen. It's a matter of that. I can understand why at such a small amount of curvature, distance ratio, you would have to be traveling so fast to have to be making a constant, noticeable adjustment to maintain altitude or depth in a submarine. That's all it is.
That is exactly why when we fly from England to New Zealand, they don't make any adjustment. That's almost 180 degrees from position, from A to B there. There's a 19 hours of flight, and not one incident of curvature do you experience. It's a dead level flight, spirit level, okay? And if the Earth is indeed a ball of 24,901 miles in circumference, you must encounter curvature. That is nature's law, not Jin's law. That is nature's law. Okay? And your story violates the creator's.
Just think about how much curvature there is in 1,000 meters.
Violation of the reality we live in.
Jin, think about how much curvature there is in 1,000 meters.
Your story
it's barely noticeable.
We live in, okay? Your story.
Jin, think about how much curvature there is in 1 kilometer in 1,000 meters.
A ball is a ball is a ball. It's 360 degrees.
You don't want to listen, do you? You don't want to listen.
You can't.
I'm listening. It's 360 degrees. It's a ball, they're telling us. An oblate spheroid, slightly bulging at the equator. Okay? So you're going to notice the curvature of the Earth.
You didn't listen. You're not listening. You didn't listen.
This guy's beyond me.
Yeah, you're talking
not
shit.
He shouts and overtalks.
I'm not. No, I'm just sticking to my guns. I'm sticking to the truth, and that is this. if you are leaving England and you go to New Zealand, you must encounter curvature. You're not listening. You're totally ignoring. That is cognitive dissonance, separation, anxiety
Rams was
disorder.
asking you a
That is
specific
what you've
question,
got.
and you just
Well, what I would say,
Well, it hasn't. You're ignoring what I'm saying now. I'm
Well, Jim,
stating to
what
you
I'll say
facts,
on this-
and you're ignoring it. Thank you.
What I'll say
You're
on
ignoring
this
what I'm
is that
Yeah.
okay, Jen, let me ask you this. Are you open to the idea that it may actually be too small of a adjustment to be measurable or considerably noticeable if you're piloting a craft like that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I am not open to that idea whatsoever, but thanks for the question.
Okay, gotcha.
I do like your honesty in those moments.
Yeah.
Okay, you're not.
Not for 1 second, because we're talking about a ball that is 360 degrees, okay? And you know that's what's so absurd about the model, is that they're saying we're living on a ball and yet we cannot detect any curvature at all. But we're on a ball that's spinning. And we must consider the documents of the Earth to be the Earth must be plane and stationary, motionless plane when you're operating on it. Can you understand the gobbledygook upside down world? That is not sane, is it? Totally contradicting nature's law. Okay? Please address it. Address that, will you?
Well, I think with 8 inches per mile squared, if that was the curvature of the Earth, I agree with you. It should be measurable, observable. I definitely agree with all that. But in terms of piloting a craft, I do think it would come into play when it comes to like coordinate systems, mapping and traveling. But like I said, I think they've already manipulated that. They've already adjusted that on the back end. They did it on the actual side of the system, so that everyone else, whatever they're piloting, they're either following those systems, sometimes entirely, or almost robotically, they're following those systems. That's where I think the deception is.
Okay, I'll ask another question. So we're in the UK, or we're at LA, for example, and we want to go to New Zealand. Are you saying to me you're not going to notice any degree of curvature? That's almost 180 degrees from point A to point B. That's half a circle. You're going to notice that, surely, especially if you're in the UK, because you're going to be flying down to New Zealand and Australia, and then the aircraft's attitude is going to change. It can't be level. There is no level on a spherical ball. That is why water rolls off. It will sit on a table, it'll sit in a cup, but it won't sit on a ball.
That's misrepresenting the model. That's not
I'm
how it
not
works.
misrepresenting the model. I am looking at your model for how hideous it is, because that is nature's law. It's
Anyway, Rick, it was nice chatting with you, Asa.
I was
not
just gonna.
misrepresenting the model at all. I'm
Hey
sorry.
Jim, just check it out. I find this is what's compelling to me is that like in their own literature, again, it's like in plain sailing navigation, they treat admittedly 600 nautical miles distance, point A to point B, as flat. You know what I mean? They don't calculate
What
for
more do
any
we
kind
need?
of. It's wild when you really get into it, because for all their intents and purposes, for practical application, it's all dealt with as flat.
Thank you very
That's why-
much
but
for that
Jen, I
input
wouldn't-
there. You
It
see,
comes back
that's
to where we started. It's a simplification you make. You know, when somebody says you travel dead straight in a line for 1,000 kilometers, most people don't even in their head think, oh, you're going around curvature of the Earth, let alone calculate.
Well, I mean, in order for
Wait till
navigation,
the
like
odometer says 1,000.
well, I
Yeah,
mean,
but you could have
admittedly have that.
turned just slightly over a long distance and end up way off a straight line and never have known, because the adjustment you made was just so slight.
The only adjustments we're making are relative to the instruments we're using. And those instruments are indicating that we have to make these corrections to go in a straight line, right? Let's say.
Right.
Exactly.
But
A
that's
proposed
also
straight
presuming
line
that-
based upon a claimed straight line based upon their coordinates. That's where there can be that's where there can be such significant deception here. Like, because the idea of like the map is not the territory. So they can create a coordinate system that actually is making curved paths, but the pilots think they're straight paths and they're following the actual curved path.
But I wouldn't even look at it like
But
that kind of a
this was
deception.
actually what I was going to bring up, Gio. If that's claimed, then that sort of puts to bed what Jin's saying. If the claim is for many of these like curved flight paths, for example, where rather than curving sort of upwards over the curve, they're curving either left or right over the curve, if anybody's even contending that that's possible to make a pilot do that without them knowing, then why would
Yeah,
we suggest
okay,
you
that's
would know that?
interesting, but there is no putting to bed Jin's theory because Jin doesn't sleep. I sleep standing up, so I don't sleep in a bed. And anyway,
But that's just like Lewis Hamilton in a Formula One car turning left and him not knowing it's turning left. I mean, that's impossible.
Oh, I think it could be, but I mean, you're talking about a Formula One car making a sharp left turn, whereas like I think for a lot of these where you're talking about adjustment, like just a slight bit of, you know, drag on one side of a plane, I think would cause, like, anybody let go of the steering wheel of their car, or I sometimes try it when I'm doing a trip on a motorbike. You let go of the bars, it'll lean one way or the other.
I'll give another example too. I'll give an example. Like if imagine you're in like a 20-foot boat, you know, decent sized boat with, you know, 100, 200 horsepower. So you can go, you know, 20, 30, 40 miles an hour. You're cruising along the ocean. You're always making little adjustments, you know, especially those outboard engines, you know, they're a little bit loose steering. So you're going little left, little right. And it's pretty difficult to go in a straight line. Like you might think you're going straight, but if you look at like a drone footage from above, you actually made a little bit of a curved path, but you thought you were going straight, making those little adjustments.
It's the same when you're canoeing. It's the same when you're canoeing or rowing a boat, actually. It's the same thing. You've always got to make adjustments to try and keep your straight line heading. Always. Yeah, I agree. You might leave the oar in a little bit longer to bring the nose round to the left, or you put it into the right to bring the nose round to the right. And then you keep on paddling to try and keep, because you've got the currents and the motion, yes, and the waves. I understand all that. But the point is this. That means that if you're going to Antarctica on a spherical ball, you're going to be upside down. Is that correct? That's what you're saying. You're upside down, man. That's nature. Nature doesn't lie. Nature doesn't like those kind of violations.
That's what the model says, where some people are upside down.
The model that we cannot prove,
The
model that hasn't been proven, okay? And why hasn't it been proven? Because we're living on a motionless, stationary, flat plane, according to all the documents that are out there. You're boring, because the truth is the truth. You're boring, sir. Boring because you are suffering from cognitive dissonance and separation anxiety disorder. Exactly. You know.
That's cool.
You know your situation. Go get a checkup from the neck up.
4 or 5 times.
Please go to get a checkup from the neck up and make sure it's a flat earth psychiatrist, not your regular ones that give you drugs, okay?
I would love to meet a flat earth psychiatrist. I would actually go for an appointment if I found there was a psychiatrist that was a flat earth one. I would absolutely go for a consultation with them just to see what they say.
You're talking to one, sir.
That's right. I forget you're an expert in everything, a professional expert.
Thank you. We flat earthers are the ones that are going to save the world. We're the ones that are offering counsel.
What exactly?
From your delusional state of mind. That's why your cognitive dissonance. That's why. Flat earthers are the real people. Flat earthers is life. Flat earthers is the truth. Okay? We are real. Yes.
Yeah, writing.
Exactly.
Flat Earth life matters.
Yeah, what was it, Joe?
Exactly. Heliocentric lives don't matter.
No, I was just gonna make a joke about, you were saying going to see a therapist that's like a cosmology, a true shape of the a true cosmological shape therapist.
Yeah.
I just think that they might tell you like the first day, like, well, you're seeking truth. You're on the journey.
But it reminds me, because I watched this doco about multiple personality disorder, and it was just such a fascinating documentary, because it starts out talking about it and meeting these people who are diagnosed with it and stuff, and then like gradually over the course of the documentary, they lay out what I think is actually a pretty damn good case for the fact that it is like virtually not a real thing. Like it had virtually never been diagnosed until somebody made a book that got turned into a film, and the book, in order to sell it, was like, this is written by a psychologist, but then later the person admitted, no, I just said that to sell the book. I'm just an author. And what was quite funny was when they're talking to the psychologist, there's like 2 of them, I think, or at least one, is like, well, one of the things that makes me uniquely capable of treating people with multiple personality disorder is I actually have multiple personality disorder, and I've got 5 different alters, and it actually makes it really complex doing therapy for people, because if one of my other alters comes to play, while I'm in a session, like they might end up doing some therapy and they're not qualified for it. And it was like, and it just was so funny because it sounded like Folie à Dieu, where two people become crazy, because she's like, oh yeah, quite often people come to me and they end up with more alters rather than less.
That was a load of boring crap.
Well, hold on, no, because eggs. That's how we feel when people are talking about like when like NASA's celebrating like their the moon landing, or what was it? Their rover landing, and like the question from the audience is like, it's just like they're over there just whacking. It's two crazy people,
Yeah,
going in
doing
like
their fancy handshakes.
It's
The
wild,
handshakes.
man. That's how I feel about looking. It's like a comedy of. It's like absurdism to the next level.
Yeah.
Like it looks so. It's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah,
I can get that.
No, it's
and
true
like,
because
and
it
also
looks
for
so
bits like,
stupid.
Bro.
Like Chronic was saying, he how much he would be devastated if the James Webb Space Telescope didn't go up. Like I can see from your perspective, that would be like, you're nuts. Like it's fake in the first place. If they fake a crash or fake a success, what difference does it make? Like I can see from your guys' perspective, the whole thing would seem like lunacy. I mean,
I love
me,
you for
it
that.
is sending a
I
telescope
love you
up there.
for that. I love you for being able to see that. That's it.
That shows you that. That's why I know he's a calculated liar, because he's pretending to be on the globe.
No, because
when
you
he
can't
knows the
say
Earth
that.
is a
Because you
flat
know what?
plane.
Here's the thing: is like this. It's like I've said to people before. It's like like I question whether or not they believe that they know the weight of Polaris or something like that. You know what I mean, or something along those lines. And it's like, and people will say to me like, like I'll explain or something, and you'll explain to them how the globe model works, and then they'll say, "See, this is how come I know you're a liar because you know the answer." And it's like, no. I'm trying to disprove this notion. Just because I know the answer doesn't necessarily mean I agree with it. Just
Well,
and you're,
exactly.
you can't go after eggs. He's not. I don't think. I don't know. Don't.
I'm going to go after eggs all the way, mate. You better believe it. And I'm going to pick up every egg he drops down.
No, that's
yeah,
a good point.
I think it's a really good point, Issa, which is like Issa, how do you say it?
Issa is fine. Yeah,
Issa.
Either way, it doesn't matter to me, bro.
Which is like, if you want to criticize a model or anything, you want to understand it so well that people are like, how is it you get this so well and don't agree with me?
Yes, sir.
Because
Yes, sir.
like you need to demonstrate an ability to have that theory of mind. Otherwise, like, how do you know it's you that's not wrong?
I know. I know I'm not wrong, but it's not. It's
Yeah.
child's play. I've said it before. Flat Earth is child's play because you learn about your environment and you're uploading so fast from your baby, from when you're a baby playing in the tub with the rubber
Point
ducky
is,
and
Jin,
the ball.
if you
Hang on,
reject
hang on.
something
Why are you
and
interrupting?
you don't know anything about it,
Why are you interrupting when I'm talking? Why are you
because
interrupting
you're
when I'm
just
talking?
droning on, mate. You're
Don't
going on
interrupt
and
me.
on and
Don't
on.
interrupt me when I'm talking. I am trying to talk. Now let me finish what I'm saying. I was saying flat Earth is
But make it
child's
brief,
play
yeah, Jim. Remember that.
because you learn about your environment so quickly. For example, when you're playing in your little tub and you push the little ball down the water and it flies back up, bangs you on the head. So you know that a ball will never be covered with water. The water rolls off of it. Yeah. So you learn that, and you learn about angular resolution from your mother's kitchen counter.
Cool. That's not
You
really
learn
the
that. You
point
can
that we're
see-
talking about, though. The main point
that-
we're making
that
is
is the
about
very
your
point.
ability
That is
to
the very
understand
point.
the counter argument.
It's the very point. It is the very point.
No, you're making a
We're
point about
talking
understanding your own argument and
we're
why you're sure
talking
it's true.
about the environment we live in and the
You
lack
need
of
to listen more, Jin. You need to listen more and speak a little less.
I'm listening. You need to talk
ain't
less.
No, you're
and
not.
upload
You're
the
obviously not, because you continually.
I am listening. I'm listening clearly. Don't try and twist what I say. Don't try and
Well-
slander me as somebody who's incoherent. You're the ones that are incoherent because I've spoken clearly and coherently.
We're not
You
saying you're
just choose not
incoherent.
to
We're just saying you're not
understand.
responding to the substance of the point, which is about
I
whether
am
you can be
responding clearly
confident in
to
your
what's been
position
spoken about.
is dependent
I
on
am.
how well you understand the other side's position. If you
I
get
understand.
compliments from
That's
the
what
other
I'm
side,
trying to say to you.
Jin, I'm still in the
I'm
middle of
trying to
speaking.
explain
Stop
it, but I got
bloviating.
interrupted.
Hey, settle
Just
I got
relax,
interrupted.
Please
Jin.
start
Just
moderating.
chill.
I was trying to explain it, but I got interrupted. All right? That's what happened.
And if you
I
get
was trying to
compliments
say
like
to you.
Issa does, sorry, wow, you really understand this well, that's a good indication that you're probably on terra firma.
Compliments, mate.
Whereas
I
if
can't
people
give
are
you any
regularly going,
compliments.
no, that's not what I mean, that's not what the model says at all, you've got it totally wrong, when you're trying to represent what they're saying, I think that's a not good indication that you're on terra firma.
Well,
You know the issue
unfortunately,
with that,
like
though,
this is
Ed?
what I was trying to say. This is what I was trying to say.
Go for it,
What
Issa.
is? It's not difficult to understand your model. It is not difficult to understand. That's why I use the words child's
Well, yeah,
play, because it's not difficult to understand.
Jen,
Okay,
and this is what we
we
were
do
getting.
understand your model. We
What we were
understand
getting
your
to,
model very well. Thank you.
yeah, Jen. That's what we were getting to, the idea that it's like, you know, if I've been asked, or, you know, the way to Polaris maybe is off topic, but like, let's say like how the, you know, how like, let's say the sun moves or something like that. Like if I explain, if I'm in a conversation with the Glober and I explain how it works on the globe, they will I've had them say to me, oh, you see, this is how I know that you're a liar, because you know the answer. And when, you know, and in reality, what I'm doing is trying to lay out my argument in the sense and in the context of, hey, I'm someone who understands your argument, but I'm going to propose something that's counter to it, and I want to see your response to it.
Yeah, and you demonstrate that you understand their argument by
That's
being
it.
able to represent it, by steel manning it.
Exactly.
That's it.
I do that. I do
is it
that
an Oscar Wilde
occasionally.
quote
And
or
Jin,
somebody
you've
where
done
he
that
says,
for yourself. The thing is, Jin, you've done that for yourself. The issue here, as I've noted, is that there's a distinction between being someone who's the proclaimer of flat Earth versus someone who's in the fucking debate. And the issue is that I try to hold my proclamations to you know to myself, and sometimes I can't help. And we all begin preaching. But the point is that you have to, you know, this is the setting of a debate, and these are you know, these are gentlemen in our midst, man. I have nothing but respect for anyone that is even here. Because A, you understand the context of the information, and B, you're smart enough to have a fucking Discord account and be fucking savvy on the internet, where most people are like, what? So, you know, big up yourself.
Yeah, good on you, man.
Yeah, good on
you. But the Earth is indeed a flat motionary plane. Yeah.
you just like the point. You could have debunked all of our criticism of you by responding meaningfully to the claim against you and demonstrating you understood it, and instead you did the opposite.
I am living in the real world, the truth. That's what it's all about. That's how I stay
It's like
sane.
it's like a hardcore Christian fundamentalist.
I'm always
Just
ready.
praise Jesus, praise Jesus, praise Jesus. You just repeat it.
Ready. I'm always ready. You want to call me a fundamentalist? Fine. It's fundamental that the
you're a
truth
good
comes
word.
out. Absolutely.
I love that word, impervious. It's such a good word.
Yeah, it's just like you
what do you call it?
have a conversation.
You know, check this out, right? So like I look at it like you have a philosophical conclusion to the same set of information, essentially. Everybody tries to avoid, in some ways, the philosophical discussion regarding science, but I think it's very philosophical. And you have the same set of facts, let's say, on both sides, and everyone tries to shape it into their dynamic of whether it's flat or whatever, it's yes or no or red or white or whatever the fuck it is, right? And I just think, you know, with the shape of the Earth, it's so political in the sense that your cosmology is it directly affects your philosophy and your outlook on life. And if you think the sun's going to explode and we're nothing but mold floating on a thing of fucking whatever, we're liable to commit atrocities. You know, this is why Nietzsche, when they removed us, let's say, from being the center or around the sun, and that the sun was moving at the time of the discussion, he said that that's when they killed God. And he said, and he kind of predicted the atrocities of the world wars, because he said people will be able to commit these atrocities because they have no philosophical rudder that would hold them accountable. And in this system of at this logical deduction of today's cosmology, you're essentially a glorified ape with a higher intelligence than the other apes or other beings, and you have to manipulate that. And that's a sad state of affairs in light of the idea of the other philosophy, which is that the good Lord made everything, and that the earth is his footstool and all the rest of it, and everything was made for you. And I think some people sit in the philosophical conclusion that they've got predetermined anyway, and aren't willing to look at the other side as though there were any kind of greener grass. And I think there is on both sides, because on the ball Earth, you have fucking religious freedom. On the flat earth, you have the potential for a religious, fucking monarchical, fucking dictator, authoritarian fucking crap show.
Well, I mean, okay, let me just rule that in a little bit. I myself am a realist. I just want to live peace on earth. I was born in 1961, went to school. I was lied to about where I lived. That is a crime that is unforgivable. And because of that crime, I did dedicate myself to the excellence of keeping to the facts as they are. That's all. I'm not interested in making friends and, and having all this philosophy thing going on, because that's what's got us into trouble. We are about to be injected by poisons, okay? The earth itself is out of control. And it started from when you were born being told you're on a globe. And when you find out the truth, that it's not, there is no evidence for it, and you're meeting people here who are trying to tell, but look at this and look at this, and it's not there.
You know what though? I've kind of come to the conclusion that it's like it's better in a weird way, and I know you're gonna hate me for this, Jen, because it's like it's part of the deception or whatever the fuck. But it's like the idea that it's good that
It's poison.
hold on, okay, it's good that the layman and all the rest of it believes that the simple cosmology, because it's a headache to try to think that it's ever like it's ever expanding or who knows what else, and like it's good to think that the problem is solved. And I think in this present system of cosmology, we are entitled to religious freedom. Like my opinion is not this, predicated on what everyone else thinks about my fucking opinion. So I'm free to have my own existence, and in this paradigm, if you were in, now we see how they're trying to use that to clamp down on us in their own way. But we know also the other way. The other way is the flat earth. There's some main religion that controls everything. And there's that kind of government that's happened before in the past. So it's like, this is why, like, the French Revolution, everything is like a rebuttal to all that monarchical, almost, if you will, that tyranny that came with that cosmology. The ball earth is like, almost a revolutionary's dream because it crushes the church in the same stroke. But the reality is there's somewhere, and the reality is that there's somewhere in the middle. And I think that maybe there's like maybe a flat Earth and the fact that it's not so religious. There may be a ball Earth, but it's not so, atheistic.
Yeah, well, I think the French Revolution, the people revolted because they were having a hard time of it. Life was hard. The rich were getting richer, the poor were getting poorer and suffering and dying for it. So no, as far as I'm concerned, the heliocentric model is dead and dead in the water. And anyone trying to
right, and no one's trying to resuscitate it for you. That's the cool part about it, is you're free to think that in the society. Some societies
I know that, don't I?
Kind of thought, man. I'm thankful.
It's knowledge, isn't it? It's knowledge, isn't it? It's knowledge. It's a fact, isn't it? It's the reality, isn't it? It's the truth, because the heliocentric model is indeed dead. It doesn't really exist. It's never existed. It's just that people have been brainwashed and they don't realize it yet, that they are actually carrying a belief in something they cannot prove.
Here's the thing though, Jim. For as much as I fucking absolutely probably agree with most of the shit that you're saying, like deep down, I fucking at the same time I have to, as an intellectual, give credence to the other argument because I'm an intellectual. So you have to be.
I'm a realist.
Like think of it like this, Jin. Think of it like this. If you were standing next to somebody at the beach, and this is what did it for me. If I was standing next to somebody at the beach and I saw that the fucking water looked completely flat and level, and I said to them, "Do you see the curvature of the earth?" And they said yes. Okay, who the fuck am I to tell somebody that they can't see something with their own fucking eyes? You know what I mean? Like, who am I? Now, what I could do is try to persuade them to my point, but I can't tell them that they don't see it because that's just fucking rude.
Well, I mean, I'm that kind of guy that would say, you're not seeing curvature, mate. Look, let me take a picture for you. Click.
Right, and
let me hang on a second, please. Allow me to finish.
Are we godly men? And if we're godly men, what are we doing fighting with our brothers about the fucking shape of the earth?
I'm not going to be fighting him. I'm just going to show to him that he's mistaken. Look at that straight edge. Can you see now? So there's no way the camera took this shot, bang. You're looking at the same place. Now look at that straight edge. Put a piece of paper on there. Can you see any curvature there? No, right. So what are you seeing, sir? And I could be waking them up from the brainwashing, sleeping state of mind that they believe that the earth is a curve, a ball spinning in space. That's how it begins. That's never going to stop. I will be that.
Or they're just going to say you're crazy.
Yeah, and then
because they
I'll
don't
say,
care.
prove that. Yes, they might say that, and then I'll say, yeah, prove that I'm crazy. Why am I crazy? I will pursue it.
They're not even interested. They're not even interested in having the argument with you. They're not even interested in the argument.
They're intriguing my interest, and that's what I do on holiday when I go on holiday and travel, because I want people to know that the Earth is a flat plane. Okay, so that's what I did. For example, my avatar.
A lot of the time,
you're interrupting now.
Most of the time, people are going to be polite with people. People are polite. They're not just. That's why people like you.
You're still interrupting. You haven't let me finish.
People are
I'll only be 30
hear
more
you out,
seconds.
nod their head and say, "Oh yeah, cool."
I will only be 30 more seconds. Then you can talk. Thank you. My avatar is me at Hawaii shouting out to everyone that the Earth is flat. Okay? And I got a great response. Carry on now. Carry on.
Cool story.
There you go. You don't want to.
I don't think they're saying you can't, as in you are incapable of it. What I think they're saying is it's just ineffective.
Jen, let me ask you this. Jen, let me ask you this. I was going to ask it earlier. Are you in your life? Well, two questions. I'll ask the first one first. Are you okay with the fact that other people might think it's a globe and either are on the fence or they're not sure, they're looking into it? Like, do they have to believe what you're saying, or are you okay the fact that they're on their own journey?
Oh, no, you see, now, if they're on their own journey, as long as I put down the facts to them and they say, okay, I will look into it, fine. And if they carry on believing the globe, that's their problem. That's their prerogative. I don't hate them for it. Just don't go around. That's it, but at least give me the opportunity to intrigue you into the reality of what's really going on. That's something we must all be able to do, and that's that. If they choose to be,
able to do that, Jen?
if they
Are you
choose
very
to
good at
follow,
understanding?
if hang on a second, please. If they choose to follow the heliocentric model, then good luck to them. Simple.
Are you very good at understanding what somebody else thinks and letting them speak?
If I think they're talking shit, I'm going to be shouting out, "You're talking shit." So that's who I am.
So you think on the one hand it's a good idea that they let you speak, even if they think it's shit?
Yes and no. The answer to that question.
All right. The other thing I was going to ask you, Jen, is there anything that you're on the fence about?
Nothing.
How about just in life in general? Is there anything you're on the fence about?
No, not really. No, not on the.
See, I think that's dishonest. I don't think that's
not
genuine.
It's not dishonest, because I will either say I don't believe that and that's what I am, or yes, I believe that. That's because I've got the evidence. That's the way I've lived my life. So I'm not on the fence about anything. I'm not on the fence about anything. He asked me a straight question. I gave you a straight answer. I'm not on the fence about anything. Okay? There's not much to my life. There isn't much to my life. That's what I'm trying to say to you. My life is not so complicated that I have things that I'm on the fence with. Okay?
So then you have all knowledge then? You have all the knowledge?
No, Gio, no.
My
let me try and say what he's saying again.
Yeah,
okay?
It
really does logically come down to two categories: the things that you believe because you've been convinced of them, and then everything else that you don't believe. There isn't actually a fence. There's not really a fence. There's things that you might think about and be like, I wonder if this is true, but you obviously don't believe that thing. But you don't believe that it's absolutely not true, okay? But you're not on the fence about it. It's just it has the thing that would make it true hasn't been presented to you. So it's not something that you're concerned with.
That's exactly.
I mean, it's like thinking about like unicorns, okay? I don't believe that unicorns absolutely don't exist. It's just until they're shown to exist, I don't concern myself with unicorns.
Yeah.
It's that simple. I'm not on the fence about unicorns just because I accept the fact that somewhere on the earth a unicorn might actually be somewhere.
Well, I guess
most people just couldn't care less. Most people just couldn't care less. Like that's the reality.
I think that's true.
So I try to loosen my baggage and don't carry unnecessary baggage, so I can actually have a life. And my life is simple, to be quite honest. It's not a complicated life. Although I do understand technical things and I can repair a bike, a car, bicycles, the house, the electric, the plumbing. I can do these things, do the laundry, do cooking, go camping. You know, I enjoy life in that sense, but I keep my life simple. That's what I've always
Yeah, like
done in my life.
the phrase "on the fence" that's really a replacement for everything that you haven't been convinced is true yet. That's the category that all of that would fall into.
Yeah.
Well, I was more referring to it as like something you're not sure of, like you're not 100% sure on that. For just when it comes to anything.
Why would you not be sure of a thing? You haven't been presented the evidence that would make it true.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Or
It
you could have
hasn't
been
been
presented
proven.
the evidence, but aware there might be yet further evidence that puts that previous evidence into new
Exactly.
context.
So
Yeah.
it lands squarely in the category of hasn't been proven to be true yet. It's still in the same category as like a unicorn. You accept the possibility of a unicorn being somewhere on Earth that we haven't seen it. You don't say, I know for sure I can prove unicorns don't exist. That would be ridiculous. You can't prove the non-existence of something.
Right.
You accept that it's possible it is out there somewhere, but that's what I'm saying. It's just another phrase for all the things that haven't been proven to be true yet.
Yeah. You see, that's it. In my case with that unicorn, as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't exist. I've never, only in images, in cartoons, that's it. Other than that, in real world reality, I've never seen it. So if someone asks
The
me, I
way
say
that
they don't exist.
came in to try to rescue Jin there, Bob, and you were like,
well, no,
he's saying this. He's not saying this
He's
other
not rescuing me.
ludicrous thing. And then he's like,
If
no,
I'm
no, I'm
understanding
saying the
what he's
ludicrous
saying
thing.
correctly, if I'm understanding what he's saying correctly, it's the way I see it also, which is I'm not really on the fence about things. I have two categories: the things that I consider to be true, and then everything else that I don't consider to be true yet.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really the two categories I have.
Yeah, it's secondary. I don't worry about that stuff because, like I said, I keep
And
my
all
life
the
simple.
stuff that you don't know. There's all stuff you don't know as well.
Such as, for example, let's go.
But if you don't know it, then that means it hasn't been proven to you, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I haven't been introduced
Otherwise, you would know it.
to the topic matter. Yeah, and I'm still not losing any sleep over it. I'm not carrying unnecessary baggage. So that's why I always apply the flat Earth in its simplest, purest form. Don't go too deep. Keep it basic foundations. Measurable curvature under my feet. No spin detected as yet. And we cannot have gas pressure without a container. So how are we in the vacuum of space? And then don't go to the moon landing because I'll destroy anyone there. So I'm walking quite confidently. I'm cracking concrete under my feet as I walk. Such confidence I have. Okay?
Dunning-Kruger.
Thank you. That's how sure-footed I am.
Cracking concrete under my feet.
It's all pretty dramatic, Jen, but I do hear you. I mean, you have quite a flair. I guess you're more of like a flat Earth fighter or something. Like because you do own the term flat earther, right? And you're always really like championing it.
Thank you. I'm glad you said that because that is the truth. You put your whole body and soul into it. Look, they're lying to us about the virus that's no good that's out there, okay? Just a short one. I'm wearing shorts, T-shirts, and Lycra in winter to prove the point that, one, black people are not susceptible to a virus that doesn't exist. And can you do what I'm doing? Can you actually walk in shorts and it's snowing? Can you do that? And risk your health for this virus that's supposed to be. So I'm actually leading with my madness. Okay, in this case. 2 years on the trot now.
So does it really matter whether what you believe is true or not at the end of the day?
You know what? The thing is, right, I'm leading. So people look at me and think, wow, that guy's wearing shorts and is he not cold? He might catch cold. But then they see me jogging one day, cycling the next day, going to get my water, but I'm still wearing shorts all the way through the winter. And then the summer comes around and I'm still wearing shorts and I'm still exercising. And it goes on like this, like that, like this for years, a year after year after year after year, never wearing a mask, etc., never being sick, 43 years now. People are going to think, well, he must know something. And that's my message. Okay? So whether you care or not, I couldn't give two shits. But someone else, as long as I reach one person, I'm doing all right. Thank you. I don't follow your standards. I create my standards, which involves everyone, those who want to be involved. That's how I live my life, yeah? I follow your standards, who don't give a shit, believe in a globe that doesn't exist.
Well, it seems a bit like you're trying to like force your worldview onto others. That's kind of the energy.
Oh, no, that's only me passionately pushing the truth there. Everyone's allowed to believe in what they do, but they mustn't insult me, try to belittle me, because that's what's going on. The psychology of the debate is that you don't know this, you don't understand this. So that's them trying to assassinate your knowledge.
No, the implication is if they don't believe what you're saying, then they're wrong.
No, it's not that at all. They are wrong because they're not even taking the time.
You just said it. They're wrong.
Wait, hold on.
They're wrong when they don't.
Let me explain that though.
Listen, they're wrong.
That is the
They're
way that we
definitely
all
wrong because
operate
the
as
earth doesn't
humans.
exist. They're not
If
right.
you don't believe what the other person is saying, they're
Thank you
wrong.
very much,
That's how all humans operate. That's how we live our lives. If someone failed to convince you that a thing was true, you consider that thing to not be true.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean,
so as far as I'm concerned,
I think it's I think that's how many people operate, but I think it's a failing in how they operate. Like
It's not many people. It's literally how
resolve
humans
every
operate. You
disagreement
can't operate in
by-
another way.
See what I mean?
Yes,
See
you
what I
can.
mean?
Unless you're going to argue that there's somebody that exists that believes literally everything he's told the second he's told it, there isn't a human on earth that operates
do you
any other
realize
way.
he went from
Either
one
you believe a thing or you
extreme to
don't
an
believe it. That's the only two options.
No. That's just wrong. You've
not
gone
just
from
wrong.
one
Now
extreme to a
Now you're
totally
wrong now.
absurd opposite extreme. The middle ground that I think most of us live in is we think that what we think is true, but when we come up against conflicting evidence or people making a different argument, we go, well, why don't you make your argument and I'll see if I can get around my biases to see if I agree with you. This is how we change our mind. Of course,
Right, but in that
you've got to be
time-
able to adjust
But
your
in that
views based on
time,
new people. Otherwise, you're a
even-
zealot, like Jin.
Even while they're making the argument, you still believe the thing you believed before. It's only at the point that they convince you that you would change your mind. So it's still
but how
only
could they
ever
convince
you
you if
believe
what
it
you're
or
saying
you
is
don't
right?
believe it.
But how could
Well,
they
you're
convince
not right,
me?
though.
If I'm never going to agree with them, how could I come to learn that maybe
Saying
they're
that you
right?
believe a thing is true is not the same as saying you can't change your mind. You believe that, like, if you have a job, you believe whenever you get up in the morning, you're going to get ready and go to that job. Okay? You're going to continue believing that that's the case until something stops that from happening. That doesn't mean it's impossible for you to believe something other than you're going to go to work today. It's just nothing has happened so far that would cause you to think that's not going to happen.
And I was cut off. I was going to say this. You are indeed wrong about the heliocentric model because it doesn't exist. You are most certainly wrong. But you're entitled to carry on with your wrong life and live the wrong way. That's up to you. The fact is, I'm right in saying that you are wrong. That's a fact.
How would you know? How would you come to know if you're wrong?
Yeah, how do you know that?
How would you work out you're wrong
Because-
with this
because-
heuristic?
because
How would it?
I've done the test, I've done the observations, and I know I can lay my life down on it for sure.
He's not
that the
not
Earth
saying
is
it,
not-
but it's the same way that anybody ever figures out that they're wrong. Someone proves to them that they're wrong.
Yeah.
It works. What I'm stating
I mean, you're
isn't
going into
different
white
than the way
knight
the
here
world
to what
normally
he's
works.
not saying. He's not saying that. He's just saying I'm right. Other people are wrong.
No, I'm not
That's-
saying
I mean,
that.
you're being very charitable, which is
you are
like good on
absolutely
you.
wrong. You're
Most
absolutely
people
wrong in
don't
what
It's
you're
just a
saying.
zealot.
sir.
There's no true way.
You
to
see
do
what
it.
I mean? You see what I
everybody
mean? Character assassination. This is why I hate the guy. I don't like this
That's
guy
the
at all.
definition
Because
of
it's the truth.
zealotry. What's the definition of zealotry?
I'm not a zealot. I'm not being a zealot by anyone's standard.
What's the definition
All I'm
of
saying
zealotry,
is this: you guys are wrong because you
What's the
cannot prove
definition?
your club. I'll say it again: you guys are wrong because you cannot prove.
You keep saying the same thing, but
You're
what's
wrong,
the
though.
definition
and
of
I'm right.
zealotry?
Am I not right? Am I not right? Can you prove
What's
your
the
globe?
definition of
Can
zealotry?
you prove your
You ma-
globe,
you-
sir? Sir, can you please prove your globe for the interest of the
This
debate
is virtually
and
the
the
demonstration of
reality?
zealotry.
Can you
You're
please
just
prove that your
monologuing.
globe?
Yeah, this is
Can
all
you
he
do
does.
that?
This is all he does.
It's
He
the
just he
truth,
doesn't
isn't it?
quite follow the conversation. He only
Okay.
picks up a couple of words here
So
and there.
I'm not
and then
I'm
goes
not
back
sure
to
what
his
you guys
standard
think
diatribe.
zealotry means, but it seems like maybe it doesn't mean what you think it means, because the way you're asking about it would imply that there's a negative connotation to zealotry when there's absolutely not if you look at the definition.
No, not necessarily.
It just means that you're very, very much into the thing that you're talking about.
So
That's
the
all it
definition I
means.
just found on Google is a person who is fanatical and uncompromising in pursuit of their religious, political, or other ideals.
Yeah, what about the cognitive
that's
dissonance
exactly what I'm
and the
describing.
separation anxiety syndrome that you
That's
are?
not the actual definition of zealotry. It can't be, because it comes from the word zeal, and you can have zeal for something without being
Well, so
uncompromised.
can sometimes words diverge from their original root meanings, or does awful and awesome mean the same thing?
That's not coming from the same root word.
I'm
Yes,
not
it
a
is.
zealot.
That would be
Or
that would be a
inspiring.
prefix.
They used to mean the same
That
thing.
would be a prefix.
No, you're wrong. They used to mean the same thing. Awful and awesome used to mean the same thing, but then awful became a bad thing. Otherwise, you're being a pedant about the usage of words, and you don't understand how language evolves. Zealot is a person who is fanatical and uncompromising in their pursuit of religious, political, or
But
other
even if
ideals.
that's
That's
the
exactly
case,
I'm
what
not
I
a
meant when I
religion.
said the word.
I'm not religious.
Even if that's the case, that
Right.
that
Other
doesn't
ideals,
that doesn't
like flat
prove
Earth.
what I'm saying wrong.
Truth.
All you're saying is
What,
that the words
zealotry
could mean something
doesn't mean
different.
zealotry? Like, what do you think zealot means then? If it's not that definition that we all share,
It means somebody who
Lee's,
has
me, and
zeal
Rams
for
share.
something.
Sure,
You
zeal
can't
can,
just have your own
zeal can be
meaning
part of
for
zealotry.
words. We have to have
You just
common
change-
meanings for words, otherwise we're fucked.
Well, okay,
You're
well,
not
you're
going to be
fucked
able to have
anyway.
conversations.
Because
You're not going to
don't
agree to
think you're
use
not
words
fucked. You're
that
already
you use,
fucked. You
like
don't
this kind of
realise it.
stuff.
Everybody
You're
can't have their
already
own
fucked anyway.
definition.
Yeah, but you're already
This is the
fucked.
Okay,
problem when
but we
we
found two different
communicate with each
definitions.
other.
So now, what is it you're suggesting that we do?
Yeah. Because
That we have
try-
the same
do anything. I'm just describing.
definitions.
I'm just
It's a
describing
try.
Jin and his approach as zealotry. I think he's
I'm not
I
a
think he's a
zealot
zealot.
by anyone's standard.
Okay,
I'm
so he's
passionate
being
about
zealous
what
about
I
the thing that
do.
he cares about. That doesn't seem like a
Yeah,
problem to
yeah.
me.
Yeah.
I'm
And the
not
thing is,
saying
the
it's a
reason
problem.
why
I mean,
the
I do
reason
think it's a problem, but I'm not saying specifically
the
that in
problem
itself
is
is a
this:
problem.
you
I just
keep
think it's
talking over me
because
when
he
I'm
just
trying to talk.
shouts and
That's right, because
repeats
when I'm trying to
himself and
deliver
like
it
goes back
coherent,
to preaching like he's exactly as Ram said it before. I thought it was a great description. It's like hearing some person preaching in the street. They just sort of
Don't
shout
go on. You're
Bible
going on
verses
now.
at
You're
passers
going
by,
on. You're going on.
ruining
You're going on.
conversations.
You are going on. When I try to actually deliver what I'm trying to say, I keep getting interrupted and talking over. So I then have to
Because what you
raise
say is
my
dull
voice
and repetitive.
loud. You're talking now, just like
Yep.
now. Just like now.
Well, you mean
Exactly.
you
So
talk
know
over
what
me.
you're
You're
doing.
going to get
So
upset when I talk over you?
Don't call me a zealot then. Don't call me a zealot when you do what you do. If you don't want me
You think
to
it's
act like a zealot, if
inaccurate
that's what
that
you
you're a
think I'm
zealot?
doing, keep your
Are
mouth
you
shut.
uncomfortable with the label because it's
I'm
by
not a zealot.
definition
I'm
it's
not a
accurate?
zealot by anyone's standard. Okay, I'm passionate about delivering the truth, and that's that. And you keep
Did
interrupting
you hear
me.
what the definition of zealot was?
I heard what the definition of zealot. I'm not religious.
Yeah,
One
that,
claim
that's
definition.
But it doesn't
And
just
I am
say
passionate
religious. It
about
gives you
my
three categories.
I am passionate about my topic known as the flat earth reality that I live in. And anyone who tries to sway me from that by saying that the earth is a globe and you're a retard, you don't understand our model, you're
wouldn't call you a
incapable of
retard.
understanding.
No,
It's an
I'm not
insult.
trying to do that.
That is what you guys do. What are you talking about? That
You
is
Rams
what
is a
guys,
flat earther. You keep
Oh,
trying
man.
to put Rams in the category of
I'm
Glover. He just
even on your
disagrees with your
side.
style and your conclusions. He actually agrees with you about the cosmology.
Yeah, fine.
But you know that
Okay, so you
according to
understand that you're
everyone's
unable to
standards,
prove
you
your
are
God.
religious. You're religious by everyone's standard, Jin.
Who's that? Who? Me? I'm not religious by anyone's standard.
Okay, do you believe in a higher power or a God?
I know that there's a creator. I know that.
There you go. You're religious.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I disagree with that assessment.
Yes, thank you.
That saying that there's a creator automatically makes a person religious. That's not.
Yeah. Stupid.
Isn't it definitionally what
Well, with the
religious is?
definition of religion, it does.
That's a man-made construct.
Isn't
Relating
it to do
to
with
or
the
believing in
practice?
So
religion.
okay, so I think that might be the problem. Is that we're getting definitions to our words from different sources, and
Where
so
are you
we're
getting them
disagreeing
from?
on terms. I think that might be the problem.
Share where you get your definition of religious from. We'll see if we can work with that. Provided it's not from your head, we'll probably get some progress.
He is kind of right about religious. It's if you just believe in a creator, you don't have to be religious. It could be totally separate from any religion, and you just have a belief in a type of creator.
Yeah, I have
And
a
it's
knowing
technicalities
of the
as well.
Creator. I have a knowing. It's no longer. It is not a
I don't
belief.
know. I
It's
think
an
it's pretty close.
understanding.
Religion is the belief and in and worship of a superhuman controlling power, especially a personal
Human.
God.
Okay,
or
that's.
gods.
I've always seen
trust.
it more as that of a
doctrine of the practicing of a doctrine.
Right, that too. Yeah.
Yes, I
There-
think.
there's
Yeah, I think that's
caveats
kind of where
attached to it.
Bio's
So
at.
it's so you may there may be a requirement that there is a creator with particular powers, but you also have rules. You also have practices. You also have different
Hats you
morals,
wear and
perhaps.
special days.
So I think religion is an all encompassing, and if you just pick out one part of it, I don't think that automatically falls
Makes
under
you
that umbrella.
religious. Thank you.
So if I believe
follow
in a
that.
so if I believe in a Christian God but I never go to a church, then I'm an atheist because I don't have a religion.
That's
You're
what
going to the
think.
opposite extreme
Okay,
there, though,
so
man.
I think saying
I would
that
say that you're
atheist is the
spiritual.
opposite of religious is a problem because I don't think that that's how that works. Pretty sure the opposite of a atheist would be atheist.
No,
Atheist
so
would be
I
someone
think
who
if you
does not
say- if you
believe
say
in any
Christian
god. A theist would be someone who believes in at least one.
Sure.
Does that mean a theist is religious?
A theist could be religious, but what I think that's the discussion is: does a theist have to be considered religious because he's a theist? I'm not sure that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with
but
Bio, and I
the
think it relates
definition of
to.
religious is contingent on the belief in a god.
Yes.
Although,
Yeah, I don't think you
although
can
I
be
don't
religious
really
without believing in
associate
a
it with that specifically.
Yeah, you could be
Yeah, I
religious
think
and
you
not believe in a god. I would. Yeah, absolutely. Atheism is a religion.
No, it's not.
I mean, definitionally,
it's
it's not.
probably better to say spiritual than religious.
Yeah.
If you don't
Well,
have
yeah,
if you don't have a
spiritual is a good
belief in a god, it's probably more spiritual than religious.
Well, I would say it's all of this would be encompassed within spiritual, and then atheism is its own kind of thing, and because it's just atheism actually is a spirituality as well because it's a comprehension of the nature
Well,
of
okay.
reality.
I
It's
would disagree
just
with
a
that.
rejection of one particular idea. Like I mean, the way Hitchens
atheism-
put it, I think is pretty good, which is I reject 900,998 gods. You reject 900,999 gods. Like your lack of belief in Zeus doesn't tell you how to butter your bread in the morning. Just the same as my lack of belief in all of the religions doesn't tell me how to butter my bread in the morning. It doesn't relate at all to the beginning of the universe. It does for religious people, but for most atheists, it's just I just don't think that's true, and that's the end of it.
Right.
If you're taking the word atheism like just as it's written or as it seems to be put together, made, it seems like all it's really doing is describing a lack of something, not describing the
qualities,
the ownership of anything. All it's saying is without a god, not that you have anything, like saying that it somehow describes a certain system. Well, that kind of goes against exactly what it's talking about. All it's trying to do is say not this.
Yeah, exactly. Like
And
amoral
that's a
doesn't
big
mean
category.
immoral.
A big
it means
category of
without
not this specific thing. That means everything else possible.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, one could be an atheist and still believe in ghosts and reincarnation.
Right.
One could be an atheist and still believe in an absolute external to them moral code. Like it doesn't. They could believe in the Big Bang, or they could believe in They could believe in a god, a deist god. They could believe that a god created something. They just don't believe that it still exists. A personal god still exists. That's the only thing it excludes. It just excludes one thing. So we're all atheists with respect to 99.9 percent of religions. It's just that people who self-identify as atheists take that up to 100.
Right, and there's nothing about that. As you said, there's nothing that having a lack of belief in
So I think
all-powerful or creator God, it doesn't change. It doesn't dictate the way you live your life. You just live your physical
exactly.
life.
So
and
I
there's
think
nothing that changes from not believing.
It depends on what you mean. If someone says I am an atheist, there's conclusions that you could come about them just from that information that they've provided, which is like they don't follow something that would be basically given to them by a thing that they don't think exists, right?
I could say the same thing about a religion you don't follow. I'd say the same thing. You don't operate.
He doesn't.
Like Ed Shad said, your lack of belief in Zeus or the doctrines or the practices of Zeus, you don't live your life that way. It's totally non-existent to the way you live your life.
Right.
And it's the same for atheists. It's nothing dictates our life except for the physical reality and perhaps responsibilities. Nothing above
Okay, maybe we were
natural
saying
reality.
basically the same thing. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So I think in closing here, we're all agreeing that we can establish our standards of life ourselves. Is that not right?
Yeah, this is one of those where I do agree with you,
Everybody
Jim.
does.
That's what you do.
We've had this conversation a couple times, and this is one of those I think I'm 100% on board with you, despite you believing in a God, me, I don't. I think you do nail it pretty well as far as saying you think a creator exists, but you don't need to be told how to live happy or good. And I do agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
Yeah, that's how I've lived my life. So I set my standards. So if the government is telling me that there's a dangerous virus out there, please come and get your injection, come and get this, come and get that, I should have the right to say, no, I don't want to do that. And then if they say the black African race in particular are very susceptible, and I know that that's an absolute lie, I have the right to dress in shorts in winter to prove that point to society. I have that right, and that's exactly what
I do agree with you. You do have that right, and I would support you. I think government mandates for this is for America unconstitutional, but I think it's inhumane to a certain degree. I think people should get the vaccine because I think it works, but the mandate, I'm against that for sure.
Yeah,
me too. I don't like
I would have to be separate in my knowledge there that I know that vaccines have never been proven to work. So I wouldn't advise anyone.
Would it be similar to like if
hang on,
if
now
they
we're talking over.
mandated
Hang
washing
on,
hands,
we're
I'd be
talking
against
over
that,
each other
but I think
again.
you should wash hands.
We're talking over each other again. I'm saying to you this: no human being on this earth that's about to give birth to a child should consider vaccinating their children at all. That's what I'm telling them.
In your opinion,
it's a different.
That's in my knowledge.
I know, but it is your opinion then.
It's knowledge. It's knowledge. It's knowledge.
Your opinion, man.
It's knowledge. It's knowledge, and it's a fact. And I
It
stand
isn't.
by those.
If it were a fact,
there
there wouldn't be there wouldn't necessarily be a debate. I mean, there's not really, but there are people.
It is a fact, and you can still have a fact and debate a fact. So you can debate the facts, and let's debate them if you want. Let's debate them. Let me start off with this: vaccines have never been proven to work. Is the first statement. Then my second statement is vaccines are unavoidably unsafe, and then the third and final one is this: vaccines do more harm than good. Okay,
we've touched on this before, and I've given you many sources, and I'm not willing to revisit
unfortunately,
it. But I've given you plenty of sources and new information.
You have not given me any sources to prove that vaccines work.
I bet if I search a server and I show that I have provided that to you, what would you think?
Like
let me jump in here.
like I
Hold on,
said.
Jim. Hold on. You guys are. Hold on. Let me jump in and say, Bio, what would you say if I told you that these all these jabs that children get, all these vaccines and everything, that they actually cause many, many, many health ailments that are often chronic and lifelong? One of the main one being allergies.
Well said, sir.
Allergies to dogs, to cats, to foods.
What if I showed you an efficacy of 99.5% or better? What if?
It doesn't exist.
No.
Okay, I'm open to that. Hold on, I'm open to that.
Then we can play that game.
I'm open to that, but here's would be the next question: what is the efficacy of children that are healthy, that are brought, when the mother is very well nourished with organic food and the child is eating good organic food, good diet, good like herbal medicines, all of that? What is the efficacy of that human to fight off disease compared to your vaccinated one?
That test has never been done.
Lower.
That would be the question.
To all viruses, it'd be lower.
Because
the test hasn't been done though. That's the thing.
These things are given. These illnesses are put in the jabs. That's where they're putting them.
If that's your position, then you just need to
plant them in the body with heavy metals. It's like a heavy metal complex of the disease organism with heavy metals. Usually lodges in the body and often stays dormant for a long time. And then GMO foods, other heavy metals, toxins, stress, all that stuff builds up, and then that manifests itself.
Just need the validation and the evidence, man. You always assert this and similar rhetoric.
I have already on this server posted several bits of material, and I posted them on Gem Panda where you frequently visit. So don't lie that you haven't seen this.
No. Specifically to what Gio said, I know what you post, Jen. I've responded to it many times, and your favorite one is JFK, and that's one of my favorite to respond to you about. But I know that you post
Robert
things,
Kennedy Jr.
and I have,
Robert Kennedy Jr.
Well, that's
Robert
what I meant.
Kennedy.
You know what I'm saying, Kennedy. Yeah, it's your favorite. I've responded to many of your things. What I'm saying is specifically Gio's claim that there are these metallic properties, metallic materials in these vaccines, and it builds up over time. And then presumably at some point, it is too much for the body and activates, I guess you could say.
Yeah, but I have done that. I've actually done that. I've actually posted doctors telling you this.
I'm suggesting that this is nanotech material wrapped in heavy metals, which lodges in the body. That's one of the things they're putting in.
Just validate it, man. That's it. Like, I'm not even going to say no or nah. Just validate the claim.
Well, think about this too with the allergies.
I'm not going to think about anything, man. If you're going
they sell like how much allergy medication and drugs do they sell for people that have allergies, and all that entire problem is created by the injections.
Yeah.
In your opinion, just validate the claim.
No. A case in point. 2019, the pharmaceutical industry, just in the US alone, the US money, okay, they for your schools and colleges vaccine program, they made $50 billion. And then that same year, they made a further $500 billion on the medication to treat the ailments that the vaccines caused. I can source you that without a doubt.
But by all means, man, please.
Oh,
I will never say don't validate your claims. I will never ever say that in my life.
Yeah. But it's going to be coming from a podcast.
I'll say this too.
Then,
when they say
fair,
that
I don't give a shit about podcasts, man.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But that's where the information comes from.
When they say they've cured a disease with an injection, when they say they've cured one, they really haven't cured anything. They've created a disease with the injection and then stopped putting that disease in later injections so that people didn't have the sickness and said it was the injection that was doing it.
Just validate your stupid ass claim, Gio.
They're not stupid ass claims, they're facts, what he's speaking out. They're facts. They're not stupid ass claims. They're not assertions, they are facts.
Why doesn't this happen to everyone?
How do you show that something is a fact, Jim? Do you support it with evidence, or do you assert it louder? How do you ensure what is a fact and what isn't?
I know the answer to this one. He shouts it's a fact at you.
Yeah, when he's ready. How do we know it's a fact? By the experts telling me. And then my own life, okay? And anecdotal evidence across the flat earth. People who have spoken out, okay?
If you think that anecdotes are
we having a decent conversation?
Yes, I definitely do. Yes,
that's your
indeed,
own
I do. You have 6 million anecdotal evidence. That is evidence, okay? Thank you.
It's weak evidence. I'll give you that.
It's not weak. 6 million?
Evidence.
6 million people suffering the same ailments. That is weak, is it?
Well, have you looked into bio? Are you aware of the polio epidemic and how that was being put in the injections?
Yeah. Why don't you let me know and then validate it? Because if it's another assertion, it's going to fall on deaf ears.
Oh, they've been doing this. I mean, that's what it is from the beginning. This is the Rockefeller medicine. It's the poison medicine that makes you sick and then buffers symptoms with different poisons.
Yeah. Hit him with it, man. Hit him with the truth, man. Hit him.
It's easy to assert things. Watch this. The Earth is a globe. Does that satisfy you because I asserted it? Or do I need to provide evidence? What if I give you testimony?
I don't require you to do anything, Bio. I don't require anything.
What if I give you testimony from a podcast?
Just be yourself, and I appreciate you.
No, it doesn't. So why would it mean anything for us if you're going to assert something? Perhaps not provide evidence, and if you do, you provide a podcast. If it doesn't mean anything to you, it doesn't mean anything to us.
You are not being serious. That's why you say what you say.
I'm dead serious because I
would say, Bio, I don't require anything from you in any way, shape, or form. You're perfect just the way you are, and anything you want to share, I'll always listen to it. I'm interested in truth in general and so many things. So even if you assert something, I don't demand that you even have to do anything. Like if you want to present evidence for something that you want to claim, that's cool. If you don't, that's totally fine too.
No, and that's fine. And you could back up that way because you know you can't validate your claims. So you have to back up the way you do and say
Which ones?
Oh, we can.
Any of the ones that you've made in the past 5 minutes.
We can. And I'm going to. I've validated everything, and it's not changed. My stance hasn't changed. Vaccines have never been proven to work. Vaccines are unavoidably unsafe. Vaccines do more harm than good. People don't get vaccinated. Thank you.
And we've had this discussion many times where I have validated my position.
You haven't validated anything. You brought stuff
Well, now
in.
I'm gonna look
No
for when
validation
I
of
have.
any kind. Zero.
I'll look for when I have because
Noise in the wind.
Here, Abdul, I posted a link to the Weston A. Price website, and they've got a whole list of pretty much negative claims about vaccines, and then sources to back them up.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much, sir. Excellent work.
That is a
Please
good.
look at it.
That is a good resource for sure. Weston Price is awesome, and yep, there's a lot of good stuff there.
Thank you for that. Excellent. The more people get to look at the material, the more they'll come to the understanding of the truth. Vaccines are never been proven to work. Ever. Not once.
Well,
yes.
I actually will disagree somewhat with that, Jin, because they have created certain bioweapon toxins, and then they can alter the way your body reacts to them by doing the injections. So I actually do think they have a very minor effectiveness. But compared to the body's natural immune system, the body's immune system is way better. So there's no need for it. But it alters the reaction to the bioweapon, like the nanotech toxins.
Yeah. The no vaccine will ever trump the human's immune system unless we look at the generation now who's gone and got themselves vaccinated. Now they've compromised. Now if they have offspring, who knows what's coming up next? Humanity's being weakened. Yeah, I've never had a flu jab in my life. I will never have one. That is a fact. I will die first before I get one, just to make sure.
Yeah, Bio, I'll share this. You were asking for evidence. You may not
ironic statement.
You may not see this as evidence, but it surely was for me. So I'll share it with you. I had an experience one time with it's a cactus called it's often referred to as San Pedro. It's similar to peyote. It contains mescaline, similar to peyote but different. But it's visionary in that sense. And I made a whole batch of it and then consumed it. And on one particular experience, like basically in the middle of the San Pedro cactus, it has like kind of like it looks like the inside of a bone. It almost has like bone marrow, like inside the cactus. And it's known as being a bone medicine as well. Like it has a lot of benefits for that. And on the experience, at like the peak of it, I had this direct experiential vision of how they actually plant cancer within the vaxes that they're giving to children. Cancer is actually packed into it with heavy metal complexes, and it's put into the body and either into the bone marrow or into the body in different ways, and stays there until later in life the person quote unquote gets cancer. Well, they didn't necessarily get cancer because they just got it. It was already within them, and then at that point got to the point to where it was growing.
All right. So you took, in some way, you ingested or intook a plant, had some type of experience, personal experience, saw this, and now you're convinced that it applies to reality, right?
Well, what it was for me actually is that because I was given these vaccines, as many of us were, I have, like, in the experience, the plant medicine was actually healing my own vaccine damage that I had. And while it was healing it, it was showing me and revealing to me how the vaccines work and what they do, while it was actually cleansing my system of the damaging effects of them.
But just to confirm, you're intaking this plant substance, and it had an effect on your mind, had visions of some kind, and you're convinced that those visions apply to reality. Would that be accurate?
Well, it is. Yeah, it's a cactus that's been used for eons of time. Many thousands of years for all kinds of different beneficial purposes. So it's a medicine that's been known to be a medicine literally for as long as humanity has any record.
I'm just going to assume that my reiteration of what happened. Or is
It's a cactus.
what I will say is yes,
yep,
you are
it's a
right. I
cactus.
don't think that that's evidence or meaningful at all. But I understand that it was a personal experience you had.
It's evidence, though, of a personal experience.
But yeah, I mean, so for me, I mean it's a cactus similar to like a cucumber, almost like a cucumber, meaning it's like a fleshy cactus like that. Usually gets cooked. Oh, Jen, I think there's an echo in your mic.
Okay, sorry about that. Let me clear that up right now. 1 second. Okay. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Did you see that South Park special, COVID special? There was this guy. There was one dude. He wouldn't get the vaccine, and they were like trying to trick him to get it because he was holding everything up. And one of the ways he was trying to trick him by getting to do cocaine with her, but in the cocaine was actually the vaccine. And he was like about to do the line. He's like, "Yeah, I'll do some blow," and then he's about to do it, and then it's like, "Wait a minute, the vaccine's in this, isn't it?" And he's like, "I'm not putting something foreign in my body." And it's just funny because it's obviously supposed to be what the joke is. It's like this may not be true for everybody, but there's people who will willingly put very disturbing things in their body or take some drugs or whatever. But not that that's what you were doing, Gio. But won't take the vaccine.
Well, this
which I don't have anything against, of course, but
well, there's actually a substance that comes from a tree frog. It's actually a whole different topic, but it's called the vaccine of the forest. It's actually a natural medicine, strengthens the immune system in profound ways, and purges and cleanses the body. But it's like a natural vaccine. It actually does what it's supposed to do, which is actually strengthen the body. But in terms of the San Pedro, that cactus. This is like a medicine that's been often in the Amazon, in the rainforest at high altitudes in the Andes. It grows in the Andes. So they would use it regularly for healing and cleansing and for spiritual visionary experiences and to get greater understanding. Like if somebody's suffering either with physical or psychological ailments, they will work with the medicine, sometimes at low doses, sometimes at higher doses. But yeah, at higher doses, it can be very, very visionary. And similar to peyote in that sense. It has some of the same alkaloids as peyote, but it's definitely different. There's a very noticeable difference between them, but it's incredibly blissful and euphoric, and people can get tremendous insights about their life and just consciousness in general in terms of accessing it directly.
I have seen that not peyote, but peyote as well. But I've seen like how ayahuasca can be used to heal addiction.
Yep, ayahuasca is very, very helpful for addiction. Also, the root bark from Africa called iboga, that one's actually the most powerful medicine in the entire universe, in this entire realm, for addiction issues. It's literally nature's #1 addiction interrupter, meaning it completely interrupts addictive patterns in a completely
what is it?
beneficial way.
What's it called?
It's called iboga. The active alkaloid in it is called ibogaine. Ibogaine and iboga. It's a root bark that grows in Africa. It's from a shrub, and it's the root of it. They use it in Africa and have for eons of time, even back to the Pygmies and before, regularly. They consume it in low doses and high doses. Usually there's a high dose experience when you come of age. Like in your teenage, they will give a high dose experience to each of the people. It's a very, very powerful visionary medicine. It's very long lasting too. It lasts for 20 to 30 hours.
How do you ingest it?
Well, iboga is the actual root bark. That is the best way, the actual real root bark. But it needs to grow for a very long amount of time, like 15 to 20 years until you can harvest it. And a lot of it, the natural stuff has been poached from the wild in Africa. So unfortunately now it's very, very hard to get the real deal root bark. So often there's something called ibogaine, which is like a chemical extract that is just like a white powder, like ibogaine HCl basically, which I've done as well. I mean, it's very, very intense. It's very strong, but it's also not the whole root bark. And then often it's not extracted from the real iboga plant. It's extracted from a different species. So there's a issue there as well. But yeah, so
You think that it's effective though, even though it's not the legit thing?
Oh, iboga for what? For addictions?
Yeah, let's say somebody
Oh,
said there's
yeah.
a treatment facility. Do you think that that extract you said, the ibogaine, do you think that it would be effective the same way as the actual root bark?
Yeah, the ibogaine is actually still effective, but there's some subtleties to that because, like I said, it depends on what source they extracted from, which plant. But if they extracted from the real Tabernate iboga plant, then that's the best. And then there's different ways of extracting it too. There's a lot of different types of extractions, but yeah, it definitely still works. I mean, just to give you a sense of how potent it is and how really truly just magical. You know, people when they're on heroin. Or those opiates, you know how like they get really addicted, and you know how the withdrawal is just brutal. I mean, I've never been through it, but I've heard of people, read about it.
I have a friend who's addicted to heroin. Yeah.
Yeah. So the opiate withdrawals are absolutely a nightmare. They're guaranteed to, just be nauseous and puking and sick for sometimes 2-3 weeks. It can be absolutely horrifying for some people. Well, if like you can't take heroin and iboga together, so you have to get off the heroin at least for like 12 hours, like a certain amount of time. And then if you go right into an iboga experience or start working with iboga, the iboga removes the withdrawals, completely removes them. So the person does not have to go through any withdrawals. And then they go on a whole visionary journey for the whole, experience. Now, if you're doing low dose, you might not even be visionary. It just does it on a low dose level. But if you're doing high dose, then you're more visionary. So like it literally, but if someone's like really has to go through really bad like withdrawals from opiates, like that's where doing either a medium or a higher dose can really help because it completely removes the withdrawals and then it gives them a whole like experience that they have, like facing their own fears, facing their own issues in various ways, and a whole healing journey that they come out of as well. And then there's even like an enzyme that turns in, it's a metabolite that's an enzyme that stores in your liver, and it works as an anti-addictive, like physically anti-addictive for about 3 to 6 months after you do it. So it literally takes away the withdrawals, gives you a whole healing experience, and makes you not have the physical cravings for 3 to 6 months afterwards.
It sounds like a horrible enemy to the pharmaceutical industry.
Oh yeah. Big time. Yeah. No, I
They're
mean,
not keen on it because it's a natural compound, so it can't be patented. So it's a big issue for them, and that's like it's why a lot of those things don't get really, I think, properly researched.
Well, that's why it's like
research
being done nowadays.
Well, it is legal in a lot of countries. Like it's legal in like Canada, Mexico, a lot of places. It's actually like the United States is actually still one of the, I mean, the big countries that they made it illegal. It's totally legal in Africa. It's not illegal there, although there is some legality issues around poaching it. But in America it is illegal. But yeah, I mean, there's full on like treatment centers and all around the world where people are using it regularly, for drug detox. Well, for addiction issues, like it also works for, alcohol addictions, tobacco, sex addictions, things like that. But then also people seek it out for just healing in general, like healing their, from anxiety, depression, things like that.
Can you post it in the chat, just the spelling for it? Because, yeah, I've got someone that could really probably use this.
Yeah, my friend is really addicted to heroin, and her dad died recently. So it's kind of, it's difficult to even, to not understand, what they're going through. So that's, yeah. But she's definitely she would take a drug like that. But I wonder how you would get your hands on it. You said it's legal in Canada, but I mean, do they sell it at the same places they sell recreational weed?
So I'm gonna post this. This is just a really good. I just posted it there, iboga.org. It's just really good for information. There's some good information there. They do sell some. I'm certainly not recommending anyone, anything to anyone like in that way, but they do actually have some. But there's many others that do, sell it online, because like I said, it's not illegal in most places, but that's a good page, at least, just that gives some, like, they're like, if you go to where it says using Iboga, they have some just nice little some summary of it. But that's the wiki for the actual shrub. Yeah, it's actually, the alkaloid is somewhat similar to LSD. Like it's an indole. It's an indole alkaloid. So in terms of like psilocybin and LSD, it actually reminds me of LSD a little bit, actually. But the visuals are very different. They're like fluttery. They're really beautiful. It's the most beautiful thing. Like light, like things shudder and flutter in a way that is just incredibly beautiful with the Iboga visual effect.
Are there any dangers? Like like you can have a good LSD trip or a bad LSD trip and stuff like that. Is there any dangers of somebody taking this and having a bad experience?
I thought the experience of Iboga, particularly to get over addiction, was awful. My understanding was it was like you spend most of the time vomiting and in fear, and it's a thoroughly awful experience, but you just come out the other side virtually totally cured of any mental addiction you had, like a sort of psychological addiction you had to things. I didn't think it was pleasant, but maybe it's dose dependent.
I thought that was ayahuasca, where you vomit.
So ayahuasca I thought was the same, but yeah, I remember watching a I might be mistaking the two, but I remember watching a documentary that I thought was specifically about ibogaine, and these people just saying they would do like the cold turkey version of like my parents would lock me in a bedroom and not give me any heroin, but rather than needing to do it for 2-3 months and then coming out still jonesing for a hit, they would do it and it would be like an utterly awful 12 hours and then they're better.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's definitely variation in the experiences. It is similar to ayahuasca in the sense that it can have purging effects. Usually not like the diarrhea. Like that usually can happen on ayahuasca where it purges that way. That usually doesn't happen as much on Iboga. Iboga is usually like the vomiting purge. And so usually if people do a high dose of it, when it's coming on, usually there is there's like phase 1, which is like often the purgative phase, where there often will be, oh my God, the first time I did it, dude, like I was like vomiting and it's not unpleasant. Like to me, it's not like if you drink a bunch of alcohol and vomit, or if you're sick from the flu or something, that's like a terrible vomit. But when these medicines, when I vomit in that sense, it's more like releasing. It's more like releasing a faucet valve. Like it's actually healing. It feels healing and releasing because I'm not toxic. I'm not puking because something's toxic. I'm actually puking because a medicine is actually getting toxins out of me. So it actually feels very organic and natural. But the first time for me, it was like going into it felt like it was going into my lower intestines, like deep into my system and just secreting out like toxins. It was unbelievable, but like the way that it was just so deep in the system. And it feels to me like that first experience as well, like reminded me how like it like that medicine like knows the human body, like the whole thing inside and out. Like it has some capacity to be able to move through the whole system and do really things that are like nothing short of magic in the body in terms of biochemically. But anyway, so yeah, often there is there often is like.
But just quickly, to be able to overcome that chemical addiction, that heroin has over users. I'm fascinated about how it could do that, because that's crazy.
My understanding of it, like in my experience and my understanding of it, is that in that purgative phase, it's actually purging out physical toxins that are causing issues like neurotransmitter blockages or hormone blockers, things like that are in the system. Like it releases all that. And then after that first phase, there's kind of like, it really goes in multiple phases. I would say the first page is like a little bit like the crisis purging phase, where it is kind of intense as it's coming on. And then the phase 2 would be like the full visionary phase. So for like a good like 12 to 16 hours, just completely in vision. Like the thing about it, like Coach was asking earlier about a bad trip. I mean, it can be challenging, but the plant spirit actually knows how to guide it and how to support you through it. And usually when people are on it, like they're not like writhing around or anything. You're just lying down with your eyes closed. Like you almost look like you're sleeping. And it actually makes your body really heavy. Like it's kind of hard to move. Like even to get up and go to the bathroom is a feat, believe it or not. Like you feel like you weigh 1,000,000 pounds and you have to like move really slowly. It's not really unpleasant, but it's something, it's almost like the plant is indicating like you need to be lying down, like it's not something that someone would be up and about. So in that way, it's very like there's virtually nobody like reacts, like freaks out or tries to, punch people. Like nobody ever does that on it, because it has like a very weighty energy to it. So there's like that 12 to 16 hour like pure visionary phase. And then after that, there's about another 12 hours of like the residual of the visions and the integration period. And then even after that, there's like another 10 hours of integration. And then there's like another 3 days where you still feel the afterglow. And then the afterglow even goes on for weeks and months beyond that. So yeah, they call it a rite of passage, like in Africa where they use it. Like if you do a high dose like that, it's considered a full rite of passage. People often have like full blown life reviews where they actually see their entire life going all the way back to their childhood, and they have a review of their entire life. Some people like see like memories from childhood, but it's like actual vivid memories, almost like looking at like a high definition TV screen type of clarity of the visions. And maybe they like connect with a lot of different experiences, connect with their ancestors. Like in Africa, they use it, they give it to the teenagers because it gives them a chance to reconnect with the ancestors. Then the ancestors basically give the children or the teenagers like basically like a message of their gift, of how they can most optimally give their gift to the community. Like the ancestor, like on the Iboga, they use it because it connects them with the ancestors. And then once these once they come of age and they go through this rite of passage, they connect with their ancestors and they get like a positive gift and like a message for their life. And then afterwards they like integrate that and then they try to actualize that.
Like communing with the Oracle in the Matrix.
Yeah, that kind of comes from that archetype, yeah. But there's also different kinds of Iboga, because there's the root bark. That's the most natural organic kind, but that's also the hardest to find. Whereas these extracts are what a lot of people are using these days. And that's the thing. See, mileage can vary with those. Like what you were saying, Riding, like, yeah, unfortunately, there are some clinics that are using like pure ibogaine extracted from the wrong plant, from a different plant, and then like blasting people with high doses of it, like people that are already like heroin addicts. And like, yeah, that is not optimal. I mean, the ibogaine still has the anti-addictive effects, but that can be pretty challenging. But even at high doses, it's still quite an undertaking. But I find it to be incredibly blissful, and many people do as well. It just probably depends on what you're working through and where you're at in your process.
Is there a way to identify what type to avoid?
Well, there's also an issue with the extracted version, the HCl, that can cause heart issues for people. Because again, it's like a white powder, so it's totally not natural. Iboga is a little bit of a stimulant. Like even though you're lying down with your eyes closed, like you actually will feel somewhat stimulated. It's not like coffee, but and also like when they're doing the ceremonies in Gabon and Africa, like one or two people might be doing the high dose, like the rite of passage, and then everybody else in the tribe takes a low dose. And then they play these drums and they play music and they sing and they play drums. So everyone else is in a low dose. And it's actually it's a very nice thing on a low dose. It gives like nice little effect. But anyways, it does make the heart pump. Like it will make the heart kind of not pump excessively fast, but I mean, the real root bark will make it go a little faster. But when they make these extracts of it, these ibogaine, it accentuates that in an unnatural way because it's an extract. So in a sense, I mean, that's just the synthetic version. So I would say no matter what, the full organic root bark is always the best and the safest. Because I
was wondering if it was something to do with the unpleasantness of it, because my brother was working on a cure for bipolar, and he was studying Salvia divinorum, and he was saying what most mood stabilizers do for people on who have that is it actually tries to lift up the pit of, so like when you're going through these serotonin cycles and you've got a depleted serotonin, so you're feeling shitty all the time, it tries to lift that up, but what it will do as a result is just make you kind of lethargic and feel shitty all the time. Where he was like, well, I wonder if you can use this natural substance to knock the top off the peak instead. Because after you take apparently Salvia divinorum, you have a bit of a serotonin slump, so you don't feel as good. But he was like, if we can knock the top off, then you only need to take this sometimes. As you can feel yourself going up, you can be like, oh, better take some of that medication again. And then it actually, like, whereas if you knock out the slump, you typically then have to keep taking that medication. So I was wondering
I'm not sure. Hold on. Let's step back for a second. Are you sure you're talking about Salvia divinorum? Are you sure you're not talking about MDMA, like ecstasy?
No, Salvia divinorum, because like what it is a mood depressant, whereas MDMA will make you happier. So yeah, like typical things they will do for people who are going through those depressive cycles is give them something like MDMA. I don't know actually what substance it is, but something that will SSRIs is the other way to do it. Like inhibit the reuptake of serotonin, so you're awash with serotonin, you're more likely to feel happy. But the problem with that is, as well as all the strain on your liver and everything, is you're taking a mood stabilizer pretty much forever. Whereas his research,
I think you're talking about something differently entirely. I think you might be.
He's definitely talking about Salvia divinorum. 100%. We've had many conversations about it. It's a diviner's sage. Gives you a short but intensely hallucinogenic, lifelike high.
But it doesn't have any negative after effects, though.
It's not negative after effects. What it's meant to do is deplete serotonin.
It doesn't deplete serotonin, though.
Okay.
MDMA does. Ecstasy.
So he's a PhD in biochemistry who is doing work in the pharmaceutical field. I just trust him a bit more than other people when he says it stabilizes mood by knocking off the peak by reducing serotonin.
What is I can't remember the plant name right now. You know the one that people use like to get off opiates as well? It's like a plant one, but people can also get a little bit addicted to it. Kratom.
I haven't heard of that one.
Well, because salvia, it is diviner sage. Yeah, I mean, salvia is known. You could have a potent psychedelic type experience with salvia and 20 minutes later be completely back to normal with no negative. I mean, there's no serotonin lacking or downturn to that at all. It's just an instant experience and then fades. So I mean, if you have research around that or something, I'd be interested to hear what that is even.
Find you his papers if you want.
Sure. But I mean, I've studied salvia pretty thoroughly. Like even back in the early days, the journals. I used to read the journals like regularly, all about it. I don't remember everything I read back then, but so I mean, I've read pretty much almost everything there is on all the actual science of it and the extracts and the experiential components. And I've never been aware. It is like a K opioid receptor agonist. They don't really even understand what it is. It's called salvinorin A. It's a diterpenoid, and it's a K opioid agonist. So yeah, there is some
on your Kappa opioid centers as opposed to the serotonin centers. But one of the byproducts of taking salvia is the reduction in the production of serotonin, because it's not required because you're stimulating the kappa opioid centers.
Okay, if you're claiming that as well, then I'm just open to hear what you have on it, because I've never ever heard of that. So
I've posted one of his papers in the chat. Here's his website where he talks about the prohibition of diviner sage, because like you, he loves the substance. He thinks it's great, and I presume has dabbled with it sort of recreationally as well. But he you can read it and follow any of the citations on his page that he's written about it.
Okay, and then so what is he saying it does?
Let me just do a site search on it.
Look up kappa opioid.
I'll read this. I'll just read the extract since you posted. Okay, Salvia divinorum is a hallucinogenic sage used to treat illness by the Mazatec Indians of Mexico. Salvinorin A neclerodane diterpenoid, isolated from the plant, is a potent selective agonist of the kappa opioid receptor, KOR, and is the first non-nitrogenous opioid. The plant is recreationally used as a hallucinogen, but it is unpopular due to its dysphoric effects.
Dysphoric effect is describing feeling shitty, having low serotonin. Euphoria, high serotonin. Dysphoria, low serotonin.
It's not really known for that, though. I mean, I've been involved with.
He's a PhD doing studies on it in both rats and in humans.
I mean, it doesn't have that effect at all in people. I mean, I've seen.
Sounds like he self-doses as well, to be fair.
I've been
Yes, he does. Dysphoria is a state of generalized unhappiness, restlessness, dissatisfaction, or frustration. It doesn't mean that I'm not invalidating your experience with it, but if what he's done is science that determines that it creates a reduction in serotonin, either production or secretion, then I just trust him more than you. I'm sorry.
Well, a lot of these entheogenic or psychedelic compounds, a lot of them do activate various receptor systems, definitely serotonin systems. I mean, I've experienced it myself in multiple ways. So I don't doubt that salvia has some effect on all of these systems. But what I'm saying is that when people use it, it's not generally known as being something that necessarily is only dysphoric, as it were. Like there's literally multiple different modes. I mean, sometimes people are very, very active and upbeat and everything. So
yeah, Joe, you've got to admit that the effect that you get from, say, LSD or psilocybin is very different to the effect you get from salvia. Now, I've seen people freak out on shrooms and acid, but I've seen more people freak out on salvia. Where they literally will just collapse into like a puddle on the floor. You must have seen that if you've taken it.
And that's another thing that I think is indicative of it, because serotonin, as well as elevating mood, quite often increases activity and approach behaviors and all sorts of stuff like that. Whereas salvia, I've never taken it, but every time I've watched any videos or read anything about it, the word collapse is perfect for it. People just sort of
puddle was the word that we used to use.
Well, one of the things
it's so funny. That's exactly what I said, because I described that about my girlfriend when she gets like too head up about something, or something that's like becomes a problem. She just goes and turns into a puddle. But yeah, puddling would be a good description of it.
Yeah, no, I don't doubt that it does kind of ground your body in a way. Like, yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying with that. But one of the things is that it never, ever, ever should be smoked. And that's a huge issue. So people that are all using, like the ancients, the shamans and the
used to do it like snuff, didn't they?
No. It's not snuffed either. It's some medicines and plants are blown into the nose like a snuff, but no. The traditional way of using salvia, and really the only true shamanic way of using it, is to take the fresh leaves and roll, about 10 or 15 leaves into what they call a quid, and then you roll multiple quids. You might have 6, 7, 8, however, and you put 2 of them in your mouth. It's almost like it's the size at the point after you roll them up. It's like a cigar at that point, maybe a little smaller. You can roll them whatever size you want. Yeah, to make it comfortable. And you put one in the left side of your mouth, the other in the right side of your mouth. Then you just kind of gently chew on it. You let your saliva kind of start to break it down. So you're basically just swallowing the juice of the leaves. And then after you kind of chew on them lightly for a while, you can take those 2 quids out, and then you can put 2 more in if you want to go deeper, or if you want to, accentuate the experience. But that's the way to do it, is just essentially gently squeezing the juice, and it's going into the system. And in that case, it usually lasts for about an hour or two. It's much more gentle, and it allows for the actual visionary effects. The thing about salvia is that it's the plant spirit specifically does not want to be burned. It's one of those that, which is not true with all plants. Like tobacco loves to be burned. Cannabis is okay being burned. But with this salvia, it is incredibly
I've only ever smoked it, Gio, and that's the only way I've ever done salvia.
Yeah.
Do you think it's possible though, Gio, if you're having amongst friends having a positive experience, sort of that's deeply spiritual and uplifting for you, that could that if it is having a dysphoric effect, but you are in an already elevated state of euphoria, it's not going to be as noticeable. So it could be having this effect, but because you're experiencing positive affect at the time of taking it, you don't notice so much the negative stabilizing effect.
Like managing a come down from acid using weed,
Yes. Yeah.
I'm not
I know much about that.
I think when it comes to like the specific category of compounds, like are often referred to as entheogens these days, entheogenic, which it would be like your, peyote, ayahuasca, iboga, mushrooms, or did I already say mushrooms? Even LSD is in that category, even though it's semi-synthetic. Salvia, the Bufo alvaris, Sonoran desert toad, which is the 5-MeO-DMT, and then there's others as well. But salvia falls into those. So all of those I just mentioned, they don't have any addictive or brain imbalancing effects. Like if somebody takes one of those and they're going into some extreme dysphoria, that meaning very unhappy or dissatisfied or anxiety, that would be coming from within themselves. Like it's actually their own anxiety that's being released, because not everyone will have that. And somebody that has one experience where they feel very depressed because that's what's moving through them at the time, somebody else might feel very euphoric. And these compounds also, they don't have an after effect of low serotonin. Now MDMA, ecstasy, that one kind of does. That one actually does kind of.
I'm not a big fan of Molly. I've seen the psychological effects that's had on people, and it changes people's character with a lot of
Brits are so weird that you call MDMA Molly, because Molly.
Well, we don't really. I just use that because he's American. Americans call it Molly. We call it.
Oh, is it? Because what do we call? Yeah, we call it ecstasy, and Molly is something totally different. Which is what was it? That weird what do they call it? Meow meow and something else.
Molly is generally known as a pressed pill will be ecstasy or X, and then there's different names for that, which is usually has MDMA in it, and then God knows what else.
But what about MDMA crystals?
Whereas Molly is usually the terminology that's in my world and whatnot. Molly is often used in terms of for just the pure MDMA powder. That's usually what people refer to.
Yeah, we just call that MDMA crystals or something. I forget what Molly is, but Molly is a totally different drug over here. Right, Molly is a slang word for MDMA. Maybe I'm wrong. I swear it was meow meow or something.
So MDMA, methylene dioxide, MDMA, methylene dioxymethamphetamine. Believe it or not, it's a methamphetamine. Methylene dioxymethamphetamine, MDMA. That is the actual compound, and then Molly is usually the term where it's just the pure powder, and then ecstasy is usually the same MDMA, but it's just pressed into some kind of pill.
That's normally pressed with a bit of speed. Is generally how they use it over here.
You know what's funny about MDMA being
everything that's coming up with Molly is MDMA. I'm trying to Google it, but everything that's mentioned.
MDMA. It is. I'm going to support Gio here because we've discussed a fair amount in psychedelics, and I respect his knowledge in the area. But I mean, again, I think you're also right as well, Riding, because I've taken my fair share of psychedelics in my life, and environment is one of the biggest factors. Where you take it, who you take it with. I got spiked with acid once.
Holy shit!
And the person,
the person, weird thing to spike someone with.
And the worst thing is, the person that spiked me didn't know that I'd taken it before.
Well, I've had that happen. Like there was a
I
time
accidentally spiked somebody.
there was a time where somebody had like he put like 5 drops of liquid LSD like in a water bottle, like a half drunken water bottle, and he like just put the top on and he put it somewhere, and somebody like drank it thinking that it was just water. So yeah,
I used to like get pingers as we call them in Australia for my mates. And it was like I was going to a full festival and it was getting to about like 4 or 5 in the morning. My mate's like, why don't you get some pingers, X that have acid in them, like some drops of acid on them. My mate's got some. And I was like, yes. So I paid like $80 a pop for these things and I get 2 of them. But I also had on me, because I was helping sort other people out, I also had on me 2 nearly identical pingers of a different variety that were worth like $20 each. So these 2 Kiwi blokes I know came up and were like, can you help us out? We just want something really chill. And I was like, got these 2, but they're terrible. They're only worth $20. And they're like, that's fine. I was like, okay, $20, bang, done. And then I go home and I take them, what I think are the ones with acid in it, and I'm like, this is doing nothing. And I was so cranky. And then I bumped into these guys like 6 months later, and they were like, you fucking prick. And they'd gone home planning on having like a gentle come down and going to work tomorrow. Popped these things at like 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, and they were like, I have never been so high. I was tripping for the entire next day. We had to call in sick. I lost my job. Oh, it was very funny.
I remember. I remember the first time I took mescaline, and that was really weird because it's like a sine wave. You come up, you come down, you come up, you come down, and it lasted about 20 hours.
Oh,
and
wow.
it was fucking. I mean, I just go with it. I don't resist these things because it tends to be the resistance that causes your problem. So I just rolled with it. But yeah, that was bad because I should have been at work on the Monday and I didn't.
that is that's some deep wisdom right there. Exactly. Just go with it, because what we found with people, like if people take these in like a recreational environment, it sort of is what it is. I mean, obviously if they're at a party or a concert or something, but if someone takes them like with an intention to actually like close their eyes and go inside and meditate, like you said, Druss, like not resisting, because that's often like when people are doing like therapeutic work with these compounds with other people, that's often what the therapist is helping to do, is just to help that person to surrender and to let go and to go through it. Because when people are facing like really deep things within their psyche, if they resist it, like there's that statement, like what you resist will persist. So
you don't try and be less high. Don't get halfway through a chemical experience I need to be less high now.
I'm obviously a bit of a hippie pagan-y kind of guy, and festivals used to be my life. And I still remember what someone good friend of mine said to me, who's sort of like a generator. He's got to be in his late 60s now. Said to me, and he said, always treat psychedelics like mucking out for the brain. There's some shit in there, but there's some good stuff there, but it'll kind of clear you out. And that was really, really helpful, because even, when, I've never really had what anyone would class as a bad trip. When I got spiked, that's what the person tried to do to me. He had like weird voices going on and speakers doing weird sounds and stuff. He really went for it. He did it to a couple of people. He thought it was funny.
What these compounds do, like, and I'm not talking about heroin or anything. I'm talking about the specific, like mushrooms, peyote, ayahuasca, iboga, LSD, like those compounds. They seem to essentially, like, okay, my viewpoint of it is that we have our conscious mind, our subconscious, and our unconscious. The conscious, of course, is what we're conscious of. The subconscious is in the middle, so maybe in dream states, some of that comes through, like, subconscious, basically the bridge between the unconscious and the conscious. And then we have the complete unconscious. And of course, the unconscious is different for different people. But the thing about the unconscious is that if there's traumas or some kind of painful memories or whatever it might be, that can actually, the unconscious can affect the conscious. Like it can seep up through the sub and the conscious to where you could have like anxiety or depression or some kind of like symptom that's going on in your life that's actually coming from the unconscious. And so if you were to take mushrooms or something like this, where and ideally like close your eyes and go inside, like actually surrender to it. And that's why, you know, people you do these in ceremonies, or they have support like a sitter, like a helper, and all the rest of it. But if you're able to do that and just surrender to it, like that unconscious content that is locked there and sometimes, you know, blocked, can actually come up and can come through. And when it comes out and through, it's kind of like pulling a splinter out. It can be kind of painful. Like you may have to face your demons, face your fears, you know, relive something in a way, or face something. But when people resist that, then their symptoms will persist. Whereas if they surrender to that and just completely let go to it, whatever it is, that's when like that unconscious conflict is able to be healed and resolved. And then that seems to permanently change the person's conscious life after that.
Let it all go, Neo.
It's like it is kind of like that. Like getting to it's almost like Inception uses that idea. You kind of get to the root of these like memories, but yeah, the Matrix has that.
You think that's air you're breathing?
That woman in the red dress, though, fucking hell, eh? Bit hard to fucking keep your eyes off him.
So it's like these compounds, exactly. It's like these compounds allow for the unconscious mind to be manifest while you're conscious. That's what's so interesting about them. Like normally that happens when you sleep, you know, but obviously you're not fully conscious when you sleep. But it's like the unconscious material is able to come to the surface when you're in the conscious
It also
mind.
seems to make you hyper aware of the way you think and the way you react to thoughts. And
I think it's more than that. It's also aware of how you move, how things move around you. It's kind of the thing I liked a lot about psychedelics. This is why I like taking them a lot. It brings you very much into the moment, into the now, rather than looking at the past or the future. You're in the now, very Zen-like. That's what I liked about it.
Yeah, like people that have done a lot of work with some of these, it's interesting that people will start out like they'll feel like they're never in the moment. They're really anxious. They're either thinking about the future or the past. They're in fear. You know, they're fretting about all that. And they can't ever really just enjoy the moment. And what's interesting is that if people start working with these medicines and working with, on their own like process of kind of self-growth and self-healing through that, they will like be able to access that unconscious stuff that was stored in there that was actually pushing them out of the moment in their conscious life. So there is an interesting correlation there. The people that do a lot of this work, like they feel like it's a process almost like of like kneading dough or something. Like you're constantly refining your psyche's capacity to be completely in the moment and in happiness in your ordinary life, because it's not affected by whatever the material in the unconscious that was blocking that capacity.
Yeah, I mean, I find it quite weird. I mean, I do a lot of public speaking, and it really helps me with that because I can sort of drop into that moment rather than worrying about what other people will be thinking or what the history is or even what I'm talking about. It just flows.
So you're saying that you had an experience by doing some of these that positively impacted you later to be more in the moment.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm a huge fan of psychedelics. I think done right, they're of huge benefit to how you think. They're of huge benefit to how, but like anything else, moderation versus abuse. And I think there's a difference between, just doing it to party versus actually doing it for a reason. And that was kind of, I suppose, the change from, my very early 20s when I first came into contact with these kind of things, and maybe my late 20s where I was a bit more thoughtful about it, where it's more of a spiritual experience.
Yeah, I've had a very similar journey in that way. Yeah, like when I was in my, earlier, like late teens, early 20s, all there and there, like, although, I mean, there was still some spiritual, like, the first time I did mushrooms, like I went with my friends, we went to like these botanical gardens. So there was some intention to like be in nature and kind of being a spiritual experience, but yeah, it wasn't necessarily like ceremonial or spiritual in that sense, but we knew that, the idea of being in nature. But yeah, and then, I mean, yeah, definitely like, I know what you mean. There is a difference between doing it at a party versus, well, you know what's interesting though? There's people that have done LSD like hundreds of times at a party throughout their life. And then at some point they actually have an experience with LSD that's actually therapeutic, where they're actually trying to use it for an actual therapeutic experience where they actually close their eyes and, go inside. And that's when they actually first start accessing their unconscious. So it's actually possible to like almost ignore the unconscious if you purposefully try to, like if you like take them in a party environment where you're just totally focused on the music, you're all outward focused. It's interesting. Like but see, sometimes that's where it gets hairy, because somebody's unconscious can get projected into their consciousness. And that's why people can have like issues later, because something's getting stirred up that is being projected and that they're not able to surrender to it. So yeah.
Yeah, but I think that's why we both agree. You got to kind of roll with it. If you try and push back, that's when I think, for me, when just observing people who've not had a pleasant time.
Right, but see, that unpleasant time is actually, it's because it's activating something within themselves. That's the unpleasantness that they're facing. It's just that they're avoiding it and projecting it rather than just closing their eyes and just like being the warrior and just facing it dead on and feeling whatever the emotion is. Because generally what it is with people is that there's usually some very charged emotion that's stored within them. And that might be causing like anxiety or anger or aggression, whatever it might be, like in their daily life. And when they do one of these compounds, these substances, they might actually, that might be accelerated. So they might feel more of that, and that unpleasant feeling that, a feeling that they usually try to avoid or try to suppress. And in that case, now they are forced to actually feel it and experience it. And that's where, by fully experiencing it or feeling it in a safe environment where you're not actually hurting anyone, within yourself, it can actually sort of like release it or like diffuse it,
Have you ever had? I've never had an experience with shrooms or LSD. Mescaline's a little different, but where I haven't felt fully grounded in reality. I've never thought, oh, I can fly, I'll jump off a building and stuff like that.
Yeah, that usually doesn't happen. I mean, that's more like a propaganda thing. Yeah. Have you ever done really high doses though, or have you ever done any of the plant ones, or high dose, or have?
Yeah, I mean, I've done what's termed as max dose on LSD.
So you've done like 500, 600 micrograms?
Yeah.
I mean, that is like, what was your experience? I mean, see, LSD is a little bit funny because actually there's some people that even if they take a high dose, it's actually not as strong as it can be for others, because it's like an unspecific amplifier of the human psyche. So not everyone, but I mean, for a lot of people, I mean, 500 micrograms is like full blown mystical experiences, completely transcendental.
Easy patterns. That was my undying experience. That's my enduring memory of that trip. Was paisley patterns everywhere. It was like fern leaves and almost like a Fibonacci kind of sort of shape.
Wow, because dude, at 500-600 micrograms, your whole world should be melting in like fractal geometric.
Yeah, exactly, and flowing color. That kind of rippling color effect going on with everything. Yeah. And it was really nice. I enjoyed it. But I've always had a good time on psychedelics. As I say, I've not really had a bad experience. Well, I've not had a bad experience. It's always been a very positive thing for me. But I did that. I did that dose when I was camping with some friends. So 3 of us were dosed, 2 of us were not. Which is how we kind of used to work with that stuff.
What I find interesting about LSD is that it seems to be activating something inherent within the body and the brain, like within, like, the thing with the eyeballs, like if you're just sober, how if you push on your eyeballs, you can see all those like, fireworks and light. Have you ever done that? You push on your eyeballs? what's interesting with LSD is that like some of the visual effects can be similar to that. So it's like it's not that the LSD is necessarily causing it. It seems to more just be unlocking what's already there, which is really interesting. Because that's why I've experienced it. Like there's been times on LSD with music, I like where my hearing is like 100 times more sensitive than it is in my ordinary state. To where like I love doing this where you take like two speakers, and especially with LSD, where like if you go to the left or to the right or forward or back, like I can actually notice the difference in the sound waves in the field, like that sensitive. It's a really cool. So it's like heightening whatever's already in your body and brain, it seems.
The time, what do you mean there's your problem, Foolish? Should have abused the psychedelics. Do you mean should not have abused the psychedelics? Or should have abused the psychedelics? So I'm not sure what you mean there.
Exactly what I wrote, mate. You said you didn't abuse them, and I said, oh, there's your problem. You should have abused them.
And
You've got a few problems, let's admit.
Yeah, if you had just full on abused all of them, just used maybe you wouldn't be a glow earther.
I have, as I say, I think I've done more than my share of drugs. I mean, the only things that really I've not done is things like heroin. Though I have smoked opium a couple of times, which was quite interesting. I've not done heroin, I've not done coke, and I've not done ecstasy, and I've not done speed. Those are the drugs I tend to avoid, or I've avoided. But yeah, most of the popular psychedelics I've done a huge amount of weed and cannabis.
But you haven't done. It sounds like you haven't done any of like what I would refer to as more like the higher octave, like plant, like shamanic. Like for example, like peyote, iboga, and ayahuasca.
Yeah, I've done peyote.
Oh,
I haven't done an ayahuasca. I've not done DMT in the way that you have, but I have done DMT. But yeah, I mean, I prefer vegetable stuff. I mean, what I went from was started with acid, and then I sort of went more organic. I like the plant-based stuff or the fungi-based stuff rather than the processed stuff. That's kind of when I went. That's what really. I don't really like cocaine and heroin and those kind of things. They're deviations from the natural product. Opium's nice, but too nice, which is why I didn't do it again after the second time. That was too nice.
And I will say MDMA is very interesting. I do think it's a bit toxic and it is semi-synthetic, but wow, I mean, it really is powerful. See, the thing is that MDMA is a phenylethylamine, and things like peyote and that also the San Pedro, the one I mentioned as well, they're phenylethylamines as well, like mescaline is phenethylamine. So I've actually had very similar effects that MDMA causes on peyote. So of course, but the peyote is just 100% natural. So it's interesting. Like there's a similar blissful euphoria, and it's because
I mean, it was nice. I mean, the same way as I've found mescaline really nice, but different in a weird kind of way to say doing shrooms or but shrooms are very different to doing LSD. They're all there are psychedelic, but they're all kind of different, if you know what I mean.
They are very different. Yeah. LSD is very magnifying. It's just like cosmic light. It just is pure magnifying light cosmic energy that is so it just has this like fresh, like almost like like the genie in Aladdin when he rolls out the red carpet. Like that's almost what it's like to me. It's just like you just feel like it's very amplifying in a very cosmic way, and it like reminds me of light being amplified. Whereas mushrooms are more kind of organic, and they're like more like pulsating, and they're more connected to nature, and the visuals are more curving. They're more like pulsating and curving.
I just want. Oh no, running on eggshells, Stefan. I was going to say I've spoken to quite a few Black Hebrews. Like there was the numpty was talking in the chat about. But yeah, no, I know what you mean. Okay, cool. I need to do some work. I will catch you guys in a bit. There's no rest for the wicked. I'm a very bad man.
All right, Truss. Later, man. Have a good one.
I will. Take care.
What do you think, Howard? What's that video you posted, Noah?
Sorry, what? Sorry, I had my mic off. Basically, this guy, I found his channel, and I'm not sure he doesn't really fit into like those Black Hebrew Israelites. It's kind of even more than that. He's basically saying that like people in Europe too were black, and then he was also saying that like the Native Americans were also black, and I'm like looking into it, but yeah, and this video is specifically about foolish decisions. Yeah, I think he is one of those King James types. Yeah, the video is basically a bunch of coat of arms, and he's like, there's like pictures of like black dudes in the coat of arms, and he's saying that like the European dynastic, I guess, rulers were I guess darker skinned, something like that. I'm not really sure, but I just found it and I'm like, it's a very interesting perspective. Yes, I've seen that before, foolish.
Noah, if you had like 100 people that you could do a presentation for about how the moon landings were fake AF, what what percentage of them do you think you could get like scratching their chins afterwards?
Listen, I'm not even like a full blown flat earther. Like if someone actually gave me a proof that it's wrong, I'd be like, okay. But like, just funny you mentioned this. I was watching, like I wasn't watching TV. I was on my computer, but I was like my family was watching TV, and there's a commercial, and the commercial was like people walking around on the fucking moon and shit, and playing golf and running on the fucking rover just today, like maybe like half an hour ago. But honestly, with just the file, I've only been like anti-moon landing for like a couple months now, and just with the amount of files on my computer, I think if we had like a crowd of average people, like average Americans, I think I could get a good like 70 of them to look at this and be like, this is fucking bullshit. Like, why would we believe this? Like, why did anyone believe this dumb shit?
I started watching this thing about Prester John. What's the idea that nobility was black at some stage, or royals were black at some stage in Europe, I would have probably poo-pooed about 6 months ago. But as I started trying to get interested in history, not even trying to get interested, becoming fascinated by history and trying to learn more about it, I heard some stat recently that oh, is he still here? Yeah, Foolish is here. Oh, he's fucking muted.
He's been
apparently outsider kings. So the idea that you were ruled by somebody who is not of your nation was more common than not. So with a prevalence of, I forget, but something like 70 to 80%, your king, if you were English, was in fact French or German or like from somewhere else nearby. So the idea that you could have had a black ruler of a white nation, not that strange, because my understanding is like, particularly modern history with black people is like poverty, poor education, all sorts of stuff. But like you go back to the Ethiopian kings, they had massive structures they'd built. There was like, there's one story of, I need Foolish to get here to fix up all of my bad history, but there's one king, I forget his name, who's like, I want to go on a pilgrimage. Like I want to go on a journey. And he just had so much gold there that he just basically emptied the royal coffers and carried them with him, but had such extraordinary amounts of gold that he like, just as he traveled through like what is now the Middle East and then I believe some way into Europe before turning around, he gave away so much gold that he just totally destroyed the economy in the local places where suddenly there's people like, why the fuck do I have to work?
I think his name was Masu Menu or something like that.
It could be, yeah.
Musa. Musa Menu.
Musa, that's it.
Yeah, it makes sense though, because that continent has more gold than all the other ones, right? So they have a lot
Mansu Musa.
of natural resources.
So the idea that somebody could have back in the day been of that level of wealth and of that level of sophistication, you know, they had like well-established laws and stuff like that, you know, and systems of governance and stuff that generally was the distinction most people made between the savages and the landed gentry and the fancy people. It wouldn't be that out of question for me that somebody black could have ruled a white nation.
And if you think about it, like the Europe didn't really start dominating until like the 1400s. If you think about it, before that, like Europeans kind of just stayed in Europe. You know what I'm saying? They didn't really. Like, there was the Crusades, but it could be argued that they failed, right? So like, I guess Europe didn't really seem to dominate the scene until 1400. So everyone would be kind of on a more even playing field, right? They wouldn't have these like triple decker cannon ships and like, you know, like because they went through like whole industrial revolution before everyone else did.
Yeah, so. And yeah, I think that's right. And like, and the Mughals were sort of, you know, I believe similar to as they are today, quite brown skinned, and there was a fair bit of mush mashing between like sub-Saharan African, much darker people.
What about the Huns and stuff?
Exactly. So you would have had all these different colors and shapes of people that by our modern perspective, the idea, I mean, this sounds so racist for me to say it, but I think it's true for most people.
I don't care.
From a modern perspective, to imagine a black guy sitting on the throne amongst white nobility seems absurd. But sure, back then, quite possible.
Yeah, I could see it. Just because like it's an equal playing field, right? Because like if you think about it, once they really started getting their shipbuilding down, that's kind of when it went like, you know, way up. When they started to go around to the New World and then go down around the tip of Africa and go down like all the way over, right? That's when like Europe really started, because then you could trade with everyone, you could pull up. I mean, no one's gonna fuck with you when you have like fucking 500 cannons on your ship. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah, and they sort of got past. I think that sailing got past the idea, whereas all of the Romans and the Byzantines and whatever had to have a contiguous, like all of your area that you quote unquote owned had to all match up. You had to be able to march an army from one side to the other. So you couldn't go and just like grab a random plot of land way over yonder if it didn't connect with yours. But once you had a boat, you could. So you had the British being able to like sail fucking all the way to the West Indies and all the way to Australia and go, this is ours. And people were like, I guess, I don't know. Like, I can't march my army down there to oppose you. So I guess it is. Yeah, but as you're saying, I think, which is quite right, my understanding is that's very modern stuff. Whereas, Mansu Musa, it's interesting how recent it was compared to that. He reigned from 1312 to 1337.
That's when the Crusades started, 1312, right?
Was it? You know your history better than me.
No, wait, no. I
we
think
need
it's earlier
Foolish in here
1000.
to
I think it
correct us
ended in
all.
13. I think it ended in 1312 because they killed Malay or whatever the fuck his name is, Jack de Malay.
So what's it saying? Crusades here go from 1095 to 1291. Or there's later
1291.
Crusades actually, and then there's Northern Crusades, which go to 1492, and the
Holy,
Reconquista.
1492.
The Reconquista is like, I don't think is the original idea of the Crusades. That was more just a getting back your land from the Muslims, because wasn't that pushing them back out of the Muslims back out of Spain and shit.
They did. I know that they did do that. That's how some of the kings got really rich. Is everyone else couldn't like defend they're coming up Spain like all the way up into where France is, and then like the most Western French king, because France wasn't like completely won at that time. Couldn't really afford it, so then he like basically had to give up all his land because he'd rather have another like guy from the east, like a French guy, rule than have like Islam and Muslim people coming up into his place. I forget, it was a really famous battle where like they like showed their prowess, and the Pope was like, "Wow, you're a really good defender" or something. I don't know. Fuck, I can't remember what the name was.
Yeah, so I mean, the idea of Prester John. I mean, that said,
those
when I look for
got
images
all
of
the way
Prester
up
John,
there.
I wonder of that video you're showing. I wonder how much that is. A lot of the pictures he's showing aren't of Prester John; they're just of black people, and I wonder how much that is to do with the fact that you only had like 4 colors you could paint in. So if you were painting a dark colored sigil for your army to march under, it just ended up being a black person and looked like a sort of black person's face. So, and a lot of the other pictures I'm finding of Prester John when I Google it are like just a straight up a white guy.
Dude, the King James one is the worst though. When people are trying to tell me that King James is black, I'm like, I've looked through your proof and none of it is actually proof. So like, you don't have any.
But it's why I posted that video in the chat. I mean, Scottish history is freaking complicated at the best of times because there was so much infighting going on. We didn't even know the names of half the kings of Scotland, so they're like hundreds of years of gaps. But we do know that King James sort of traced his lineage back to Kenneth MacAlpine, and also Constantine the Great.
I was saying this because I was stumbling around in the dark, desperately summoning you. Is this correct that outsider kings, i.e., kings that weren't of the people they were ruling, were more common than not? So a land was more likely to be like England were more likely to be ruled by Germans than Brits for most of history. Is that right?
More complicated than that. It tends to be because of intermarriage. So what you tend to find is that, the example I gave there, Matilda of Wessex was married to a Scottish king. Her daughter married Henry I, which is why then there was a right of succession which could pass to James I of England and the 6th of Scotland. That's why you get the shit. The same with William of Orange. He was kind of semi-related through marriage, through his lineage via marriage to some of the houses in England.
So I was basing this on like Richard of Lionheart was Richard. I think Lionheart was.
Yeah, so Eleanor of Aquitaine was his mum.
And he's a ruler of a fair chunk of France, but didn't speak French or something like that.
No, it's the other way around.
Gallic.
He wouldn't have spoken. He wouldn't have spoken Gallic. He would have spoken French as his first language, because French was the court language in the medieval period. So French was like the lingua franca. So if you go back, Greek used to be the lingua franca, then French became the lingua franca after Latin. And then you have English, which is, really the modern lingua franca.
Right. I think I'm with you.
But Prester John is interesting because it's more of a myth than a reality. It was kind of like, are Western European view of what we thought was happening there.
Is there any? Would you? I was saying I wouldn't put it beyond the realm of possibility, though, given this outsider king business and Mansa Musa and all of these. Like, if you went back to like the sort of 1200s, 1300s, something like that, or earlier,
Yeah,
it wouldn't be beyond the realm of possibility that a black man was ruling a white people.
Well, the Ethiopians weren't white, and we've got a pretty good idea of the succession of Ethiopian kings. That's a pretty good,
But I
we
mean-
have local
Sorry,
knowledge of.
I was
But
just saying,
Mansa
given-
Musa was black as well. He wasn't
Yeah,
white.
yeah.
But-
I
but
more mean
yeah,
like he's a black man, a black king, very like wealthy and with a fairly like noble heritage. But I mean, like somebody like Mansa Musa ruling in Europe isn't beyond the realm of
No,
possibility.
I mean, I think the best example you've got is the Berber and Moorish invasions of Iberia.
Right.
So the Moors ruled, and they weren't sort of your pale-skinned Araby types, as in El Cid. They were, the Berbers were black. They're black. So they ruled in Spain for 300 years until the Reconquista, and that's why we talk about El Cid and Charles Martel.
There's a movie about El Cid, isn't there? I'm trying to learn as much of this through films as I can. Because I watched Rome, and then I watched I Claudius, or Clavdivs, as I like to call him.
I Claudius is great if it's the BBC.
Yeah, that
series.
one.
Yeah, that's actually reasonably accurate. Rome is great fun. What I like about Rome is how they use the great little anecdote. One, the speech pattern, because that literally is almost like directly translating Latin into English. And two, the graffiti.
Yeah, graffiti and the bizarre poses they make when they do public speaking. I thought that was quite fun too. But everything I kept Googling about those, like one of my favorite was Claudius. For the people who haven't seen it, Claudius is like, gets married to this woman who's like, I love you, Claudius, and you're just the apple of my eye. And then he's like off, conquering or like, running the country because he's the emperor, and that's not really ruining anything because it starts off that way. And his wife just turns out to be like a bit of a conniving person, but also like turbo slut. And she has a competition. She hears like of renowned prostitutes coming to town. So she has a competition on who can fuck the most men. Yeah. Invites the prostitute over to the house, and then they go and have a fuckathon. And she's like, "I won."
This
was your ruling class.
Claudius was put into position as Roman emperor because they thought he could really be easily manipulated because he was kind of like this nerdy bookwormy kind of guy, and he turned out to be actually a pretty good emperor, because obviously he's the guy that's responsible for the expansion of the Roman Empire into Great Britain.
And I think there was something also beautiful about it, where he's like, which I think encapsulates some of the curse of being a good leader, where he's a Republican, right? And he thinks since long before him, who's the first guy? I want to say.
I heard
Augustine.
I heard the Romans built a big wall in between the English and the Scottish when they first
built two. They built two walls. They built two walls. They built the Antonine Wall, and they built Hadrian's Wall. So Hadrian's Wall came first, and then the Antonine Wall is about another 70 miles north.
When was that?
When building a wall, you would know this, Dross. This was there are so many questions I keep firing at my girlfriend. She's not able to answer, but I feel like you would know. When you're building a wall, you don't just build it right at the edge of your territory, do you? I don't imagine. I imagine you leave like a buffer of like, okay, there's 50, 100 maybe miles that we're going to see before we get to this point, because otherwise, A, your enemy's going to see you building the wall, and B, they haven't committed an act of war until they first start trying to scale it. Is that right? Or am I getting it wrong? You build it right at the edge of your territory.
Hadrian's Wall was kind of built along a nice natural profile. I mean, that's generally where you want to build a defense, where you can get nature to do as much of the work as possible.
Right.
Because
so
then it's less.
Yeah. Okay.
So then it's less effort.
My cousin that was Scottish said that they built it not to keep anyone out, but just to keep their people in. and tell them not to go over there because that's where the savages are.
I don't think he's even that. I think one, it was a defensive statement to say, look how tough we are, and two, it was a way to sort of manage trade. The Romans were much more interested in tax than pretty much anything else. And that's why they as an empire they had to keep expanding to keep being viable because they just cost too much. Which is why you have the eventual kind of collapse as the expansion stalled. They couldn't maintain that kind of lifestyle. There was so much money coming into Rome, and that's where you start to have the disintegration.
It's basically a Ponzi scheme. It's like a nation built on a Ponzi scheme where you require infinite growth to continue to even exist.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. That was the other thing I was wondering about. Yeah, I mean, it's arguably the modern economic system is the same. Nobody would invest money in anything unless they had a good chance of return. What that means is anybody who's in the stock market or has a superannuation fund or a 401k or whatever the fuck is expecting that money to grow to outstrip the rate of inflation. And both inflation and this guarantee that what you require is infinite increase, and that is not possible in a finite system. Whether it's flat or round, you cannot have it. At some point, you must reach collapse and start again. At least that's my figuring of it. Like whether it happens tomorrow or in 200 years, it has to collapse.
Yeah, like the US at the moment, they can't continue printing the way they have been.
They're not. They're going to raise interest rates real soon. At least here with the Federal Reserve in America.
It doesn't matter about the currency. I mean, you can triple the currency, but the sheer fact is, if you have an increasing number of people, that each one of them has an increasing requirement just for energy, let alone shoes and all the rest of the material. You have a increasing population at an increasing rate. Well, some places in the West, it's kind of still increasing, but at a linear rather than curving rate. But for each person within the West and worldwide, you have an increasing rate requirement for energy. You just can't support that. Like you've got a finite amount of sun. Even if you go fully solar, it'll pop. Whether it pops in our lifetime is the question. But that it'll pop is not a question, at least in my mind.
Yeah, it's why Bitcoin and sort of blockchain currencies are doomed long term.
Yeah, they require, except for Bitcoin itself, isn't it? I would have thought Bitcoin itself with the idea of a limitation on the number of Bitcoins you could potentially have it last. Go on.
Disagree, because if we have some sort of robots, the only way we can pay them is with digital currency. And so that's why there's this whole blockchain fucking fanaticism, because people think there's going to be like lots of algorithms and everywhere.
You won't pay robots, will you? No. You'll pay the guy who built the robots or runs the robots. You're not gonna pay the actual robots.
Apparently, they're gonna like self-driving cars that you pay the car.
Right, but that money's actually going to go partly to the manufacturer and partly to the owner of the car.
I think
it's not that the car's going to go and spend the money.
Car's going to blend it all on hookers and blow.
No, they're saying that the car's going to pay for its own maintenance and shit. Like, it's going to automatically go and get itself maintained and shit. Pick people up, use the proceeds to run itself. Yes, it's going to pay a tax to the creator, but it's still going to run itself, and it needs its own.
Well, no, but that's just.
They're thinking of having like an economic system that AI trades with itself using fucking drones. It's fucking ridiculous. It's like fucking Elon Musk bullshit. It's like, listen, I don't need 1,500 drones delivering me a Taco Bell. Like, I'm good.
Don't you want? I want to be able to press a button and have a drone bring me food.
Well, I agree with you with the digital currency thing. What I think they did is that I think that they had before cryptography and blockchains came in, I think that the people in control, they had a whole system where they were trying to build towards a digital system. And once blockchain came out and cryptography, they couldn't control it. The only thing they could do is co-opt it. So now they've co-opted it, and then they've implemented that original technology that they already were developing to make a whole digital one world currency thing into a blockchain. They were forced to.
Okay, wait. I would
don't see how they could have co-opted it. I mean, if you look at the creation of Bitcoin,
I would
Couldn't you
disagree
just
because the
buy it all?
NSA has been working on
Okay.
distributive ledgers for a long time, bro. Like since the
Well,
70s.
all you have to do is read the Bitcoin white paper, and you'll read exactly why it was created, and it was created in response to the crash of 08, 09, and it's all there. But it cannot be co-opted. I don't understand people that say that. It's completely decentralized. It's nobody owns it. It's
Well, I don't think
its value is
I don't
agreed
think
upon.
Bitcoin. I would agree. Bitcoin cannot be co-opted. They can't control it. But other chains, what I was referring to more is like Ethereum and a lot of these other chains that have been created.
But I'm not sure about co-opt, but couldn't I, let's say I had infinity money, or like, rather than infinity, I have $12 trillion. Couldn't I use that money to slowly buy up Bitcoin and then sell them in a large chunk to smash the price down and then buy up a bit more and just keep doing that in a cyclical way until I have all the Bitcoin?
No.
Or enough of it that I destroy the economy?
No, you can't. They can't do it.
You get to a point where there's no one willing to sell anymore.
Exactly, but I mean I don't mean to 100%, but if I got to like 90%, I would have fairly fundamentally destroyed the economy of it.
The thing is, you can't buy. Okay, here's the thing. Like in my perspective, the people that are, the controllers, whatever we want to call them, they have infinite fiat money because they print it. They can have a credit card that literally has infinite money, so they can go buy anything they want. They could go buy $5-10 million yachts and just put it on the card. So that exists. So if they have infinite money, they could technically buy up as much Bitcoin as they could. One would think, well, then why wouldn't they just buy it all up and own it? The thing is that it's the people who have their Bitcoin. They're not selling it all. So there's always people that have it and more people that are buying it. And then the value of it is based upon the fiat dollar. So even if they buy up a bunch of it, it makes the price go higher and then they get screwed. So I think they found that out a long time ago that like they can't control it. And if they try to do stuff to it, it sometimes goes the other way. I think that's what happened when it ran up to 20,000. When it ran up to 20,000 the first time, because they tried to take over Bitcoin with Bitcoin Cash. And then right after that, when Bitcoin went up to 20, I think that's because it went the other way. They were trying to kill it and it went the other way. And then now it's obviously
genius, man.
But couldn't it, if we don't know what those individual transactions were, couldn't it have been equally the opposite? That's where they're pumping it up to the point where they...
The problem is, if that was true, you wouldn't have these massive mining farms. That's the problem I got with that, Gio, because if I had enough money, and I didn't have to worry about my energy costs, because that's really the cost side, I could mine. I could, every time there is a new tranche released, I would have the best chance of mining through most of that, and I would get those coins. So that's the flip side of it. So you've got the coins in existence versus the coins being created through the algorithm, and that's where you start to get in the problem. This is why China is doing quite well, because they just have massive amounts of these massive mining farms, thousands of Nvidia cards. It's why you can't fucking buy a graphics card at the moment. One, because the production went down because of COVID, and two, because the amount of mining that is currently going on in the world. And it's not being done, like in the old days, with, techies like me thinking, oh, I'll create a little mining bot and do it that way. It's being done by people who are commercial entities. It's like the difference between hacking in the 80s and hacking in the 2020s. It's a professional business now versus, kind of like an amateur kind of thing.
I think they have a big farm in Iceland or Greenland where it's all off geothermal power.
That's in Iceland.
Oh, yep. Yeah.
And
some of the mining has been somewhat centralized. Yep. But I know that they've done a lot to break that up to where it's not an issue now. But
that's because they're trying to now stop the method, the ASICs that are used in those chips, which do the algorithm processing, being as effective as they used to be. And the other thing is the amount of energy cost it takes to get a coin, because there are now more people competing to do that processing, which is why the value per energy watt unit has almost gone to zero. So yeah, I mean, it's an interesting thing, but I think, yeah, I mean, eventually, like all schemes like this, whether you create a fictitious, because Bitcoin is a fictitious resource, the same way as fiat currency is a fictitious resource. It's not real.
What
It is to
I
a
do
degree.
think is worrying
It is real to a degree to the Bitcoin blockchain.
It is real.
It certainly is,
It
because
is real.
it's like owning
real.
digital.
It's not physical. It's digital, though.
It's like owning essentially.
It's informationally real, but not physically.
T, you're talking straight over someone again. Chill out, man.
I was just gonna say, no. It's like digital real estate. Yeah, just what Noah was saying. Yeah, it's like digital real estate.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not a tangible resource. I mean, if I've got food I can eat, if I've got a Bitcoin, I'd starve unless I could spend that Bitcoin to get the food. So it's no different to a fiat currency.
Well, I think it is different to a fiat currency in that a fiat currency, to determine the value, for a central bank to determine the value, there are many problems with it. I'm not arguing for fiat currency controlled by a central bank. I think there are problems with it as much as it is simple, but it takes negligible amounts of energy to determine the value of that coin. Whereas what you have for crypto, because of this whole mining thing, is you are turning energy that could otherwise turn into other things into currency. So you're turning something real into something fictitious. And I think that has a limit on it as well. There is a set amount of energy you can burn before you go, I've got
and you can't just create just create more of it. There's a limit.
Yeah, and
there has to be a certain amount of work done to get it.
Yeah, once you've turned that coal into you've burnt up that coal thanks to entropy, you're not getting it back, not anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, I as I say, I mean, I produce a lot of my own. Well, I produce more electricity than I use, but that still has a cost. Every sort of 2.5, 3 years, I need to start replacing batteries, but I do it on a kind of a cycle. Because that's how I maintain, constant power flow into the house. And eventually I'll have to do maintenance and repair on the little turbine I've got and the solar panels that I have. So that's another cost. So, there's nothing free. There's no such thing as a free lunch.
Yeah,
Well,
nothing,
we were talking
nothing
about,
will be free.
The thing about these cryptocurrencies and blockchains, though, is that what's happening is that, yes, right now, essentially, it's like having digital units on someone else's. It's not even necessarily someone else's. Some of these are truly decentralized, but some of them are someone's actual code and chain, and it's having the sort of digital real estate. It's like having that actual the code on that. And on one way, yeah, it doesn't have any physical value. It's not like diamonds or gold or something that might be physical. However, how do we even attribute value to things? For example, we attribute all this value to diamonds. And I suppose there's a scarcity, well, at least a claim scarcity component of that. That's a whole other topic.
Controlled scarcity, but yeah, go on.
Monopoly, basically.
Do you think there's a controlled scarcity of energy, though?
I think there's a limit. There's a limitation on what you can produce, and you're already seeing that in where you've got the cost of infrastructure to deliver it, and that's becoming a problem, especially in America.
There's a different way to make energy, man. Isn't this a flat Earth server?
Well, if some butts were pots and pans, you and I'd be tinkers, Noah. There may be other ways to generate energy, and I'm sure there are. I think what we tend to do is to do things in ways that are efficient, and where you have capitalist entities involved, something you could commercialize.
Yeah, but see, I think they're going to start losing that whole grip on capitalism, because now that Bitcoin exists, Bitcoin essentially is challenging the fiat dollar in terms of, now I'm not saying Bitcoin, it doesn't have a lot of usability. I'm not saying that everyone's out there buying stuff with it, and there's not even that many people that own it. But in general, because it exists and because fiat money is being used in replacement for Bitcoin, and the fact that each one is worth $60,000, and the market cap is up there now. It's like up in the top 10, 15 of all assets in the world. Bitcoin has been up there. I don't know exactly what it's at right now, but it's even been higher than like a bunch of big companies and stuff. So at one point, but anyway, so I mean, it has that going to where now the fiat dollar is slowly deflating. Ever since Bitcoin started, the deflation has even accelerated. So I predict that as Bitcoin goes up, the fiat dollar will continue to lose its value until they are going to then pull the rug out, the controller people, and do a whole swap over at some point. There'll be like
There's also the fact that the whole world is still being forced till today to use US dollars for all trade around the world. And, you know, when a lot of the countries of the world are able to just shrug off the US dollar and stop being restricted and forced into using it to trade, buy oil and stuff like that. When the US loses its monopoly on the world using US dollars as the reserve currency, then they're fucked completely. Like that's when it's game over for fiat currency.
Well, here's your problem with Bitcoin. The level of fluctuation, and when you compare that against a currency value, and obviously, as Gio rightly said, you know, we're benchmarking this against a fiat currency. You can see that the fluctuation in value is huge. You know, that's just a 1 year track. You know, and he's right. You know, it sort of peaked at sort of $50,000, but now we're sort of all the way back down to sort of 29,000. You know, but to be fair, you know, I had a mate, and you know, he bought Bitcoin really early, and you know, he got about a 100 to 1 return on his investment. You know, he put about 3K in and got about 300K out. Bastard. So, you know, so yeah, so I think for me, you know, I still see it as a very risky proposition. It's something that could keep increasing in value, or it could utterly crash to nothing.
Well, I think some of the best example use cases are some of the African countries and India even that have taken to this like fish to water, and it's been able to allow them to trade internationally as well. Whereas before, you know, getting US dollars from their local African currency is so difficult, and then dealing with transferring it to say buy secondhand cars from Japan, which they do in Nigeria. They do all that in Bitcoin now. Whereas before Bitcoin, it was really difficult to acquire the US dollars. And
yeah, I think you've got to be careful about that, because I mean, you know, there are certain things that are traded in dollars. You know, oil is a great example, but most international trade is not done in dollars. So you know, and part of what I used to do for a living was travel around lots of places and sort of do stuff. And you know, I've worked for some fairly large companies, and you know, there was never the demand you have to pay in dollars. In fact, it's seen as kind of a negative. It makes it more difficult to do transactional business. Where you've got commodity, yeah, you're right. A lot of commodities are traded in a standardized currency. You know, whether that's dollars, pounds, yen, whatever. But that tends to be from the source. So, you know, if I'm buying steel from the US, I'm going to buy that in dollars because they're going to force me to do that, because that's the local currency of where it's trading from. But if you're buying steel from the UK, you're going to pay for that in pounds. You know, if you're buying steel from India, you're going to pay that in rupees. And there'll be a part of that transactional cost is then the differentiation between, you know, your local currency and the currency you're actually procuring in, and the cost of doing that exchange. So yeah, I'd kind of say, you know, I mean, I would be surprised if Nigeria is paying in dollars if they pay in yen. It would make sense for a company to pay that transactional exchange cost twice. Because it's going to deflate my profit margin. I killed the conversation, didn't I? Damn it.
I sort of like the way that it it almost makes banks obsolete. The crypto system, and banking is such a vampire on society. It's that's why I like it. That's one of the things that I really like about it.
I think they're gonna
It
have
gives people power over, their own, money again.
Well, I
they're
think
gonna have Bitcoin.
I think when you've got something that's tied, so you have again, I'm not a Bitcoin expert, so people please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on anything. But as I understand it, don't you have the issue of your digital wallet is tied to a physical device?
No, you can have a paper wallet. You just need the key, which can be a series of words, a series of 12 words, I think, or a long string of characters.
I thought you needed the physical device and the verbal key or the numerical key. I thought you needed both. So if your wallet's tied to the hard drive, say on your PC, you need that hard drive and you need the coding, because that's how my mate got his money. He accidentally found his hard drive. He was doing a bit of a clear out. He thought, "Oh, what's on this?" He thought, "Oh, I've forgot my digital wallet," and then he managed to. Yeah. So that
there are other ways to secure it. Yeah, it's been a little while since I really looked into all the different ways, but
so I mean, that's the way I know, and I'm not saying Bitcoin is not something I'm particularly interested in, so it's not something I know a huge amount. I just know it from the point of view of the sort of the processing side.
You can actually memorize. It's possible to actually memorize it in your own head, with the words.
You just need that 12-word sequence, right?
Yeah, but in addition, so that's even possible. But there's also like paper wallets where it's literally on a sheet of paper. Like there's the level where it's only on your head, and then there's paper wallets, and then there's like physical. Hardware wallets, and then there's all kinds of other digital ones as well, ones that are on devices and things.
I think sometimes it's like, for me, it's a little bit that I have. I'm happy to trust it in the hands of the exchange that I use. Because that's sort of protected by Australian law. So I'm not uncomfortable with leaving it in their hands for the time being.
What if it gets hacked?
Well,
there's nothing to hack. That's the problem.
Exactly.
Exchange with all your keys will be hacked if they hack the exchange.
That I agree. But again,
exchange holds all the keys. So if they hack the exchange, they get the keys. So I understand that the blockchain itself isn't hackable, but the exchange is a system, right, comprised partially of machine and human beings, and therefore there's probably a way to fuck with it. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, when you hold any crypto on an exchange, essentially they have the secret key. You don't. So you don't really even have it. You have it only as much as that they let you have an account and say that you have it, but you don't actually have the secret key. They do. So yeah, technically it could be. Anything could happen to it. However, these days, depending on which exchange you're using, they're pretty solid. I mean, there was that big MP Gox hack that happened years ago. But I mean, in terms of modern day, there's probably little ones. But if you go with one of the big exchanges, the possibility of getting hacked losing it is actually pretty low, considering.
I'll give you my favorite security quote, considering this is what I do for a living. There are two types of companies in this world: the ones that know they've been hacked, and the ones that don't. Richard Mitchell, and it's a good way of thinking. And I think you're right. I mean, anytime you've got a centralized point, but I mean, aren't the exchanges just becoming the new banks then?
Basically, exactly. That's basically what
This is the new bank.
They do. But if you want that next level of security, you can take possession of those keys, so to speak. But the only danger or risk with that is that if you lose it, then you lose access. Whereas I can just go to my exchange and provide my ID and show who I am, and then that's all I need to be given access back to my account.
And don't you find it weird though? I mean, that less than 3 months ago, Bitcoin was about 50k in British pounds, so about
42
60,000
now.
US, and now it's about 30k. So it's lost about 30% of its value.
Yeah, there's been a bit of a dip, but every time this has happened, it's always come back shortly after and recovered to reach new all-time highs. So
well, again, if you
for
look at
sure, yeah, I think the next run is up to the 85 range is what we're looking at. 85 American or US dollar, whatever the conversion is.
I think as more runs happen, the other chains are going to get more and more of the market share for Bitcoin. To be honest with you.
That's the 5-year track, and I would say that is what I would call a fairly risky track. And I think you're right. I mean, to me, the problem I have with Bitcoin is it's purely about its popularity. And as more, and what I see is as more sort of these methodologies, more of these currencies, if you want to put it that way, come in, is that going to just dilute it? So, but yeah, I mean, fair play. I mean, I think it's a lot of people have made a lot of money doing this, and I think it's changed the lives of a lot of people, which is kind of a good thing. It's made certain things affordable for them. So, fair play. There's a lot of people that don't have mortgages anymore because they bought Bitcoins.
Has it made a lot of people a lot of money, or is like that's what I would love to know. I don't know if there's any way to find that out with Bitcoin, but like, has it done that, or has it made a lot of money for a small group of people and a like somewhat less small group of lucky people, but actually for the vast number, like, because I mean that the story with the stock market is it always goes up, but if you crunch the numbers, the vast number of retail buyers lose money. So like 70% lose money.
And I would say that's reasonably the same with Bitcoin. People who are early adopters, take the biggest risks, tend to get the best rewards. Those that come late in the game have higher risk for less reward.
Mm.
That would certainly be the way I would look at it. But yeah, no, it's still an interesting phenomenon of the 21st century.
Right, time for me to make a cocktail.
Time for me to go and do some work because it's 8:30. So I got called back in for history. I'm going to go off now.
I mean, like this current dip in the market is like I've always said, is these dips are just great opportunities for people to come in.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Like I guarantee you, if you put whatever amount of money into, say, Bitcoin today, that at some point in time in the next 6 to 12 months, there is an extremely high chance that you will double your money at some point during the next 6 to 12 months.
Absolutely. Well, it's at like around 40, 42 right now. What is it? 40, yeah, 42 for
42 right now, yeah.
So if it gets to 85, boom, that's
what? I'm going to go buy some Bitcoin right now.
Yeah. Yeah, right now is a great opportunity because this is as low as this is as low as you'll see it.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna start a VPN, so I might cut out.
Just use a good, reliable exchange, man. They're pretty trustworthy.
I do. It's just I can't access it from America. I use Binance.
They have Binance US. Do you know about that? They have a Binance version for US customers. It's kind of limited. It doesn't have nearly as many markets.
You guys have Coinbase, don't you?
Yep, there's also Coinbase.
Yeah.
But the regular Binance, they kicked off US customers from their main one. So they like,
oh, really?
Yeah, that was a while ago, like 2 or 3 years ago, maybe 2 years ago. Well, maybe a year and a half, I'd have to think. But yeah, they booted everyone out, all US customers. And then but they made a second one called Binance.us, which is like for United States people.
Is that just for legal reasons navigating the US laws?
Oh, I think there's a lot of reasons, namely that they don't want Americans trading crypto and doing stuff with crypto. So they know Binance is huge, and Binance has so many coins on it. So that would just be like a free for all, as it were, or like too much access. I think so. I mean that's my personal feeling on. I don't know for sure why they did that, but it seems like there's some regulatory things because even Coinbase, like, they've been regulated quite a bit. I mean, although Coinbase does have a lot of coins now, they've added a lot, but
yeah, my local exchange I use, which is an Australian-based one, it has shitloads of coins. Has all the, almost all of the, top 100 or so. NFTs seems to be the next big thing. I wanted to look into that a little bit more. Sounds very promising. That's this whole blockchain technology. Like, it's so cool to see all these people working on different projects, trying to look at all the different potential ways of using it. Like blockchain voting awesome game changer. There's just so many ways.
Yeah, that one I really agree with. I think the idea of using blockchain for other things, specifically voting, is a fantastic idea because then you don't need to do one vote every 4 years to vote for some fucking person. You can vote per issue or per idea. So you
per
can say,
policy, exactly.
I can vote yay or nay for marijuana legalization and access to healthcare and And I just don't think they'd do it because I think it would immediately destroy the two-party system, which benefits both parties.
You know what would be cool is if it was just a completely open voting system and anyone could vote for anyone. That would be cool.
Kind of what I mean, like an issues-based voting system where you vote in, like you still vote in an individual, but you don't go down a party line. So you can pick this person for education and a totally different person for defense, and you can vote per issue. So when they say, should we buy this nuclear submarine or should we spend that on teachers? Some people can say, I want nuclear submarines. Other people can say, I want teachers. And
or should we participate in this military activity or not?
Exactly. Yeah, you'd have this sort of opportunity for people to actually engage with democracy and become interested on issues, whereas otherwise,
like a direct democracy, isn't it?
Yeah. Otherwise, you can have parties like waving their hand over here, going, "Oh, doesn't it matter about trans people in bathrooms?" While meanwhile, just continually both parties fucking over workers' rights and stuff that's actually important. When net neutrality popped up as an issue, and that affects the American policy effects worldwide, and both parties were against net neutrality when the entire internet and every individual on it was for net neutrality. That tells you something. It tells you your system's broken.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's just perfect. And with that blockchain system, if there's any concern of any funny business, there's something you can go back to and examine.
Yeah, you can say, where did my vote go? I can check against my wallet and make sure my vote stayed stacked up on the correct side.
Yeah, that's right.
Validate the voting process. Any individual can go, I need to just check the blockchain things.
Yeah.
I mean, it would create the issue of if you wanted to make your, like, if you let slip what your sort of quote unquote vote wallet key was, that then anybody would know what you voted for. But I mean, I think that would be a small risk to pay for an actually, yeah, like you said, a direct democracy. I don't vote for ScoMo and hope that he's not a fuckwit for the next 4 years. I can vote for ScoMo and tell him what to do for the next 4 years.
Yeah, yeah. And that's what the government should be. They should just purely be administrators, just purely there to oversee the deployment of the will of the people.
Mm. Well, yes and no. I mean, I think that I do think as leaders they should make decisions that we might not be happy with, but we just need to be confident that those decisions are made in our best interest. Because, like, you know, party after party,
That should be demonstrated to us.
Exactly.
They should always be able to demonstrate to us why a sacrifice on, say, my behalf, say, give up my property so a road can go through here because it's the best route for the road for everyone in the long term. And so I'm willing to make that sacrifice as long as I'm, reimbursed, so that I can find another suitable home somewhere else.
Yeah, and that you're confident that decision was made because it's the best road, not because some fucking, lobbyist paid
not because some richer guy didn't want it to go through his house.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You won't necessarily get what you want. You're not going to necessarily be able to tell them what to do, but you force that kind of transparency in every decision. I think I think it probably will eventually happen, but I think the people incumbent will fight it tooth and nail every step of the way. But then again, the same would have been said about democracy when it first came about. Roman republics and Greek dictatorships are voluntarily switched to more democratic, more egalitarian systems.
Yeah.
Just might be difficult.
I'm still amazed though how much the British royal family is adored. It's so weird.
It is a bit strange.
They do nothing, and they just what are they even a symbol of? I mean, just anyway.
Meanwhile,
maybe what sort of potential manufacturing?
Of the Earth still not been proven yet, guys. Still waiting for some evidence.
Cool story, Jin. What were you saying, Ram?
All along.
I would say I agree with you, Jen. 100% no curve. I'm gonna go with 100 on that. Although, well, I would preface it with this: there's no curve of what would be needed for 8 inches per mile squared on a 3959 radius spherical.
Exactly what I was going to ask you. No curve at all, not the given curve.
Not the given.
There is no given curve. It's not even given. It's not there to be given. Thin air, words on a piece of paper, words in the air. That's all it is.
What were you saying, Rams?
It was about a different subject, but I was just thinking about modern manufacturing and how so much of it has left our shores, and I was just thinking about what of that can we potentially bring back and start creating, really top quality products.
I mean, made from hemp, preferably.
I also think that's kind of funny in that, like, the GDP of Australia, and the GDP measures how well your country's doing. would, like, I recently just had a logo made for me and my girlfriend's motorbike channel done by some chap in Pakistan. Like, so I paid him $200. That money left Australia and went to Pakistan, but for some reason Australia would count that as an Australian transaction and it would boost Australia's GDP by $200. To me, I wonder how, like, I don't quite get how all those systems work, but I don't understand how that used to make
Clearly,
sense.
they're not working to your benefit, are they? That's what it is. They're not working to the average citizen's benefit. So
It's
to
not
talk
about the
about the
citizen.
economy,
That's
hang
not
on,
what I'm talking
but to talk about the economy in ways that I've heard you lot speak, like it's something worth fucking saving. Bloody well, I'm fathomed and flabbergasted. You know, 'cause
It's
it's
not
not worth
even what I'm
saving.
talking about.
This
Thank you
this
for the
system
interjection.
needs to go under. This system must go down.
Cool
I'm
story.
sorry. With all, it's the reality.
You've missed the point, Jin.
No, I
As
haven't
per.
missed the point. I know what I
As
got.
per.
What he was
Didn't-
talking
didn't
about. I
quite
got what he
get
was
it.
talking about. I just rounded it all up in a ball. I just rounded it all up in a ball and did a basketball shot into the in the rubbish bin. That's what I done. Sorry, but carry on anyway.
That I don't understand how, like, it makes sense as an old school way of calculating profit, but modern times we haven't switched the system when in the last 20 years a lot of our stuff is done online, or indeed even the physical goods I buy, a lot of them get shipped from China and places. But that's
Yeah, like the GDP of California is the 7th largest in the world.
Wow. But that's the thing,
Yeah,
like, if you buy
California alone.
both sides of that transaction count towards California's GDP, where, like, nothing actually happened. Nothing of worth actually happened, but it got counted twice as a transaction because somebody bought it and somebody else sold it. So how that is going to work, and whether you're not just going to find that, like, it's going to be like a situation of Emperor's got no clothes on, Emperor's new clothes. You know what I'm trying to say? Yeah, I'm confused.
That's why China's going to take the world in the next few years.
Yeah,
they're just ready. They're just ready to go whenever the US continues to stumble.
You're not buying into that. No, you're not buying into that one, are you? The China versus America and the world, yeah? Or you're
Well,
buying
I'm
into
buying into the fact that America is stumbling completely on a Ponzi scheme of a
is that not part of the
finance
plan?
system,
Isn't that not part
and
of
the
the plan?
Chinese have been responsible and
It's
have
not
been
the Chinese
prepared.
that are responsible.
They're prepared.
It's the whole elite that they work together, that has got everyone on the same page, trying to inject everyone. That same group, Bilderberg group, if you will. That's the plan. Okay, you don't realize you're talking like this system is like working for us, and you know it's a shit system. You know that it's fucked us up. We are fucked. We're in an ocean without a fucking paddle. Okay, all right. No one's coming to rescue us. We've got to do it ourselves. When you realize that, you won't waste so much energy in all this, economy and crypto, this, that, and shit. We're fucked at the moment.
I mean, I agree.
Okay, when you see that, you'll think more of a revolutionary mindset is what's necessary at this time of junction of our lives.
Tell us about your revolutionary behavior, Jin. Tell us what you're going to do as a brave revolutionary.
If I had the opportunity, I'd be leading it straight down the government's diet building and totally ejecting everyone out of there as quickly as possible.
Every day.
Sorry?
But Jim, they've made it that revolution like that is impossible. I mean, we're not even allowed to discuss with the biggest event going on in the world right now on YouTube. I mean,
well, you've got to organise yourselves into groups where you can speak publicly.
Yeah, do it like Jin does.
Speak it publicly.
Do what Jin does.
Well, I mean, the opinion of the people is clearly at odds with those in power. And those in power just don't seem to care. And that's it.
You're missing the big picture. For your intellect, I'm surprised you're not getting it. That's all I'm saying. You've got to look outside of the box, get out of it, and look at what's going on. It's a plan. It's a Shakespearean play, a very bad one at that. You don't get it. You're bought into everything. You're stuck in there. I am outside looking in. That's what I am. So I'm glad for that. I'm glad I've got that kind of intellect.
So how does it end? How does it collapse?
If humanity doesn't pull up its socks, stand up and get some balls, right? When we're doomed to be slaved forever.
So we're doomed. All right. So we're definitely doomed.
We're doomed at this very moment. Look what's happened now. Look what's happening now. Wow. Look at all the people who have died, right, for said freedoms, and people are still dying for said freedoms. Waste. We have wasted lives. Lives have been wasted. And we, the people, have allowed that to happen.
What would you say is the most
revolution
impactful step you've taken, Jen?
Me, one step is this: I do not vote. Second step, for all my life so far, trying to explain to people there is no point in voting for a system that is hastening our demise. That's what I've been doing. So I'm going to keep on doing that until the numbers grow, and when we can form a force, and then we can take it on. I'm waiting.
Yeah, but that group would have to take it on by entering into the system and beating everyone at the game, and then
that's not the way to do it. That's not the way
changes,
to do it.
and then implement the changes that the revolution wants.
You can't even do it legally because they keep moving the goalposts.
Why are you listening?
You got to clean out.
Jen? By his own admission, he's done nothing. All he's done is not vote. That's an absence of an action.
That's an excellent move because I haven't voted. I haven't voted for this result.
Throw your body on the pile.
I haven't voted for this result.
Whereas
I'm the one.
You think you're doing something empowering by not voting, but what you're doing is actually falling into the trap that they want you to, which is to believe that you don't, which is to believe that you can't have an impact. You just want to talk. You just want to talk and talk over me.
No, it's not. I'm telling you my opinion, right? And it's this: that the more people that actually stood up and said,
it's just a one-way street, Jim. You don't listen to my opinion.
Your country is a prison right now. Your country is the worst country on earth as we speak.
Stay on one thing at a time, Jen. Can you stop talking, please, for a moment? Stop talking. Stop talking.
Allow me to speak.
Oh my God, this is just insane.
If you can't hear it, get out. Thank you very much. But like I said, your country is a prison.
You're being completely rude, Jen. You're being incredibly rude.
It proves that I'm aware of what's going on. It's not working for my demise. Why would I vote for my demise? That's a stupid thing to do.
Can I tell you? Can I explain? Can I explain? Can I explain?
Go ahead.
Can I explain why you should vote?
Try your best.
Because when you vote, you can vote for somebody that does represent your values to go forward and represent your values against the others. And if everybody who felt the way that you do did that is voted for somebody that represented their values, then the representatives in power would be those people that represent your values, and then they can make the changes that represent your values.
Have you finished? That's what people have been doing all this time, and look at the mess they're in. I never saw anyone.
No, people haven't been doing that. People haven't been doing that. That's my argument.
Can I now speak now? Can I? Thank you. I'll let you speak. Now my turn.
Yeah, but people haven't been doing that, Jen. They do like you, and they don't vote, or they vote for one of the others.
Because I'm going to speak. I'm going to carry on. You don't like it now. It's my
I
turn.
just wanted to make one additional comment.
Like I have said, right? People have been voting all this time, and look at the mess we're in. And I'm glad that I never voted because
No, they're just like you. They don't vote.
I haven't finished. I still have not finished. Allow me
the biggest voting bloc in the United States is the non-voter.
I finish what I've got to say, and it's this. I'll say it again. I am so glad that I didn't vote because I didn't vote for this mess. I didn't see anyone worth voting for that represented my views. Okay, thank you. Look at the mess we're in now. Everyone's voting for the person they wanted them to vote for, and look at the shit you're in. You voted. Did it work for you? No. Your country's a fucking prison now. Shithole. Cesspit dustbin. Japan, on the other hand, is a holiday camp in comparison.
Yeah, so that means the powerful people have won because they've gotten you to become so apathetic that you cannot have any
Do I
influence.
sound apathetic?
And so
Am I not the
people
one
that
calling for
represent your
revolution?
values
How
don't
does
even
revolution
try.
sound apathetic? How does me saying revolution sound apathetic, sir?
Because people like you that support your values have given up and don't even participate.
Tell us about the most revolutionary thing you've done.
I am comparing your COVID-19 nonsense that's going on in your country to Japan. All your lockdowns, all your camps and shit. We haven't got that here.
So what's the most revolutionary thing you've done in support of this
anywhere we
goal?
like. Thank you very much. I'm telling you, your country is a fucking prison. So
Because revolutionary acts include
Shut
printing
up and
leaflets,
take it sideways. the truth.
marching in the
Eat it
street,
up.
giving speeches,
Eat up the
printing
truth,
books,
folks. Stop
including
backing
violent
up a
action.
system
Which of those
that
have you done?
devalues humanity. The system we're living in has cost the lives of the innocent, and the lives of the innocent are still dying today. Even the children are still
And you've
dying
done
on this
nothing about
planet.
it, but you're shouting at
In
other people
wars.
demanding they lay down their
about
lives.
it, son.
It's just
I know a lot about it.
stupidity and cowardice put together.
You are the coward because you vote. You can't stand up. Your country are full
Can't
of
stand up
cowards.
and not
Look at
something.
your country, full of cowards.
Yeah,
Mindless wankers.
not doing anything isn't a statement.
Criminals who are now becomes you
Jen,
are
have we
elected
got
criminals
more like
that
me
were
and do
originally there in
less?
the first place.
Jen,
At
have
least
we
they
gotten
had
to
the
the point
backbone.
where you're just
the
attacking?
original, the original settlers, your ancestors. You're ashamed to your ancestors.
All right, Jen, have we
Well,
gotten to the point of the night where you're now just attacking entire countries?
I'm just letting them know. I'm
Maybe
just
not entire
comparing their country as a prison because before Australia was posted as a place where you could enjoy a holiday, go to Australia and enjoy the coral reefs and everything else, and it was nice. But now look at it.
Yeah.
It's a
Coral
shit
reefs are all
hole.
gone now.
It's still a beautiful country.
It has dived to the bottom of the list as a place to go. Yes, thank you.
No, it hasn't.
It has. I'm being realistic, mate. I live in the real world. That's
It's
why
one
I
of the
don't
most popular places in the world for people to visit.
Not now it ain't. Not next. One of the most populous prison colony on the earth, flat Earth. That's correct.
Jen,
All
do you know what black pill?
All that's missing is the black and white striped uniforms. Bung that on and you're well away. And then just get yourself a plastic ball and chain, and then you got it. Got it made. Go to Australia, be in prison, enjoy the camp. Thank you.
Is your prison better or something than my
Our prison is
prison?
much better than yours. Healthy food, clean water, allowed to go where you like. At least I know I'm in a prison.
Yeah, I have all those things as well.
No, you do not, mate. You get
Yeah,
knocked
but
out.
what do you have that I don't?
You can't go more than a few kilometers from your house. Otherwise,
Yes,
you're
I
gonna be
can.
whacked on there with a truncheon.
Yeah, I can go anywhere I want.
Yeah, you can.
I can go anywhere I
Any
want.
state. You can't go to
Yeah,
any state
yeah,
unless you
yeah, I
prove your
can.
vaccination status. You got to prove your vaccination status. Don't bullshit me here.
Jen, what is
Sit
this
down.
discussion right
Your
now?
country is a prison.
All right.
Prison, Australia prison camp.
All right. Well, if you're just gonna randomly throw mud at random things, it's not really. Can we get back to an actual?
I'm only joking with them. I'm only joking with them. You know me. You got to chuck the mud in there and wake them up a little bit. Now they're woken up a bit. You see.
Oh, dude!
Now
I mean,
they're
it's
energized.
actually, yeah, it's tragic. I mean, different areas have different things that they're doing, and they're imploring different kinds of things. But we all live where we live, and
That's true, but rationally speaking, I'm saying it's the system that you're worried about, the economy that's brought this round. Look at where we are. We're talking about an economy and the money, but look at what's going on. It is the contradiction to the Creator's original way of life that we were supposed to be living. We weren't.
Can you be a
supposed to
bit more
priced in.
specific?
We
You're
weren't-
just
okay, but
being
let me just
ultra
get this
general.
my last thought. Let me get this last thought out. We were not supposed to be pricing ourselves and injecting ourselves out of existence. Okay, please carry on though, please. Exactly.
I think there's a filter missing between your thoughts and your mouth.
It's all joined into one, mate. Economical. There you go. I'm a refined hybrid gin. Power, resilience, dexterity, unstoppable, indestructible, unbreakable, reliable.
You said about voting that there's no one that represents your values for you to choose.
No one in the government
right?
of this earth represents my value. No one.
No, but when you go to an election, there's lots of candidates. I mean, are you saying that there's never any candidate there that you
I don't want to
support?
vote for a democracy that is actually a dictatorship masquerading. I don't want to do that. That's the last thing I'm going to be doing.
Man, this is
You will
just
not-
impossible.
You will never see me in that.
Yeah, I'll see you guys later once Jin gets going. Like this is just pointless. So I'll see you later.
Make it all my fault.
All right, mate.
Make it all my fault. Typical coward move, that is. Typical racist coward move, that is. Blame it on Jin. Jin's toxic. Don't be silly. I'm
It's
realistic.
just out of frustration, Jin.
I am realistic, and I'm fed up with people like you who are defending a system that is breaking your back. My word, don't you get it?
When did I defend the system?
Yes, carry on, please.
Jen, it seems like you're trying to just start a bar fight when there doesn't really need to be a bar fight.
No, I'm not starting a bar fight. What I'm trying to get them to do
I
is
mean,
to realize.
You can share what you want to share without screaming and yelling and getting aggressive at people.
Well, I mean, I do have to get aggressive when they start saying I'm toxic. I'll come back when Jin's gone. Well, if you can't take the heat in the kitchen when Jin is in there cooking up the truth, get out, put down the napkin, and go to the toilet and clean up. Thank you very much.
But do you have any compassion for people?
I have. Why do you think I'm speaking the way I'm speaking? Because I have compassion for humanity. Unfortunately, they've gone and voted, and now we're all going under. Jin didn't vote because he knew it was wrong to do that. That's what I'm saying. Blimey, that's what I'm saying. All the voting.
You understand the point I'm trying to make to you.
You're interrupting again. That's what happened.
Oh my
Because allow me
God!
to
Okay,
articulate,
all right,
and then
all
you
right.
can talk, please. Thank
Go
you.
on.
I was just going to say this. Because you people have gone and voted and thinking you put your trust in the economy, now look at the result. Please carry on. Carry on, please.
My point is about the people that are chosen by the vote, and that is the people's choice. In America, for instance, the largest voting bloc of people are people that don't vote at all.
Let me tell you
People
something.
complain about their representatives and their actions and the system and all of this, but yet nobody's stepping forward to get in there and fix it and be someone that offers people the opportunity to vote for somebody that does have the values that you have, and then they can make changes then when they get into power.
It's not there. It's not there. The framework that's in America today at the moment is not of the Constitution that was brought in 1776. That's not what's going on at the moment. It's a corrupt system. They've abandoned the Constitution in America, and it's not a just election. It's actually rigged. And I'm about to
This is the world. This is the world, Jen.
Hang on a second. I am about to post for you a documentary 55 minutes long. It's called Vote Scam, The Stealing of America, where two characters, Keith Collier and James Collier, they dedicated 25 years of their life to prove that the elections are rigged. Okay? So there is no just voting in the US. It's been rigged since they took out Kennedy. Okay? Your country, it's rigged. Britain, it's rigged. It's rigged all over the world. You cannot trust the democratic system that is supposedly in place right now, because look at where we are today. They want to inject everybody.
Can someone that represents my values and your values even run in these elections?
He's not there. He or she is
Okay. I decide to step in there and do it because I don't see anyone else doing it. So it's obviously an important need. So I step in there. Why can't I go forward then and share my values and represent other people that feel that they have the same values that I have and that I will represent them, and then I get enough votes from people that I get into position of power then where I can start actually making decisions that are in line with the values of the people that voted for me.
Well,
I mean, that's how you make changes. That's how things change.
Not really, no, because when let's take the US, when things were changing, they took him out, a bullet to the head, to the back and to the throat through his.
See, they're able to do that. It's a dirty war, all right.
That's what happened in the US.
What happened is the US voters are asleep at the wheel.
Dealey Plaza, 1963. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. I rest my case.
The voters, I'm saying the voters are asleep at the wheel.
Haven't got a
They're
clue.
the ones with the true power. They always have.
You haven't got a clue. I'm glad I didn't vote for the shitty system that I knew it was. I didn't see any value for me to be voting. I could see it was corrupt. They never kept their promises. Every time they had the elections, people always complaining around me. I said, why did you vote? That was what I said. Why did you fucking vote? Because if you're like me now, I didn't vote.
Yeah.
So I have a right to complain.
I actually feel exactly the same way as you. That's why I have almost never voted. I think I voted one time. But the reason was because there was no one on the ticket that represented my values. And the point is, as I'm getting older, I'm realizing that, well, it's important that people that have the values step forward and participate. We have to participate, and then you and me have to support the ones of us willing to step into that den
I don't want to support
and try and compete against these evil, powerful interests.
I do not want to support
they desperately need people like you and me to vote for them so that they can go forward and fight
we're on
the
the same
battle.
level there, mate. I don't think me and you are of the same cloth there. But wait a second. I'm not going to support a system that finances lies in the way of going to space, money wasted on weapons of mass destruction for wars that needn't happen, education that's teaching them that it's a heliocentric model of a spinning ball in the vacuum of space that's not been proven when the Earth is indeed stationary and plane, and so on and so forth. I'm not going to be supporting that system. That system must go. The whole thing must go.
Well, what does that mean, must go? What does must go mean?
The whole infrastructure has to go. Goodbye.
The buildings? What, the actual buildings?
No, I don't mean the buildings, do I? I mean
what do you mean?
Of the legal system to a certain point needs to be fine-tuned. The elected officials.
Oh, you said destroyed, and now it's fine-tuned?
When I say destroy, I mean destroy that system. That means that thing has to die. It has to be abolished. That's what I mean by that. Okay.
They can all go shit in the head.
It has to be transformed, and it can only be done from within.
You know what I mean. I don't mean killing anybody.
It can only be transformed from within.
No, it
Come
cannot.
on, that's my point here. You've got to agree if you're a sensible person. I mean,
no, in the Constitution of America, it says the final decision rests with the people, and the people have a duty to redress when government has gone wayward. So it's not from within, I'm afraid. It's from the outside. The people must decide. You got it all wrong. You haven't got a clue. You'd never be a leader in my group. So, yeah,
but do you not think that politicians are people from the community?
Corrupt people. They have become poisoned and corrupt, or they become weak sheeps because they're scared of losing their lives.
So then voters need to make reasonable decisions about who they choose.
The one I'm talking about, the revolution, the big R. with the big stick. Yes. With the
So the revolution's
tattooed
voting
on your
for somebody
forehead.
else.
With the with the Constitution tattooed on your biceps and your knuckles, so they can see it coming. Realistically, that's what it's
We can
going
all
to
go
be.
shit in a hat, right, Jin?
Yeah, you know that.
We can all go fuck off.
What would you do if I could make you president of the US right now?
If you made me president of the US, the first thing I'm going to say to the people is this: I will receive no salary from any taxes taken until I achieve what you are requesting. These things will be achieved first. So I expect to get my salary at the end of the first year if I am deserving. That's the first thing I'm going to be saying, first of all. Then secondly, you will know you will know the progress of your requests. There will be a channel dedicated to what I am actually doing 24 hours a day. That's how I'm going to be going, transparent. So I'm not got no money. So my interest is to get the job done. That's what it's all about. And we no longer, the military is shut down. That's the first thing. Put your weapons down. Come and help me clean up the country. Thank you very much. We're building houses for the homeless. Fuck. You don't know me. You do not know who I am. I'm not talking about this system. There is no value in this system. It's gonna go. You put me in power, it's gone tomorrow. Like that. Literally.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You'd have to have the power over the system to do that.
Exactly.
You have to do it within the system.
If you put me in that position, I'm going to be rallying the public to help me. And they're going to come in their thousands because they know exactly what I'm saying is true. If you want this to work, you're going to have to help me build it. I'm going to be there with you. My sleeves will be rolled up. I'll be the one with the shovel. Don't you worry. But we're going to do it together, literally. And as soon as you think I'm not doing the job, eject me like that. It's as simple as that, man. And like I said, no salary for me till I've achieved the first year's targets. If I'm a month late, you can forgive me if I'm a month or two over due to external forces that may have been out of my control. But at least you would see the integrity of me, who is representing you. So I'm not exactly your leader as such. I am your supervisor. I'm here to ensure what you request and need gets done. I am the oil in the machine, the oily rag, basically. So I'm not your leader as such. So I'm just going to ensure that what the people want gets done. That's the role of the leader as such.
Yeah. Okay. Now think about how you get from that position. Think backwards to how you get there. And how we try and get someone who represents our values to get there. It means that we have to vote. It means that we have to vote.
Exactly how we do that. I can tell you how. Get rid of what's going on now.
Yeah, we have to vote. We have to vote and participate in the system.
No.
There's no other way.
No, that's not going to work. Sorry. I'm talking revolt. I'm not talking get line up and do your X. No. Sorry, we're using computer counters rather than the paper ballots. No, sorry, that's just not going to work. I'm afraid. That's why I said you've got to watch that documentary. It's called Vote Scam, The Stealing of America. Okay, 58 minutes, I think it is. And it's just telling you how the elections were rigged year after year. Shows you exactly when they were punching the holes with the ballot cards and putting it through the machine once, twice, 3 times. That's how it's totally corrupt. So you can't use this system. No, sorry. It's a revolution, clean out everybody else, then put the leader in, and then begin from scratch. And from scratch for me means going back to 1776 and the values therein.
Then ultimately what you're saying is that truthfully, the enemy is your fellow citizen, because your fellow citizen are the people in charge in those positions of power.
Not my fellow citizens, mate. No, they're not my fellow citizens.
Well, yeah.
Because they are corrupted at this point. So no, They're not my
Yeah,
fellow
but
citizens.
the government is the if the government's the enemy and the government is populated by your fellow citizens,
They're
then
not
it's
my
your
fellow
fellow citizens
citizens.
that are
I
your
don't
enemy.
consider them my fellow citizens. I don't. I consider them corrupt individuals that should be in prison. So they're not my fellow citizens. I'm sorry. That's just not on the menu. I don't factor them in as a fellow of mine. No. Another human being, yes. Fellow, no. Not that close. When they weren't working in the government, perhaps they've got into the government and they can see the corruption's going on and they say nothing, then they're part of the problem. So they're no longer a fellow. No, sorry. I don't look at things like that. Like I said, I have different standards. The standards that I adhere to, it's worth dying for. Things will get done. Because, like I said, I keep it simple. I don't dress it up in any way. I'm already saying that the leader is an oily rag, because that's all he is really. That's how he should see himself. Hard-working, oily rag to make sure that the people are happy and, satisfied. And then you take pride in being an oily rag, rather than the leader that's shiny, and nothing gets done. He's got a nice house, nice car. All the kids are in the education to carry on this horrid system. But he's a leader, but he's a wanker. See? Everything is in reverse, like in that Kennedy movie. You've got a gin through the looking glass, okay? Blue is black and red is orange. Fuck's sake. Yes. See it. The integrity is coming out, you see. That's why I'm glad I never voted ever in my life. I'm glad. But I'm not glad of what's going on, of course not. But I could see it coming. Not to this level, but I could see the corruption. I could see it wasn't worth, you got to fend for yourself. That's why I have no faith in the system. But it's affecting my life. Because people like you go up and vote for your candidate that's supposed to represent. The system is corrupt. It's broken. Okay? I'm sure you can all agree with that. Look at where we are now. Hurry up and get that ugly looking liquid. Right. Any takers? Any takers?
Yeah, Jen. I mean, of course, I agree with you. But what's the most responsible course of action to deal with this problem?
This is more like it. This is more like it. This is what I like to hear. This is what I'm talking about. We need to organize ourselves in groups and educate the people around us. Try to motivate them to pull up their socks and stand up, because they know it's wrong what's going on. That's why it's important to, you've got your smartphone, try and strike up communications with people and introduce them to links that they should watch that would educate them. That's what your smartphone's for.
And it's my point that this is ultimately going to lead you to a point where you put forward a candidate and you get them voted in and they go into power and then they start implementing policies. And then you get more and more and more people that are starting to do that. But that's it. It ends up like doing what I suggested.
No, my way would be we get everyone on the same page, and then you don't vote. Okay, then we'd say get a candidate up that you want to represent everyone. Okay, and then he or she would stand in front of the government and say, you need to step down because I am now taking your place. You're not asking for them to, you're telling them to get down because no one's voting for you. You're not going to win the election.
You need the authority. You need the authority of the people.
Exactly.
To do that.
The people will speak. Exactly that. Yeah. But
currently the entity that you're challenging is the one that the people have currently chosen.
Exactly. And it's not working. So I say to the people who are voting like yourselves, stop the voting. You're voting for the wrong fucking people. Okay? Don't know what you people talk
People
like it's a football
people
game.
that go and vote for one of these two mainstream parties, they are the biggest problem. They are the problem.
Exactly. You've got to work locally.
And the narrative that they're convinced of often, right, is that a vote for someone outside of those two big parties is a wasted vote, an irresponsible vote, right? But that's bullshit. And it's just the stank and the thickness of the propaganda is just absolutely at a it's at a place beyond even Orwell could have even imagined. I mean, it makes 1984 really. It makes it look like a children's book.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, it's
seriously,
it's completely ridiculous.
Well, this is where we are at the moment, and Australia is in the most ridiculous position in all this at the moment. Even the people in the jungle are having a better life. And they've got democracy on top of that to boot. Okay, so I'm a realist, man. I don't mess about. I mean, I have always been on the outside looking in. One, because of my colour, and I was kept out in a way, which has worked to my advantage in the end, now that it seems. Plus, I've deliberately not stepped in. I've picked my moments as to join in and participate in certain things during my life. And that would include the military as well as security and other things, yeah? So I've learned a lot. So I know exactly what I'm talking about. And the one thing that I knew I didn't want to do is vote, because what am I voting for? Our demise and our taxation and our devaluation. That's exactly what I saw voting as. I didn't see it as anything that was going to uplift my life, your life, or anyone's life. Could not see that at all. And the amount of money that was wasted on the military and stuff, I thought, fuck it, what is going on? Why are we having wars now? And it's only in my later years, so it will be after, like from 40 years onwards, when I find, because of 9/11, that's when things, I started to really look into the history thing properly, and then I learned, and I said, aha, now it makes sense. It's all been one big scam, money. They're making money from our deaths. So as if I had gone to war, I would have died for them for nothing. My dad would have got the flag. My mum and dad would have got the flag. He died with his boots on. And then, and there's the money. And that's it. And they've made money from this war. Terrible. I've just seen...
You think about all the soldiers from World War I and World War II, they'd be rolling in their graves today.
Yeah, of course they would be. To know that the earth is flat, they would stand up and walk as skeletons. They just come out of their graves. What? The earth is flat? All this and I'm here? Let's go get them. You know what I mean? Yeah, the dead would walk if they could find out for true. Huh? Telling you.
I mean, to find out to find out their country is in a literally never-ending war, constantly against more than one, up to 7 countries at the same time. Like, if we were to tell them that, they would.
Exactly. They would have said, why did we die? What was the point of us dying then? Exactly.
Yeah.
Put all that together and it just spells devaluation. So we are
like after World War II ended, why did they even maintain a military? What's the there's no threat, there's no danger anymore.
That's right. We're going around in circles. It's all to do with the industrial military complex, which that every country has one, and they're making their money. And once you've made your weapons and you have your soldiers, you have to have a war. Otherwise, it's a waste of money having them. That's why they do this, you see, to keep us in fear that there is a boogeyman out there who's out to get. There's always a terrorist. There's always somebody threatening the freedom that you don't even have. You don't realize you haven't got it because you're a slave in a system, because you're brainwashed that the earth is a ball spinning.
Are that many of my fellow citizens really believe that shit? I mean,
look at the mask wearers. Look at all the mask wearers. Look at all the mask wearers.
Yeah.
Thank you. Come on. Sake, I told you, don't be silly. Look at all
Well,
the mask wearers.
I mean, that sort of goes to my point that that's one of the most disappointing things is actually our fellow citizens.
Exactly. Humanity is brainwashed. That's why we go back to what we said about 10 minutes ago. We work together to wake people up. Use your smartphone. Show them the video. Just listen for 10 minutes. That's all you got to do. And then just quiz them on that 10 minutes. That's what's actually going on. Yes. Can you understand now? Now, hang on a second. Now, whilst you're there in your state of awakening, just watch this one here. Okay, look at that. Now we're looking at the flat earth now. Have you seen curvature in your life? Have you actually seen the ball? It's so easy. It's me, I'm an expert at this. I could be in the bar, the toilet, shopping, anywhere. I'm dropping it like good and smooth. I should be on the fucking YouTube, really. I should get myself together and start showing you how to do it, really. How to actually communicate with people on a rational level to enlighten, that's all. And I always say, my aim is to enlighten you to something that you never thought of, perhaps, or maybe you did, but you thought it was silly. Let's have a look. Please lend me your time, please. You know, I can even beg them. I'm that good at it. Yeah, it's that easy. That's how you do it, and you wake them up. And once you've done that to that person, please spread it to your family at least. At least your family must know. So once your family nucleus knows that, that's the beginning of the revolution, by the way. That's the beginning, because when they have children, they're not going to be buying into this system running down there like fools to the slaughter. Right.
Could I jump in here, guys? Could I jump in here, guys? Because this
Please,
is
jump in. You're welcome.
This has been fast. This is the kind of stuff I like talking about the politics. That was fascinating. But Jim, I have to say, right, who was that? That was Rams, was it? Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
How you doing, mate?
Good, mate. Good. How are you?
I'm fine. Jim, you all right? Yeah.
Oh, I'm all right too, yeah, my man. How are you doing?
Good stuff. Not so bad. I was kind of agreeing with both of you, but I have to agree with Rams. I don't agree with voting myself. But you were saying, I know, but you were just saying about that you would get into power. But how would you get into power? You'd have to get voted in, right?
Rams
people
put me up.
have to
Rams
use.
put me up. Yeah, he said, if you're in power, what would you do? How would I get into power? If I wanted to get into power, it would be the people who would elect me there, of course.
Yeah, but that's a voting system, though, Jim.
That's right. That's right. So obviously,
so you're going to expect
I don't want
people
that
to
system.
do.
I don't want that system. I don't want that system. Okay, I don't want that system. So I'm going to have to advertise myself. Obviously, that's the only way I can do that. If I'm really interested in getting into power, really.
No.
We do want that system. We just want it to be genuine and accountable. And with blockchain technology, for instance, it could be implemented for the very next election.
Yeah, I'm against technology of any kind in a situation where, you know, if it's going to be voting, it's got to be the paper ballot if we're going to use that system. Not technology. No technology can come in.
Yeah, paper ballot works fine if you're more comfortable with that. But yeah,
of course, we don't want anything electronics coming in. It's got to be manual. It's got to be, and the only time technology comes in are cameras to watch the people do their diligence, you know, duty and vote and whatever. That's it, and then that vote's counted immediately. Non-stop, 24 hours. There is no time limit on voting.
And you have volunteers verifying one another as well.
The cameras can do that. The cameras can do that, and the people in the marshals. Yeah, 24 hours non-stop until.
So you can use whatever technology assists you to do that. But the point is, you need to vote people in, so you need people to vote.
Well, this is it. You've got to advertise yourself first of all. So that's what you do. You go around the town and ask people to vote for you if that's what you want. If that's the way forward.
Yeah, but you'd encounter so many people like you who just refuse to vote.
Well, I'm not going to vote for sure.
Like me as well.
Unless you can show me what you're going to be doing and let me see what you're going to do in that. Let's have a look.
Oh, so you could be persuaded to vote if there was somebody there that represented your values. You could be persuaded to vote.
Yeah, I think you just come off the road there. For me, my way is for us to unite as the public, and then we march on and remove the system that's in there out.
Yeah, by voting. By voting.
Not by voting.
Jim, revolutions and protesting doesn't work.
It doesn't work because the people are not doing it right. 1, 2, the police and the military that the government use are in the way. So I'm going to go to these people beforehand. We're going to go to the military and remind them of their duty. We're going to go to the police and remind them of their duty, that we have the right. We will show them the legal paper. It will be tattooed on my head. Read it. We have the right.
Here's a thing with it. Here's a thing going back to what you were saying there, Jim, about the point of the military or wars or stuff like that. That's only to get a group of testosterone-filled 18 to 25 years old to fuck out the country. Because one of the statistics, I always like quoting this one. Not that it could be true, it could be false, but one of the statistics is when the average age of the population gets closer to 25, there's more chance of a revolution, like people up in arms, and that's why they send. That's why they send these people, 18 to 25-year-old people off to war.
I think they started at one point. It was
enough of them out of the country. Enough of them out of the country. You can go and look at that statistic anyway. If you like, please look at Afghanistan.
That way.
Have a look at it.
That's interesting, man. I never thought of that way. But yeah, wow.
No, well, I didn't think of that. I just not. It's not. It's 18 to 25.
Yeah, it was when I was growing up. When I was growing up, it was 18 to 30.
No, but I mean, I'm saying that the closer it gets to the age of 25, the population, right? The closer it gets to that age, that the higher the risk. It's quite a. I wish I could find the paper I read it from, and it was nothing. It wasn't a conspiracy page. It was just one of the things I stumbled across. I thought, that's interesting.
Evaluation, a demographic evaluation.
And that's when I came up. I thought, I suppose that's a good way, because some people do say that wars are a form of population control on both sides. You know, our boys,
that's exactly,
and their boys.
Exactly what I've been saying. That's exactly
what
I've been saying.
Yeah, but I kind of thought that was an interesting kind of correlation. It might be not to do it, but it just seems
because that's what I've been saying. Is that the military are keeping the public in check. The military is being used to imprison the public. That's why I said I'm going to go to them and remind them.
It's not. Well, I don't believe that. This is what I believe is to get the kids, get this average age back up. But now I think it's changed.
Backed up on their side. They want them on their side. They want them on the government side.
Up to 48 or 42. It doesn't have to go all the way down to 25. It's the closer. It just says the closer, the chances are it go up like exponential. It's like near enough guaranteed. And I was, that was it.
No, you're right. What you've said there, I have heard, and you're correct in what you're saying. All I'm trying to say is that the military is being used around the world. It's being used to enslave humanity. That's the overall picture. Okay. And my point in going to the military,
I agree, Jim. It's getting used, totally.
Yeah. So I was trying to say this. My point and my reason for going to the military and the police is to remind them that they have an oath that they signed to the Queen, and you are to protect the Queen's subject.
Do they still sign that, Jim? Do they still actually sign that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I know in America,
they don't sign it. They don't sign it, you see. They don't.
That's right. They don't actually. Yeah, I know. I know where you're going this. Yeah, exactly. They don't sign it. But they're making a contract. They're making a contract.
That's right. So they're
actually it's not
out of oath. Well, now that they're acting out of oath, they're breaking the law. They're breaking the law.
The thing is, it's not a real contract because it's only them that put the signature on it. That's not a contract. Just you. That's just like if you get a letter or whatever and you have to sign it or whatever, all you're doing is agreeing, what do you call it? Agreeing with that statement. It doesn't mean that you're going to stand under it. Because you have to have that witness. A proper contract has to have 3 signatures on it. Then the story. Yeah. That's the law.
Yeah, I sign no documents. I don't sign documents anymore anyway. I'm stopping all that now. So
I do. But I sign it in a special way. Anything I sign it in a special way. So,
So yeah, so,
anyway.
that's the main reason for me going to the police, let's say, and the military, is to remind them that they signed an oath to protect the Queen's subject. So if we are supposed to be the Queen's subject,
and do you think they care? See, when you tell them that, you've got to remember these people are hand-picked for that job specifically because they know that they will get well. So why are you going to even waste your time? It's futile. To
No.
And that argument with one person, if I can save, wait a minute, if I can save one person, right? So you cause this revolution. Name me one revolution in history that's actually benefited the people. So you're that.
The French, for starters.
Look at the state they're in, and listen. But you go and have a look at
now they're in the right state now.
Who ended up? Where's the people? But how did the people benefit from that? The people never benefited one piece of shit.
One, the original one. You know, the original French Revolution. That one worked. And notice that.
What, another king got in power?
Hang on a second. All the years you've been alive so far, the French have had hang on. The French have had a number of revolutions that were successful to the people. Okay, over the years they've been very successful. The French. That's why I love them the most when it comes to revolutions, because they have.
What do you mean they've been successful? Their country's been invaded. The French government. So how are they very successful?
The people, look, at the time when they had their revolution, they got what they wanted. And you know what happens, doesn't it? It slowly creeps back and reverts back to the dictatorship shit again. Okay?
What do you think a farmer, do you think it was Farmer Giles that led the Farmer Giles from fucking, Babelbrook Farm that controlled the French Revolution?
Well, no.
Well, who was in charge of the French Revolution? Someone must have been in charge.
Well, I would say obviously there's one, but it's the whole people moving en masse that were in charge. That's what I liked about it. They all had the same goal. And that was good.
Yeah, and then someone was. Yeah, and then what happened? Who took over? Who actually took over?
Oh, they went back to the government, didn't they? Once the French...
Yeah, exactly. They went back. So it was the same people.
They made a mistake there. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I would not do that. Just allow me to get this point out that I'm trying to get out.
Yeah, sure.
Right, thank you. And it's this. The reason I would be going to the police and the military is to remind them of their oath to protect the subjects. And if the subjects are upset, they need to step back to allow them to exercise their right, which is written in the Magna Carta, clearly. So the public are not breaking the law. Remember, they want change. How do they get change? By following the Magna Carta. It's written there. So the police
but they can't. Otherwise, they have to go against their orders, and then.
No. Hang on a second. The police have to go against their orders because that would mean that they're breaking the law. The police.
Yeah, but the police would have to be united. The police would have to be united in that. Otherwise, if just one of them stood up and said, "Hey, no, this is wrong. I'm going to protect the people," his fellow coppers are just going to arrest him.
Well, no, they're not. That doesn't happen because police officers have stopped beating the British public or the Australian public because they thought it was wrong and they never joined in. Those police officers exist and they're still at work with their integrity intact. So no, you're wrong.
Yeah, and we're still in the same state though. Even those people exist. Look, there's not any better, is it? There's been good people in the police, the army.
I agree. It's not any better because they never followed through. Okay.
Yeah, but the thing is, these people are hand-picked for the job. You understand the mentality?
Yeah, I got that.
Right. How about this? Another. Well, I find it explained a lot to me. Another factoid as well. That that people, no offense to people with low IQs, that people with low IQs are good at other stuff as well, man. But people with low IQs, once given a power and authority, they'll abuse it, and they will do exactly what their bosses will tell them. You look at a policeman, you can stand. Listen.
They're going to obey the rules.
I've stood in front of government officials, nice and calm and something like that, trying to explain something like where I was 100% right, and it was like they were staring right through me. And even though they knew that I was right, they would still not admit, because it's part. Because it was part. Their hands were tied. They get told something that they're like they're like robots. That's why they brought in London. It was a classic. They brought in ticket inspectors. Why do you think a lot of ticket inspectors were like people from other countries you'd have? And this isn't racist. This is just a fact. Is because these people were so glad to get a place that was you could not even have conversations with these people at all.
You're right. Not with the,
So you know, with that kind of structure, the best way to change it, and it'll take a generation or maybe 2 generations, is people start with their kids, because that's what they do. They start with their kids. So we have to, you know, when they say we've handed our kids over to the government, well, in reality we have. You know, we have been a bit lackadaisical as parents. I'm lucky because I was a bit different, because I was like a conspiracy theorist anyway, or like anti-government anyway. So I was kind of, I've told my kids about it, but they still get they still have the what do you call it? I can still see the indoctrination, but I don't battle against it, because it's not their fault, and I'm not looking down on them. I'm talking about like little things, but overall they're very smart. They think for themselves. But regarding crossing the road, you know, there's not a lot of jaywalking in Europe, right? It baffles me to stand there when there is literally no cars, no danger, and people are standing at a red fucking light, a little red guy saying, "Hey, it's not your turn to walk yet," even though it's safe, right? And my kids will do that. My kids will do that, and I'm like, well, I explain to them, but they give me the mainstream answer. And my daughter's 18 and my son's 14, but they've started doing it now. I was out with my daughter last week. I was in Copenhagen. I was fucking standing here because the traffic lights take ages. I just started walking, and she started following me, kind of, and then that was a little thing like that. But 9 times out of 10, people will stand at traffic lights. You know, that's what you've got to get. This is the little things that you've got to get out of people's heads. I know it's simple.
Exactly.
But that's like one of the proofs of programming. What is the logical step of standing? There is no danger.
Like me now here in Japan here, that's just the exact same thing happens where there's no car coming, and yet they will wait until the green man comes up, and then they'll cross. I just cross the road. Once there's nothing coming, I'll do it. I pick my moments though. Now, if they're children coming home from school, I won't do that, because I don't want the kids to copy me, and then they get it wrong, and then suddenly they get run down by a car. So I don't do that. When kids are going to school in the morning or when they're coming back from school, I make a point of not doing that. Okay, because the children
I
are
do
very
that all
impressionable
the time, no matter what.
Yeah, I pick my moments. I don't do that when the kids are around, because I don't want a kid to copy me and then get it wrong and get run over by a truck, a car, whatever. No. So you have to pick your moments there. But generally, when there's no one around, I'm going to walk across the road, of course.
I've got a question for you, Rams.
Yeah.
What do you think then? What about a solution then? Let's talk about a solution to the problem. What's your take on it? You've heard mine. You've heard Jim's. Off you go. Let's hear it. Let's hear your opinion.
Well, a similar sort of thing. You need to be able to organise as just get together with other like-minded people and form some sort of group or collective that can then move forward and spread the values, the ideas that we want to employ, and talk about the things that we want to change, and then ultimately, put forward representatives. But you have to. It has to be like a full-on marketing campaign. You know, you need a media wing and director and consultants, and you've got to get in touch with the breakfast
That's
show
right.
people. You got to get them on your side. You got to get the media to get your name out there. Without them, you're completely screwed. So
just think of this, Rams. Just think of this, Rams. Right, and that we think the same basically, like Jim as well, right, and everybody that kind of questions things. Is we've got to remember there's doctors, there's scientists, there's politicians that think exactly the same as us. So and media marketers and all this, we've got a plethora of skilled individuals out there. They're the people we should be trying to contact, and they could be living fucking next door to you. Your neighbour could be a Queen's Counsel or the local, what do you call it? Local, works for the local council or whatever. But they have to. You would have to. It's kind of hard because you would need some, because they're not going to hand over. They're not going to hand it over, willingly. So they're going to put up a fight, and that's
That's right.
That's the problem.
That's why I said I would go to the police and the military so they know we're coming. We're coming legally. We're not coming as an angry mob. We're coming as a mob legally. We are the citizens. And in the Constitution of Magna Carta, it says that the people have the final say. And if we're dealing with it in that legal sense, the government must step down.
But you've got to get that group together to begin with. Like that's where it starts. Of getting the group together, forming I don't know what you would call it.
It's a body, the legal body, the citizens of the people. The people. It's the
an organization or a institution or something.
The people.
I'm not sure what you would.
The people of Britain, the people of America, the people of the country. Don't dress it up. Keep it simple. Because that's all you are at the end of the day.
You could,
the people of the country.
Citizens for some whatever. I don't know.
Citizens for a better country.
How about for a better earth?
There you go. Yeah. Citizens for a better Britain and a better earth. Flat earth to boot.
Citizens for the people.
Exactly.
Oh, I like that one.
Hmm.
Even though that word, see, the thing is that word citizens has got so many connotations, like sovereign and that. But if you don't buy into that, you should be able to feel free to use those words. It's people's definition.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we should know this being flat earth.
People of the
argued for hours. We've been arguing. We are in the flat earth. You've got to admit that we argue over definitions. Or we get pulled into arguments over definitions, or we choose to play that game as well. But if you feel comfortable saying it, like citizen and stuff like that, that's actually a good one. Citizens for the people.
Yeah.
Actually, I like that. That's got a nice ring to that.
It's very good. It's got a nice.
I like the double. It's a double thing, man. I like that.
Yeah.
Citizens for the people. That's a good name for an organisation, by the way.
Yeah, it envelopes the whole situation.
Well, it's got the two in it, right? It's got the two, citizens and people.
Yeah, the two bodies.
Yeah, well, because governments are citizens. They under their role, they act. Their numbers that makes them a citizen kind of thing. So they're citizens. And we are
civilians, right? You could say civilians for the people.
There you go. Civilians for a better.
No, citizens is better. Sorry, Rams, I'm going to have to overrule.
Yeah, no, you're
the name
right.
is citizens, man. You hit it first time always take. And that was good. That I liked that. Citizens for the people. I'm going to write that one down actually.
Yeah,
citizens for the people.
Yeah, that's a lot of connotations. It's a good catchy name actually because it invokes you get an effect off it if you're if you've studied the subject or you're into politics and stuff like that. Kind of, and you're like
So once you've informed the police,
it's like public servants for the people.
Exactly.
Oh, that's more
But they're not for
impactful.
the
I
people,
still
are
like
they?
citizens though, but yeah, public servants for the people.
Not for the corporations.
Well, that's crazy. I looked into that. I looked into that with corporations, and it's like, fuck. Honestly, it's like there isn't really many companies, different companies. When they say, how we always get slagged off for going on about, oh, there's this group of people and blah blah blah. Well, you should if you actually do investigation. I just started with, for example, say BMW. I would Google BMW is an umbrella company for, and then I get the name of this company, and I'd be like, oh, and it'd be maybe a company that I know, and then I would write that in. That is an umbrella company for blah blah, and it's either that's the company or it's a holdings company. As I say, I talked about this the other day, but it's quite interesting. So you can actually kind of prove that there's only maybe 6 or 7 sources or places that all this money goes to, because that's where money or this is streamed to or whatever, or where these people hide their true identities, because Bill Gates is and stuff like that. But it's dead easy to prove that there is just a group of people where an exhaustion or whatever, I can't remember the name of it, for too much money. For you couldn't even imagine how power. I mean, they've got that much power. They could not have enough power, kind of thing. So.
Yeah, but if we could get that body gathered together, then I think we could have impetus, and we could make Britain a better place, or whatever country you're in. Everyone's got to be on the same page. That's all. It's definitely doable. It's not out of reach. Just people have got to realise. People don't realise they have the power to do that, and they have a duty. They don't even know their rights. Totally unaware. Totally not interested.
Maybe they're depressed, psychologically tired of the.
Oh yeah, that's without a doubt. That's what apathy is. That's what apathy is.
That was what I was going to say. They're apathetic. I think they're more lethargic.
Apathetic. Yeah, they're apathetic.
Or lethargic. Well, they're just a bit lethargic. And you would be as well. They're probably, unbeknownst to themselves, they're probably really tired in their brain. You know what I mean? Because there's when you suppress an energy, like when you're trying to suppress something, it'll eat away at that individual or whatever entity. If you withhold things, it's always good to express things and that. And if you can't, imagine you want to express something, but you haven't got a fucking clue. There's something not right there, and maybe that's what people are suffering from, like a deep psychological. It's definitely having an effect psychologically.
It's depression, like you said. It's depression. Yeah. It's apathy, and the spiraling of no hope. It's hopeless, so they give up. Then they don't look after their health.
Imagine you don't know you're depressed.
John, hang on a second. Hang on a second.
Yep. No
they've got no self-worth. Okay, and then the spiral. They eat junk food, to do drugs, do alcohol, not looking after their health, and then before they know it, they're in that spiral situation where they can't do anything now, and they've given up. And that's what's been going on. Like you said, they picked the 18 to the 25 that used to be 18 to 30 because that's the group that's more likely to have a revolution and powerful one as well. So they want to pick that particular group to join the army, but they can't get everyone. You see, that's
no, of course not.
The distraction going on. Yeah.
But there's a lot of them don't come back, Jim. Right? You know, and that's. I mean, all my father was in the military. My granddad was in the military. All my mates were in the military. I'm all for the military, but they're getting the fucking piss taken out of them, and that's what I'm angry about. Because I've had, you know, I've had friends that went over into Northern Ireland and stuff like that, and then you read, and then you actually look at that situation, and you hear that these guys were, you know, the Paisley and that
Hattersley and Peasley and all that lot. Heath.
Yeah, but what's his name? The IRA. The IRA. They were all talking to each other. They were all actually meeting up in secret. Jerry Adams and all that. If you go and look at the history of that, they were actually.
I remember that.
And now imagine the poor people, people getting blown up, kids. When it was all fake, it was absolutely all fake. And that on a scale, you know, we were at war. We had a local war, and people in Britain seem to forget this, and they don't understand. We've actually got a great fucking. We were at war, and we had a war, and it was happening locally, right? Even though it was just a little part of Ireland, this little bit of part of Ireland that got fucking stolen off them.
Yeah.
I
know
that was like on a micro scale. It wasn't like billions and billions of dollars and away in another country, away in some country where it doesn't matter if there's babies dying in it. No, this was home. This was right next door.
When you joined the military in the 80s, when you joined the military in the 80s, your training was preparing you to go to Northern Ireland. That's what we were being trained for, to go to Northern Ireland.
Okay. Well, my mate, that's what I'm saying. My mate joined when he was 70. I'm 56, Jim.
Yeah,
so my
I'm
mate
60.
would have been. Ah, well, there you go then, because my mate joined in the all his family was there was about seven or eight of them, and every single one of them, even the girls, the girls joined the Air Force.
Yeah.
So you know, I'm well, you know, I've nothing but you know,
admiration.
Cheers, Jim. Yep, admiration for people that do that job.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
remember this, I was glad that I didn't go to the Falklands, because that would have meant that I was propping up a situation that I totally disagree with. I don't think Britain's entitled to the Falkland Islands, not for 1 second. You know.
Well, that was about oil as well. That was about oil. That was about Britain protecting its oil. There's a huge big lake of oil in that area that Britain owned, and that's what that was all about. And they wanted it back. But go and have a look at some of these treaties. If you go and look at these places that say Britain or America or Britain has sovereignty over, you go and have a look at the dodgy contracts that were written and all this kind of stuff. But that was all about oil, right? See, and the thing is, but that was back in the 80s and that. Yeah, but fucking people died, man. You know, there was folk come back from the Falklands traumatized to fuck. Before PTSD was, you know, accepted, that in the First World War, it was called shell shock.
That's right.
You know that about that shell shock? What shell shock?
Yeah, I know about shell shock. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that was PTSD. That's the same thing that's been going on for years. Yet they denied it. Yeah. You know, when you know, because we're not equipped for war. You know, that proves that we're not equipped to see.
We're not supposed to do that. That's right.
Like that.
That's not what we're supposed to do. Correct.
Yeah, exactly. And that's inherent.
When they actually came back from the Falklands War, those injured parties, they didn't get compensation right away. In fact, they had to pay for equipment lost first of all. And then and then they started to pursue compensation, and it took forever. I mean, the famous guy, I can't remember his name now, whose his face was all on fire. He was in a wheelchair.
He was hanged all over. Yeah, what was his name now?
Yeah, I can't remember his bloody name now, but you know, he had a hard time. It took forever before he got his compensation. He was nearly an old man. Do you know what I mean? He aged a lot before he got his money, you know, which was like, you know, bad of the government. I thought, wow, I mean, he went to war for the Queen, and look at how they're treating the soldiers. This is when I started to say, who'd be a soldier now? What a mug you'd be. because look at what the Queen's army is doing to its own soldiers. It's not even protecting them, and the government's not compensating them. So you're dying for nothing. Wow.
I wasn't into the war then. I didn't buy into the Falklands War. Because most people up in Scotland, because we've been an oppressed fucking country forever by the ruling classes, so I should know what it's like to have racism. That it was racism on a fucking national scale.
Yeah,
because,
it was.
well, you think about that. If we were a country yet again about oil, we must have been one of the most poorest fucking oil producing countries in the fucking world, man.
Yeah,
we're a nation about
Britain was the
6
third man.
million. We're 6 fucking
Britain
million.
was like the third man in the group, or the last on the list for oil, right? But then
no, never mind that. It was Scotland's oil. Hey, dude, it was fucking Scotland's oil.
I know. Yeah,
right.
It was
And do you know something? How about this? And here's a thing as well. And do you know what would have happened? This is what I was talking about. This capitalism, this ethical capitalism. I can guarantee you that even though we are said to hate the English, we would still share the revenue with England. We would still send water. Not we actually. That's a wrong. The oil that belonged to Scotland supported the fucking the
British Army and everything.
No, but the social money, like the dole.
Oh, right.
For the English, that money went down there.
Right,
But
the unemployment money, unemployment benefits. I see. Yeah, right.
Yeah. And the thing was, and then we get honestly the difference in the living standards between Scotland and England was even the north, although the North England is was kind of the same. But like that, as you got further down south, they were just stealing. Basically, they were just stealing power. They're just stealing power from us. But that was it.
Oh, no doubt about it. I mean, look, Britain has its own oil, okay, and yet here in Japan, where they don't have any oil, the petrol is cheaper than where you get it even today. It was cheaper 20 years ago. It was cheaper 30, 40 years ago. It's still cheaper today. And Japan has no oil. Japan has to buy oil.
Yeah, it's strange, huh?
Yeah, and yet Britain's got oil. And
well,
Britain's
it's not
got oil.
strange. That's not strange, but it's strange, huh?
Crazy.
That's fucking crazy, by the way. That's it. That's quite amazing.
You know what? When I got to Japan in 1999, that was the first group of shots that I sent to me mates and family at the petrol pump, and I got the petrol pump in my mouth as if I'm drinking it because it was that cheap. Because it was like 45p. 45
Oh,
pence.
fuck, your family must love you, man. Hardcore.
Yeah, I was showing.
I can imagine Christmas dinner with Jim.
So
right, get your fucking axe together, man. Right, eat your fucking look. This is what we need to do, man.
Yeah, because I couldn't believe how cheap the petrol was. And then when I actually looked into the breakdown of the price, why is it so expensive in Britain? At that time, it was like 67% tax.
Yeah.
And I thought, fucking hell. So if the tax wasn't there, it'd be dirt cheap then. If they didn't have that much tax, it would be really cheap petrol in Britain.
Here's a wee scam, right? Here's a great wee scam, and it goes into contracts and law, right? Corporate law. But right, all these companies that supply water, they've taken it away from the public and gave it to private companies.
Yeah, I know. Go on.
And people always moan about electricity bills, blah, 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 and all this, right?
LEB, yeah.
And they shout like fuck on the newspapers, on the telly, they're not paying enough, lower the bills, they're making too much money, tax them more. So they shout you up, okay, we'll tax these corporations more, the water company more, yeah. But that, all they do is put the price up, because by law, they have to make a minimum of 7% profit, no matter what. So the prices will never go down. So I always thought that's fucking ironic. Because I used to think the same as well, shouting for for them, all these corporations pay more money, but it's us that end up paying it because they just put the prices up because they have to by law, and if they don't, they can sue the government, which is us, and the government will go, "Yep, you win," because they have signed a contract, and the contract is very fucking specific. There is no argument under no circumstances written in the contract that they have to make 7% profit by law. Right, that's the whole point about being a corporation. So people are going, yeah, put them up, and they don't realise they're putting their bills up themselves. You know.
Yeah. Anyway, so John, where are you in all this situation with the heliocentric model? You know, the curvature that's missing and all that. I mean, where are you in all this? Where do you stand?
Who, me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh. Well, it's obviously a ball, a spheroid.
Yeah, you're sure of this, are you?
100%, man.
Okay, so I'm glad you
I'm
said
only
it.
kidding you on, by the way. I'm a flat earther.
Yeah, I know. I was just going to say, if that's the case, give me your best proof.
I was going to go, but I'm like, nah, I can't. I don't like doing that. Yeah, I do. Yeah, no.
Yeah,
I was going to. For one moment, I thought to myself, oh, this might be fun, as in regarding see how much I knew about the model there, but I can't be bothered, you know. So.
Right. So can you tell me how you came to find out? How did you come to find out the truth in the end? Let us know. I'm interested. I love these stories. Go ahead.
It was, I think it was Matt Powerland or something like that.
Okay.
I seen this comedy show, and it was about NASA, and it was that one thing he said. He's an old YouTuber from like 8 years ago or something. Like he was like, I think he was one of the first in it. But he just said that was his, that made me go like that. And then I looked into it, and within a second or a minute, 2 minutes, I was laughing like fuck. I said, what these fuckers been up to now? And I just looked at it, and I was pissing myself laughing. I just ran into my mate and said, oi, I said, the earth's flat. He said, what do you mean? I said, look at this. And he goes, oh, the earth's flat. I was like, but he's not like me. He doesn't give a fuck either way, really. But it was just, that was it. That was it. Just that question that the guy asked. You know, if you go up into, if NASA went up into space and they seen it was flat, would they tell you? That was it. I thought, oh, that's interesting. And from then,
you saw a video and they asked the question, could Earth be flat? And that was it. You thought Earth was flat.
Oh, right, okay. I looked at another, I said, that's a good question. Then I looked up flat Earth, and then I'll probably, oh, right, okay.
How long do you reckon you thought about it before you decided, yeah, I think it is flat?
Not long. It just clicked. It was like literally.
Or a week?
No, it was instantaneous. I told you, sorry. 5 minutes later, I ran into my mate's house.
You know,
I ran into my mate's house.
It happened to me. I watched the video and I heard them ask the question, could Earth be flat? Could NASA be lying? And it took me like a day or two to think it through and say, no, it can't.
Yeah.
It couldn't
right.
be.
Yeah. But everybody's different. That's the beauty of being a human being. We all think different.
Then I had a bad fall, and for 6 months, I was so triggered that someone had asked that question that I wanted to debunk all of it. So for 6 months, I tried my hardest to debunk flat Earth, and I couldn't. I mean, I could to myself, but I couldn't to anybody else.
Yeah, but the way I look at it, Don, how about this? The way I look at it there, right? The fact that the conversation always delves into the microscopic tells me there's something wrong with their fucking argument, because all it sounds is a little kid giving excuses all the time. That's it. I try to be honest. You've known me for as long as I can. If I, like the other day about the stars, I'm still 50, but I haven't went into look more into that there. But I'm willing to change my mind, and it just hasn't happened. It hasn't happened for me.
It's just interesting to hear how quickly you became a flat earther after hearing the idea.
I was even quicker than him. I was quicker than him,
Yeah.
mate. It took me like literally less than 5 minutes. Less than 5 minutes.
Wow. What did you watch?
Okay, this is what happened, right? This is what you got to remember, right? Jin had done 10 years of moon landing research, still hadn't clicked that it would have been impossible for them to take a picture if they never went. I was 100% certain they never went, okay? I knew it wasn't Lee Harvey Oswald that did the killing of assassination of Kennedy, and I also knew 9/11 wasn't an inside job. I also knew fluoride wasn't very good. So I'd done a lot of research right up from 2002 to
Knew they were lying
20,
to you
yeah,
about
to
important things.
yeah, to 2015. Okay, I'd done all the research, and then Boxing Day of 2015, I'm sitting there. I've got to the end of the moon landing research, and I thought, but during 2014, I was being suggested flat Earth, and I thought at one point my wife's computer was being hacked because I thought, what idiot is loading up flat Earth videos? I mean, come on, and I'm talking to myself, right? I'm thinking, this is stupid.
That's
Flat
what I
Earth.
thought. My
You know,
YouTube's full of it. What is this?
Yeah, it was just being recommended. So I ignored it for 2014, okay, because I wasn't interested. It's stupid. So I ignored it. And then 2015, it was still being recommended. What is this flat Earth? It's not going away. Come on, get out of my hair, you know? Okay. Boxing Day, nothing to do. Okay, let me click. And this is what I said to myself. I'm talking to myself now. Okay, let me click on flat Earth. Let me see what they got. For a laugh, I said, yeah. Those were my last words. And I wasn't laughing. I was watching Mark Sargent, Flat Earth Clues, right? And I wasn't laughing. I had a chill come over myself. And guess what I felt like? A right donkey, a right dickhead. Because everything he said made sense. And everything that I missed, the military, it all came in. My life just came in whoosh. It's flat.
Wow.
And then I started smacking my head and started smacking myself in the head. That's how
I
it
can
happened.
picture that happening. I honestly can. You know what? I had the same tingles, and I wasn't laughing. I was shocked by the information. But I was in denial. I wasn't accepting it. So I had the opposite to you. But it was an experience. I can agree on that.
That's right.
Powerful.
Yeah. And the reason for that is this. I've been in the military. I've traveled abroad. I've been on planes. Yeah. So all that experience and all those clues that I missed, it just came flooding in one big bush, you know, whoosh, warp drive to a stop. And it's
feel
flat.
excited as well as shocked.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Wow.
I went on, I did 6 hours binging non-stop flat Earth research because of all those videos that I ignored. I started looking back and said, okay, so it was generism, it was the Mount Pilot one that he said,
check yourself.
ODD, Eric Dubé, Rob Skipper.
Maybe Mark Sargent is just produced really well, and you need to watch some other content to make sure.
It was the first one. But you know what? I didn't watch all of Mark Sargent's one because I thought it was a bit heavy going. I felt it was a bit old. I felt it was a bit old-fashioned in the delivery. So after 15, 20 minutes, I thought, okay, hang on. Let me watch another video to see if what he's saying is the same as what this guy's saying. Bang, generism. Well, fuck me. No pictures of Earth from bloody space. Are you sure? Fuck, what an idiot I've been. You know? And there you go. And it's non-stop. I loved it.
When they showed you the pictures from space but told you it's a photo, was that hard to swallow? And told you it was an image or a painting or whatever.
Well, I knew the moon landings were fake, so I just felt stupid. Everything they told me made me feel inadequate, very unnecessary.
Yeah. Why didn't I work this out myself
Yes,
before?
that's exactly how I felt. That is exactly
That's how I felt. That's how I felt with God when I found God, and also when I woke up to all the conspiracies at once. I had the same feeling, like, oh no, you gullible idiot.
Oh, what happened? What happened? Dear Don, I didn't know you believed in God.
Yeah.
How did that come about?
It happened after Flat Earth, honestly. I can blame Flat Earth for being one of the things that gave me God. So I just woke up, I gave up drugs, I changed. Flat Earth blew my mind into what could be true, and I started looking at everything again and asking the questions, what's true? I just decided, yes, it's true. Me not being able to explain where all this comes from is what they mean by God. That's what I decided.
And has it changed? Wait a minute.
Yeah,
Has it changed your life at all, Don?
Yes, totally.
Are you happier now?
Yeah, I'm never depressed. I'm never
Brilliant,
sad.
man.
I'm hardly ever
Yeah.
angry.
Fucking spot on. Yeah. That's what I've got absolutely nothing with it. See, I'm what do you call it? I'm undecided. I've found out, like you can never know. You know, once people accept, you can never really know. You'll stop looking. In my opinion, anyway, you'll stop looking for it. So I'm not really looking for the beginning. You know, the Big Bang, or you know, what's consciousness, what's this. It's a really interesting subject, but.
You're right.
I'm
You're
looking
right.
into
I
it, Ali,
agree.
but for me, it's not science. I just think about it. That's all. I watch people talk about it, then I think about it, and then I come to say I believe this or I understand it as this. But anyway, I was just agreeing with Jin that when you wake up to stuff, you feel ashamed that you've been that gullible to not see it in the past yourself.
Well, I've got to say, I was the totally opposite. I never felt daft or anything like that. I didn't go, oh, get traumatized or anything like that. I didn't feel anything at all. Why should I feel daft?
Okay, what did you feel then after the?
I laughed. That's what I'm saying. Right, exactly what I felt about it. I just went. I think it was. Oh, wait a minute. It might have been. First of all, I was laughing, and then I was kind of pissed off. Actually, I was pissed off that I'd been told I'd been not given the full story. That's what I was pissed off about. And also, like then I was like, well, nobody else has been given it, and then I got angry on behalf of humanity, kind of.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That was where it went to, and I was like, right, fuck it, man. You know, when you remember when I was like shouting and over,
being annoyed and angry and wanting
yeah,
to blame
man, you know. Yeah, but I didn't feel bad about myself. You know, I never hated on myself because I went through depression when I was 25. I went through a right fucking bad time because I was wasting. Usually when people get depressed is when they're wasting something within them, you know, like a talent, or they should be doing something, you know, they're not putting enough effort into life kind of thing, because, you know, you've got to get out there and enjoy it and, you know, interact with people and, want for a better phrase, spread a bit of love or smile or just even
they forgot how to enjoy. They forgot how to enjoy life.
Yeah, exactly. And then I wasn't fulfilling myself. And then I went through that depression. So I sorted all that stuff. I realised, well, I'm hating on myself. Anything you do that's detrimental to yourself is a form of self-abuse. I say that to my friends. I get my arm out and I just go, you're as well slashing your wrists, mate, worrying about them. Because that's what you're doing. And I explain it to themselves. You hate yourself. You know, there's down to one of my other theories, we're actually instilled with a self-hate from. That's another reason to get the controllers or the Satanists, not Satanists, the controllers, or these evil, this evil energy. Yeah.
Do you think you didn't blame yourself because it was such a good light? And there's no way you could have known.
Yeah, well, exactly. Well, that's why I laughed. But the thing is, like Jim, I was into all the conspiracy theories before. So when it was like, but to me, it was, as soon as I seen it, I just laughed. And I remember before I clicked, I said to myself, I bust out laughing. I said, oh, what these fuckers been up to now, man?
Yeah,
I was like, I clicked it. You know what I mean? I was, fuck, classic. And I was like, fair play to you, because I have got respect. They've built a system, and I mean, it's apart from the fact that, you know, a lot of people suffer from it, you can still use that system for the good. You know, there's a balance in, if you want to believe it, like the yin and the yang or something, whatever kind of balancing. You know, it's like he's finding that. You know, there's a balance. There's definitely a balance here.
Yeah.
So for every bad. you could do good. You know, there's a good and a bad.
For every negative, there's always a positive outcome in the end.
Yeah, that's better. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
It's a beautifully, quite well designed system.
Yeah,
even if it hurts people. I think I can agree on that. Yeah.
I have to have respect for them that they're actually getting away with it. To be honest, you know.
Yes.
But they've done well. Yeah, you've said that before, Ali B. You've said that before, where you know you got to give them credit for the way they pulled it off.
Yeah.
Yeah, but for me, I knew God existed from the age of 6, because I remember my first nature project where you go out into the park, collect ladybugs, leaves, grass, twigs, put it in, and you put a piece of paper on the top, right? Elastic band around that, and pop some holes on the top, and then you bring it back to the classroom, and then you try to draw it, and then the teacher talks to you about nature and things like that, right? But the turning point for me was when I pulled a leaf off the tree, feeling that tree, and I knew that this leaf was going to die. I felt guilty that day, and I said, I'm never going to pull another leaf off a tree again. Because I knew I couldn't repair it. I couldn't put it back. Do you know what I mean? I couldn't put it back. So I knew that.
I think like that even now, Jim. I've got the same thing. I can't break a twig or a leaf. I done this. We must have had kind of the same education. We did the same. Go out and we used to trace round the oak leaf for a sycamore. Yeah. So I was 6 years old when we were doing that. I was a new boy at the school because we just moved into East London, right? Isle of Dogs and that. So we had to go out into the back of the school park, and then we collected all the stuff we needed and brought it back to the classroom. That'll be go on. No, I was going to say that'll be one of the reasons. One of the reasons that perhaps that you're a bit more open-minded or you think in a different way is because of the fact that you were, because that's kind of a kind of part of the Carl Steiner kind of style, where it's more to do. It's like the quadrivium or the trivium. The quadrivium, you know, the arts, rhetoric, classical studies, and all that. It gets away. You know, making you think for yourself. They get it in there. But Rumpus went through it, and look what happened to him. The Rumpus, he had that kind of education, and you can tell because his rhetoric.
Yes.
You know, the way that he is debating. That's all been.
It's all been programmed. It's all programmed, and we can see.
Yeah, and you won't have a conversation. You won't actually ever have a conversation with him because a debate. You're never going to. You'll never find the truth in a debate.
I just fight
but you'll never find the.
He thinks no one can talk him down. But
well, wait a minute, Jim. One second. In a debate, right? That's why debates are kind of a waste of time. In a debate, you'll never find the truth. All you're going to do is there'll be an audience there saying his argument was better than that guy's. You won't get to any truth at all.
Well, not with me. Not with me. It isn't, because I'm actually stating facts and provable, and I'm accusing him of not having any facts, any proof, and I'm also appealing to those who are listening. So when I'm debating, I'm actually addressing the crowd and asking the crowd to look at this guy and how crazy he is. He's got no evidence, because if I'm wrong, you can go out there. So I'm engaging the chat room, and I'm destroying the heliocentrists with no proof. I love that situation. I'm well in there with that. That's why I exercise. Please.
Yeah, and there's some people here.
That's
Here's
why
one.
I do my stamina work.
I've got to say this. That there's a few. I'm not going to name them, but there's a couple of characters. I was listening the other night. Only just came to me the other night. There's a couple of characters in here that are literally addicted to this conversation. Two ball earthers, man, and I could point out quite easy, and it's crazy, man. It was like that's what it is, because I was trying to work out. I'm always interested in always been interested in, you know, the nature of human, because I've wanted to find out about myself as we do, you know, try to find myself, shall we say. So it's always interesting to see, have I got,
that's
right, you know, that kind of thing. But this is like an addiction. These guys have got in. The funny thing is, it's ruining their fucking lives, man. It's
They,
ruining
they,
their
they,
lives.
they haven't got a lot. Look, they haven't got a life. They're not living. They don't understand what it's all about. They're not even living because
I don't think they should know
is,
people like that. But Jim, people, there was a philosopher said, right, you know, people like us, people that question the narrative, we're only there to keep the higher ups in check. It's not for us to educate the people that, shall we say, for wanting a better saying again, ignorant or the unenlightened. Not want to make that, so I hate that word because that makes you think, you know, as if you think I think I'm better than someone else. I mean,
yeah, right.
And the uneducated, it's a hard word, but to describe you could say ignorant because ignorant.
Yeah,
I'll
the
say
ignorant, the
ignorant.
uneducated in a polite way. Yeah,
No, not
no
uneducated.
disrespect.
Nothing to do with education, just the ignorant, unaware.
Yeah, the
That's all.
ignorant.
The
Yeah.
unaware. That's
The
probably better.
unaware.
The
The
people
unaware
that
is
are
better.
unaware.
The unaware.
Right, it's not our job. It's not our job to pass it on. I traumatised my best mate with before Flat Earth. It was with conspiracy about the Illuminati when I was going through symbolism and all this. And he sat with me, and I said, "Here, Daniel, I've got a video for you. I'm going to have a live broadcast with him. He's very interesting, dude." And I said, "Oh, watch this." You know, this was me in my conspiracy years. And I played it, and I could see him. He was leaned forward, looking at my computer screen, and never said a word for an hour and a half, 2 hours. Right? It was a big, long documentary. And then he told me about 3 months later. He says for about a week and a half, he said my brain melted down. He thought he thought he was being followed and everything. You know, and he said the impact on him, and I had to apologise. I had to apologise. I'm going to get
Because
jealous.
Flat Earth?
No, nothing to do with Flat Earth. This was
Illuminati.
before. This was giving him into that Satanism and the evil power that's in control. Not Satanism. Sorry, I shouldn't put them together because that's wrong.
No, that's fine. I know what you mean.
The evil power. No, I'm
Evil
doing it for
controlling
myself.
the world. Yeah, that is shocking.
Right, the evil. Right, and he was like a normal person. He's okay now, you know. He's all right now. But he told me, like for about a week and a half, or perhaps 2 weeks, he was whole paranoid. His life just totally changed, man. He was walking about. He said like his fucking brain was exploding because he was seeing it. It was like that. It was like because I felt and you know, as I say, that taught me, and that's about 6 years ago. Nah, not 6. No, it's more than because it was before the Flat Earth. So it's more than that. So it's about 8 years ago. Yeah, about 8 years ago or something like that.
So 2014,
And
2012, somewhere around there.
Yeah, something like that. And that taught me, right, wait a minute, you know, and I have to keep reminding myself of that. So, you know, yeah. When you open up, some people are not ready to receive that. And it can, how many, Don, how many people have you heard that got into Flat Earth and they broke down? You know what I mean?
Mark Sargent broke
right.
Mark
Right.
Half
Well,
the Flat Earthers I've ever met.
yeah,
seem
at
to be
least
pretty
half.
broken.
Yep, at least half of them. You hear these
maybe
stories.
maybe more than half. I would say
Yeah,
3/4. I'm in the quarter that didn't break down. I'm in
Right,
the
and
quarter
that's
that didn't break down.
especially
Allow
if you
me to
believe
speak
it.
now, gentlemen. I'm listening to you. I just want to say something here, please. Now,
Oh, yeah,
the reason why I didn't break down was because I was going back to my childhood days, realizing there was God. Okay, so at that point, I myself never put myself above nature because of that one thing that I did. I knew that nature was better than me. Okay, that's exactly what I thought there, and I've carried that feeling all through my life, right up to
Jim,
now.
you
So
are
I
nature.
thought-
You're part of it, so it's not better than you. It's on the same level. You're equal to nature.
But that
You're
was
a
the way
part
I
of
felt.
nature.
That was the way I
Yep.
felt. I felt I was the keeper of nature. I am to preserve and not destroy. Exactly how I felt at that time and all through my life, even through the military as well. I wouldn't break down branches of a tree. I would look for the ones that had fallen, you know, to get your kindling and all that and make fire. I never, you know, I wouldn't end a life if I didn't have to. You see what I mean? Yeah, deliberately. So that was what I was
A
like
blue
there.
bottle. A fly gets 3 chances with me. If I haven't swatted it, it goes free on the third. If a fly's flying about and annoying the fuck out of me, I'll try and swat it 2 times, and then after that I say all right, and it can sit in front of me. I'm like,
I just knock it out the way.
You're living today, man. It's your lucky day. If you beat me twice, going, I'm no, off you go. That's my kind of attitude. But I'll swat flies if they're bugging the shit out of me, and I just say, well, you know, I'm just part of it's nature. I'm nature, so I've swatted it. Sorry, you know, it's the
right.
The law. I wouldn't like it if someone came along and swatted me.
I tell you what, my closest thing to breaking down is watching the pandemic affect people.
There you go.
And I've been in my bathroom really angry, like splashing water on my face, nearly screaming. Just
yes,
because,
it's an emotion.
Why are you doing that? Why are you screaming?
Watching kids being
Why are you
forced to wear
screaming?
masks and the parents going along with it because they can't think because they've been brainwashed. And
yeah,
okay.
And then the news lying to people saying you need to get a fourth shot, even though the first one didn't work. Like this sort of stuff has not made me break down.
But
it's made me very upset.
Guess what the head of WHO, the WHO, said today? He said in the Omicron is going to be 50% of the people in Europe and Middle Asia are going to be contracting this Omicron in the next 6 to 8 weeks. Bold statement like that, he said. 50%.
Yeah, but the thing is, Don,
I just laughed.
Don, the way that I handle that is I get the same. I'm totally with you. You know, I've got it. The other day, actually, just yesterday, we were working, and the guy that drives with me, he's you know, whatever, he's for it kind of thing, and the other person that was in with me, he's like me, he's like not for it, and we were talking about it, and he just turned right. If you don't fucking like it, like this guy's Danish, if you don't fucking like it, get to fuck out of my country. I says, fuck you off. I says, I pay my fucking taxes in this fucking country. Don't pull that shit on me. But he went ballistic. But he started screaming and shouting and really losing it, man. And I was like that. So you've got to be careful, but you still got to get rid of it. You still have to talk about it, Don, because it'll just
Why was he losing it? Why was he losing it? What was he saying?
Angry. Wait a minute, Jim. Let me finish. I'm angry, like you. I go out in the street and I see, you know, in Denmark, it's like almost 1984. Not as, and that's a bit extreme, but the kind of way that even though the population was against the government,
brainwashed.
See again.
You can see that most people are brainwashed. By wearing a mask.
Or indoctrinated.
Sad,
I think indoctrinated. I think
well,
because
that's what I mean.
Yeah, I know. No, I just like using that word because
they've fallen to the fear, and now they've changed their face. That is 1984.
Yeah. So, what was he doing that was making him freak out like that? Why was he freaking out on you? Basically, what went on
because
there?
Don's just explained about people indoctrinated. Sorry. It was because me and my friend, well, I showed him my video in the truck. We were driving in the truck. I showed him my video, and the other guy, the guy that was driving, he was sat next to me. He was listening, and he just went ballistic. You fucking he even called us tinfoil hats, and I burst out
because
laughing.
he disagreed, because you're then making him feel stupid and making him, you're denying his fear, saying it's not real.
Exactly, Don. Spot on, mate. Spot on.
Yeah,
that's exactly.
I know why. Yeah,
that's
because
me and my girlfriend,
I had the same. I had a similar experience at the very beginning of this back in 2020, where my adult student, she's the same age as I am. She teaches English to Japanese kids, and my role is just to help her through the understandings of some of the phrases and proverbs that we use, okay, in English, right? And other things as well. Anything she doesn't quite understand to do with the English culture, okay. Now, she's got the mask on, so because usually we'd hug, right? You know, kiss on the cheek and then go in. She didn't do that this time. You know, but I went to hug her, she stood back. I went, oh, I see you're following through with the COVID thing. Are you okay? Fair enough. I took my shoes off, put my slippers on. I gave a bow before I go into the living room. and she wants me to sit at the other end of the table now, right? She wants me to sit at the other end of the table, and she's at one end. I said, look, I'm going to sit where I normally sit, right? I don't want your fear. If you're worried about it, that's you. You can stop the lesson now if you want, or please make your choice, but I'm not moving my chair. Do you know what I mean? Sod that. Because you're scared, I'm not, yeah? I had to tell her that. I don't want your fear.
Yeah.
Because that started to piss me off.
Sorry.
Yeah, go on.
No, Don was going to say something.
I'm just agreeing that that's right. You can't be scared and change how you live just because someone else is.
Yeah. Guess what she did? The following Friday, her husband had fashioned up a proper plexiglass, exactly what they have in the shops. The exact same. Everything is the exact same.
That doesn't even help. If you sneeze, that's going to go up over that and round that. And also, people sneeze anyway. So
yeah.
But think she won't be the only one. That's probably the scary thing you were talking about, Don. That's the worrying thing. Hearing things like that, it's like it's not like try to debunk it. It's because you know it's true. But I think how many people are like that. That's what we're fighting against.
I'm aware that it's all nonsense. Seeing other people fall for it is upsetting.
Yeah, but it's also creepy as well because there's so many people that would have done this. Maybe not as extreme as that, but that's a great example. But that thought process, instead of listening to Jim and going, "Oh, maybe I should look into it." What do you mean? And then Jim explains it to her, and she goes, "Oh, I don't believe that. I'm going to go away and look for that." No, that doesn't. That process never ever happens. It stops straight away with
the thinking
conspiracy
process
theories.
should be: if I believe there might be a virus wherever it comes from, I won't go out if I'm ill, and I won't do meetings.
Yeah.
And if I do go out, I'll just wash my hands a tiny bit more, and then I'll feel safe.
Yeah.
If you're worried, I haven't changed my lifestyle where it comes to using I haven't used the sanitizer once. I haven't bought any sanitizer. The bleach. I haven't especially wiped down the door handles or any of that shit. Just the table where I'm at. That's it. Finished. Like I would.
Here's a quick one before I forget. Already a big change just to do with the job situation about getting forced into something, right? Is that IKEA have just changed.
Yes, I heard
policy.
the news. The news. Yeah,
they've just changed that. They've just changed their policy.
Company policy.
That if you catch the disease and you've had your Kool-Aid, you can come back. You have to have a flow test or whatever. You come back, but if you haven't drank the Kool-Aid and you become sick, you've got to self-isolate, and they're lowering the sick pay kind of thing.
Yeah, that's it.
It started. That side started now.
Don't work for IKEA. That's what that says.
Yeah, wait a minute though. Wait a minute. But IKEA, if you look at what IKEA is, just part of a group of companies, maybe military companies and stuff like that. They're going to start. That's the start of it. That's the sign. Do you think they'll ever say, "Oh no, we've changed it"? That's it. Go into the corporate world now, and the others will follow suit.
The more likely they are to go along with the globalist ideas if they're big.
Well, they are but they are run by the globalists.
That's part of the globalists.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. Yeah, just a part of it. In the end up, Don Mark Passio, he talked about it's not a human being that's at the top of it. It's like an evil
alien.
No force. No. It's not as consciousness because he's into his consciousness. He knows. He kind of He's like clued, but it's the evil side. There's an evil entity, kind of thing that's controlling. Like if you imagine